Chapter 1. The sky is shrouded in darkness, and so is the world. Little Naruto, the orphanage has closed down, and from now on, you shall live on your own. Sarutobi Hiruzen, not adorned with the Hokage hat, merely draped in a white robe, gently tousled Naruto's golden hair. At the tender age of 3, Naruto was not entirely cognizant of the implications of this revelation. He only grasped that his companions from the orphanage had vanished, and now his beloved grandfather figure, the headmaster, was to depart from him as well. No, I do not wish to leave you, grandfather. A veil of mist enveloped Naruto's blue eyes, as if tears were poised to fall. Hiruzen gazed at the little boy before him, seemingly seeing the silhouette of another man through Naruto's form. Wataru, he whispered softly, but quickly regained his composure and lifted Naruto into his arms. My dear Naruto, you must learn to live independently. That is the essence of becoming a man. Just like the will of fire, each new leaf must eventually leave the shelter of the mature leaves, confronting the storms alone in order to grow. Familiar phrases flowed from Hiruzen's lips, words he frequently employed to persuade Naruto. This served to both encourage Naruto's obedience and instill in him a proper worldview. Naruto stifled his impending tears, turning his head away to wipe the corners of his eyes with his sleeve. But I do not want to part from you, grandfather. The sincerity and innocence of his blue pupils stirred a pang in the heart of the third Hokage. Yet, he steeled himself as someone who had endured the ravages of war. He believed it imperative for children to possess the ability to survive and withstand pressure, especially for Jinchuriki. Fear not, dear Naruto. Your grandfather will visit you regularly and bring you your allowance each month. Hiruzen blinked, the wrinkles on his face crinkling together, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Naruto merely responded with a soft before embracing the legs of the third Hokage. Ouch! How could this little one possess such strength? The third's legs felt the pressure of Naruto's grip. Yet as the strongest Hokage in history, how could he allow himself to cry out in pain from a mere 3-year-old? Perhaps this was a trait inherited from Kushina. A vision of a figure with fiery red hair flashed through Hiruzen's mind. If only Kushina were to learn of the choice he had made, she might well break his old back in fury. With a self-deprecating smile, he lifted Naruto into his arms. Naruto, take care of yourself from now on. After setting Naruto down, Hiruzen clapped his hands, summoning a member of the Ambulong Purple Hair, a white mask adorned with a red insignia. Lord Third. She stood upright, bowing her head, awaiting Hiruzen's command. Oh, please escort Naruto to the apartment that has been arranged for him. Hiruzen gestured for Naruto to step forward before the Umbu, signaling her to lead him to his new abode in the village. Understood. The Umbu nodded and, with a timid Naruto in tow, departed the orphanage. Hiruzen watched Naruto's retreating figure, as if seeing in him the golden flash of years past. The slight ache in his leg reminded him of that red-haired silhouette. Aha, little Naruto, grow swiftly. Konoha needs this new generation of leaves. It was now the year 51 of the Hidden Leaf, 3 years since the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident. Yet, it had only been about 3 years since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, compounded by the departure of the Eternal Mangeki and the loss of control over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Other villages eyed Konoha with predatory intent. Moreover, his most cherished disciples had faced dire circumstances. Orochimaru's defection due to his human experimentation, Tsunade's retreat from Konoha following the deaths of her brother and lover, and Jiraiya's quest for the prophesied child and inspiration. Konoha's elite combat capabilities had dwindled, now relying heavily on the strength of various ninja clans to sustain itself. With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen turned and strode towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Naruto, under the Umbu's guidance, arrived at his new dwelling. After briefly explaining how to navigate the apartment and where to procure food, O vanished. Why did Lord Third make the Jinchuriki live alone so early? O stood atop a tree outside the apartment, observing as Naruto rummaged through the refrigerator, overwhelmed and unsure. We need to focus on completing our mission, replied another Umbu coldly. Oh, watching Naruto's tears well up again, felt a pang of sympathy. As Naruto surveyed the emptiness of the room, sorrow surged within him, and an inexplicable chakra began to manifest inside him. However, He was too engulfed in his thoughts to pay it any mind, staring blankly at the ceiling. Why do I not have a mother? Why do I not have a father? Why has grandfather chosen to abandon me? A trickle of crimson chakra seeped from the sealed door, unnoticed by anyone. But it was scarce, leaving little impact on Naruto. Ha ha ha, look at your child, Yandame. I have already envisioned the bliss that awaits me upon breaking free from this seal. Ha ha ha. Within the confines of Naruto's sealed space, the Nine-Tails laughed with arrogance and ease. It mocked the foolish Yandame who had severed itself in two, sealing itself within his son's body. It chuckled at the thought that Kushina would never fathom her child living alone at the tender age of 3. How absurd. Truly, humanity is remarkable. Six-Path Sage, is this what you meant by humans needing to coexist? As the Nine-Tails observed Naruto's state stabilize, the pathway for its chakra to seep out was severed, prompting it to close its eyes and await another opportunity. Yet, a figure sleeping in the Pure Land sensed a summons, drifting slowly towards Naruto's direction. Struggling, Naruto managed to prepare a bowl of instant noodles, but upon tasting it, found it lacking compared to the meals from the orphanage. I'm still so hungry. His stomach grumbled, reminding him that he had yet to satiate his appetite. After pondering for a brief moment, Naruto retrieved another packet of noodles and continued to eat. Once finished, he drank a glass of milk, feeling somewhat satisfied. After washing his face, as per his routine, Naruto lay down on his new bed. The unfamiliar sensation enveloped him. A child's mind is often a whirlwind of thoughts, and Naruto's head swirled with the significant turn of events that had transpired that day. It's all right, grandfather will visit me tomorrow. I want to become a fresh leaf, guarding grandfather. Wiping away the tears that had slipped from his eyes, Naruto drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, within the sealed space, the Nine-Tails observed the scenes playing out in Naruto's mind, a disdainful smirk upon its face. A millennium of existence had exposed the Nine-Tails to the treachery of humanity. Were it not for the malevolent Uchiha Madara seizing control of it decades ago to contend with his friend, Hashirama Senju, it would still be roaming freely in the wild. The more the Nine-Tails pondered, the angrier it became. How could it be deemed too powerful that Hashirama could simply seal it away with a clap of his hands? Fear not, I shall bring ruin to the village you have established. Ha 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 ha. Wait, where's this place? A voice resonated within the ceiling space, causing the Nine-Tails to freeze momentarily. Ah, is that not the Nine-Tails? Do you know where we are? Adorned in dark red armor with flowing black hair, it was none other than our beloved Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, how did you end up here? Weren't you supposed to be dead? The Nine-Tails stiffly turned its gaze towards the man, a sense of discomfort beginning to creep into its body. Hold on, what is this? Hashirama disregarded the Nine-Tails' inquiries, even as its voice boomed. A blue screen materialized before his eyes. Task: assist the prophesied child, Uzumaki Naruto, in his growth. Reward: achieve peace in the ninja world and resurrect oneself. Restriction: must not reveal one's existence to outsiders. Note: little Naruto is quite pitiable. I hope you, as the first Hokage and Naruto's elder, will aid him in growing up well. What is this? Hashirama stroked his chin, scrutinizing the blue screen intently. Hey, keep it down. The Nine-Tails' voice had grown a tad too loud, prompting Hashirama to call out, and the Nine-Tails fell silent. Damn it, my throat is uncontrollable, and I no longer wish to speak. The Nine-Tails, devoid of any desire, lay down and observed Senju Hashirama, who was gesticulating at the air over yonder. Has he lost his mind? A sudden idea sprang forth in the mind of the Nine-Tails, however. Due to Hashirama being outside the seal, the Nine-Tails could not directly probe him. I see. So, I'm currently within the body of a Jinchuriki named Uzumaki Naruto. Hashirama clapped one hand against the other, startling the Nine-Tails, who felt guilty about its intentions. After all, the Nine-Tails genuinely feared that Hashirama might suddenly have a brain lapse and impose several heavenly gates upon its waist once again. Are you a descendant of Uzumaki Mito, achieving peace in the ninja world? Has war resumed in the ninja world after my demise? Hashirama's face fell, sorrowful that the peace he had fostered had not been preserved. Well then, I shall remain here to observe what kind of person this so-called child of prophecy will become. Hashirama cheerfully resolved to do so, then turned his gaze towards the cowering Ninetales. Hey, Ninetales, why are you lying down? Are you feeling too weary? The concerned words pierced the non-existent heart of the Ninetales like daggers. Huh, who caused me to be this way? Tell me, was it that inherently wicked Uchiha Madara? Or you, the one who speaks of strength yet has me pinned down and unable to move? Senju Hashirama? No. How exactly did you return? After contemplating the consequences of berating Hashirama, the Ninetales fell silent for a moment before changing the subject. Well, I came with a mission. Someone told me that this Uzumaki Naruto is the child of prophecy and instructed me to assist him in his growth. Hashirama pondered for a moment. The Ninetales was not human, so it was fine to share that information. Indeed, I am quite astute. Nothing like what Tobirama claims. Child of prophecy? That sounds vaguely familiar. Wait, didn't the Sage of Six Paths mention something similar? The Ninetales fell silent, but soon queried. Who assigned you this mission? The Ninetales eagerly anticipated the answer from that old man, as he alone possessed the ability to return Hashirama. I'm afraid I do not know. Hashirama shook his head, expressing regret. He merely gave me a task without revealing his identity and instructed me not to disclose my existence to outsiders. Hey, tell me about little Naruto. Has he already entered the Ninja Academy? What grade is he in? In Hashirama's understanding, Jinchuriki were typically children over 6 years of age. I certainly wouldn't tell you that the child is only 3 years old. Hashirama fell silent. What kind of village would allow a 3-year-old to become a Jinchuriki? Could it be that I truly made a mistake? Hey, Hashirama, would you like to come inside for a moment? I can use my chakra to relay the details of this matter to you. The Ninetales attempted to entice Hashirama into the sealed space. Hey, Ninetales, you underestimate me to enter. Wouldn't I need to break the seal? Hashirama regarded the Ninetales with a hint of menace in his gaze. With a clap of his hands, a towering wooden figure, even taller than the Ninetales, sprang forth, entwined with a wooden dragon, its golden eyes gleaming brightly in the pitch-black ceiling space. I warn you, do not harbor any ill intentions towards little Naruto. The seal could easily be broken, allowing Hashirama to dispatch the Ninetales effortlessly. However, Naruto's body might not withstand the onslaught of the Ninetales chakra. The Ninetales froze, its recently risen form once again collapsing to the ground. All right, I still have a bit of chakra outside, feel free to use it. Reluctantly, the Ninetales had no choice but to channel its accumulated chakra to convey information to Hashirama. Damn it, if it truly is that old man. The Ninetales shook its head. How could mere humans coexist peacefully with tailed beasts? Hashirama observed the frenzied Ninetales with a sigh, then began to receive the information transmitted by the Ninetales. However, soon Hashirama's expression darkened. Have you brought him in? Stop being so verbose. It was a piece of cake for me to intervene. In the midst of a nightmare, young Naruto faintly heard a voice that was both familiar and foreign. A voice that was irritable yet tinged with timidity. Where's this place? Naruto gazed into the dark world before him, succumbing to panic. Hey, Ninetales, control your chakra. A deep voice belonging to an adult man emanated from behind Naruto, prompting him to turn around. Help! Grandpa the director, save me. There's a monster here. Naruto stood frozen, his azure eyes filled with fear. At that moment, a large hand gently rested on Naruto's head, and soothing words emerged. Hey there, little Naruto, there's no need to be afraid. Naruto shifted his gaze towards the man. He seems somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen him before. Who are you? Naruto's tone was apprehensive, as he also feared the colossal creature contained within the cage in the distance. I am Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha. Hashirama struck a handsome pose, the most impactful one he had devised during his experiments back in the academy. How lame. Naruto was taken aback by Hashirama's peculiar pose, but he quickly regained his composure. The first Hokage? The one Grandpa the director always speaks of, the protector of everyone, the Hokage, recognized by all? Hashirama watched Naruto's eyes light up, choosing to ignore the quietly muttered remark and nodded with satisfaction. Little Naruto, do you aspire to become Hokage? Hashirama was aware of Naruto's background, thanks entirely to the friendly assistance of the Nine Tails. Regarding this child, Hashirama found himself uncertain whether to reveal his lineage. After all, the current intention was to conceal Naruto's heritage. Yet, it was indeed excessive to abandon a 3-year-old child to fend for himself, especially considering he was the child of the 4th Hokage. I do. In that instant, Naruto forgot his fear of the Nine Tails, standing tall with his chest out, his round face remarkably adorable. Blue eyes, huh? The Nine Tails discreetly glanced at Naruto's bright blue eyes. Who knows? Very well. Then I shall teach you how to become an exemplary Hokage. Hashirama felt a surge of joy, astonished that his protege harbored such grand ambitions at such a tender age. From this day forth, I shall be your mentor, he proclaimed. Thus, the bond between 2 incarnations of Ashura was forged, creating a link from a higher plane that bound them together. Little Naruto leapt with delight, only to shrink back upon encountering the terrifying gaze of the Nine Tails. Teacher, what is that monstrous creature? Why is it imprisoned? Oh dear, how could I forget to introduce you? This is the Nine Tails, a beast of unimaginable power, Hashirama explained, pointing towards the creature. Hey, I am not called Nine Tails, the beast retorted angrily, its 9 orange tails thrashing in indignation. I have a name. In the past, humans deemed too weak were unworthy of knowing it, while those too powerful dismissed it with disdain, harshly criticizing the likes of the red-eye disease, the adamantine ceiling chains, and the great wooden doors. Over the eons, the Nine Tails had witnessed humanity's malevolence and gradually lost interest in communication with them. However, this child before him could very well be the prophesied one. So he reluctantly decided to reveal his name. Listen well. My name is Kurama. Hashirama was rendered speechless, staring at Kurama in disbelief. You actually have a name. His finger trembled as he pointed at the beast. By the heavens, after all this time, I never knew the Nine Tails had a name. Even Mito never mentioned it. Heh. Kurama dismissed the two, lying down to resume his slumbered tea that moment. Naruto had lingered in this realm long enough. A sensation of awakening coursed through his mind. Naruto, we shall meet again tomorrow evening that I will teach you the art of chakra refinement, Hashirama said, watching the gradually vanishing figure of Naruto with a smile. Naruto awoke with a start, leaping from his bed that he gazed at his hands, pondering, the first Hokage, Kurama. Was it all a dream? Regardless, he decided to find something to eat. He bounced over to the refrigerator and retrieved fresh milk and instant noodles. Hashirama frowned slightly. Consuming instant noodles so early in the morning was not ideal that a vibrant, verdant chakra flowed from Naruto's belly, causing a fruit to sprout on a potted plant in his small apartment. What is happening? Naruto could hardly believe his eyes. A faint voice echoed in his mind. Naruto, eat this. It's healthier. This location was quite particular, invisible to the outside ambu. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage had not utilized the telescope technique to observe Naruto. After relishing the fruit, Naruto left his apartment, embarking on a day of aimless wandering. Today marked his first venture beyond the vicinity of the orphanage, stepping into an entirely new environment. After exploring for a while, Naruto grew tired and sought a cool spot to lie down, staring blankly at the sky while contemplating the dream from the previous night that I in the distance. A pink-haired girl and a golden-haired girl frolicked together, laughing and playing. How adorable, he mused, captivated by the pink-haired girl. However, Naruto, still shy, dared only to watch from afar at tea that moment. The 3rd Hokage arrived at Naruto's apartment. Naruto, he called that I've come to bring you your allowance. The 3rd entered with a not overly thick envelope and a few books suitable for children. Unfortunately, he found no sign of Naruto. Yuin, the 3rd called out towards the window, and a figure jumped into the apartment. Lord 3rd, where has Naruto gone? The 3rd's tone was gentle, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his squinted eyes that he went to the east street. A fox is following him. I see. The 3rd nodded, rubbing his eyes with a sigh. Then leave the items here. When Naruto returns, you can tell him as a passerby. With that, the 3rd made a simple arrangement and turned to leave. He had many matters to attend to. It had only been 2 years since the Ninja World War concluded, and there were numerous governmental affairs to manage. Furthermore, his old friend Danzo was becoming increasingly restless. The blue screen appeared before Naruto's eyes. Do you wish to become as powerful as your teacher? Although Naruto had not yet learned these codes, children instinctively understood where knowledge illuminated. He randomly selected one of the glowing icons. Once he clicked it, the blue screen vanished, as if it had never existed. Yet Naruto felt a newfound strength coursing through his body. He walked slowly to a small tree. The ENBU stationed atop a large tree observed the peculiar actions of the 3-year-old Jinchuriki with great curiosity. Surely, this child did not intend to strike the tree, did he? How could a 3-year-old possess such bizarre thoughts? With a resounding thud, as Naruto swung his fist, a small imprint appeared on the tree bark. Ouch! That hurts. Naruto's right hand turned slightly red, with a minor scrape. Nevertheless, seeing the small fist imprint filled him with joy. Inside him, Kurama witnessed Naruto's violent display and silently turned his gaze towards the oblivious Hashirama. Hey, is this your doing? Kurama questioned, suspicious that Hashirama had directly transferred his power to Naruto. Impossible. You know my strength. If I could transfer it, you would certainly be aware of the consequences of such a punch. Hashirama protested, shrugging innocently, indicating that he hadn't done anything wrong. Humph. Indeed, if it were Hashirama's power, Kurama winced at the recollection of past pains. Meanwhile, the ANBU silently jotted down a note. The Jinchuriki may exhibit signs of mental instability, displaying self-harming behavior. Monitoring required. However, unlike the concerned adults, Naruto felt nothing but joy once the pain subsided. He dashed into the woods behind the village, frolicking like a little ball of energy. As time passed, he eventually returned to his apartment. Naruto, a purple-haired older sister called out to him. "Dado, you are." Naruto recognized her as the ANBU who had escorted him home yesterday. Cough, cough. I am not who you think I am. Azuki Yuya mentally berated herself. How frustrating. I put on makeup for this. Lord Third, who is also your grandfather, brought you this month's allowance and a few books. They are already placed in your room. After speaking, Azuki Yuya turned and dashed away, soon vanishing from sight. What a shy older sister, Naruto mused. Eager to return to his small apartment to see the gifts his grandfather had sent, to discover that his grandfather was the 3rd Hokage was truly astonishing. After all, the old man had not been in good health. When Naruto held him, his complexion changed with the slightest exertion. He should really take better care of himself. 2,000 Ryo. Naruto beamed at the stack of money before him. A full 2,000 Ryo. I'll visit the bookstore tomorrow. The older sister there is so beautiful. At that moment, Hashirama, within Naruto's sealed space, was overwhelmed with exasperation. Tell me, did you corrupt Naruto's tastes? Impossible. I am not human. How could I discern who is beautiful? Kurama retorted, feeling wronged. In my eyes, your beauties are not even as appealing as a female fox. How could a mere fox corrupt Naruto's aesthetic sensibilities? Do not indiscriminately cast blame upon me. Why not inquire with the enigmatic scapegoat, Danzo? There exists a rumor that, in his quest to provoke the Nine Tails into rampage, Danzo resorted to various schemes, tempting young Naruto while the 3rd Hokage was absent. He even employed the allure of beauty, ultimately guiding Naruto to develop the seduction technique that would save the ninja world. However, it is worth noting that Naruto had secretly stumbled upon certain magazines in the principal's office. Sarutobi, in the end, I have borne the brunt of your misdeeds. The title of scapegoat truly suits you. Naruto, open your eyes. I am Hashirama. Here I come. Naruto sensed a peculiar summons. With a blink, he found himself once again in this realm. Wait, wasn't it ominously gloomy here just last night? Why has it transformed into a forest? Naruto was taken aback. The ceiling space, which harmonized so well with the Nine Tails, now bore a radiant sun above and earth beneath his feet. Even a forest in the distance. All this is the manifestation of chakra. Hashirama chuckled heartily, pleased with Naruto's reaction. It reminded him of the time he nurtured Tsunade. Indeed, quite delightful. Ah, young Naruto, today I shall teach you how to refine chakra. First, sit cross-legged and bring your palms together. Naruto followed Hashirama's posture and clasped his hands. Yes, just like that. Now, envision an indescribable energy arising from your body, present in every part of you today. As Hashirama became enveloped in surging chakra, the blue energy erupted from his being. Upon activating the task on the screen, he realized he had regained his corporeal form and could thus extract chakra. Now, onto you, Naruto. Hashirama opened his eyes to find Naruto blown onto a distant tree by the pressure of his unleashed chakra. The Nine Tails, confined in its cage, rolled its eyes in disbelief. This Hashirama, does he not comprehend the extent of his chakra? Furthermore, with such a clumsy manner of explanation, it's a miracle Naruto could grasp anything. From afar, Naruto picked himself up and resumed his position, beginning the chakra extraction as per Hashirama's guidance. Slowly, about a minute passed. Finally, under Hashirama's eager gaze, Naruto's body gradually became enveloped in a thin layer of chakra. Ah, I knew it. I am a genius, Hashirama celebrated beside Naruto with hearty laughter. Indeed, this is the correct method of chakra extraction, unlike what Tobirama claimed. No one could learn it but me. Behold, my foolish Udu. Your older brother is the ultimate victor. Vividly, he recalled the days when Tobirama served as Hokage and was principal of the Ninja Academy. Tobirama had asked him for insights on chakra refinement. Thus, as the first Hokage and the village's strongest aside from Madara, Hashirama joyfully imparted the words he had shared with Naruto. However, after a moment of silence, Tobirama regarded Hashirama with an oddly scrutinizing gaze. Brother, for heaven's sake, never leave behind any documents regarding chakra extraction. I fear for my reputation. Hashirama, indignant, could not fathom how the great god of the ninja world could be mistaken. After perusing the series of documents pinned by Tobirama, which left him utterly bewildered, he begrudgingly conceded that Tobirama's writings might indeed be more precise. Following that, Tobirama did not inquire further about Hashirama's views on hand seals. Left alone in the Hokage office, Hashirama could only draw circles, cursing his cold-hearted younger brother. Later, while lamenting to Madara over drinks after work, he found Madara regarding him with a look of incredulity. The one who usually joined him in mocking Tobirama had utterly betrayed him. Hashirama's heart was shattered. But today is different. Naruto, my dear disciple, the fabled child of prophecy, has grasped my meaning in an instant. Indeed, practice yields true knowledge. Alas, if only Madara were here, I would have reveled in my triumph. Deep beneath Konoha, in the roots, a middle-aged man, wrapped in bandages with his right eye obscured, sat on a chair identical to that in the Hokage office. The sinister atmosphere pervaded the vast room. So, Hiruzen has sent the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki away? Indeed, this is the legendary scapegoat, Danzo Shimura. In the realm of Hokage, whenever there is blame to be cast, it invariably falls upon him. Truly the undefeated king of scapegoats. Moreover, in the future, he would achieve the remarkable feat of sealing a great bridge, thwarting Sasuke. Yet, he remains unprepared for such endeavors. Jia, the plan may commence. A boy, kneeling and donning a fox mask, hesitated momentarily before nodding. Yes, Jia, or rather, Tens, found himself perplexed by Danzo's orders. Nevertheless, adhering to the regulations of route, he complied. Yukimi. The image of a girl flashed through Tens's mind, followed swiftly by that of the current Umbu captain. Kakashi. I am merely the root hidden in the shadows of Konoha, bound to obey Lord Danzo's commands. Tens reassured himself, yet his hesitance betrayed the turmoil within. On the eastern street of Konoha, several villagers, who had never been seen before, alongside a few who had just moved here a month or two ago, set up small stools at the intersection, spreading rumors. Hey, have you heard? The Nine-Tails has not perished. It has merely transformed into a child. Indeed, I heard as well. Supposedly, it did so deliberately to elicit sympathy, awaiting the day it might emerge to slay us all. Though, the wretched Nine-Tails, do you know that the son of my grandfather and grandmother had not yet been born when it took his life? A moment of silence ensued. How tragic. All the blame lies with that detestable fox. Indeed, why does it not perish? Having taken so many lives, it still wishes to survive, and it will surely harm others again. It's all the Hokage's fault. In my view, the third has grown old, deceived by the Nine-Tails' appearance. Hidden in the shadows, Danzo took note of this root member's name, deciding to promote such a clever individual slightly. What does the Nine-Tails look like now? Oh, I tell you, it has transformed into a small child, a male, with yellow hair and the distinctive whiskers of a fox. Ah, how terrifying. I must quickly inform my husband and child. They must steer clear of this monster. Thus, the rumors spread throughout the crowd. Upon returning home that evening, Sakura observed her chattering parents seated at the dining table. Sakura, listen, the Nine-Tails is still alive. Sakura's mother spoke gravely about this significant news she had just received through a rumor. What? Sakura's father's hand trembled, causing his drink to spill on the table. Is it true? Little Sakura felt a twinge of fear, for her mother had always frightened her with tales of the Nine Tails since her birth. For instance, if you don't sleep, the Nine Tails will come at night to devour you. It's true that Fox has turned into a child, seeking to deceive others for sympathy. It is utterly detestable. Sakura's father slammed the table, incensed that the Nine Tails, which had ruined his workplace, still lived and had transformed into a child to garner sympathy. Such a crime is unforgivable. Sakura, if you ever encounter a boy with yellow hair and fox whiskers, you must keep your distance. Sakura solemnly nodded, recalling a yellow-haired boy she had seen earlier that day on the eastern street. In fact, Ino had mentioned that he had been watching her. Could he be the Nine Tails? Truly terrifying. Sakura buried her head beneath the covers, succumbing to sleep amidst her fears. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails, Naruto, was exclaiming, "Rock, paper, scissors. Haha, I won again." Naruto laughed joyfully, having triumphed over Hashirama and the Nine Tails. Quick, quick, let me touch you. Nine Tails, due to Naruto's overwhelming boredom and his newfound knowledge of chakra refinement. Hashirama contemplated engaging Naruto in some playful activities. However, lacking dice and knowing Naruto's unfamiliarity with the game, he resorted to enlisting Kurama to partake in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Wait a moment, why should I entertain you with such trivialities? Kurama suddenly realized he had unwittingly been drawn into this predicament by Hashirama. Kurama, are you unable to play? Hashirama cast a scornful glance at Kurama, while Naruto peeked from behind Hashirama, nodding eagerly. How could I possibly? Kurama hesitated. Although he could simply refuse, being viewed as the embodiment of evil by all was one thing, but he would never allow Hashirama Senju to look down upon him. A small portion of the Nine Tails seeped out from a corner of his seal. I knew you were holding back. Hashirama quickly discerned that this was, in fact, the Nine Tails' earlier infiltration. The mighty Kurama fell silent, leaving the small Nine Tails to speak. Heh, what a youthful voice. Hashirama's gaze shifted towards Kurama. Suspicion brewing in his mind. Was this creature attempting to steal Naruto's affection from him? Naruto's eyes sparkled as he lunged towards the small Nine Tails. Please, the young Nine Tails is undeniably adorable. Otherwise, the Sage of Six Paths would not have distributed 8 portions of chakra to the other tailed beasts, reserving the remaining 92 portions for Kurama. Just a jest. Yet the sage indeed bestowed the most chakra upon the Nine Tails. Hey, that's enough. The mature voice of Kurama resonated from within the cage, and the small Nine Tails gracefully retreated back into the confines of the seal. Hee, so cute, the 3-year-old Naruto exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying the tactile experience and yearning for more. Honestly, Kurama sighed in resignation, yet, curiously, his negative emotions seemed to have lessened significantly. The child of prophecy, the reality was far from it. It was merely the reincarnation of 2 Ashura that naturally inclined towards the tailed beasts. Moreover, with Hashirama, this towering figure, exerting pressure, Kurama found himself compelled to open his heart and communicate with Naruto. Otherwise, he might be crushed under the weight of a dozen divine gates, becoming nothing more than an emotionless chakra vessel for Naruto. Wah, Naruto doesn't want me anymore. Hashirama covered his face, shamelessly feigning tears. Oh dear, teacher, please don't cry. I still need you. Naruto panicked, having never been taught how to console a man-child in his 40s. Really? Hashirama peeked through his fingers at Naruto. Absolutely. Naruto declared with unwavering conviction that I don't believe you. Not unless you say your favorite is teacher. Hashirama, like a cunning wolf, attempted to coax Naruto. Kurama, nearby, rolled his eyes and covered his face with his tail. How absurd that Naruto's favorite was indeed Hashirama-sensei. Woo, I knew it. Little Kurama could never usurp my place in Naruto's heart. Hashirama joyfully lifted Naruto. Immensely satisfied with his deception, Kurama chose not to comment further. Surely, no adult fox would truly be angry with a child. Despite this thought, each of Kurama's 8 other tails danced irritably. Time for Naruto to sleep. As the hour approached, Naruto exited the ceiling space and drifted into slumber. The dawn of a new day saw the 3rd Hokage seated in his office. Skillfully, he drew back the curtains and stealthily retrieved his prized possession from the desk cabinet. Tada, the crystal ball. This crystal ball was the key tool for the 3rd Hokage's telescopic technique. With it, he could sit in his office and grasp all the information within the village. Naturally, certain ninja clans had protective barriers, which the 3rd Hokage generally refrained from probing. Now, let me see how Naruto is faring. The crystal ball emitted a mysterious glow, revealing a freshly awoken Naruto washing his face. Washing up is splendid. One ought to have a clean face. The third Hokage chuckled as he observed Naruto's face-washing antics. Though due to the early hour, he failed to catch a glimpse of Naruto's front. And then, a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower blossomed on the third Hokage's aged visage. The image within the crystal ball began to flicker, gradually revealing a misty scene. Not bad at all, coming in early. Through the haze, the silhouettes of several women bathing in the early morning mist appeared. In the dimly lit Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an indescribable thrill. Alas, he was too old for such pleasures. Those things no longer held any value for him. Have you heard about that fox spirit's manifestation? Just as the third Hokage reveled in his delight, a voice suddenly snapped him back to attention. That golden-haired one with fox whiskers. I know. I spotted him on East Street yesterday. I say, let us have the ladies stake out East Street, and when he appears, we shall capture him. But he's the Ninetales. What if we can't defeat him? So what? If he attacks, we'll report to the village leaders and have him imprisoned. Sarutobi's good mood evaporated. What on earth is happening? Who leaked Naruto's identity? The sound of his palms striking the table resonated through the room, and a familiar face flickered in Sarutobi's mind. Bring him in. An Umbu agent entered, kneeling before him. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi regarded the Umbu before him, his tone grave as he issued orders. Immediately send someone to seal all information regarding Naruto's identity and summon Danzo here. Understood. As the operations of the Hokage's direct Umbu commenced, numerous information exchange centers run by the village's matriarchs were shut down. You are forbidden from discussing the Ninetales fox within the village. This directive spread across various corners of Konoha, yet it was already too late. Everyone who had been warned was acutely aware of the truth. Why else would the Umbu issue a gag order? An hour later, the door to the Hokage office was forcefully swung open. Hiruzen, what's the matter? Danzo entered, irritation etched across his face as he rapped his cane against the floor, his gaze casually sweeping over the Hokage's seat. You leaked the information about the Jinchuriki, didn't you? Sarutobi cradled his chin, his eyes fixed intently on Danzo. Impossible. I believe it was those commoners who figured it out on their own. Danzo chuckled dismissively, denying any involvement. Bring him in. Sarutobi clapped his hands, and a white-haired Umbu escorted a masked Umbu with a fox motif into the room. Speak up. This is a rude operative, isn't it? Sarutobi's questioning tone chilled the atmosphere. Oh, what if it is my doing? Hiruzen, you know the Ninetales Jinchuriki is an unpredictable variable. Why not hand him over to the root? I shall cultivate him into Konoha's perfect weapon of war. At that point, not even the smallest of the Cloud Village will dare to stand against Konoha. Danzo's voice grew fervent. Indeed, everything he did was for Konoha. Bang! The sound of a heavy hand striking the table echoed within the Hokage office. Silence! The Jinchuriki is a human, not merely a weapon. I will never consent to your plans, and I shall cut the root's budget by 30% this year. Hiruzen, the Ninetales is absolutely. Be quiet. Danzo, the third Hokage's tone was severe, making it abundantly clear that Danzo's plans would not be tolerated. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The words of the third Hokage pierced sharply, lodging deep within Danzo's heart. How dare you? Danzo, in a fit of rage, stormed out of the Hokage's office, forcefully slamming the door behind him. Bang! The office was once again enveloped in silence. Sarutobi rubbed his temples, letting out a long sigh. Alas, my old friend, how have you become this way? Kakashi, release him. Below, the white-haired Umbu, who would eventually rise to great renown as the ninja Hatake Kakashi, was capable of confronting even the likes of Zabuza, the so-called A-rank waste, and Kagaya, the progenitor of all chakra. Understood, Kakashi released the captured tens, failing to recognize him as the one encountered during a previous mission. That I have an external mission coming up. Gather your things and accompany me. Although Sarutobi had put a stop to Danzo's activities concerning Naruto, the rumors that had already spread could not be retracted. Little Naruto, I am truly sorry. The third silently apologized to Naruto in his heart. Meanwhile, Danzo, having returned to the roots, found his expression increasingly twisted. The recent declaration of I am the Hokage had struck a deep wound in Danzo's distorted psyche. Why? Why must it be you who becomes Hokage? I was merely a few seconds slower than you at that time. Jealous flames ignited within Danzo's heart, and an insidious plan began to take shape in his mind. When Jay arrives, Inform him that I have a very important task for him. If he completes it, he can redeem himself. The scene shifted back to the newly awakened Naruto. Upon rising, he discovered that the amount of chakra within him had significantly increased since his refinement the previous night. Everyone must experience this, right? However, as Naruto hopped onto a stool to wash up, he was met with a most astonishing sight. Where did my whiskers go? Naruto's fox-like whiskers had vanished. What could be the reason? The cause lay in the fact that Kurama had retracted the last remnants of the Nine-Tails chakra that had seeped out the night before. Thus, the whiskers formed from the Nine-Tails chakra naturally disappeared. I was merely concerned that the chakra outside would be discovered and lead to you getting beaten, not that my chakra would affect your refinement. This was the reason for Hashirama's inquiry to Kurama after Naruto had left the previous night. I see. No need to worry, Kurama. Unless you harm Naruto, I am quite reasonable. Its Kurama. You know? Oh, my whiskers are gone, Naruto exclaimed in a fluster, lamenting the sudden loss of his whiskers, which he had possessed since childhood. Why would this happen? Hey, Naruto, it's all right. Hashirama's voice echoed from the ceiling space. Since Naruto had refined chakra, his physical strength had unexpectedly augmented. It was remarkably similar to how he had been in his youth. Hashirama was exceedingly pleased with his disciple, finding him far easier to teach than the monkeys. Really? Naruto touched his fair and tender face, noting the once whiskered area now felt smooth. It's still a bit strange. Despite his sorrow, life must go on. Under the might of the first Hokages would release, a small fruit tree sprouted from the pot. Red fruits, white fruits, and green fruits blossomed forth. Eat up, I'll cut off our connection now. Call out for me whenever you think of your teacher. Hashirama cheerfully concluded his conversation with his disciple, only to find Kurama regarding him with a gaze that was a blend of disdain and envy. What are you staring at? You don't possess would release. Kurama, provoked by Hashirama's taunt, huffed in irritation. Observing Kurama sulking in silence, Hashirama tilted his head in contemplation. All right then, with a clap of his hands. A towering fruit tree shot up into existence. Kurama, with his eyes tightly shut, attempted to block out the boundless antics of the first Hokage. What are you doing? However, a large object was hurled at Kurama's face, forcing him to open his eyes. Here, a fruit for you. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction, his strength undiminished from his prime. It was well known that Madara had always relished his fruits. Kurama turned his head away. But after a while, he surreptitiously consumed the large fruit while Hashirama was resting. It was surprisingly delicious. Though as a tailed beast he did not require sustenance, the sage of six paths had endowed them with taste when he created them. However, due to their enormous size, many flavors were lost on them. This fruit, however, delivered a unique taste reminiscent of the time he had played with Ashura, who had fed him fruits. Delicious. La la la, la la la. I am a little runner. Last night, his teacher had instructed him to run a bit each day for exercise. As a diligent student, Naruto earnestly followed his teacher's guidance. He set off from his home, heading towards East Street. Early in the morning, several elderly ladies were gathered at the street corner, chattering away and exchanging information. Unsurprisingly, Naruto was quickly surrounded by a few of the aunties. That's him. The boy with yellow hair. Yes, that's the one. I saw him right here yesterday. A 1-meter-tall Naruto was encircled by 4 elderly ladies, all around 1.60 m. Tell me, are you the Nine-Tails Fox? Was there even a need to ask? Just look at him. It was clear he was. But he didn't have his whiskers, so what? For a moment, the 4 aunties fell into silence. Whiskers? They had inexplicably vanished this morning. Hearing their words, Naruto assumed they had come to play with him. So he explained the disappearance of his whiskers. It really is him. Everyone, come and see. This is the Nine-Tails Fox. He even cut off his whiskers. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, and people began to gather, casting curious glances at Naruto as if he were a monster. What is going on? I'm not the Nine-Tails Fox. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, still oblivious to the fact that the Nine-Tails Fox was Kurama residing within him, felt increasingly uncomfortable under the unfriendly stares. Why are you all looking at me like that? Suddenly, a rotten egg flew through the air. Quick, let us take him down before his accomplices arrive. A civilian man glared menacingly, hurling the foul-smelling egg directly at Naruto, who stood at the center of the crowd. Yes, everyone, let us go together. Naruto dodged the rotten egg, only to be struck in the face by a rotten cabbage. What are you doing? What have I done wrong? Naruto, now reeking and with bugs crawling on the cabbage, tossed it aside in a mix of anger, anxiety, and fear. Why are they throwing things at me? Cowards who dare to kill but not take responsibility. I say that Fox should die sooner rather than later. Everyone, do not be afraid. Just go for it. Several grown men pushed to the front. Confronting Naruto, though uncertain, the atmosphere had escalated. One man landed a punch on Naruto's small body. The impact sent Naruto flying, and the crowd parted, allowing him to crash to the ground, observing the chaos from a tree. The fox did not follow the third's orders to protect Naruto. Danzo's commands were absolute. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes beneath the mask as he emotionlessly watched Naruto being besieged. Stop! Just then, Yuzuki Yugao arrived on the scene. What are you doing? Upon witnessing the masked Yuzuki Yuka leap before Naruto, the surrounding villagers promptly scattered, each retreating to their respective homes. Only a few in front were unable to flee in time. Becoming encircled by a squad of Umbu who had arrived shortly thereafter. "Oh dear, the Umbu are attacking," exclaimed a desperate man, improvising in his moment of panic as he shouted to those nearby. Consequently, the villagers who had been spectating from a distance hurried even farther away. "You are suspected of disseminating classified information and assaulting a child. Please accompany us." Several Umbu apprehended the group of ringleaders and escorted them towards the Uchiha guard. "No, please, it's not a child. It's a monster. It's the fearsome Kyubi, the nine-tailed fox. Don't be deceived by its disguise." Little Naruto gradually rose from the ground, his injuries having healed long ago. Yet he now felt a profound discomfort. Why must they strike me? Why? I am not the nine-tailed fox, sensei. Why? The expression on Hashirama's face, confined within the ceiling space, darkened ominously. However, it was at this moment that Kurama interjected with sarcasm. "Look at your villagers. How do you find them?" Hashirama was at a loss for words. How could the information about the Jinchuriki have leaked? Why did the villagers perceive the Jinchuriki as a tailed beast? His usual carefree demeanor fell into silence. "Can we move on? Shall we?" Hashirama made a concerted effort to suppress the rising anger within him, addressing Naruto in a gentle tone. Little Naruto wiped away his tears of injustice and walked toward the mountain. Naruto, Yuzuki Yuka observed the weeping child, feeling a pang of unease within her. Could she not discern the difference between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast? She was aware, yet felt powerless. The rumors had already spread. The most prudent course of action now was to swiftly contain the gossip. The small Naruto, resembling a dumpling, made his way up the mountain path. He could not comprehend the events of the day. Why did others hurl insults at him? Why did they strike him? He was not the nine-tailed fox. Wait a moment. Were they referring to Kurama? "Kurama! Kurama!" Naruto called out into the void. "Hey, keep your voice down. There are people around you," came Kurama's voice echoing in Naruto's mind. "Is the nine-tailed fox they speak of you?" Naruto's voice trembled, tinged with sadness and inquiry. "Indeed, it is I," Kurama acknowledged. Naruto pressed on with his questioning. "Have you killed many people?" After a brief silence, Kurama's voice emerged, laced with a hint of ferocity. "Oh, what if I have? They sought to seal me here, to wield my power to wage war, to slay countless more. Why shouldn't I retaliate?" Naruto's small frame shuddered, feeling lost at such a tender age. Kurama's words, while seemingly valid, invoked a conflict within him, especially since Kurama was his friend. Yet, the act of taking lives. Let me explain," Hashirama interjected, taking control of the conversation. 3 years ago, a wicked villain hypnotized the Nine Tails, compelling it to take many lives. Your parents perished that fateful night, after breaking free from the villain's control. Kurama was sealed within you once more. Naruto's eyes began to glimmer with understanding as he pressed his lips together, asking, "Is that true, Kurama?" His voice carried a note of hope. Kurama's mature voice affirmed. "Yay." Naruto beamed with joy. "Aren't you going to keep questioning me?" Kurama, confused by Naruto's sudden shift in mood, noted the child's whimsical nature. "No. It was the villainess doing after all. That I will expose that villain and make it clear to everyone that it was not Kurama's intention." At the summit, Naruto gazed down at Konoha, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his youthful face radiated cuteness under the sun's warm glow. "Suit yourself," Kurama replied, his tone softening. "Oh dear, this is splendid. Let's take a detour back." "Why?" "Because they are unaware that it was the villain's fault. You must protect yourself." "Understood." After wandering atop the mountain for a while, despite Naruto's increasing physical prowess and the influx of natural energy into his body. He ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing midway. Fortunately, a purple-haired Umbu appeared, gently lifting the little Naruto and carrying him back to the apartment, just as Yuka was about to push the door open. She noticed the discarded instant noodle wrappers on the table. Sigh, with a soft exhale, she tidied up the mess on the dining table before stepping out to buy a fish, after a simple preparation. A deliciously aromatic grilled fish emerged. What a delightful aroma. Little Naruto's nose twitched, and his azure eyes opened to reveal a familiar masked figure seated at the dining table. Thank you, big sister. Thanks to Hashirama's earlier reminder. Naruto realized that this big sister had brought him back. Yuka remained silent, merely gesturing towards the fragrant grilled fish and then pointing at Naruto. Did I ask this for me? Little Naruto's eyes sparkled with disbelief. As it had been quite some time since anyone had prepared a meal for him, he had been subsisting on instant noodles, relying solely on the fruit Hashirama had nurtured beneath her mask. Yuka nodded and signaled for Naruto to begin. Happy, Naruto took a seat at the table and clumsily picked up a piece of the delectable fish with his chopsticks, no bones. Indeed, Yuka had ensured that all the bones were removed. Fearing the news of a Jinchuriki choking on fish would be a disastrous headline the following day. This is delicious. Little Naruto was utterly captivated by the exquisite taste of the fish. It was indeed the best meal he had savored in 3 years. Although there had been meat at the orphanage, it was still an orphanage. Beneath her mask, Yuka's lips curled into a faint smile, though she quickly suppressed it. After Naruto finished eating, Yuka prepared to take her leave. This act was entirely her own volition. While the third Hokage would likely remain silent, it was contrary to his initial intentions. However, given the recent exposure of Naruto's identity as a Jinchuriki, she was certain the third would alter his strategy. She hoped that Naruto would fare better. Just as Yuka was rising to depart, Naruto grasped her hand, halting her. Such strength. You possess the might of a mid-level student from the Ninja Academy. How remarkable for a Jinchuriki. Yuka observed with curiosity through her mask as Naruto rummaged for something. Thank you for bringing me back, and for the grilled fish. It was truly the best meal I've ever had. Little Naruto clutched Yuka's hand with his right, while his left hand produced a 100 ryo bill. Here, Yuka gazed into Naruto's azure eyes, a fleeting image flashing through her mind. Eternal, she thought. Though it remained unvoiced, Yuka declined the money offered by Naruto, gently ruffling his golden hair and playfully pinching his cheek. Before Naruto could react, she slipped away. Thank you. Come visit again. Naruto called out to the window, eliciting a smile from Yuka, who was concealed among the trees. That I knew there were still kind-hearted souls in the village. Hashirama cast a proud glance at the 9-tails. In truth, both he and the fox felt a flicker of concern when Naruto fell. However, the Umbu swiftly appeared and took Naruto home. The series of actions by the purple-haired Umbu earned Hashirama high praise. Mito was just as gentle back in the day, Hashirama reminisced. Gentle? The 9-tails exclaimed in disbelief. That woman who constantly whipped her partner with chains. The one who forcefully took chakra without consent. You call her gentle? Are you some sort of masochist? No wonder you were so frivolous with Madara back then. Hey, what do you mean by that, Kurama? It's Kurama, and I have no ulterior motives, as long as you're happy. The 9-tails fell silent, unwilling to engage further with this seemingly unhinged man. Think about which route to take tonight. He will arrive shortly. Hashirama, realizing the impending task, decided to let Kurama be for now. Very well, Yugao, please take good care of Naruto from here on out. The third Hokage contemplated. He had a meeting to attend outside the village and could not watch over Naruto during this time. So it was reasonable to entrust Yugao, his direct subordinate. Understood, she replied, a hint of a smile visible beneath her mask. But be mindful of your presence. Try to remain unobtrusive. The third Hokage instructed before departing with several Umbu to attend the meeting. In the shadowy depths of the root, Danzo inspected the news relayed by his subordinates. Have they finally set off? He chuckled darkly. Rest assured, Hiruzen, the leaf will grow even stronger under my guidance. In the dimly lit root base. Danzo laughed unabashedly, as if he had already ascended to the Hokage's throne. A small snake flicked its tongue, observing the arrogant Danzo with disdain. Orochimaru, clad in the Akatsuki robes, chuckled softly at AS for what he was contemplating. It was undoubtedly how to send his aging mentor and the shadowy rat, Danzo, to their demise. Their partnership could be severed at any moment. couldn't it? Recently, Naruto's life had taken a peculiar turn. Although the villagers no longer openly insulted or assaulted him, their hateful glares lingered. Moreover, shopkeepers were increasingly reluctant to serve him. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of an older sister, he might not even have been able to buy milk. However, Naruto found himself without companions. As the children around him were hesitant to approach, previously, a few had attempted to bully him, only to back off after he single-handedly broke their bones. Naruto insisted he had only used minimal force, especially since they had thrown stones at him first. One day, while wandering the streets, Naruto spotted a boy who felt oddly familiar. Through a conversation with the boy and his brother, he learned the boy's name was Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Unlike the other children, Sasuke did not regard him with disdain, prompting Naruto to seek out his friendship. However, his brother quickly whisked him away, with Sasuke riding atop his sibling's shoulders, igniting a pang of envy in Naruto. Ah, he has an older brother. The sense of kinship Naruto had just discovered dissipated instantly. This left Hashirama and Kurama in the ceiling space pondering how to address the situation. Let me think. What should we do? Hashirama stroked his chin in contemplation. Ultimately, with Kurama's reluctant support, that evening, Naruto mounted the wooden-clad small nine-tails. The wood-release variant of Susanoo would suffice. Thus, Naruto's nightly entertainment expanded by one. Winter was fast approaching. Dressed in thick clothing, Naruto walked the streets. Today, a festival was taking place, resulting in fewer people on the road, which meant Naruto faced significantly less disdain that you're the daughter of the Hyuga clan. Show us your Byakugan. If you don't want to, then don't look this way. Those eyes are so eerie. Humph, it's like they're monsters. Three troublesome children crowded a narrow path frequently traversed by Naruto. This path was somewhat secluded, typically devoid of people, thus sparing him from too many judgmental glances. What is going on? Naruto glanced over and discovered a little girl cornered by the three ruffians. She had short bangs, white eyes, and a round, adorable face. That's so. You're quite brave, huh? Naruto placed his left hand on the shoulder of the leading boy. Of course, I'm super brave. I'm not afraid of the nine tails, the boy boasted, not even turning his head as he lifted his chin in pride. Is that so? Why don't you turn around and take a look? At that moment, the two other boys beside him nudged him with trembling hands, urging him to turn back. The demon fox, run. The overly brave boy emitted a piercing scream before fleeing in tears after Naruto delivered a powerful punch, breaking his nose. This is your fault. You've influenced Naruto to be so violent. Hashirama covered his eyes, watching the grim scene unfold outside and lamenting to Kurama. Huh, isn't that the method you taught and the training regimen you devised? Kurama was astounded by Hashirama's complaints that I didn't even release any chakra. The few instances I did were solely to heal Naruto, and now you're blaming me for influencing him, setting aside the ceiling space. Naruto had successfully chased off the three bullies and turned to the little girl. Are you all right? Naruto extended his gloved left hand to help the girl, who was crouching on the ground. The gentle winter sun bathed Naruto's face in warmth, his golden hair shimmering, while his small face bore a hint of embarrassment. I'm fine, thank you. The girl's voice was soft, and being pulled up by Naruto made her feel shy. Ah, aren't you afraid of me? Naruto was surprised to find another child unafraid of him. Why should I be afraid of you? The girl gazed at Naruto with wide, curious eyes. Because I'm the Nine-Tails demon fox. But you're human. In Hinata's eyes, Naruto's chakra felt incredibly warm, devoid of any trace of the Nine-Tails. Instead, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. It's cold. You should hurry home. Naruto withdrew his hand, gesturing for Hinata to leave. As he suspected she would still be bullied given her current demeanor. Hinata summoned her courage. My name is Hyuga Hinata. Thank you very much for your help. Naruto blinked in surprise before responding with a cheerful grin. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. At that moment, his figure was etched deeply into Hinata's memory. Since we've exchanged names, does that mean we're friends now? Naruto timidly inquired, as it was his first experience making a friend. Hinata's cheeks flushed, and she softly nodded in agreement. Yay! Naruto had made his first friend in life. Overjoyed, he removed his gloves and placed them on Hinata's hands, which were beginning to emit steam. This is a gift for you. Make sure to stay warm this winter. Hinata buried her head in her scarf and nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Kurama in the ceiling space were astonished by Naruto's actions. Indeed, he is the son of Minato Namikaze. Kurama, Having learned of Minato's romantic escapades under the moonlight through Kushina's memories, never expected his son to be so impressive. Are today's children so mature? Zhu Jian felt as though he had become detached from the currents of time. Nonetheless, regardless of these two misguided entities, Naruto resolved to escort his friend home after exchanging addresses with Hinata. Young Naruto tugged at Hinata's sleeve, following her to the Hyuga clan's residence. Lady, a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Upon spotting the missing Hinata, rushed over anxiously to assess her condition. Is this your home? Young Naruto marveled at the grandeur of the estate, which far surpassed his own modest apartment. Who are you? And why are you approaching Lady Hinata? Hinata's uncle, Hyuga Hayashi, separated Hinata from Naruto and interrogated him in a reproachful tone. Uncle Hayashi, he is my friend. Young Hinata mustered the courage to introduce that I got lost. And he helped me find my way back. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi's gaze towards Naruto remained unchanged. Why, lady? You must be tired. Hurry back and rest. Hey, who are you to make decisions for Hinata? Naruto protested, displeased with the elder's dismissive attitude, feeling it unjust that Hinata was being sent away without a proper farewell. Naruto-kun. Hinata's voice was soft, yet it was evident that she felt conflicted. It's all right. Hinata, goodbye for now. Make sure to get some good rest. Naruto, unwilling to prolong his confrontation with the elder, waved goodbye to Hinata and departed. Throughout his journey home, Naruto experienced a novel sensation, a gaze more piercing than the usual disdainful stares. As Hinata watched Naruto's retreating figure, her gloved hands clenched tightly together. Naruto-kun, goodbye. This was the loudest declaration Hinata had made recently. Why, lady? Hyuga Hayashi attempted to intervene, but was unsuccessful. Come inside, called Hyuga Hizashi's voice. Yes, esteemed clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi responded as he led Hinata into the estate. Hinata, how did you come to be outside during today's ritual? Hizashi's tone, though not harsh, was laden with inquiry. I accidentally wandered out. Hinata lowered her head, unable to meet her father's gaze. You, for the next month, are not allowed to leave. As for that boy, let it go. I won't hold it against you. Hizashi turned away, disappointed, leaving the hall without considering Hinata's protests. If only this child possessed even half of Niji's talent. Tears streamed down young Hinata's cheeks, which she wiped away with the gloves Naruto had gifted her. I will do my best. I will strive to make father proud. Hinata resolved inwardly. Meanwhile, Naruto returned home, and, upon seeing two steaming dishes on the table, felt his mouth water. Thank you, big sister, young Naruto shouted to the neighboring room. How the Umbu were monitoring during the winter. They were merely keeping an eye on young Naruto. The third Hokage had thoughtfully prepared a small room for them, allowing everyone to take turns watching over him. Yuang, I will always keep an eye on you. Forever. However, Naruto had grown fond of the elder sister who appeared at night. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a stunning older sister who would prepare delicious fish for you? After finishing his meal, young Naruto stood on a stool to wash the dishes. All right, today was yet another splendid day. As he flopped onto his bed, he began to read the books gifted to him by the third Hokage. How to extract chakra? How is the will of fire cultivated? 3 essentials for a child to live independently. How to exercise healthily. Having previously neglected them, he found today that the third Hokage had indeed provided him with a wealth of knowledge. Young Naruto decided to bring these books into the ceiling space. Teacher, today I made a friend. He joyfully leaped into Hashirama's embrace, eager to share the experience of making his first friend. Yahaha, that truly is wonderful. Both Hashirama and the Nine Tails, out of concern and curiosity, discreetly observed Naruto's interactions. To their surprise, the friend was none other than the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Hashirama recalled the effort he had once exerted to persuade the clan, ultimately succeeding with Madara's assistance. In truth, Hashirama had once been bowing down while Madara operated the Susanoo behind him. Did Tenrin feel moved at all? Not in the slightest. If Tenrin had any ulterior motives, Madara might have annihilated the Hyuga clan right after Hashirama's departure. While everyone claimed that Susanoo alone could conquer 5 nations, either Susanoo or the Great Buddha could indeed achieve that feat independently. However, although the Hyuga clan agreed to join Konoha, their system of main and branch families remained intact. Seeing that they had all consented to join, Hashirama refrained from further pressure, hoping to gradually encourage them to relinquish their caged bird system. However, after falling out with Madara, he sustained injuries and ultimately failed to witness the abolition of that system. It appeared that Tobirama had also not fulfilled his aspirations. Let me tell you, she is a girl named Hinata Hyuga. Her family is enormous, far larger than mine. She has countless relatives, though they all regard me with disdainful eyes. It seems they all possess the Byakugan. Naruto excitedly shared his experiences with Hashirama and Kurama. Hashirama then recounted his knowledge of the Hyuga clan to Naruto. Is it truly that cruel? Thankfully, Hinata belongs to the main family. No, such a system should not exist. Young Naruto expressed his profound dissatisfaction with a system that curtailed others' freedoms. Just as I suspected, Hashirama nodded in approval before picking up one of the books Naruto had brought. How to extract chakra. This seems quite familiar. Hashirama flipped to the last page, where the author's name was inscribed. By Senju Hashirama. No wonder. The flowery language and ostentatious phrasing were unmistakably the work of his foolish younger brother. It even includes a tutorial on the body replacement technique. Let me think, it has been ages since I last employed those 3 techniques. The body replacement technique refers to the transformation technique, the substitution technique, and the clone technique. Mastery of these techniques could significantly enhance one's safety on the battlefield, which is why Tobirama deemed them essential for ninja academies. However, since the establishment of Konoha, Hashirama rarely utilized these techniques, as they required hand seals. Surely, there weren't still ninjas who needed to perform hand seals, right? When he fought with Madara, it was simply a matter of clapping his hands and releasing chakra, allowing the technique to form naturally. While Madara occasionally performed hand seals for minor techniques like the Great Fireball, he predominantly relied on his fan or ocular techniques, hardly leaving time for hand seals. Tobirama was the same, throwing kunai and teleporting with the Flying Thunder God, swiftly dispatching foes without the need for seals. Young Naruto, for today, let us continue with the power release techniques that I will teach you the body replacement technique later. Hashirama fibbed. In truth, he had forgotten the intricacies of the body replacement technique and needed time to remember its skills. All right, I will strive hard. Ganbat. Young Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Sarutobi Hiruzen successfully returned, having acquired an elite umbu named Tenzo, who possessed wood release. The journey had been fraught with twists and turns. Who could have imagined that his close friend would have contemplated taking his life, had it not been for Tenzo's change of heart? Success might have been a possibility. The battle that was to occur in Orochimaru's laboratory was thus unnecessarily averted. Truly, was Kakashi, the white-haired charm demon, not remarkable? His ability to enchant his companions was at its peak. Danzo, this child will henceforth be entrusted to the Hokage's direct umbu, Hiruzen declared as he brought the taciturn Tenzo, now known as Yamato, to the roots of Konoha. Ridiculous. Kaka, are you truly going to betray me? Danzo gazed incredulously at Tenzo, who stood behind Sarutobi, disappointment and anger palpable in his eyes. Lord Danzo, I believe that ninjas should protect their comrades rather than engage in mutual slaughter. Tenzo summoned his courage and proclaimed loudly, expressing his thoughts. You traitor, have you forgotten who saved you? Have you forgotten who nurtured you step by step? Have you forgotten who erected a tombstone for your fallen comrades? Danzo's question struck at Tenzo's heart. And at this moment, Danzo had yet to descend into the madness depicted in the original narrative. His feelings towards Yamato were genuine. After all, Yamato possessed the wood release that once dominated the world. Though his power paled in comparison to the first Hokage, it still surpassed many elite jonin, boasting combat abilities that rivaled those of a Kage. This was a product of his painstaking cultivation from childhood, a cornerstone of his roots, codenamed Alpha. Now he was being lured away by Sarutobi. That Danzo's hands began to form seals, preparing to unleash the seal inscribed upon Yamato. The disappointment was overwhelming. The child he had raised had been spirited away by Sarutobi. Yet, could Sarutobi be unaware of Danzo's methods? He immediately barked, "Stop it! Danzo, do you wish to remain in Konoha? This matter ends here. Remove the seal from him, and from now on, he shall be under my command." Sarutobi's aura intensified, the armor beneath his Hokage robes clanging with authority. It was evident that he was serious at that moment. Danzo's mind echoed with Sarutobi's declaration. From now on, he is my man. He is my man. He is mine. Snowflakes danced in the gentle breeze. He is the one I raised. Danzo let out a final, mournful cry. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi wielded his identity as Hokage like a sharp blade, piercing Danzo's heart. Damn it, Sarutobi, you will regret this. Tears trickled down Danzo's aged cheeks, a bitter realization dawning upon him. It seemed urgent to expedite his plans against the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi donned his ceremonial robes once more, adjusted his conical hat, and departed the shadowy route with Tenzo. Tenzo placed the mask he wore as alpha at the entrance of route, casting a final glance at the man who had raised him. I am sorry, Lord Danzo. I have found the meaning of life, and I can no longer exist as a part of route. A white-haired Umbu stood outside route, greeting the third Hokage and Tenzo upon their exit. Kakashi, this child is now entrusted to you, Sarutobi said with a smile directed at the two that understood. Kakashi, soon to assume the role of Umbu captain, accepted this responsibility with a sense of duty. Let us go. Tenzo, although Kakashi's tone was cool, it sounded profoundly warm to the liberated Tenzo. Yes, Kakashi-senpai, Sarutobi beamed at his two exceptional disciples, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Danzo, that is mine. I raised him. Let us hurry. The delegation from the Cloud Village will arrive shortly, and we must discuss post-war communications. Kakashi, please take him back to Umbu for now. Later, join us in the conference room to observe this meeting. Sarutobi had always intended to nurture Kakashi, the son of the former Umbu captain, Konoha's White Fang, and the youngest shinobi to achieve the rank of Jonin in history. However, the events of the past had deeply impacted him, compounded by the burden of his friend's Sharingan, preventing him from fully realizing his potential, progressively leading to a decline in his spirit. Having Tenzo accompany him was also a means to uplift him, as perhaps, in the future, should Sarutobi no longer be around, Kakashi would be able to shield Konoha from adversity. Understood, Kakashi replied, momentarily silent but then affirming his acceptance. After all, this was an exchange between ninja villages, occurring soon after the war. With Konoha's elite forces severely diminished, he could at least maintain a facade of strength against the Cloud Village. Thus, they departed from route. Have you all understood the mission? Remember, we must acquire Konoha's Byakugan this time. With the Byakugan, reputedly one of the strongest eyes in the world, our military capabilities in the Cloud Village will achieve unprecedented enhancement at that point, even if Konoha seeks trouble. We need not fear. The leader of the Cloud Ninja delegation addressed his team outside Konoha Village. The once mighty Konoha was no longer formidable. The legendary Yellow Flash had instilled fear in the Rock and Cloud Ninja. But he was now deceased. Moreover, the hidden trump card, the Ninetales, had gone berserk. Even if sealed within the Jinchuriki, it might not be usable. Thus, it was evident that Konoha would not dare to provoke the Cloud Ninja again, unless the legendary Sannin returned or the deceased Hokages were resurrected. Otherwise, what could they use to contend against the Cloud Ninja? Understood. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Konoha Village. After a brief handover, they were escorted by Konoha's shinobi to the Hokage Tower's conference room. After some back-and-forth discussions, the Cloud delegation successfully extended their stay by 5 days. That evening, in the Cloud Ninja's resting area. Hey, Kurado, are we being monitored? The sensory ninja Kurado carefully scanned the surroundings, assuring no signs of surveillance. When we visit the Hyuga clan tomorrow, remember to note the positions, especially the main house. Reports indicate that the main house has a daughter who is already 3 years old. Perfect for us to capture and bring back to the village. We might just establish a Byakugan clan. The group fantasized about the glory of returning with the Byakugan bloodline, envisioning themselves as heroes. A truly splendid prospect. Meanwhile, unaware of the looming danger, Hinata was diligently training with her cousin Niji. Sweat trickled down her smooth forehead, yet her gaze remained resolute. With a loud thud, she was knocked to the ground by Niji. Seeing this, Niji quickly rushed to help Hinata up. This moment, he bore the mark of a caged bird, and the animosity towards the main house had subtly intensified due to the influence of his branch family's circumstances. However, Hinata was, after all, his sister, and Niji couldn't bear to look at her coldly. This led to his current awkward demeanor. Nevertheless, when Hinata was hurt, Niji reverted to being the caring brother. Are you all right, young lady? Niji pulled Hinata up from the ground. That I'm fine. Niji and I, let's continue. Hinata wiped the tears that were about to spill from her eyes, steeling herself mentally before resuming her training with Niji. It's been a while since I last saw Hinata. I should go find her today. Naruto, having returned Hinata home a few days ago, had not seen his only friend since days for why Hinata was his only friend. Aren't my handsome Kurama and the human-like Heisei also good friends? This question arose from Kurama, who was curious about his status in Naruto's heart. You are my family, Naruto replied. blinking his big eyes, casting a curious look at the intrigued Hashirama and Kurama. Then, he was enveloped in a warm embrace by Hashirama. Ahaha, no doubt you are my apprentice. Indeed, we are your family. Wiping away his tears, Hashirama took Naruto on a joyful ride atop a modified Susanoo steed, galloping through the transformed ceiling space. Kurama, feigning indifference, flicked his tail and joined in the galloping fun. Well, I suppose I can play with you a little. This indeed ignited Hashirama's competitive spirit, leading to the commencement of an equestrian contest. Ultimately, Hashirama emerged victorious, as the exterior of his steed was enveloped in his wood release technique. Although the small Ninetales was poised to surpass him, Hashirama transformed the wooden shell of his mount into an extremely uncomfortable seat. Thus, amidst the sharp, explosive sounds emitted by the small Ninetales, Hashirama clinched the victory. With Naruto finishing second and Kurama third, in the end, the small Kurama, nursing his sore rear, shot a fierce glare at Hashirama before retreating back into his cage. Did you think I wouldn't want to confront that shameless man? If it weren't for my inability to prevail. However, from that moment onward, the relationship between the two humans and one fox flourished. Little Naruto reminisced about the moment when the small Ninetales was pricked by the wooden spikes. Envisioning the comical image of its eyes nearly popping out, which involuntarily elicited a cheerful chuckle from him, in the past, Naruto had attempted to seek out Hinata, but he was always thwarted by that group of people, who insisted that the young lady could not be seen outside within a month. They urged him to return swiftly. Their attitude towards him was far from cordial, yet it was certainly more amiable than the villagers who secretly insulted him along the way. Today, Naruto resolved to take a different approach and stealthily visit Hinata at night. The moon rose stealthily from the horizon, casting its silvery glow upon the ground. Naruto quietly rose from his bed, climbed through the window, and departed from his apartment. This did not disturb the nearby Umbu. Perhaps it was because Naruto was known to fall asleep swiftly and never awaken at night, enjoying a remarkably sound sleep. Hence, their vigilance during the night was considerably diminished. Rest assured, those individuals did not notice your movements. The voice of Kurama echoed within Naruto's mind. All right, thank you, Kurama. Naruto smiled happily. His plan was in motion. He had pleaded with Kurama for quite some time before it agreed to keep watch for him. It is worth noting that the Ninetales possesses formidable sensing abilities, and combined with Naruto's innate talents as a member of the Uzumaki clan, scouting a radius of 10 kilometers was a trivial task. Kurama swished his tail, extending one out of the cage with Hashirama's assistance. Indeed, as the mightiest-tailed beast, his purpose was to be larger than some plant-based individual. Hey, Kurama, if it weren't for me, could you have emerged without damaging the seal to such an extent? Hashirama retorted loudly at Kurama. Quiet down. I need to be mindful of our surroundings. Kurama rolled his eyes at the plant man who had mistakenly called him by the wrong name again and focused intently on detecting any potential threats nearby. Outside, the night was dark, and the newly installed streetlights in the village cast a dim light, barely illuminating the narrow paths. The houses along the roadside, however, were brightly lit, following the route he had memorized. Naruto once again approached the Hyuga residence. Almost there, he crouched down, concealing himself with a cardboard box, poking 2 holes in it to observe his surroundings. All right, stealth mode. Engage. He progressed slowly forward, ultimately managing to infiltrate the Hyuga clan's territory. Hey, Hashirama, this person doesn't seem like one of your leaf villagers. Kurama detected an individual whose emotional fluctuations were entirely dissimilar to those of the surrounding people. The individual was suppressing their aura. Yet their inner emotional turmoil was evident. Nervousness, excitement, impatience, a willingness to face death. Let me see. Black lines appeared at the edge of Hashirama's vision, and his sensing abilities surged. Oh no, Naruto, your friend has been captured. Hashirama's astonished and furious voice reached Naruto's ears. What's happening? Naruto was bewildered. Hinata has been taken. What should I do? No, I must rescue her. Don't panic. Listen to me. Head east. Quickly pursue them. I'll guide you. Hashirama, in a moment of impulsiveness, directed Naruto to chase after the Cloud Ninja. All right. Naruto discarded his disguise and sprinted in the direction Hashirama indicated, in an instant. His speed matched that of the Cloud Ninja, who was attempting to conceal their advance. Little Hinata opened her eyes, only to find herself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. She was bound. Little Hinata realized she had likely been kidnapped, Panic surged within her. Her father had never taught her what to do in the event of a kidnapping. After all, as the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, surrounded by countless Byakugan-wielding guards, how could anyone dare to abduct her from the Hyuga estate? Yet today, it had indeed happened. Little Hinata struggled against her restraints, exerting all her strength to loosen the ropes. Unfortunately, not all 3-year-old children possessed the same strength as Naruto. "Hey, be quiet, or I will kill you," the Cloud Ninja hissed in a low voice at the awakened Hinata. In truth, if there was truly no way out, he would consider killing his hostage. After all, this was a Byakugan user. He needed to bring her back to the village as intact as possible. Little Hinata struggled even more fiercely. If this man took her away, she would never see her father, mother, Neji, Hanabi, or Naruto again. Just then, Hinata's bedroom door was pushed open by Hisashi. Little Hinata. Oh no! Hisashi spotted the broken window and immediately sensed that something was amiss. He leaped out of the bedroom and activated his Byakugan as the veins around his eyes bulged. A grayish world unfolded before him. Found it. Hisashi detected his daughter's chakra, now outside the Hyuga estate. Beside her was an unfamiliar chakra signature. No, he had seen it before, that's right. It belonged to a Cloud Ninja. As Hisashi ran, thoughts raced through his mind. The fury within him intensified at the thought of the Cloud Ninja potentially harming his daughter. Wait, there's a familiar chakra approaching that scoundrel. Is that the Jinchuriki? Huff huff. White mist billowed from Naruto's mouth. It was a frigid winter's night, but Naruto was unconcerned with the cold. Someone was attempting to take away his only friend. He transformed into a swift ball and dashed along the path. Hey, Hashirama, have you considered how Naruto should defeat this person? Just as Naruto and Hashirama charged forward, Kurama raised a crucial question. Huh? Hashirama paused, lowered his head, stroked his chin, and stomped his foot. How about you take over? Kurama, it seems I can't make an appearance, so there's only one option left. Let's go, Kurama. When there's nothing going on, you call me Kurama, but when there's trouble, it's Kurama, right? You think I can't handle you? Am I the kind of fox who would yield to your intimidation? Hashirama observed the pleased Nine Tails, unsure of what it was contemplating. Hey, are you up for it? Hashirama inquired again, rousing Kurama from his daydream. Of course, I must assist Naruto. After all, in Kurama's eyes, this child had already become family. In other words, he was like his own cub. How could he allow outsiders to bully him? I can help, but you must refer to me as the great Kurama-sama. Kurama lifted his noble head, casting a disdainful gaze at Hashirama, as if to convey that he was utterly useless. A colossal wooden figure rose from the ground, its large, glittering eyes fixed on the proud Kurama. On that day, Kurama recalled the fear of being dominated by the wooden giant. However, the imagined fist did not descend upon him. Instead, the wooden figure opened its massive mouth. Great Kurama-sama, please unleash your magnificent powers. After spending time together, Hashirama had come to understand that Kurama's nature was not malevolent, and they had gradually become friends. Thus, for Hashirama, who could bow before the other 4 Kage during the 5 Kage summit? What was the harm in calling Kurama something like handsome? How delightful. Yet, it was not entirely satisfying. The Ninetales felt that the arrival of the illustrious Kurama was rather too effortless, robbing him of that sense of accomplishment. Nevertheless, it was all right. Little Naruto had also arrived. Hey, let Hinata go, Naruto exclaimed upon spotting a man clad in the attire of a Cloud Ninja, cradling the small Hinata in his arms. The tiny Hinata, upon seeing Naruto's arrival, struggled even more fiercely. You little brat, do you know this girl? The Cloud Ninja was taken aback to be confronted by a child. It was truly astonishing. However, since he recognized the heiress of the Hyuga clan, he resolved that today would be the last for the boy. You yellow-haired punk, blame yourself for being so oblivious. There is a path to heaven, yet you choose not to tread it. You barge into hell without an invitation. A kunai flew directly towards little Naruto's forehead. Yet, considering the diminutive size of Naruto, the threat he posed was deemed too insignificant by the Cloud Ninja, resulting in a strike that lacked force. This was also to avoid making too much noise, which might attract the attention of Konoha's inhabitants. Put my friend down. Naruto bravely swatted the kunai aimed at him aside with his tiny hand, though it left a deep gash, exposing the bone. Ouch, that hurts. He winced. No, I must first rescue Hinata. What should I do? The still young Naruto's mind began a complex calculation, ultimately yielding no fruitful results. Hey, what are you waiting for? Use my power. Kurama could no longer bear to see Naruto hurt. The crimson chakra of the Nine Tails, aided by Hashirama, flowed through the channel established by the 8 trigram seal, finally enveloping Naruto's bloodied hand. Sigh, there's no way to truly merge with Naruto until the seal is lifted, Kurama mused. Observing Naruto wrapped in his scarlet chakra, gently consolidating some of it, Naruto's injury began to heal rapidly, yet the whiskers on his face re-emerged. A faint cloak of beastly chakra formed around him. Hurry up, or you will lose consciousness. Although Naruto's body would temporarily be under Kurama's control if he lost consciousness, Kurama still wished to spare Naruto from significant mental harm. Yash, let's go. Little Naruto leaped from the ground, launching himself toward the cloud ninja perched in the tree. The Nine Tails? The cloud ninja's gaze toward Naruto transformed in an instant. In no way. I merely encountered a child on the way. You're telling me he's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Ah, but he's still a child. I should be able to defeat him, right? These thoughts raced through his mind in an instant, for in the next moment, Naruto's claws, manifested from the chakra of the Nine Tails, struck him directly. Oh no! How could he be so fast? The cloud ninja's body was pierced, the force of the blow invading his very being in pain. He instinctively released his grip on Hinata that moment. Naruto's mind was somewhat muddled, yet he immediately caught little Hinata. Struggling to set her down, he urged her, run. Naruto's crimson eyes transformed into a brilliant azure upon seeing Hinata, shining resplendently in the moonlight. Hinata, upon witnessing the Nine Tails chakra leaking, Hayashi dashed toward them with frantic urgency. He had no choice but to hurry. This was no longer a matter confined to his household. If the Nine Tails went berserk, the entire Konoha would face devastation. Although the third Hokage might still risk his life to seal the Nine Tails, Hayashi could not bear such a responsibility. Thus, as he sprinted with reckless abandon, he soon spotted his daughter in Naruto's arms. Father, Hinata hesitated, glancing at Naruto, yet she chose not to flee. Hayashi swiftly dealt a fatal blow to the nearly lifeless cloud ninja in the tree before rushing to attend to Naruto. He even neglected to check on his daughter's injuries. I can't take this. Through the perspective of his Byakugan, Hayashi could see the crimson chakra of the Nine Tails streaming continuously from the seal on Naruto's abdomen into his body. However, this flow began to dissipate as Naruto lost consciousness. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Hayashi sighed in relief. Thank goodness, the fourth seal remains effective. He dared not attempt to release Naruto's chakra points. The child's points had yet to fully develop that if he accidentally released the Nine Tails, it would truly be the end. Yet, in reality, it was Kurama within Naruto who had voluntarily retracted his chakra, and Hashirama had sealed the small opening in the seal once more. Little Naruto is impressive. He truly is my disciple. Hashirama wiped away his tears, gazing at the child he had raised with immense pride. Heh, this is entirely the work of my Kurama. Otherwise, given Naruto's constitution, Kurama had initially anticipated that recovery would not be so swift. Yet, with Naruto's training and physical techniques alongside Hashirama, his physique had increasingly mirrored that of Hashirama. It was as if he possessed the body of a sage. He bore a resemblance to the former Ashura. Kurama rarely smiled, yet he did so now before resuming his rest. Naruto was far too exhausted tonight. They could engage in their race tomorrow. The Umbu arrived tardily. Had it not been for Hayashi dispatching someone to summon them, they might have remained oblivious to little Naruto's nighttime escapade. Laziness. Utter laziness. It was surprising that the elite among ninjas, members of the Umbu, had become so lax. Yet perhaps they owed their negligence a debt of gratitude, as it had spared his daughter from being abducted. At this moment, little Hinata wiped her tears, overwhelmed with fear and concern. She had witnessed the grim sight of Naruto's hand being torn open by the kunai, exposing bone. That must have hurt immensely. It would likely take a long time to heal. Hashirama Senju, just a minor injury. It will heal in 2 minutes. Little Naruto. Exactly. Don't let my severe injury fool you. I recover quite rapidly. At the Konoha hospital, Hayashi stood guard outside the doctor's office with Hinata, while inside. The drowsy Uzumaki Yugogo, abruptly awakened in the middle of the night, temporarily served as Naruto's guardian. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen donned a robe over his pajamas, having rushed directly from home to the hospital. The doctor emerged from the ward with a serious expression. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen inquired about Naruto's condition. How is the patient? He is dead. The heart-wrenching words echoed through the corridor. Could it be that his beloved grandson, little Naruto, would depart from this world just like that? Grandfather still has so much to impart to you, but you haven't even read my writings on the will of fire or the life of the third Hokage, nor have you utilized my telescope to look in on the world. What is the rush? The doctor regarded the group with exasperation. No, I meant that Cloud Ninja. Surely, you didn't think the Jinchuriki was dead. If the Jinchuriki were dead, the Nine Tails would have already obliterated the hospital. What about little Naruto? Hiruzen rubbed his head, realizing he had indeed been overly concerned, leading to a muddled mind. Well, he was brought in just in time if it had been a few minutes later. The doctor paused. What is it? Speak up. Did Naruto sustain severe injuries? Hiruzen was again caught off guard by the doctor. If it had been a few minutes later, his wounds would have healed on their own. With that, the doctor returned to his resting room to sleep. That it was late at night, and he was already irked. Ordinarily, if the Jinchuriki were gravely injured, he, as the hospital's leading physician, would be duty-bound to treat him. However, he is on the verge of self-recovery, and it seems rather excessive for you to call me up at this hour. Do not assume that I fear you simply because you are the third Hokage. I recall how the second Hokage had to lower his voice when seeking treatment here. This esteemed doctor is now 59 years old, a veteran who has witnessed the evolution of Konoha. However, due to his lack of combat prowess, he has remained in the Konoha hospital for over 30 years, yet still holds the humble title of a mere director. This is likely attributable to his notoriously volatile temper and his rather sardonic tone. Rumor has it that years ago, Hashirama inadvertently stabbed himself in the kidney with a kunai, and although Tobirama attempted to intervene, it was this doctor who ultimately healed Hashirama's injury. Neither Hashirama nor Tobirama has denied this. Rather, they have chosen to maintain their silence, which may relate to a particular medicine concerning physical enhancement. Humph, from now on, you shall not procure any kidney-replenishing pills from me. Monkey, the doctor coldly remarked as he passed Sarutobi. His voice loud enough for everyone in the corridor to hear. Let us hasten to see young Naruto. The third's face was slightly flushed with embarrassment, especially in contrast to the feigned ignorance of Hisashi and the curious gaze of Hinata. He promptly urged everyone to follow him to see Naruto. The hospital room was brightly lit, and Naruto was emitting soft snoring sounds, occasionally mumbling in his dreams that in his slumber, he played a game of tag with his family. Drool trickled from the corner of his mouth onto the pillow. Beside him lay a Cloud Ninja, his body pierced but appearing quite peaceful as well. What a nuisance, Hinata murmured as she leaned in to check on her friend. Hisashi reached out as if to stop her, but was restrained by the third Hokage. Let the children interact. We shall discuss matters suited for adults. Sarutobi's meaning was clear. They needed to deliberate on the Cloud Ninja issue. According to the intelligence from the Umbu and Hisashi, this Cloud Ninja sought to steal the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Such an act would be utterly intolerable for a clan that has long upheld the purity of its bloodline. However, Konoha currently lack the resolve to declare war on the Cloud Ninja. Tomorrow, they might even fabricate accusations against the Hyuga, claiming they were responsible for the deaths of their kin. Yet, given the piercing body and the overwhelming presence of Nine-Tails chakra, who could possibly pin this on the Hyuga? It would be a blatant lie. Hisashi, what is your perspective? Sarutobi posed this question to Hisashi, the clan head of the Hyuga, Lord Third. I believe the Cloud Ninja intended to steal our Byakugan lineage. Hisashi replied cautiously. Of course, I could hardly be oblivious to that. Sarutobi thought to himself, bemused by Hisashi's increasing shrewdness, even referring to our Konoha. What do you propose we do about this matter? Sarutobi inquired, his smile broadening as he observed Hisashi, who was bowing his head at that moment. The atmosphere in the room remained relatively calm, as Hinata poked at Naruto's newly grown facial hair. Each poke elicited no response from Naruto. Yet Hinata's own cheeks flushed crimson. Lord Third, I may have an idea, Hisashi said, glancing at his daughter amusingly teasing Naruto. What if we characterize this incident as the Cloud Ninja village instigating trouble? This corpse signifies not only that we dealt with an instigator, but also that our Jinchuriki is in optimal condition. This would instill a sense of caution in them, preventing further provocation. We could later provide them a graceful exit, claiming that our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki inadvertently harmed them during training. Sarutobi listened to Hisashi's suggestion. His eyes brightened. This notion appeared quite promising. The Third Shinobi World War had dragged on for so long. And Konoha had managed to subdue several other ninja villages without even deploying the 9-tails. Tio now assert that our 9-tails remains under control would indeed be advantageous. The injury sustained by Naruto had ignited a rare flame of resolve within Sarutobi. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Cough cough. This individual belongs to your Cloud Ninja, does he not? Sarutobi brought the unfortunate corpse into the conference room, the potent aura of 9-tails chakra wafting from it. The Cloud Ninja delegation fell silent. Their initial plan had been to steal the Byakugan. If successful, it would have been a perfect outcome that if it failed, they intended to use the deceased's body as leverage to deflect blame. However, how could they use this potent beast chakra to their advantage? Would they dare accuse the Hyuga using the visage of the unfortunate soul? Oh, my poor Maida Mingzi. How did he meet such a tragic end? The leader of the Cloud Ninja delegation stepped forward, his voice trembling as he spoke. As if mourning a lost kin, he infiltrated our village's Jinchuriki training ground yesterday and was killed by the Jinchuriki. Perceived as a spy, Sarutobi's tone was deep and somber, seemingly in sync with the leader's lamentation. This is, the leader faltered. They had all participated in Maida Mingzi's actions the previous night. Their task had been to distract the Hyuga clan, while Maida Mingzi was to abduct the clan's heiress. They had thought it would be an easy success, yet they hadn't anticipated encountering the 9-tails Jinchuriki. Their initial plan had been thwarted. Moreover, the intense beast chakra indicated that Konoha's 9-tails Jinchuriki was no weakling. Damn, did our intelligence fail us? Wasn't the Jinchuriki a mere 3-year-old child? How could a child inflict such damage? Curse it, I must report this false intelligence to Lord Raikage upon returning. Aha, then what do you make of the slap mark on his face? The leader attempted one last defense. This, Sarutobi interjected. This is our Hyuga clan's latest treatment method, by applying pressure to the facial acupoints. One can achieve hemostasis and healing. Hisashi, positioned behind Sarutobi, stepped forward to elucidate the origin of the mark. I arrived quite promptly, yet regrettably, I could not save Lord Maida Mingzi. Hisashi sighed with genuine remorse, bowing his head as if truly lamenting the loss of Maida Mingzi. The leader stared at Hisashi, who had begun to fabricate tales, his eyes twitching with disbelief. Such a deep imprint, and you dare claim it was a healing technique? Our people witnessed you rushing out in a panic. This is a provocation. An absolute provocation. Can I endure this? Certainly. In that case, I sincerely thank you for your efforts to save the late Maida Mingzi. The leader gritted his teeth, fully aware of the truth, yet unable to voice it openly due to pressure. Forced to swallow this bitter pill, you're most welcome. It is our duty in Konoha, Sarutobi interjected to smooth over the tension, deliberately sidestepping the issue of the rampaging 9-tails Jinchuriki. Tsh, are they intentionally provoking us? Not at all. Sarutobi feared that should the dialogue continue, the Cloud Ninja might turn hostile, making it challenging to resolve the situation. That it would be wiser to conclude matters here, while simultaneously displaying Konoha's magnanimity. Unbeknownst to them, Danzo Shimura had been quietly observing the proceedings, having recently been warned by Sarutobi to maintain a lower profile. His focus had shifted primarily to the Uchiha clan. Thus, he remained entirely unaware of the Jinchuriki incident from the previous night. However, witnessing Sarutobi's assertiveness and understanding the stakes for Konoha's benefit, he refrained from causing any disruptions during the meeting, willingly playing the role of the antagonist. Regrettably, I must ask you, Cloud Ninja, to take your comrade and leave. Due to the 9-tails Jinchuriki's loss of control, we must conclude this meeting swiftly. Otherwise, no one can guarantee that next time the 9-tails goes out of control, someone won't perish. Danzo's voice was profoundly ominous, laden with an unmistakable threat. His words were pointedly directed at the Cloud Village delegation, implying that given such actions, there was no longer a need for continued discourse in Konoha. They should hasten to finalize the post-war arrangements. And then Konoha would bid them farewell. Should they wish to continue their nefarious deeds, rest assured, our 9-tails is not to be trifled with. Damn, this overwhelming sense of oppression, truly deserving of the title darkness of Konoha. Isn't it? Just from his tone, one can discern how insidiously terrifying this man is. All right, Zoe, take the body of the deceased, and we shall swiftly conclude the final portion of our agreement, then return him to the village. The leader bowed his head. The current circumstances left them no room for maneuver. Initially, Lord Raikage had commanded him to seize Konoha's bloodline abilities by any means necessary, yet this mission also encompassed gathering intelligence on Konoha's secrets. Although they failed to acquire the bloodline, learning of the existence of another host for the Nine Tails made the journey worthwhile. Thus, a slight concession towards Konoha was permissible. Sarutobi cast a complex glance at Danzo. My dear friend, how should I truly regard you? Sigh. If only my 3 disciples were present, there would be no need for just the 2 of us to uphold Konoha's honor, so all you see is your deceased comrade? The Cloud delegation swiftly completed the final handover of the agreement that afternoon. Thus, the Third Great Ninja War was, in a true sense, brought to a close. How joyous, how commendable. Meanwhile, Hinata had returned to her home. The terrifying experiences of the previous night intensified her desire to grow stronger. However, it seemed that no matter how hard she tried, the gap between her and her brother Neji would forever remain insurmountable. My lady, perhaps you should rest for a while. After all, you are only 3 years old. There is no need to exert yourself so fiercely as a branch family member. I will protect you. Neji, who had not received the honor of a grand funeral from his father, still harbored fond feelings for Hinata. Though he spoke as a member of the branch family, his heart remained that of a protective older brother. Little Hinata wiped the sweat from her forehead, her cherubic face flushing with a hint of crimson. She was acutely aware that her performance paled in comparison to Neji's. Yet, she was resolute in her determination not to give up, unwilling to rely on others for salvation in times of peril. The scant chakra within her surged forth, channeling her resolve into her eyes. The fierce veins around her eyes throbbed. This was the Byakugan. Last night, at the moment the doctor declared the death, Hinata's Byakugan had already begun to awaken. However, it was only now that it fully manifested. Yet, in the very next moment of opening her eyes, little Hinata lost consciousness, her body collapsing to the ground. My lady. Neji, who had been elated to see Hinata awaken, suddenly found himself dismayed as she fell. He rushed forward to catch her, swiftly carrying the unconscious girl back to her room and entrusting her care to a maid. Ugh, my head hurts. Where am I? I was just practicing with Neji. Suddenly, she recalled her success in awakening her Byakugan. So, is this the realm of dreams? Little Hinata opened her eyes to find herself in an utterly unfamiliar world. This world was bizarre, filled with towering trees, enormous cages, and a blue screen before her. Would you like to grow stronger? The screen read. Grow stronger? Little Hinata's soft voice echoed through the forest. After a moment's contemplation, she pressed her small hand against the ore between the 2 liquid options. To her surprise, the liquids began to glow. The text on the screen transformed. Yamashiro template has been added. Selection of improvement process underway. Confirm process by consuming food. Restrictions. Do not disclose any information regarding this screen. Note. Congratulations, little Hinata. You now possess a path to greatness that rivals the 2 others. Remember to eat well, lest you starve. For that is the way to grow stronger. I seem to have not selected any liquid. Hinata tilted her head, her desire for strength tempered by the caution born from her abduction experience. However, this screen seemed insistent. As the screen faded, little Hinata departed from that world. Hey, Kurama, did you sense a strange aura? Just before her departure, she heard a vague voice. Yet, she dismissed the entire experience as merely a dream. Back at the Hyuga residence, Hinata's eyelashes fluttered before her eyes snapped open. Her Byakugan seemingly altered. An invisible pressure radiated from her eyes, but it dissipated in an instant. My lady, are you all right? The maid, seeing Hinata awake, approached with a bowl of tea and inquired about her condition. But I'm fine. I feel exceptionally well. That a refreshing sensation coursed through Hinata's body, the power of the Yamashiro template gradually enhancing her physique. With a sudden burst of energy, little Hinata sprang from the bed. Feeling her small fists brimming with vitality, she eagerly dashed out to seek Neji for practice. Let us offer a moment of silence for the unfortunate Neji, who was about to face her wrath. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, Hashirama stood puzzled at the very spot where little Hinata had just stood. He stroked his chin. Something feels off. I distinctly sensed a presence here. A small Kurama perched atop his head scoffed. This is the depths of Naruto's heart. For outsiders to enter, they must pass through the seal on his belly. That if that seal were breached, how could we not sense it? Kurama thought Hashirama was merely seeking trouble, a common tendency when one is left idle for too long. Previously, Hashirama had busied himself with greening the area and repairing the racetrack. He never expected to find amusement in teasing a fox today. Could it be that I misjudged? Hashirama began to doubt himself. Truly, If you have that much free time, you ought to repair the racetrack sooner, Kurama replied, exasperated, while also reminding him of the upcoming match with Naruto. Alright then, tonight's second Ninja World Horse Racing Tournament will undoubtedly be won by me. Senju Hashirama. Hashirama accepted the notion of his misjudgment and refocused on the imminent Ninja World Tournament. There are people. The god of ninjas, the strongest tailed beast, and a match underway. What else could this be but a ninja world war? With a clap of his hands, the wooden racetrack unfurled within the ceiling space. Little Kurama, not wishing to sleep atop this bumpy head, leapt back into the cage, returning to his original form. I think I'll continue to observe what Naruto is up to. Naruto jolted awake from his small bed in his apartment. Hinata, the terrifying experiences of the previous night replayed in his mind, the sensation of his will being scattered by the nine-tails chakra echoing incessantly. How did I end up here? Naruto glanced around, discovering he was still in his cozy little nook. Moreover, his severely injured hand was completely unscathed. Could it be? I never went out last night. It was all just a dream. Hey, don't be foolish. It was no dream, Kurama interjected. You indeed saved your friend last night. But what about the injury on my hand? Young Naruto, filled with curiosity, raised his hand and posed a question to the air. In truth, there was no need for Naruto to lift his hand. It rendered him rather foolish. Your self-healing ability is remarkably strong, and coupled with my chakra that possesses healing properties, I was nearly fully recovered by last night, remarked the Nine-Tails, with a dismissive flick of his lips. Then I must thank you, Kurama. You are truly amazing, the strongest of the tailed beasts. Young Naruto sincerely expressed his gratitude, for it was indeed Kurama who had saved his life. It's no great matter. The Nine-Tails replied, proudly lifting his head, relishing in the gratitude and praise bestowed upon him. Thank you for being my family, Naruto said, which left Kurama feeling somewhat bashful that in truth, your inherent self-healing ability has played a significant role as well. Kurama managed to suppress a smirk as he spoke. Now, you may commence your physical training with Hashirama. There's no need to confine yourself to mere basic power exercises any longer. The current state of young Naruto's physique increasingly resembled that of a sage. Nearly identical to Hashirama's, his recovery ability was extraordinary, his physical strength was formidable, and his chakra reserves were astonishing. It is perplexing how such a physique came to be. I recall the sage of Six Paths possessing a similar constitution. Goodness, it seems to be the legacy left behind by that old man. That wretched old coot, even after all these years, continues to vex us. Although Kurama internally grumbled about the sage of Six Paths, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned upwards. Hey, Kurama, come take a look at this. Hashirama's voice resonated from a distance through his enormous wooden voice tube. Got it. You're so tedious, Kurama retorted, calling back in that direction. Before a small version of the Nine-Tails gracefully slipped through the gap in the cage. While I concede that the 8-trigram seal of your sister is quite formidable, how will you respond when I present you with a plant-like entity that knows the mind SI? Hey, just how much have you shrunk your racetrack? Kurama gazed in disbelief at the innocent expression on Hashirama's face, who had reduced his track by approximately 100 meters. Redo it for me. Don't you think you can cheat? Young Naruto rose from his bed, noticing that the sun had risen quite high, likely around noon. It must be my big sister who brought me back, he surmised. Earlier, while his sister was cooking, Naruto had been diligently observing. Observing as one person is akin to observing as 2.5, with Naruto counting as 1, Kurama as 1, and Hashirama as half. This was due to Hashirama's utter cluelessness when it came to cooking. Even Kurama could distinguish between oil and salt, yet Hashirama could not be by the end. He was nearly excluded from the discussions of how to cook led by Naruto and Kurama. How infuriating! Back then, Mito bragged about her culinary talents. He vaguely remembered crafting a bowl of caramel-colored ramen that smelled divine. Mito had directly served it to Kurama, and then returned to inform Hashirama that the Nine-Tails found it delightful. But perhaps she should handle the cooking from then on. Hashirama dared not contradict Mito. Merely receiving praise was enough to make him happy. Thus, he sought out Madara and began the cooking process at his home. Each time, Madara patiently watched Hashirama cook, his eternal kaleidoscope of Sharingan spinning, clearly intent on stealing his recipes. Steal away. After all, I can surpass a recipe-free dish, he thought. However, after each meal, Madara would promptly expel himself from the kitchen. He never witnessed how Madara reacted to the dishes he prepared, but he imagined it must have left Madara in awe. Eventually, this series of events culminated in the rumors spreading that Uchiha Madara had poisoned Tobirama, only to later discover that it was Hashirama's cooking that had inadvertently mingled with Tobirama's food. Consequently, Hashirama never had the opportunity to cook again. Alas, such is the fate of the talented. As Hashirama recounted this hidden experience, Kurama painfully recalled the day when Mito had bound him with adamantine chains. He regretfully poured the bowl of ramen that exuded a scent of death into his mouth. Fortunately, being a tailed beast, his large physique saved him. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the poison. Under Kurama's guidance, Naruto successfully distanced himself from Hashirama, the poison maker, truly a cause for celebration. Young Naruto rubbed his empty stomach and resolutely declared, "I shall cook a dish for myself." He set a small stool in the kitchen and managed to reach the pot. Ultimately, under Kurama's vocal instructions and his own considerable strength, he produced a bowl of egg-fried rice that was at least more palatable than Hashirama's described version. "Oh, my beard has grown back again," young Naruto exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the hair sprouting on both sides of his face while washing. This was due to the excess chakra from the Nine Tails the previous day, which Kurama was unable to retract entirely, resulting in the growth of beard-like hair on Naruto's face. Hashirama felt a twinge of concern about Naruto being cornered by villagers again. "Hey, Kurama, is this beard okay?" Kurama disdainfully glanced at the useless plant-like entity and scoffed. "Heh, if Naruto hadn't been recognized before, that would have been an issue to be. Why now? The village has long spread word of Naruto's appearance. Whether or not he has a beard, in the eyes of those foolish villagers, he is still the Nine-Tails Fox. If that's the case, it's better to leave the chakra exposed. It can further enhance Naruto's physique." Indeed, the villagers who had once cornered young Naruto had already disseminated rumors about his beard. Given Naruto's recent wanderings, it was rare for anyone in the village not to recognize him as the Nine-Tails Fox. Hence, whether he had a beard or not was of little consequence. The prejudice had already taken root in the villagers' hearts. They were not oblivious to the fact that such a small child could not possibly be the Nine-Tails Fox. Yet their pent-up resentment and the monotony of daily life required an outlet. Under Danzo's machinations, young Naruto had become that outlet. That it appears that way. Do not worry. This is a normal phenomenon, that if the villagers were truly going to surround Naruto again because of his beard, they would have done so long ago, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Young Naruto beamed with joy, for this beard had accompanied him for 3 years since birth, as told by his grandfather. Its return felt just right. He had almost grown unaccustomed to its absence. After finishing his meal, young Naruto planned to venture outside. After all, staying home alone was exceedingly dull. A stroll would allow him to chat with Kurama and the others while also scaring those bewildered villagers. "Sakura, shall we go flower picking today?" the golden-haired Ino suggested to Sakura. "But it's winter. How could there be flowers outside?" Sakura asked in confusion, tightening the scarf around her neck. "Oh, if you don't go out to look, how would you know?" Ino pulled Sakura toward the snow-covered back mountain. The trees in the forest were blanketed in white snow, and the wild grass beneath appeared somewhat withered, lacking vitality. Meanwhile, young Naruto, after frightening a few unfortunate villagers, had slipped away to the back mountain. "Humph, a mere handful of villagers. How could they possibly catch me?" Young Naruto smugly reveled in the impotent fury of those villagers, satisfied as he made his way up the mountain path. The villagers, unable to keep up, felt their faces flush. Being startled by a fox demon in the dead of winter was truly shocking. The key was that they had failed to catch him, leaving them completely embarrassed. "If I must take the initiative, then no one will dare bully me again." The Nine-Tails gazed with satisfaction at Naruto's achievements. When Naruto first appeared, the Nine-Tails had deliberately conjured an illusion of the nine-tailed fox using its own chakra. Among those who had chased him most fervently, the one with the reddest face was undoubtedly the most terrified, his trousers now frozen, exuding an odd scent. Nine-Tails, I believe." Hashirama initially intended to express that communication is essential among people. However, Naruto had certainly made attempts to communicate, yet what he received in return was nothing but insults and thrown rotten eggs. That a vast chasm existed between him and the villagers, a divide far too great for a mere child to bridge. Thus, while the Nine-Tails' methods were undeniably violent, they might also be deemed a suitable approach. "Hey, what's that over there? It seems there are people on the mountain, and they appear to be 2 children." Naruto's jubilant leap came to an abrupt halt, as he found himself ill-equipped to handle such situations. Currently, the only child in the village who considered him a friend was Hinata. The others dared not approach him. Perhaps his methods towards those mischievous kids had been a tad too aggressive. A certain child, whose nose Naruto had broken, certainly did not find that amusing. You seem familiar. It's that girl with pink hair. Naruto halted his intended course that he felt a peculiar affinity for the colors red and pink, an affection rooted in memories of his mother. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto made his way towards Sakura and her companions. Look, such beautiful flowers, Ino exclaimed, pointing at a cluster of white petals with yellow stamens atop a snowbank, her smile radiant. Indeed, I never expected flowers to bloom in winter, Sakura remarked, astonished by the sight that its called the Wunsheng orchid. Its language symbolizes good fortune. Ino, proud of the knowledge she had gleaned from her mother, shared. Hee, that's wonderful. I hope I won't encounter that nine-tailed fox in the days to come, Sakura wished aloud. The nine-tailed fox? Ino looked puzzled at Sakura's mention of it. Her parents had never informed her about Naruto, and she typically paid little heed to rumors. After all, being 3 years old, her greatest joy lay in running about and playing. You didn't know? That boy with yellow hair we encountered before is actually the nine-tailed fox that wreaked havoc in Konoha 3 years ago, Sakura declared gravely, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. It said that to gain Lord Hokage's trust, he even concealed his whiskers. Ino's eyes widened in astonishment, staring intently at Sakura. She had not expected the Hokage to condone this so-called nine-tailed fox. In her mind, the nine-tailed fox had long been sealed by the fourth Hokage and could not possibly re-emerge, especially not in the guise of their peers. That true? Why hasn't my father ever told me? Ino wondered. Her father, Yamenka Kahii, being the clan leader and a member of the trio known as the Inoshikacho during the last Shinobi World War, he surely could not be unaware of such matters. According to my mother, all high-ranking ninjas have been sworn to secrecy, forbidden from discussing it with anyone. Sakura relayed the information she had. I see. I'll ask my father about it when I get home tonight. Ino concluded, finding some sense in Sakura's explanation, yet still believing it prudent to consult her father. All right, but you should be cautious of that nine-tailed fox that I believe his current name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's name echoed through the frost-laden forest, resonating far and wide, reaching his ears as he hid behind a tree. The young boy fell silent, lowering his gaze, the desire to introduce himself fading away. Quietly, he retreated to a familiar spot by a stream he often visited. The stream had frozen over, no longer flowing, mirroring the chill within Naruto's heart. Hey, Naruto, are you all right? The Nine-Tails voice echoed, slow and deliberate, a tailed beast. It struggled to comprehend human thought, yet it could sense the coldness enveloping Naruto's heart. Nine-Tails, am I destined to remain friendless? Naruto kicked a pebble into the ice, the force shattering the surface with a crackling sound that he felt lost, disoriented. What are you thinking? Just last night, you saved your friend. Didn't you? The Nine-Tails softened its tone, trying to comfort Naruto by recalling his moonlit exploits. But is that truly my only friend? Naruto questioned, uncertain if there were others who, like Hinata, did not fear him. He sensed an unbridgeable gap between himself and the other children. Naruto, don't fret. When you turn 6, you'll be able to attend the Ninja Academy, and then you should be able to make plenty of good friends. 6 years old, that's still 2 years away after winter. Have faith in yourself, Hashirama encouraged, perhaps resonating with a unique connection as the reincarnation of Ashura, as Naruto's once dull eyes began to shimmer with light. All right, I will become the Hokage. Naruto's spirit surged as he realized he already had one friend, and surely more would follow. Once he garnered the recognition of others, becoming Hokage would be within reach. Ha! Naruto struck a triumphant pose, laughter spilling forth. Meanwhile, blades of grass sprang to life beneath his feet, swaying in the winter breeze alongside him. Wait a moment, grass? The Nine-Tails rubbed its eyes in disbelief. Naruto, truly not a member of the Senju clan? Hashirama, do you see that? Is that what release? The Nine-Tails voice trembled with astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of numbness. Hashirama, caught in a laugh with Naruto, was interrupted by the Nine-Tails revelation and turned to see the grass dancing in rhythm with Naruto. Grass? It seems, perhaps, it could be. Yes, Hashirama's initial shock quickly transformed into elation. I knew it. Naruto resembles me so closely. He must be capable of awakening would release. Truly, the child of prophecy, my disciple. Hey, have you considered why Naruto possesses would release? The Nine Tails interrupted Hashirama's exuberance, attempting to ground him in reality. I assent it due to my teachings. Hashirama feigned ignorance, uncertain of the true reason, but believing it was perfectly normal for a disciple to resemble their master. Normal, you say? Would release is a bloodline limit, unique to the Senju clan. This child bears the surname Uzumaki. Had it not been for the Nine Tails witnessing Naruto's birth, it would have doubted whether this child truly belonged to the Senju line. Firstly, would release is not exclusive to the Senju clan. It is a bloodline limit I developed. When I awakened would release, my experience was not dissimilar to Naruto's. It involved a series of steps that ultimately led to success. Hashirama cleared his throat, attempting to clarify his position to the increasingly dubious Nine Tails. Do you hear yourself? The Nine Tails was baffled, unable to comprehend the absurdity. What a joke. Your grandson cannot wield a bloodline limit. Yet Naruto can? Could it be that your presence in the ceiling space has gradually infused Naruto with your power? The Nine Tails began to reconsider its fractured thoughts, contemplating the reasons behind Naruto's would-release abilities. That makes sense. After all, in 1,000 years, there has been no precedent for sealing a human within another's body. Plus, Hashirama's chakra might even surpass my own. Goodness, why not change your name and join our family of tailed beasts? The Nine Tails concluded, believing that Hashirama's activities within Naruto's sealing space had inadvertently allowed would release's power to seep out, guiding Naruto's chakra in that direction. The Nine Tails shared his conjectures with Hashirama, eliciting a response that mirrored his own expression. Yet, despite its eccentricity, there was a kernel of truth in the Nine Tails' words. Viewed in this light, it was indeed his own merit. Truly, what a genius teacher Hashirama is. It was a grave injustice when Tobirama prevented me from becoming a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Naruto, be mindful of your footing. That Hashirama's voice interrupted Naruto's laughter, prompting him to glance down and discover an abundance of small grass sprouting beneath him. What on earth is this? Curiously, Naruto observed the swaying little blades of grass and gently patted their tops. That a warm connection seemed to forge between Naruto and the grass, as if the grass were an extension of himself. Congratulations, you have awakened a bloodline ability akin to mine, the would release. Hashirama explained to the inquisitive Naruto, his tone brimming with joy. My disciple has awakened the would release. No doubt, my disciple surpasses even the likes of monkeys. Would release, is that the ninjutsu you use to plant trees? Naruto recalled the lush forest within the ceiling space, instantly connecting the dots. Yes, Naruto, how astute. From now on, you can learn would release from me. Hashirama was elated, not only resolving Naruto's emotional dilemmas, but also gaining a successor for his would release techniques. Unbeknownst to Hashirama, Danzo had utilized his body to create a shell, years after my passing. My disciple has inadvertently gained an illegitimate child. How ironic. Truly, this is marvelous. I shall plant trees at the doorsteps of those villagers who speak ill of me, trapping them inside. No doubt, my Jinchuriki, your thoughts are rather wicked for one so young. The Nine Tails grinned widely, emitting a cackling laugh. Hey, where did you learn such terrifying ideas? Hashirama was taken aback by Naruto's thoughts. Your would release can be used to strike foes, battle tailed beasts, and even construct homes. However, using it to block paths is quite another matter. Setting aside the issue of civility, should Madara witness this, he would mock you relentlessly. But I thought of it myself. Those rascals insult me. Can I not retaliate? Hashirama fell silent. Naruto, you speak wisely. The Nine Tails, acknowledge your resolve. Hashirama remained quiet, unsure of how to convey to Naruto the will of fire. No, that would be too harsh. Must Naruto repay malice with kindness? How then can one repay kindness? All Hashirama could do was strive to provide warmth to Naruto's family. Naruto, let us discuss this another time. Much like his former dealings with Madara, Hashirama's attitude remained one of unilateral deferral, reluctant to confront the issue, ultimately leading to a rift. Hashirama, it seems you have no words left. The Nine Tails directed this remark solely at Hashirama, intending to provoke him and deter him from indoctrinating Naruto with his will of fire. Oh, teacher, worry not. I aspire to be Hokage. How could I possibly be so petty? Sensing his teacher's displeasure, Naruto offered words of comfort. Boo-hoo. Naruto, I am deeply moved. Hashirama covered his face, tears of emotion streaming through his fingers. TCH, the Ninetales scoffed lightly, yet refrained from adding fuel to the fire. Perhaps I should visit Hinata this evening, Naruto contemplated. Meanwhile, what of Hinata? Young lady, please, do not eat any more. I am frightened. Niji observed Hinata, who had consumed thrice her usual portion, and dared not look at her any longer. Ahem. Hinata, while awakening your eyes is a good thing, surely you need not eat so much. Hisashi cleared his throat, gently reminding the young Hinata. Hinata's face flushed crimson. Yet she was unwilling to set down her bowl as the food entered her mouth. A delightful sensation enveloped her, akin to a warm bath, immensely comforting. Her eyes gradually deepened in hue, though the change was subtle. Father, but I feel as though I am still hungry. Hinata spoke between bites, her mouth never ceasing its movement. How embarrassing, Hinata thought to herself, yet her body seemed entirely uncontrollable. Her hands moved instinctively to scoop another bowl of rice. It was truly mortifying to be gazed upon by her esteemed father and Niji in such a peculiar manner. Had it been her former self, she might have fainted by now. Yet, with each morsel consumed, Hinata felt her consciousness sharpening. This only served to deepen the blush upon her cheeks. Enhanced by her physical condition, Hinata's tolerance for blushing had significantly increased, with a sound reminiscent of boiling water. Hisashi intervened, finally halting Hinata, and with that, she fainted. I wonder where all this food has gone. Hisashi gazed at his daughter, who had consumed double her usual amount, yet her belly remained unchanged, causing him great concern. However, through the perspective of the Byakugan, Hinata's body showed no signs of distress. Rather, her chakra levels had increased. Were it not for Hinata being his biological daughter, possessing the Byakugan, Hisashi might have believed her to be a child of the Akimichi clan. Lord Clan Head, is the young lady all right? Niji inquired anxiously, observing Hinata's unconscious form. Niji, we are merely family here. You may call me uncle. Hisashi sighed, pondering whether his own nephew was also subject to the influence of the branch family system. Hinata is simply too shy. Her body is in no way compromised, but rather, it has improved. Niji breathed a sigh of relief, yet still refrained from addressing Hisashi as uncle. The clan head jested. If the young lady is well, I am at ease. The winter wind swept through the cozy living room, tousling Niji's short hair, revealing a faint blue mark upon his forehead. Caged birds, true to their name, resemble birds trapped within a cage, living a life devoid of freedom. Hisashi lamented within his heart that I wonder when this system will be abolished. If it were not absolutely necessary, Hisashi would never wish to impose such a confinement upon his own brother. Every individual should be a free bird, unbound by chains. At the very least, they should possess the right to choose for themselves, rather than being forcibly confined within a cage. Hisashi remained silent for a moment before summoning a maid to clear the table, taking it upon himself to escort Hinata back to her room. Lord Clan Head, I must take my leave. My father requires my company. Niji bid farewell to Hisashi, his tone laced with a hint of distance. Very well, please extend my regards to Hayashi. I shall visit him tomorrow to chat. Hisashi nodded, bidding farewell to Niji. Spring has arrived. With gentle breezes dissipating the winter's chill, seeds sprout from the earth, and the once frozen rivers begin to flow once more. Naruto stood at the riverbank, his face a mask of trepidation as he gazed upon the recently thawed, still icy waters. Do not worry, Naruto. Bravely stepped forward. Hashirama's encouraging voice resonated from the ceiling space, reaching Naruto's ears. That wouldn't I freeze to death? Naruto's voice trembled slightly as he removed his gloves, dipping his index finger into the water. Brrr, it's so cold. It feels no different from ice. Rest assured, there is absolutely no problem. This is a method devised by my younger brother, who is only slightly less clever than I. Indeed, this training methodology was meticulously devised by the second Hokage, Senju Hashirama, specifically for the students of the Ninja Academy. It consists of fundamental tree climbing exercises as well as advanced water walking techniques. However, at the onset, Hashirama was only aware of the initial version, which solely encompassed water walking, although Tobirama later incorporated the foundational aspect. Hashirama remained oblivious to this addition. Tobirama mused, it might be best for my foolish elder brother to remain unaware of such things, lest he squander promising talent in the future. Consequently, young Naruto was introduced to the challenging water walking training from the very beginning. Naruto swallowed hard and gingerly placed his foot upon the water's surface. Splash. His foot sank in. Sensei, how long did you practice this? Naruto inquired, turning to the spirit of Senju Hashirama within the ceiling space. Let me think. It seems it was just 2 days, Hashirama recalled. Keep it up, Naruto. I believe in your potential. 2 days? That sounds rather simple, Naruto thought to himself. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Hashirama had only begun his water-walking training in his teenage years. A detail he failed to notice. Soon after, Naruto fell into the river, much to the bemusement of Kurama. Brr, it's so cold. Naruto's clothes became drenched, the frigid water clinging to his skin. An MBU member on patrol in the trees hurriedly rushed over to rescue him. Hey, what are you doing? It was Yuzuki Yugao, who was quite displeased with Naruto's unexpected antics. The child of such tender age should be at home, playing with friends, not here performing a diving act for the ANBU. Big sister, I'm practicing how to walk on water. Yugao was taken aback, never having considered that a child nearing 4 would engage in such training. She glanced at Naruto, who was barely waist-high to her. And then at the river, which was deep enough to submerge him up to his neck. Who told you about this training? Yugao asked, her curiosity piqued about how Naruto had come to know of such a method. At that moment, the clever teachings of Hashirama came into play. That I saw some ninja uncles standing on the water, catching fish, so I wanted to try it myself. Naruto hugged himself, shivering, lamenting that he should have heeded Kurama's warnings and avoided this dreadful place for practice. Well, let me take you to get cleaned up first. I'll have someone fetch your clothes from your home. Yugao, her face hidden behind a mask, was at a loss for words, surprised by the reason behind his predicament. By the way, which ninja would have the leisure to fish in the river behind the village? Wait a moment, there seems to be a white-haired one who enjoys grilling fish. Never mind, let's just get Naruto cleaned up. Without concern for the cold water on Naruto, she scooped him up and headed toward the bathhouse. He feels a bit soft. This was Naruto's impression as he was lifted. Hearing his comment, Yugao couldn't help but feel exasperated. Playfully tapping Naruto's wet head with her finger, don't wiggle around. As expected, a little scare was all it took to settle him down. Before long, Yugao brought Naruto to the bathhouse. Good day, Ambison. This is... The bathhouse owner recognized the small figure in Yugao's arms. Realizing it was none other than the infamous Nine Tails, as rumors had spread throughout the village, is he really in the water? No way, the mighty Nine Tails has fallen into the river. The world had truly gone mad. Oh, isn't this Yuzuki of the ANBU? A man with a green bodysuit and a watermelon hairstyle recognized Yugao's identity, but quickly corrected himself upon seeing her masked face and ANBU attire. Guy, could you please take this child in for a bath? Yugao had been contemplating whether to take Naruto to the women's bath, but figured it would be better to let Guy handle it. Oh ho ho. So, such a young child is diligently practicing at the start of spring. Truly a symbol of youth. No problem, leave it to me. Mato Guy, moved by Yugao's explanation, was on the verge of tears. Wiping his eyes as passion radiated from him, he gave a thumbs up, revealing his pearly white teeth, fully endorsing Naruto's youthful spirit. Naruto thought, my adolescence hasn't even begun. I'm still just a human cub. Medaka, your human cub just pierced me through. Seal it quickly, Yugao observed Guy's unexpected enthusiasm, her mouth twitching beneath her mask, yet she handed Naruto over to Mato Guy. Naruto, go wash up with this uncle. Naruto opened his eyes, only to be startled by the sight of the kappa before him. A kappa. Guy's smile froze on his face as he quickly snatched the drenched Naruto into his embrace. This child is truly a symbol of youth. But I assure you, Uncle is not a kappa. I am the azure beast of Konoha, Mato Guy. Trapped under Guy's arm, Naruto struggled with all his might. Wow, such strength. Guy felt Naruto's power, which seemed to match a third of his usual strength. Truly remarkable. Yet, considering the child's identity, Guy could only marvel at the prowess of a Jinchuriki. No. Let me go. I want to wash with big sister. In a moment of honesty, Naruto inadvertently voiced his desire. Yugao, who had been watching with amusement, silently approached from behind Naruto. Hey, why did you put me down? Guy released Naruto, but a chill suddenly ran down the boy's spine. Naruto, what did you just say you wanted to do? Oh no, he had forgotten about the big sister behind him. Achoo. Naruto feigned a sneeze and took off running into the men's bathhouse, dragging the kappa uncle along. Hey, you haven't paid yet. The bathhouse owner, who had been merely a bystander, could no longer remain idle. Fearing they intended to skip out on the bill, Here's the money. No need for change. Yugao produced a 100 Rio note from her pocket and handed it to the owner. Oh ho ho. The ambu lady is generous. I won't disturb you any longer. Please enjoy your bath. The men's bath typically cost 20 Rio, and with the midday lull, business had not been thriving. However, this beautiful, graceful, and elegant ambu lady had just secured the afternoon's sales. How did the owner recognize her through the mask? Obviously, she exuded an air of nobility. It was clear she hailed from a prestigious family. Even a pig would be the most refined kind. Naruto dragged Mato Guy into the bathhouse. Hey, Naruto, you need to take off your clothes to bathe and wear a bathrobe. Guy stripped off his green bodysuit, revealing his well-defined physique to Naruto that he struck a pose. His muscles flexing, exuding an aura of confidence. Wow, so cool. Naruto gazed at the Kappa man, half-clad in a bathrobe, half-naked with bulging muscles, his eyes reflecting a hint of envy. Right? Haha. Guy continued to showcase his impressive muscles to Naruto. This is my youth. As he basked in Naruto's admiration, Guy gradually became entranced by the boy's praise. This state of bliss persisted until the bathrobe tied around his waist suddenly slipped off. Though he quickly yanked it back up to cover himself, Naruto was quick to notice. Acorn. Naruto tilted his head, pondering before finally settling on the most fitting description. Guy, who had thought Naruto wouldn't notice, was struck by the simplicity of those two words. He wrapped his bathrobe tighter around himself and submerged into the bath. Damn it. Woe is me, how can that be an acorn? Several years have passed, and it is simply inconceivable that he remains an acorn. Through the misty surface of the water, we can observe that Might Guy's face beneath the water has turned a warm shade of red. Little Naruto, please refrain from speaking about this matter in front of him, said Hashirama, the sage sealing space, silently mourning for this unfortunate child. Ever since catching sight of Might Guy, Hashirama's mind has been tingling, as if something within him is yearning to emerge. Just then, he recalled that this child should be the one wearing the headband. After all, it is only the Might family that loudly proclaims youthfulness within Konoha. However, he truly is quite small. Hashirama glanced down at his own physique and chuckled to himself. One must never inquire about the size of a sage. Back in the day, when Uchiha Madara and Hashirama were competing over who could urinate the farthest, Madara was left speechless by Hashirama's stature. It is said that during the great battle preceding the founding of Konoha, Hashirama stripped down to his undergarments before stabbing himself with a kunai, ultimately moving Madara to join him in establishing Konoha. This may be apocryphal, but it is certainly a tale worth telling. Seeing the sorrowful Might Guy, Naruto resolved to offer him comfort. He shed his bathrobe, ventured into the deeper section of the bathhouse, and gently patted the withdrawn Might Guy, who had his eyes closed. Don't worry, Uncle Acorn Kappa. Look, mine is just a little bigger than yours. Might Guy opened his eyes in the water, only to see a small elephant larger than himself swaying in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? Stop that. He might end up committing suicide. Hashirama saw that Naruto's antics had inflicted another wound upon Might Guy's already bruised heart and hurriedly called for Naruto to cease. Well, I just wanted to comfort Uncle Kappa. Naruto quickly pulled Might Guy back to the shallow end to prevent him from truly becoming a Kappa at that moment. Might Guy sat on the edge of the bath, his feet still submerged in the water, his gaze somewhat vacant. He mumbled, Acorn, Acorn. Oh dear, Uncle Kappa, don't worry, you'll grow bigger in time. After all, some people experience their growth spurts later. Naruto patted Might Guy's little legs in a comforting manner. It was evident that he had triggered the key word, youth. The once dull eyes of Guy reignited with a vibrant green flame. Indeed, I cannot allow myself to give up on my youth. I will definitely grow bigger in the future. This is youth we are talking about. Oh, young man, you are absolutely right. Might Guy puffed out his chest, regaining his youthful spirit. Uncle Kappa is back, Naruto teased. Noting that Guy's spirits had lifted, Guy's eyes fixated intently on Naruto, and an unsettling premonition surged within Naruto's heart. Little Naruto, I take it you have yet to experience a scrub bath? Guy stood up, gradually approaching Naruto, his face alight with a fervent love for youth. Truly, that mischievous grin was not born from a good idea. No, I don't want to get away. Naruto was frightened by the look of mischief on the Kappa's face. Though uncertain of what a scrub bath entailed, that expression surely boded ill. Come now, let's give it a try. You can't truly call it youth without a scrub. Might Guy seized Naruto's arm, a wave of green chakra bursting forth from him. Open the first gate of the 8 gates. No, I'm not yet in my youth. You perverted acorn kappa. Let go of me. A symbol appeared on Guy's forehead, and his smile morphed into something even more unhinged. No, no, as long as one possesses the heart of youth, one is perpetually youthful. Little Naruto, you have fallen into my grasp. Do you think you can escape? Hashirama and Kurama in the ceiling space silently closed their eyes. After all, Naruto had indeed gone a bit too far this time, and it was clear that Guy had no intention of harming him. No, I don't want to. The green chakra-infused Might Guy donned scrubbing gloves and pinned Naruto to the scrubbing table. A sensation both painful and pleasurable coursed through Naruto's back. Oh, young man, your youth should not be sullied with this much dirt. Allow me to cleanse it all away. Naruto's apartment did indeed have a bathing area, but one could hardly expect a child to be thorough in their cleaning. Thus, there was quite a bit of grime on Naruto's body. Consequently, under Might Guy's vigorous scrubbing, a layer of dirt was removed from his back. Naruto emitted breaths that were difficult to discern as either painful or pleasurable. It over. The figure of a big sister floated through Naruto's mind. He must find her. He couldn't remain with this kappa any longer. Guy said nothing but released his hold on Naruto. Naruto stood up, tears welling in his eyes. Yet this was not the time for retribution. Once he mastered would release and attained his full potential, the first thing he would do is strip that acorn kappa and hang him from a tree. However, just as Naruto envisioned the scene of his future vengeance, a statement plunged him into despair. Of course not. Next, we must scrub the front. No, let me ignite your youth. After enduring a tormenting experience of scrubbing, Naruto finally broke free from the merciless hands of the acorn kappa, big sister. Naruto felt both clean and unclean, a physical cleanliness overshadowed by spiritual pollution. The moment he stepped out of the bathhouse, he dashed towards Yuzuki, seeing Naruto's flushed face and his wide, watery eyes. Yuzuki felt uncertain about what had transpired in that brief hour of bathing. Could it be that Might Guy and Naruto had engaged in something inappropriate? Oh my, would this not be a betrayal of Kakashi-senpai? No, that can't be. How could he possibly do anything to Naruto? He is only 3 years old. Hey Guy, what did you do to little Naruto? Yuzuki's tone was somewhat odd, her mind drifting to unsavory thoughts. However, in reality, she did not believe Guy would harm Naruto. After all, his dear friend, the current Umbu captain, the silver-haired Kakashi, would surely not let him off easily if he found out. Yet, when she thought of Captain Kakashi, with his silver hair, heterochromatic eyes, one red and one black, standing at 181 centimeters tall. Oh my, who would have thought Guy would have such good taste, falling for Kakashi at such a young age? This could be considered a form of development, dear. I merely took little Naruto to experience the feeling of youth. Guy revealed his prominent front teeth. Hey, inform the captain that an unidentified creature has committed an unforgivable offense against the Jinchuriki. Yuzuki immediately turned to the Umbu on duty in the trees. Come on now, it was just a bath. Guy hurriedly explained, though he had no idea what an unforgivable offense entailed. Yuzuki's tone suggested a misunderstanding. Oh, I see. You startled me there. Yuzuki called back the Umbu who was about to leap away and sighed in relief, patting her chest, which was likely about a B cup. She truly feared that the trembling little Naruto still in her embrace had been harmed by Guy. By the way, I heard little Naruto has been wanting to train. Should I take him to experience youth? The greenskin kappa made a proposal to Yuzuki for a Pokemon exchange. Ding, Yuzuki pondered. Equivalent to a Pokeball being easily escaped from. Yuzuki declined the green kappa's offer. I'm sorry, I can't make that decision. You'll have to ask, given that little Naruto was still in her arms. Yuzuki did not speak directly, but Guy understood her meaning. I see. What a pity. But don't worry, little Naruto. Your youth is still long ahead. Do not be disheartened. If you wish to ignite your youth, come find me. Kai raised his thumb, his pearly white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Little Naruto remained silent, yet Shien could sense him holding her tighter. Ouch, that stung a bit. Naruto, let's go. I'll take you home. With that, Shien lifted Naruto and turned around. Kai, thank you for today. I've already settled the payment, so I'll be taking little Naruto home now, Shien said, and she began to walk away with Naruto, clinging to her like a sloth. Youth truly is a wondrous thing. Might Guy gazed at the retreating figure of Naruto, and with a fleeting glance, he felt the vitality of youth radiating from him once again. Naruto mused. I merely opened my eyes for a moment, thinking I had already left, only to see those glimmering teeth again. How absurd. Naruto's gaze towards the acorn kappa had begun to take on a peculiar intensity. Naruto, don't cry. We want to ask that uncle to take you for a bath anymore. Shien gently patted Naruto's back, offering him comfort. But who else could they find? After all, Naruto was still quite young, and if he were to accidentally drown in the bathtub, it would indeed be a grave matter. News would spread in other ninja villages. Extra, the Jinchuriki of the esteemed Konoha village drowned in a bathhouse, and thus, the second Nine-Tails incident would lead to the collapse of the first ninja village, sparking the Fourth Great Ninja War. What a tale, ignited by a mere bathhouse. Shien shuddered at the thought of such an outrageous scenario. Wait, perhaps I should ask Captain Kakashi to help Naruto bathe? No, that feels like a waste of talent. After all, the future leader of the Umbu should not be bathing a 3-year-old child. Should she ask Shikamaru? Yet, he was currently on a mission. After much contemplation, she was left without a definite solution. Just then, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, knocked on the door of Shien's apartment. Shien, I heard that little Naruto fell into the river today. What happened? When Naruto fell into the river, an Umbu had reported it to the third Hokage. However, upon learning that Shien had already taken Naruto to the bathhouse, Hiruzen decided to wait for their return to inquire further. Yes, Lord Hokage. The situation is as follows. Shien recounted Naruto's explanation almost verbatim to Hiruzen. I see. A white-haired ninja uncle was fishing on the water. Hiruzen's lips twitched. He hadn't expected that Naruto fell into the water for such a reason. He had given Naruto quite a sum. Why was he still thinking about fishing? If Naruto were to buy fish, he could do so under the pressure of the Umbu. However, the disdainful looks from the vendors towards Naruto would surely leave him feeling quite upset. Thus, during the excuse-making, Hashirama and Kurama had settled on this pretext. Note, this idea was contributed by Naruto, 49, Kurama, 50, and Hashirama, 1. Hashirama, why does my suggestion of this essential training method on the water only count for 1? Kurama, have you forgotten? Aside from the initial training method, what other excuses did you come up with afterward? Hashirama's original excuse was, I wanted to experience the sensation of stones skipping across the water, to see if I could float over. This was clearly a case of nostalgia clouding his judgment after arriving at the river. Unfortunately, Kurama was unaware of this experience of Hashirama. Otherwise, he would have definitely mocked him. Every day, Hashirama, why not have yourself turned into a pebble and float down the river to reunite with your brother? By the way, has little Naruto already refined his chakra? The third Hokage was somewhat astonished that Naruto had refined chakra at such a young age. The key point being that Naruto had only been self-studying for less than 2 months. Lord Hokage, it was mentioned in the previously reported log that Naruto had refined chakra quite some time ago. Hiruzen was taken aback and then chuckled awkwardly. Look at me. My memory isn't what it used to be. Yet, he recalled that he had managed to refine chakra in just 3 days back in his day. He then handed Shien a book titled A Student's Guide to Enhancing Chakra Control. Give this to Naruto tomorrow. Let him take his time, and don't rush him. Also, if Naruto needs to take a bath next time, I can help, Hiruzen remarked. After all, even the elderly should occasionally bond with children. Shien nodded and accepted the book. This is annotated by my teacher. Make sure Naruto takes it seriously. The teacher of Lord Third. That would be the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, right? Shien opened the first page of the thin book. A Student's Guide to Enhancing Chakra Control by Tobirama Senju. There was another line beneath, but it seemed to have been maliciously scratched out. Only the first 2 words were visible. Evil. Could it be some sort of sinister secret technique? Naruto, remember to study the book diligently and don't go jumping into the water again. Shien handed the book to the listless Naruto lying on the bed, explaining that the third Hokage would take him for a bath. Naruto's dull gaze gradually brightened. Hooray, I won't have to encounter the acorn kappa again. After Shien left, he sat up in bed. Given his recovery ability, the red marks on his body had long faded. Only the psychological trauma remained. About chakra refining, the elder sister instructed him to keep it safe. So he would give it to the teacher tonight. Although he knew that Hashirama occasionally made mistakes, such as accidentally blasting himself away while concentrating chakra or falling into the water while practicing his water-walking technique, he generally found him to be quite reliable. Besides, the elder sister said this book was the annotated version by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, which was quite precious. Entrusting it to the teacher for safekeeping seemed appropriate. Didn't he it? At that moment, the soul of Tobirama, still slumbering in the afterlife, inexplicably shivered. If he were to learn of Naruto's thoughts, he would undoubtedly unleash a sharp explosion of sound, swiftly incapacitating Naruto with a flying thunder god technique, and reclaim his precious annotated first edition book, entrusted to my brother for safekeeping. Isn't that akin to tossing it into a doghouse? Back in the day, when he was halfway through his work, he would run off to cavort with the villainous Uchiha Madara, only to return and find himself sifting through a chaotic mess of paperwork, as if searching for history in a doghouse. Numerous documents were scattered haphazardly, some crushed together, some folded without care. Messy, yet not dirty. Let us mourn for this book, though. Another one of Tobirama's books. Let me see. Let me see. Upon hearing it was his dear brother's book, Hashirama immediately dismounted his galloping steed, eagerly racing over with little Kurama in tow. Kurama, I detest humans with no sense of boundaries, especially those who are vegetative. Get away, let me take a look. Hashirama opened the first page of the book, his curiosity piqued by the blacked-out line. Oh, right? I seem to have read this book back in the day. Hashirama thumped his palm, appearing enlightened. What could the evil that was scratched out refer to? Naruto pointed at the word evil, inquiring curiously. Hashirama scratched his head, feeling hesitant to speak. After all, it was something written by Tobirama. Excuse me, in Tobirama's eyes, what constitutes evil? And why is it the Uchiha? After all, during the war years, the Senju and Uchiha had a well-known feud. Fortunately, two good friends managed to change the situation. In truth, if either of the two had been female, the other four great nations would likely have ceased to exist. The original text likely read, "The evil Uchiha clan is forbidden from reading this annotated version of the training methods specially devised by the great Senju clan for the new generation of Konoha. You are unworthy. Furthermore, tell your clan leader to keep his distance from my brother, the first Hokage." However, upon being fortuitously glimpsed by Hashirama, it was forcibly scratched out. Subsequent annotated editions were never published. Evil individuals are not permitted to read this book. As the column spoke, a palpable aura of deceit was discerned by the Nine Tails. Yet, even without the ability to smell, the Nine Tails could easily surmise the culprit by mere instinct. After all, during Tobirama's research years, he had frequently sought out Mito for discussions, each time uttering the name of the malevolent Uchiha clan 2 or 3 times. The Nine Tails had grown accustomed to it. Is that truly the case? Why is this patch of darkness so extensive? Little Naruto expressed his skepticism, as the few words uttered by his teacher hardly seemed worthy of such an expansive darkness. Indeed, back then, it was my teacher who personally witnessed my foolish self erasing this segment. He recounted, he said that becoming a ninja equates to embracing evil. However, in truth, not all ninjas are malevolent. We too are human, and humanity is diverse. Tobirama's persuasive rhetoric left the Nine Tails in a state of astonishment. No wonder Madara had been so thoroughly duped back in the day. This creature was both cunning and foolish, presenting a classic paradox. Now I comprehend, Naruto nodded, succumbing to the initial intentions of the first Hokage. Satisfied, Tobirama ran his fingers through his gradually lengthening hair and turned to the next page. It is worth mentioning why Naruto chose to grow his hair long. There were 2 reasons. Firstly, his teacher, Senju Hashirama, sported long hair, and Naruto found it incredibly cool to see his teacher's hair flowing while using wood-release techniques, prompting him to follow suit. Secondly, the village's barber harbored a disdain for Naruto, and the young boy feared that a visit there could result in the loss of more than just his hair, perhaps even his head. However, the likelihood was that the scissors would get stuck at Naruto's neck, leading the Nine Tails to obliterate the entire barbershop with its chakra. Well, one must first gradually master the flow of chakra within oneself. The chakra newly refined by a novice is often unstable, leading to significant losses during its usage, with uncertain results. Tobirama pondered, stroking his chin. Was I like this when I first refined my chakra as a child? It seems I struggled initially with ninjutsu, but after a few months, a few hand seals sufficed to resolve issues. Eventually, it became as simple as clapping my hands and summoning what I desired. The chakra within my body flowed in perfect harmony. This could be interpreted as Tobirama's formidable mastery over chakra. Nevertheless, Naruto, being still quite young, indeed needed to lay a solid foundation. The book suggested training methods, After extensive research, it recommended that students with a certain level of proficiency engage in climbing exercises. Following this were numerous tips on how to control chakra while climbing, most derived from Tobirama and Mito, with a few from Madara and Hinata. Notably, the advice from Madara was circled in red ink by Tobirama. Annotated with a cautionary note, can be referenced, but do not be led astray by the malevolent Uchiha. True to Tobirama's original version, his writing was wild, infused with a vehement disdain for the malevolent Uchiha clan. Given this context, it was decided that Naruto would commence his training by climbing trees. Let me think about how tall a tree would be suitable for Naruto. This truly poses a challenge. Then, under Naruto's astonished gaze and the Nine-Tails mixture of pity, fear, and schadenfreude, a towering tree rose, surpassing the height of the Nine-Tails. Now, as long as you can climb this tree, you may resume your water-walking training, Tobirama declared. Although Naruto felt somewhat apprehensive, the radiant smile of his teacher inspired him. All right, I will strive to do my best. The Nine-Tails couldn't help but cover its face, lamenting the deception it had endured. Teacher, this could genuinely be perilous. As Naruto cautiously ascended the magnificent tree, he suddenly turned back, realizing that the ground was gradually becoming indistinguishable from his view. Idio, not fret. Come charging towards me, Tobirama encouraged from a branch high above Naruto. The distance was intentionally vast to prevent Naruto from overexerting his chakra and losing fine control. Besides, wasn't there a Nine-Tails below to catch him? Ultimately, Naruto failed to reach the branch where Tobirama stood. A moment of distraction caused him to plummet downwards. Oh dear. After all, Naruto is merely 3 years old. Doesn't Tobirama realize this? The Nine-Tails, resigned, transformed the outside version of itself into a chakra net, attempting to catch the falling Naruto. Duong. Naruto collided with the chakra net and then vanished within the confines of the ceiling space. Tobirama looked on in bewilderment, questioning why Naruto had exited despite assurances of safety. Hey, what are you looking at me for? The Nine-Tails, displeased with Tobirama's doubtful gaze, slowly clarified. This was not due to my failure to catch Naruto, resulting in his unfortunate demise, but rather because Naruto could not withstand the impact of such a high fall, causing his consciousness to vacate the ceiling space. Tobirama stroked his chin in realization, nodding thoughtfully. That makes sense. It appears this is still Tobirama's oversight for not considering the child's physical and mental resilience. Tobirama commented, I wrote this for the students of the Ninja Academy, specifically those on the brink of graduation and with commendable achievements. They are all at least 10 years old. Why not consult them? The Nine-Tails silently mourned for the departed Tobirama as it watched Tobirama shift blame to his younger brother. Then tomorrow night, let us teach Naruto some foundational skills, or perhaps select a lower location as a target. Thus, Tobirama joyfully resolved the training agenda for the following night. The Nine-Tails lay down, intending to catch a few more winks. The following morning, Naruto awoke with a start. Help! His mind lingered on the sensation of falling from the previous night. The nearby Umbu, hearing Naruto's cries, promptly rose to assess the state of the Jinchuriki. No worries, just a nightmare, one Umbu confirmed. Could it be that he was frightened by Might Guy yesterday? Speculated another Umbu, who had been ordered by Tsunade to report on Naruto's condition. Naruto patted his chest, reassured that he seemed to be fine. From this perspective, it appeared that his teacher had not deceived him after all. Despite being startled by the minuscule bungee jump the night before, Naruto's fear gradually dissipated. After all, children are resilient. Unless the pain is severe, it seldom leaves a lasting shadow on their hearts, except for a certain green-skinned, acorn-headed creature. Today, Naruto planned to visit the park. Though it was likely that some mischievous children would be present, he felt confident they would be no match for him. The foolish villagers, your Nine-Tails fox has arrived. Howl. Naruto strode towards a park generally frequented by children, where few visitors were present due to his early arrival. Only one familiar boy sat alone on a swing, swaying back and forth, that fan. He seems to belong to the Uchiha clan. Naruto tilted his head, recalling a previous encounter on the streets with him. However, his brother had been by his side then, but not today. He, with his brother absent. Perhaps I can bully him. Hey, you brat, why are you occupying my swing? Little Naruto's words flowed forth with such ease, especially since he had already threatened numerous villagers who referred to him as a demon fox. It is worth noting that while Naruto verbally threatens, he generally refrains from taking action unless provoked. For instance, When Hinata was surrounded previously, it was only because he perceived the situation as unjust that he intervened. However, his lack of control resulted in accidentally breaking someone's nose. Thankfully, with the advanced medical ninjutsu available today, it is likely that the injury can be treated effectively. At present, Sasuke, still in his innocent, naive face, was swinging on a swing set when he heard Naruto's loud proclamation. Originally, his brother was supposed to be occupied with a mission for the Umbu and had no time to accompany him. Yet here he was, unexpectedly confronted as the son of the Uchiha clan leader. Despite being only 3 years old, Sasuke had begun to learn some basic taijutsu from his brother. Moreover, with the clan's long-standing belief in the hierarchy of the eldest is the strongest, he had no reason to fear Naruto. "Excuse me, is there even a mention of your name here?" Sasuke paused on the swing but did not dismount. That he remained seated, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. Coincidentally, he found himself somewhat entertained by the unexpected visitor. Little Sasuke thought to himself, shouldn't Naruto have first shouted Demon Fox and then scurried away, leaving the swing for him? "Hey, Naruto, why not play with him?" Hashirama suggested a mischievous idea, as he discerned a resemblance to a departed acquaintance in Sasuke's expression. Tobirama chimed in, let us inquire about the notorious Uchiha Madara and what it means to enter with a white blade and exit with a red one. The answer is Izuna." He paused, but first, I must reclaim the swing. Naruto felt a twinge of temptation but feigned indifference. He approached the swing, bit his thumb, and, under Sasuke's incredulous gaze, inscribed his name on the swing. "Behold, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am destined to become the next Hokage." After licking his thumb, he realized that due to the rapid healing, the character for person was not written clearly. Nonsense. The next Hokage should clearly be my brother. Though startled momentarily by Naruto's audacity, Sasuke was not one to back down. "Uzumaki Naruto, I've never heard of you. How could you possibly aspire to be Hokage?" Naruto was taken aback for a moment. How could Sasuke not have heard of him? As the embodiment of the Nine Tails, every child in the village should be familiar with his legendary reputation. Allow me to graciously enlighten you. I am the manifestation of the Nine Tails that wreaked havoc in Konoha 3 years ago. A fearsome beast that feasts without hesitation. With hands on his hips, Naruto let out a hearty laugh. "Hey, Kurama, did you teach Naruto these things while I wasn't looking?" Kurama, listening to Naruto's extravagant claims, felt a twinge of embarrassment. While he had been under control, he had never devoured anyone. It was clear that little Naruto could not have conjured such vocabulary on his own, leading the cunning to suspect Kurama's influence. "Hey, you dare to tarnish the Uchiha clan's name? I, Uchiha Sasuke, challenge you to a duel." A glint of mischief sparkled in Naruto's eyes. "All right, I, Uzumaki Naruto, accept your challenge." With a confident grin, he added, "However, if you lose, you must become my little brother." Sasuke hesitated, contemplating the implications of losing. According to tradition, he should relinquish the swing. But no, this was a matter of Uchiha pride. His clan's elders had always instructed him to fight for their honor. "Are you afraid, cowardly Uchiha?" Naruto taunted, fanning the flames of Sasuke's resolve. "I could never fear. The honor of the Uchiha is not to be trampled upon. I accept your wager." Thus, the battle between Naruto and Sasuke commenced. To the spectators, it was evident that standing on the left side of the park was Uchiha Sasuke, the second son of the Uchiha clan, the reincarnation of Indra, and a future savior of the ninja world. On the right stood Uzumaki Naruto, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, the son of the fourth Hokage, the pupil of the first Hokage, and a future Hokage himself. Just from their titles, it was clear that Naruto was already at an advantage. After all, how could a mere Sasuke dare to challenge the authority of Naruto the Great? The duel commenced. Sasuke charged forward, his tiny fists clenched tightly, swinging at Naruto with all his might. In Naruto's eyes, Sasuke's movements were painfully slow, his intentions unmistakably evident. With a swift sidestep, Naruto evaded the punch and seized Sasuke with a surge of chakra. "Oh, you yield, my number one little brother." Naruto beamed triumphantly. "Let me go. I was careless and didn't dodge. This doesn't count." Sasuke's face flushed with frustration, clearly agitated. Fine. Naruto relented, deciding to let Sasuke save face. Sasuke readied himself and lunged at Naruto once more, shouting something about Uchiha grappling techniques. "Oh, you yield?" Naruto whispered in Sasuke's ear as he deftly caught him mid-charge. "Never." Sasuke's face turned even redder. The scene repeated itself thrice. At this moment, Hashirama was in the ceiling space, utterly amused, having brought Sasuke into the fold while inserting himself into Naruto's role. No wonder he was his own disciple. Defeating a mere Izuna. No, a little Sasuke was hardly a challenge at long last. The young Sasuke grew serious. Creating distance once more, his small hands clasped together, he murmured the sequence of hand seals, his fingers forming the signs at a rapid pace, 1 seal per second. Finally, after Naruto patiently waited for over 10 seconds, Sasuke succeeded. Fire style, great fireball technique. Although the release was uncertain, the momentum had to be formidable. Who knew? It might just intimidate the opponent. This was Sasuke's thought process, for at such a tender age, children hardly mastered ninjutsu, let alone refined chakra. This Birdman might indeed possess considerable strength, but his ninjutsu would undoubtedly vanquish him. Begone, and let my flames cleanse you of your sins. Cough, cough, cough. However, the fireball Sasuke unleashed barely traveled a meter before plummeting to the ground, choking him in the process. Observing this, Naruto rushed over, patting Sasuke's back while offering him the water he always carried. Gulp, gulp. That Naruto's timely water greatly alleviated Sasuke's embarrassment, albeit with an unusual taste. That was the scent of Naruto. A wager is a wager. From now on, you shall be my little brother. Naruto extended his hand towards the crouching Sasuke. After a brief pause, Sasuke's eyes flickered with myriad emotions, yet he grasped Naruto's hand. For now, you may be the leader, but should I best you in battle, then I shall take the title, Sasuke declared. Naruto chuckled, his azure eyes reflecting the image of the proud boy before him under the sunlight. All right, if you can surpass me, but for now, you must call me big brother. Sasuke was momentarily dazzled by Naruto's smile, yet quickly regained his composure. Speak up, I can't hear you, Naruto shouted. Big brother. Sasuke's face flushed crimson. Yet he managed to shout it out loud. Come on, let's go fishing. Naruto cheerfully led his newly acquired little brother to explore the hills behind. Hey, look, that's the second son of the Uchiha clan leader, one Umbu remarked to Yuzuki Yugao, a hint of concern lacing their tone. After all, the Uchiha's position in Konoha was rather precarious at the moment. Indeed, he resembles his brother, but has a more reckless disposition. Yugao recalled Itachi's visage, having encountered him during their time in the Umbu. No need to worry. I shall explain the situation to Lord Third later. After all, it was Naruto who took the initiative to play with the other children, and they seemed to be having a splendid time, their faces flushed with joy. Sasuke thought, this is not laughter, hey? Considering Itachi's connection, Yugao felt she could advocate for Naruto. Ultimately, Naruto needed to make friends. Had he not suffered dearly from isolation not long ago? One must understand that, compared to the life lost by Meiterumi, Naruto had sacrificed a significant part of himself. Thus, Naruto brought Sasuke to the vicinity of a small stream. The stream's depth reached Naruto's thighs, where a few fish swam effortlessly with the current. Naruto shed his pants, leaving only his underwear. What are you doing? Sasuke gasped in shock at Naruto's audacious act. Under the broad daylight, how could one strip? Oh, little brother, to catch fish, one must enter the water. To avoid muddying my pants, it is only natural to remove them. You aren't afraid, are you? Naruto concentrated chakra in his feet, attempting to walk atop the water once more. Plop da-da, another failure. Sasuke's face reddened, unsure whether from embarrassment or indignation. Yet he retorted defiantly, I'm not afraid. Off they go. Young Sasuke removed his long pants, revealing his blue elephant-printed underwear. BRR, it's a bit chilly. After all, it was the transition from winter to spring, the coldest time of the year. However, with noon approaching and both boys possessing chakra, it was bearable that Naruto's underwear was orange, adorned with a poorly drawn depiction of the nine tails. Nearly unrecognizable, timing his movements, Naruto swiftly extended his hand, splashing water across the stream's surface, capturing a fish roughly the size of both their hands combined. Come lend a hand. The fish thrashed wildly in Naruto's grip, its slippery scales making him cautious not to exert too much force lest it escape. Thus, Sasuke, who had just entered the water, became the perfect assistant. All right, I'm coming. Sasuke was instantly chilled by the water, but thankfully it was shallow enough not to soak his elephant underwear. Hearing Naruto's call, he spotted the relatively large fish and, after a brief acclimatization to the cold, swiftly approached Naruto's side. Got it. Sasuke seized the fish's tail while Naruto held its body. But in the presence of the two future saviors of the ninja world, the small fish hardly created a splash. Slap, slap. Sasuke lost his grip. The fish's tail wriggling free and flailing about. In an attempt to adjust, Naruto shifted the fish's position, resulting in Sasuke getting slapped multiple times by the fish's tail. Not very damaging, but extremely humiliating. Did one not see how furious Sasuke was, nearly ready to unleash his eyes? Had he been older, he might have retaliated. Ultimately, he resecured the fish's tail, and together with Naruto, dragged it to the grassy bank. "I'll go find some dry grass or something." Naruto set off to gather materials for a fire, while Sasuke glared menacingly at the fish, his fury reaching a boiling point. "Very well, let this fish serve as a stepping stone on my path to success." Sasuke picked up a relatively sharp stone and struck the fish with all his might. Alas, the fish flicked its tail, sending the stone flying. Its vacant gaze seemed to mock Sasuke for his lack of strength. "How dare you?" Now fully clothed, Sasuke resolved to uphold the Uchiha clan's honor by slaying this fish that dared to provoke him. He lunged at the fish, engaged in a fierce battle, when Naruto returned with an armful of wood. He was met with this sight. Sasuke, disheveled yet grinning, stood triumphantly atop the fish, hands on hips, exuding an air of invincibility. The ground bore traces of his struggle. "Did you duel with that fish?" Naruto asked skeptically. "Indeed, this fish has insulted the dignity of the Uchiha clan. I, Uchiha Sasuke, hereby proclaim its demise, sacrificing its blood to honor our glory at long last." He had delivered the line he had rehearsed for so long, striking a pose to boast of his conquest to Naruto. Just then, the fish blinked its eyes beneath Sasuke's feet. "Fish, I'm not dead yet." "Well, aren't you impressive?" they asked the elder brother. Naruto did not wish to dampen his little brother's spirits. Although boasting about defeating a fish seemed rather absurd, considering he had slain a ninja just days prior in the ceiling space, Hashirama and Kurama observed Sasuke's behavior as rather ostentatious, but very much in line with Uchiha traits. Hashirama's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. "Wasn't he Madara just like this back in the day? I remember when we tossed stones across the water, I on one side, he on the other. We exchanged stones in banter, each boasting about our skills at skipping stones. Such wonderful memories." However, Kurama found it difficult to empathize with his friend Hashirama, who was contemplating death, as he too was engulfed in sadness. It is worth noting that back in the day, Madara had a similar excuse as Sasuke, which led to his brutal defeat. He was incapacitated, forced into a kaleidoscope of control, and subsequently bound by a summoning contract. Thus, he was compelled to sell himself due to a notion of Uchiha dignity that he could not comprehend. Is there something amiss with the Uchiha clan? Setting aside the bittersweet reminiscences of a lone man and his fox within the confines of the ceiling space, Naruto meticulously arranged the wooden logs. "Hurry, use your jutsu to make us a fire," Naruto urged. "Why should I heed your command?" Sasuke instinctively retorted, only to suddenly remember that he was, at present, Naruto's subordinate. "Because you are my..." "Enough of the chatter." "I understand," Sasuke interrupted Naruto, who wore a mischievous grin, and began his hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A moderately sized fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, igniting the pile of wood. "Woohoo, grilled fish time," exclaimed Naruto. The fish mused. "I may not have accomplished much in my life, but slapping the face of Indra's reincarnation before my demise? Priceless." After savoring the fish that had achieved a qualitative leap before its end, Naruto and Sasuke gathered around the campfire, freely discussing their dreams. "Let me tell you, I aspire to become Hokage," Naruto proclaimed, washing his greasy hands in a stream and patting his chest with pride. "Absolutely not. The next Hokage will undoubtedly be my brother," Sasuke countered, turning his head. After all, one was his beloved brother, while the other was a yellow-haired boy who had deceived him into becoming his subordinate. It was a clear decision in Sasuke's eyes. Hashirama chimed in. "It seems these two aspirations are not mutually exclusive." Kurama interjected, "You foolish lad, do not impose your wicked thoughts upon innocent children. Moreover, wasn't it you who convinced Naruto to aspire to be Hokage?" "Humph, that remains to be seen." Naruto pouted but chose not to argue further with Sasuke. Ultimately, he was determined to become Hokage and raise the taxes on those foolish villagers who opposed him by 100%. Just then, a man clad in umbu attire approached. His hair was remarkably smooth, and he moved with great agility, leaping to Yue Ying's side. Itachi, are you here to fetch your brother? Yue inquired of her junior, who was indeed a descendant of her clan. Yes, I sincerely apologize for the trouble Sasuke has caused you. Itachi's gentle voice emanated from beneath his mask as he courteously apologized to everyone present. It's no trouble at all. It was actually Naruto who brought Sasuke over. If anyone should apologize, it is we. Yue understood the significance Sasuke held for Naruto, as he was one of Naruto's only two friends. Go fetch your brother, since you found him. It is apparent you came to take Sasuke back. They have played long enough and must be weary. Allowing Itachi to take Sasuke home is quite reasonable. Considering the Uchiha clan's strict upbringing, if another Uchiha had come, the situation might have turned awkward. The hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan exclaimed, "Oh ho ho! Look what I have discovered. The clan leader's son has adopted a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Indeed, Konoha belongs to the Uchiha. Once the clan leader gives the order, we shall seize the Nine Tails. Itachi leaped down from the tree and removed his mask. Sasuke, let us go home, Itachi said to Sasuke, who was engaged in a discussion with Naruto about cooking fish. I must tell you, the fish my brother makes. Brother. Upon hearing his brother's call, Sasuke turned around, and indeed it was him. He eagerly rushed towards his brother, then glanced back at Naruto. How should he explain to his brother how he ended up here with Naruto? No. How should he explain that he had gained an older brother? Oh dear, it would be so embarrassing. Would his brother look down upon him? Hello big brother. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke's friend. Just as little Sasuke's mind began to spiral, Naruto stepped forward to introduce himself. He was a bit apprehensive, uncertain whether Sasuke's brother would dislike him. But from the descriptions he had heard from Sasuke, the elder brother did not seem like a bad person. Besides, his hair resembled that of Naruto's teacher, and he appeared quite amiable. Thank you for playing with Sasuke, Itachi said as he approached with Sasuke, gently ruffling Naruto's blonde hair. Naruto felt a bit bashful. Itachi was so kind, and he had worried for nothing. However, after a brief exchange, Itachi took Sasuke home, assuring Naruto that if the opportunity arose, he would bring Sasuke to play with him every week. As for the chances of such opportunities, that would depend on the third Hokage's decision. But if the third Hokage disapproved, Itachi would be at a loss, and would have to await the possibility of being in the same class at the Ninja Academy. In the heavily curtained Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, this is how it transpired. I deeply apologize for my brother's actions. Itachi, donning his Umbu mask, knelt before Sir Toby Hiruzen, explaining the day's events. Rise that it's no matter. Children will be children. Their playfulness can actually be beneficial for their growth, Hiruzen replied, already aware of the entire situation from Yue. However, he was taken aback by the revelation that Sasuke had formed a brotherly bond with Naruto, which posed a bit of a headache for Hiruzen. He was familiar with Sasuke, given that he shared a name with Sasuke's father Itachi that time. Fugaku had chosen the name to express his fondness for Hiruzen's father. Both of them understood the underlying motives, but it was not appropriate to voice them openly back then. This situation presented an opportunity to ease the tensions between the two factions, especially after the Kyuubi incident had left Konoha somewhat fragmented. If further conflict arose with the Uchiha clan, the consequences could be dire. After all, the external threat from the Cloud Village loomed large, and internal discord was utterly unacceptable. Thus, little Sasuke's name was established. But as the hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan gradually gained dominance, the current relationships became exceedingly delicate. Hiruzen had taken Itachi under his wing in the Umbu, while Danzo had shown interest in Uchiha Shursui. In summary, everyone sought ways to infiltrate the Uchiha clan to preemptively address potential issues, while also extending olive branches. At least that was how it appeared to the third Hokage. However, the perspective of those afflicted by the red-eye disease may differ. What then should be done about Naruto and Sasuke's relationship? Hiruzen pondered, then spoke to Itachi. Itachi, let us proceed as you suggested. You may take Sasuke to visit Naruto each week. However, please ensure that your clan does not discover this, particularly regarding Naruto's identity. After all, a child of his age should not be without friends. Otherwise, who knows when he might leap into the water again. Moreover, a document on the Hokage's desk indicated Naruto appears to lack companionship among his peers, leading to potential psychological issues. He often talks to himself and may have imagined a friend. It is recommended to find Naruto some peers. Should Naruto develop a mental illness, the situation could transform from a controllable nuclear weapon into an uncontrollable bomb. Previously, when Naruto had exhibited extraordinary strength, Hiruzen had inspected the seal on Naruto's abdomen, finding it intact, suggesting that Minato had left a contingency plan for Naruto to access the Nine-Tails power in times of danger. However, this necessitated careful consideration of Naruto's definition of danger. Fortunately, Naruto had not reacted when surrounded or when he fell into the water, indicating that his understanding of danger was still sound, stemming from his inherent trust in Minato. Thus, to prevent Naruto from descending into madness, Hiruzen resolved to allow Itachi to take Sasuke to play with Naruto. Hey, monkey. Naruto is not insane. I am not a figment of your imagination on a Saturday morning. Hinata awoke in her bed, her tummy rumbling. It's time for a hearty breakfast. Good morning, father. Hinata emerged from her room clad in her pajamas, making her way to the living room. Spring had arrived, and the warm sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the room in a cozy glow. Hinata, come and eat, said Hayashi, lifting his head from the newspaper. His tone gentle. On the dining table lay 3 bowls of noodles, 2 baskets of steamed buns, and 4 cups of soy milk. An ample breakfast prepared solely for Hinata. I shall begin, she declared. Previously, she might have blushed at such a hearty meal, feeling shy, but now she faced it with calmness. Moreover, consuming more food would bolster her physical strength, confirming that her experiences that night were not mere figments of her imagination. Having often felt unsatisfied after meals, she relished the opportunity to eat her fill now. The buns are delightful. Meanwhile, Hayashi's lips twitched slightly as he discreetly observed his daughter over the edge of the newspaper. Why has her appetite suddenly increased? He pondered. Awakening her Byakugan shouldn't have caused such a change. Could it be something related to the people from the Cloud Village? Yet, little Hinata had mentioned that the person from the Cloud Village, Maida Mingzi, had merely kidnapped her without further incident. The esteemed doctor from the Konoha hospital had diagnosed her as entering a growth phase, naturally leading to increased food intake. However, Hayashi couldn't fathom why it had escalated to such an extent. A 4-year-old shouldn't be consuming 2 or 3 times the amount of an adult's meal, and yet her belly showed little sign of change. The Akimichi clan did not possess such a capability. Nevertheless, there were advantages. Hinata's strength had indeed improved in their sparring sessions. She had even held her own against Niji, who understands the struggles of family. Niji lamented. The young lady fainted after one of our practice sessions. And since then, her appetite has been insatiable. Now, her strength surpasses mine. During our training, it feels as though she is holding back. In a mere quarter of an hour, Hinata had polished off her breakfast and let out a satisfied burp. I suppose I'm about 7/10 full, but that will suffice. I mustn't shock father too much. Don't worry. No matter how much you eat now, I won't be surprised, Hayashi replied. Father, may I go out to play with friends today? The month-long confinement had come to an end, and given Hinata's recent amiable demeanor, Hayashi found it difficult to refuse her request. However, he couldn't shake the unease that her friends might include that Jinchuriki. The vivid memory of that crimson figure flashed in his mind, quickly replaced by the image of him rescuing his daughter Da. I shall discuss it with the 3rd Hokage later, judging by his previous attitude. He shouldn't be too opposed to Hinata. After all, we Hyuga are not like those afflicted with the red-eye disease. Very well, let TRU escort you, Hayashi conceded, rubbing his temples in resignation. Thank you, father. Hinata bowed deeply to Hayashi and then skipped joyfully out the door. Take care on your way, Hayashi called after her. Ever since Hinata's abduction, he had begun to reflect on his relationship with her as a father. He loved his daughter dearly, but such affection within the rigid confines of the Hyuga clan was utterly ineffective. Coupled with Hinata's shy disposition, he felt that harshness was the only approach available to him. Moreover, his nephew Niji, exceptionally gifted, was also trapped in a metaphorical cage. Should Hinata falter, he would have no face to seek comfort from his brother. Little did he expect that a single abduction could awaken Hinata's potential and allow him to openly express his affection. Outside, TRU guided Hinata towards Naruto's residence. Miss, I shall leave you here. I will return for you in the afternoon. TRU had brought Hinata to the entrance of the apartment building, where Naruto had previously informed her of his residence. Goodbye, Uncle TRU, Hinata replied shyly before entering the building. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, but instead of a familiar voice, a cry for help emerged from within, distinctly not Naruto's. Hinata hesitated momentarily, then activated her Byakugan as the veins around her eyes bulged. The scene inside came into view. Naruto was perched atop an unfamiliar boy, seemingly engaged in some inappropriate activity. How could this be? She had arrived first. Ah, no. Things between boys don't end well. As Naruto's friend, she felt compelled to intervene and prevent such a disgraceful occurrence. Though her thoughts were not articulated so vividly, the essence was clear. Huh. With a burst of determination, Hinata pushed the door open forcefully. The door slammed against the wall, and Naruto and Sasuke turned to face her in a rather peculiar position. Oh dear, perhaps I misjudged the situation, Naruto exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and releasing Sasuke. Feeling an inexplicable surge of embarrassment, Hinata, what brings you here? Seeing his best friend, Naruto quickly rose from his position on Sasuke. A strange feeling washing over him. Just to clarify, Naruto and Sasuke were merely engaged in playful sparring, and Sasuke had been taken down. Naruto had asked if Sasuke submitted, and predictably, with Sasuke's pride, there was no way he would concede. Hence, the result was that little Sasuke was subjected to Naruto's playful torment. The Umbu, observing from the side, simply viewed it as two children at play, paying no mind to the situation. Hinata arrived just in time to witness this scene. The spirit of Hashirama, sealed within, empathized, recalling his own youthful escapades with his peers, only to be caught by Mito in a similar manner. Hey, you were already married back then, and still went out to frolic with that mischievous Uchiha clan. It's a wonder Mito tolerated you. I just finished my confinement, so I came to play with you, Hinata said, her cheeks flushed, partly from seeing Naruto and partly from the embarrassment of her previous thoughts and actions. Perfect timing. Allow me to introduce you. This is my little brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Despite his sore muscles, Sasuke, upholding the pride of the Uchiha clan, struggled to stand and managed a polite nod towards Hinata and Uchiha. Hinata observed the pained expression on Sasuke's face, recalling the tales of the Uchiha clan's notorious reputation. The Uchihas were deemed a group of red-eyed lunatics, their crimson gaze intensifying with their madness. They often boasted about their honor and pride, engaging in ostentatious displays, which paled in comparison to the powerful, side-effect-free Byakugan. If you encounter members of the Uchiha clan, it would be prudent to acquiesce to their whims to avoid conflict. This last piece of advice had been given with Hinata's temperament in mind, yet now, given the door she had just pushed open, it seemed irrelevant. Hayashi mused, my daughter possesses the potential to be Hokage. Hello, Sasuke-kun, Hinata greeted, nodding in acknowledgement. With Naruto's consent, she settled onto the sofa in the living room. Naruto was elated, having both of his dear friends visiting him. It was a wonderful day indeed, so what shall we do next? It was a well-known fact that when three boys gathered, a brilliant idea was sure to follow. But with Hinata present, the dynamics shifted. In no matter, Naruto had a secret weapon. It's time for you to shine. Go, Kurama. How about we go gambling? Naruto began, but was abruptly interrupted as Kurama knocked him over. Are you out of your mind? Letting 3-4-year-olds visit a casino? Hey, don't listen to that idiot. Let us go fishing or grab a bite instead. Kurama lamented, realizing that as the notorious Ninetales, he had somehow devolved into the role of caretaker. What a strange turn of events. Oh, I see, exclaimed Naruto, who then proposed an idea to his two friends. How about we go for some barbecue? There's a barbecue restaurant on South Street, owned by the Akimichi clan, and they have a partnership with the Nara clan. This ensures that their portions are generous. Their flavor's delightful, and it also nourishes the body. Previously, while wandering around, Naruto had been enticed by the aroma of the barbecue, but he always felt a bit disheartened going alone. Now, however, with his two good friends accompanying him. How delightful it would be. Shall we eat outside? Hinata inquired. She wasn't accustomed to wandering about, given her proper upbringing. Are we being unserious now? Hashirama remarked as a result. She wasn't very familiar with the village. Is it that place on South Street? Sasuke asked, recalling a time when his brother had taken him there on his birthday. It was utterly delicious. What do you say? I'll treat you. Although the barbecue might be somewhat pricey. Naruto decided to treat his two closest friends. After all, Sasuke was his little brother, and Hinata was a girl. It was only right that he foot the bill. Please, the Uchiha clan isn't short on money. You don't need to treat us, Sasuke replied, aware of Naruto's circumstances, having visited him several times and learned about his orphan status and reliance on welfare. Let us split the bill then. Hinata timidly suggested, her pale blue eyes gazing at Naruto. After all, Both of them hailed from prominent families, so it was unlikely they would lack funds. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then joyfully nodded. All right, let us head out. At that moment, within the ceiling space, Hashirama held a handkerchief that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, wiping away the tears of joy that flowed from his eyes. My little Naruto is finally able to dine out with friends. Kurama looked on in silence at the ecstatic Hashirama, letting out a quiet sigh. Well, considering he can play around with Madara, we can't expect his thought processes to be entirely normal. However, their two younger brothers were quite sharp. Though one had sadly passed away, while the other had been overshadowed by his brother for much of his life. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and many villagers who recognized Naruto cast fearful glances at the trio. Naruto felt a pang of regret for venturing out. Although his two friends were aware of his identity as the Nine Tails, they had never truly experienced the animosity he faced. He worried that they might be scared away. Hey, what are you looking at? The Uchiha clan is out. Move along, Sasuke interjected, stepping forward and addressing the villagers who regarded Naruto with disdain. After all, the Uchiha clan served as the village's security force, managing civil disputes, thus holding considerable sway among the villagers. Those who saw the Uchiha fan emblem on Sasuke's attire quickly lowered their heads. Hush, that fox has found new backing, murmured a villager. Those two children are from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, and they've been deceived by the fox at such a young age. It's quite unfortunate. Why aren't their elders doing anything? Could it be that their clans are also accomplices of the Nine Tails? Keep it down, or that Uchiha brat will hear you, and your home will be raided tomorrow. Another warned Dada. The world is going downhill. The villagers' chatter seeped into Naruto's ears, filling him with regret and concern. Suddenly, a soft little hand grasped his right hand. Naruto, let us not bother with them. Hinata whispered in his ear that you're not a Nine Tails. You're just my good friend, Uzumaki. Naruto. Gathering her courage, Hinata spoke, her cheeks flushing crimson. Hey, don't pay attention to those people. I'll have Nichan deal with them later. Let us hurry and get that barbecue. Sasuke chimed in, pulling Naruto along as they quickened their pace. The dim light in Naruto's eyes flickered back to life. All right, let us go. Thus, the trio, hand in hand, made their way to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by a somewhat plump lady. Akimichi Aoi, standing behind the counter, looked at the trio with a hint of surprise before warmly inquiring, "Hello, children. Are you here for barbecue?" Her tone was exceedingly gentle, a stark contrast to the villagers outside. "Yes, I'm Naruto. This is Sasuke. And this is Hinata," Naruto replied cheerfully, though he released Hinata's hand as Sasuke did the same. Hinata's face was slightly flushed, her ears nearly steaming. "I see. Come along. Let me show you to your seats," Aoi said, noticing a signal from an umbu behind the trio, patiently guiding them to their table. Not long after, the barbecue was served. It was premium beef, enhanced with special herbs that intensified its aroma, causing the three children to salivate. I want some too." Hashirama nudged the little Kurama beside him, eyeing the barbecue longingly. Kurama had given up on commenting about the situation. "Oh, Naruto, remember to pack some to take back for the teacher." Hashirama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind from the ceiling space. Kurama watched Hashirama, who was eager to snatch barbecue from the three children, and covered his eyes with his tail in exasperation. How embarrassing to have lost to this thing back in the day. "Hey, Sasuke, that's my brother's meat." "Shut up. Just because you're the elder brother doesn't mean you can steal my meat." "Then let us see who's faster. Bring it on. I'm not afraid." The trio ordered a considerable amount of barbecue, but the special beef from Akimichi Aoi was limited to just one plate. With Sasuke's tacit approval, Naruto decided to give half of it to Hinata. Hashirama and Kurama in the ceiling space silently applauded Naruto. Then, the competition for the remaining premium beef began, with a swift motion. Naruto lunged for the enticing piece of meat with his fork. Not a chance. Sasuke reacted quickly, using his chopsticks to block Naruto's fork. How about this move? While Sasuke was preoccupied with blocking, Naruto stealthily grabbed another fork with his other hand, launching a surprise attack on the barbecue. "Let us do this." As Sasuke recalled various memories of his brother's embraces from when he was younger, he realized, no, it's not time to give up yet. Even without his hands, he still had his mouth. He propelled himself forward, his face contorted in determination, mouth agape like a ferocious beast. "Yes, the barbecue is mine." The juices burst forth as he savored the success, closing his eyes in quiet enjoyment. However, a pulling sensation from the meat interrupted his bliss. Opening his eyes, he discovered that Naruto's fork was tugging at the other end of the barbecue. Fool, a mere fork cannot compete with my teeth. The meat was gradually being devoured by Sasuke, while Naruto found himself unable to take a bite. Unbeknownst to him, in his fervor for the barbecue, he had awakened the primal hunting instinct embedded in his genes. How utterly helpless, watching his coveted barbecue being consumed by his little brother, witnessing the juices fall into another's mouth, was a form of betrayal he never anticipated. There was only one option left. Sasuke, I want to be human anymore. Little Sasuke felt as though the force he was exerting had suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by a raw power akin to that of a beast from the wilderness. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Naruto had also relinquished the fork, opting instead to dive in headfirst. At that moment, the chopsticks and forks in their small hands had lost all significance. Now, all that mattered was the fervent act of biting, gnawing, tearing. Meanwhile, Hinata, who had been quietly enjoying her meal, had already consumed a substantial portion of the grilled meat, but was now taken aback by the spectacle before her. The two little ones were on the verge of their lips meeting. With only the last morsel of grilled meat remaining, Naruto raised an eyebrow, clearly conveying the message. You let go first, Sasuke, not to be outdone, shot back defiantly. And then, how disgusting. Sasuke released his grip, stepping back and hurriedly wiping his lips with a napkin. Oh no, my first kiss. Naruto was equally surprised that Sasuke had actually dared to persist, resulting in the unfortunate loss of his first kiss. Hinata, covering her mouth, was left in shock by the fleeting moment she had just witnessed. There was a glimmer of disbelief in her eyes as she murmured, Naruto kissed Sasuke. In the ceiling space, Hashirama and Kurama exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Kurama's gaze towards Hashirama was unmistakably laced with a hint of inquiry. After a moment of silence, Kurama slowly spoke. Hey, Hashirama, did you lead Naruto astray? Clearly, this scene had evoked memories of the days when Hashirama and Madara freely indulged in their exuberance, although there were no overt actions. Kurama was certain that Hashirama's feelings for Madara were far from mere friendship. Hey, I'm not gay, Hashirama protested vehemently. You must understand, I have a wife and children. Madara is my dear friend. Hashirama, who had already harbored a lingering suspicion, inadvertently exposed himself. Didn't he even ask that wicked Uchiha? Kurama's calm voice reached Hashirama's ears. I see. I must have overthought it. Look at this grilled meat. How delicious it is. Hashirama scratched his head, awkwardly diverting the topic. Yet, being children, it wasn't long before they resumed their food rivalry. As for why they were still competing despite having finished the special beef, it was because Hinata had quietly consumed a significant amount of grilled meat, leaving the remaining portion somewhat lacking. Ultimately, it was Aunt Akimichi who brought another plate of grilled meat to satiate their hunger. As they departed, the surrounding diners cast astonished glances at Hinata, who had devoured so much grilled meat, yet showed no apparent change in her physique. Sasuke and Naruto were equally taken aback, unable to fathom how Hinata could eat so much. It's all right. We have money. Hinata, eat to your heart's content. These were Naruto's comforting words as Hinata began to show signs of being overwhelmed. Sasuke nodded in agreement, indicating his support. In truth, Hinata had only eaten to about 60% of her capacity. In the end, the three little ones packed some leftover grilled meat in their arms and headed towards Naruto's home. Sasuke remarked, Nisan, it's quite a task to bring grilled meat for Naruto. Hinata added, Father has been occupied with affairs at home lately, and Niji's behavior has been somewhat off, so I'll bring some grilled meat back for them. Naruto chimed in, my teacher hasn't eaten in months. How could I not bring him some grilled meat as his disciple? Before long, the trio returned to Naruto's apartment, where a familiar figure awaited them downstairs. He cast a disapproving glance at the three little ones. Who was he? Indeed, it was none other than Uncle Hayashi Hyuga. My lady, you have finally returned. Hayashi's tone held a hint of exasperation, as it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Naruto and the others had made a last-minute decision to go out for grilled meat, and given their large order, it took longer than anticipated. When he arrived, the three little ones were still on their way back. Then, a purple-haired Umbu appeared and informed him that his lady had gone out for grilled meat, and asked him to wait. As a special jonin of the esteemed Hyuga clan, could he refuse her request? Of course not, especially since she was a member of the Hokage's direct Umbu. responsible for overseeing the Jinchuriki at present. The conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's faction had only just begun to ease. And he had no desire to create further discord. Uncle Hayashi, thank you for waiting. Hinata approached her uncle, holding the box of grilled meat. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, see you next time. With one hand clutching the box, Hinata waved goodbye to Naruto and Sasuke with the other. Yes, let us hang out again soon. Naruto enthusiastically waved, while Sasuke offered a few waves in farewell. Until next time. Meanwhile, in the Root organization, Danzo sat in a chair reminiscent of the Hokage's, with a Root member kneeling half-heartedly before him. Lord Danzo, our operatives have discovered that Uchiha Itachi has repeatedly taken his brother to areas near the Jinchuriki's home. Furthermore, spies have reported that Uchiha Itachi's brother dined on grilled meat with the Jinchuriki. Moreover, the Root member hesitated, uncertain whether to continue. Danzo listened intently, a flicker of anger glinting in his eyes, and he noted the member's pause. Continue. I want to see what these inherently wicked Uchiha are plotting. Danzo slammed his hand on the Hokage-style desk, encouraging the member to speak freely. He was eager to uncover what nefarious schemes the Uchiha might be concocting. Uchiha Itachi's brother, currently the second young master of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke has kissed the Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki. The dimly lit room fell into an eerie silence. Then, Danzo slammed the table in a fit of rage. Outrageous. I know the Uchiha to be inherently evil and mentally unstable. But I never expected them to devise such a repulsive plan. They truly intend to ensnare the heart of a mere 4-year-old Jinchuriki with their handsome faces? What kind of nonsense is this? Is there no sense of morality left? In truth, Danzo was well acquainted with such schemes of seduction. After all, he had unwittingly employed similar tactics to ease Sarutobi's scrutiny of him. Yet it was precisely for this reason that he understood the dire consequences of allowing a Jinchuriki to be misled by the Uchiha clan. Especially given the Jinchuriki's extraordinary control over the Nine-Tails chakra, Danzo could hardly bear to imagine what those red-eyed lunatics would do. However, he was acutely aware that his top-tier combat force was somewhat lacking at present. The thought of Hiruzen's betrayal stung deeply. That damned Sarutobi had struck so ruthlessly, but it mattered not. He had now set his sights on a new target. Uchiha Shursui, renowned for his prowess on the battlefield, had recently caught Danzo's attention, especially since Hiruzen had begun to act against Itachi. Danzo's mind was already formulating plans to approach Shursui and learn more about the Uchiha clan. However, it seemed Shursui held a strong admiration for Hiruzen. Damn Sarutobi, why should he have the upper hand just because he is Hokage? I was merely a second behind him. With a resounding bang, Danzo's fist struck the table, creating a new dent. Ito, go and communicate with Uchiha Shursui. Find out the current state of the Uchiha clan. Danzo stroked the bandaged area around his right eye, beneath which lay a Sharingan with 3 tomo, albeit moving sluggishly and lacking a certain spark of vitality. Oh, and make sure to buy a new table from that wooden goods store. This one is ruined. Danzo glanced at the damaged desk, adding the instruction. Ito needed no further explanation. He understood the style should match the current desk precisely. Understood. Ito slowly exited Danzo's Hokage-style office, setting off to arrange contact with Shursui. That moment, Shursui stood in the Hokage's office, reporting to Hiruzen Sarutobi about internal matters within the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, the number of extremists within our clan is gradually increasing. Might it be possible to reform the village's system, perhaps by redirecting the Uchiha away from the security team, with a tone laced with humility and supplication? Shursui expressed his genuine longing for harmony within his family and village. The third Hokage squinted thoughtfully, pondering the implications of Naruto's growing closeness to the Uchiha clan, which undoubtedly would ignite the ambitions of the extremists. The position of the security forces, combined with the Uchiha's temperament, was certain to invite resentment. Tobirama exclaimed, Look, I knew this allocation would prove beneficial. This way, sooner or later, we can eradicate the malevolent Uchiha clan. However, this was a decision bequeathed by the second Hokage, and given the current state of affairs in Konoha, it was indeed essential for the Uchiha to maintain order. Complicating matters that I understand, I shall devise means to amend certain policies. The third Hokage stated slowly, his hands clasped beneath his chin. Yet, it would likely prove challenging, as other senior officials in the village, along with the feudal lord of the Fire Country, posed significant obstacles. I can only exert my utmost efforts. After all, I am now quite aged. The last statement from the third Hokage carried a hint of bittersweet nostalgia, though he soon regained his composure. In that case, return and investigate the demands and motivations of the extremists within your clan and report back to me. Shunshui nodded, then bid farewell to the third Hokage, pushing open the door to the Hokage's office, which had been slammed by Danzo countless times, and departed. The door lamented, "Do you know how many times I've been slammed by Danzo? Finally, a reasonable person has gently closed me." Danzo remarked, "Very well, in due time. We shall eliminate him, and I shall use his eyes to continue slamming you." Accompanied by the soft sound of the door closing, the third Hokage leaned back and gradually sank into the coveted Hokage seat that Danzo had long desired. "Ah, Minato, how I wish you were still here." The golden-haired figure reappeared in the third's mind, albeit as an apparition. It was well known that Minato and Fugaku had a cordial relationship, and given Minato's renown from the third great ninja war, the Uchiha clan would indeed be inclined to heed his words. Moreover, with Minato's wife, Kushina, being close friends with Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, it would foster a camaraderie among their children, potentially alleviating tensions. Alas, such thoughts were mere fantasies. Presently, however, little Sasuke and Naruto had indeed become friends, yet this very bond had incited unrest within the Uchiha. After a while, a man clad in umbu attire pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. "Ah, 1-7. What brings you here?" The third Hokage recognized the newcomer to Hokage-sama. "I am guilty. I failed to evade the watchful eyes of my clan." Itachi knelt upon entering, having inadvertently drawn the attention of the extremist factions within the Uchiha when Sasuke and Naruto ventured out for barbecue. This was a breach of the promise Itachi had made to the third Hokage. It is of no consequence. Yugao has already informed me that I have implicitly permitted this matter, the third Hokage replied, rubbing his temples. After all, the deed had been done, and it was indeed beneficial for Naruto to enjoy time with friends. Remaining cooped up at home was hardly ideal. Nevertheless, the repercussions must be addressed. 1-7. It is of no concern. You may return and spend quality time with your brother. However, do try to limit your visits to Naruto from now on. There will be ample opportunity once the Ninja Academy commences. After Itachi departed, the third Hokage clapped his hands, summoning an umbu operative. "Bring Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan." "Yes. Hey, which sloth is this? Hurry up and get up. You'll be late for the opening ceremony." Yugao's voice drifted in from outside the window, rousing Naruto from slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he gradually emerged from his drowsiness. Today's the day school begins. Over the past 2 years, little Naruto had been thriving. Barring the odd moronic villagers, during the first year, he had 3 to 4 opportunities each week to frolic with Sasuke or Hinata. However, as time progressed, it was primarily Hinata who remained. Hinata informed Naruto that the Uchiha clan was currently in turmoil, and Sasuke's visits were likely to dwindle. This was news passed on by her father. Indeed, the frequency of Sasuke's visits had diminished. "Which sloth is this? My brother hasn't had time for me lately. He keeps saying next time and asking for my forgiveness." Furthermore, Sasuke's demeanor had grown increasingly grim, smiling only occasionally when facing Naruto. This was what Sasuke had confided in Naruto, yet it was ultimately a family matter. And without parents of his own, Naruto could only offer solace. "Once your brother resolves his issues, he will surely have time for you. Besides, you still have me, your elder brother. Make sure to train diligently at home. Do not slack off and tarnish the reputation of our Konoha F4. Sasuke is currently the weakest among the Konoha F4. Over the past 2 years, the trio occasionally trained together, practicing taijutsu and chakra refinement. Typically, Naruto trained in chakra control and taijutsu techniques with his teacher at night, while he sparred with Hinata and Sasuke during the day, forming the Konoha F4. Among them, Naruto ranked second, Hinata third, and Sasuke brought up the rear. "Oh, you ask who ranks first?" The enigmatic Hashirama-sama simply smiles in the ceiling space. "Ah!" Kurama expressed his exasperation, tossing a ball of unwanted chakra at Hashirama. "Heh, shameless," when Sasuke once inquired why the trio was dubbed Konoha F4. Naruto confidently replied, "Is it not normal for 3 people to be called Konoha F4? Right, Hinata-chan." Naruto grasped Hinata's shoulder, and she blushed, nodding shyly. Sasuke ceased to pursue the question. "No need to ask. It's simply because we're well fed." However, As the years passed, little Naruto's height had successfully reached 1.3 meters, a feat attributed to his daily nourishment and companionship. Primarily, the villagers, knowing that Naruto had the backing of the Hokage's elite Umbu, as well as the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, had become hesitant to refuse him service. Although disdainful glances persisted, they feared Naruto might summon the security forces. After all, compared to the Nine Tails, the Uchiha's Konoha security force had a far worse reputation in the village. Despite the third Hokage's attempts at public addresses, villagers merely nodded along externally, while their internal discontent remained unabated. Furthermore, the Nine Tails would not strike unless provoked, as evidenced by a child from 3 years prior who had his nose broken and was later treated at Konoha Hospital. The Uchiha security force, however, operated differently. If they were displeased, they could directly inspect your establishment. If you were running a legitimate business, it might be manageable, but if there were any discrepancies, it could spell disaster for you, leading to your establishment being shut down entirely. Now, let us return to the present. Naruto responded affirmatively, then executed a swift leap from his bed, rising to greet the day. After a quick wash and preparing a sandwich for himself, little Naruto set off for school. On his journey, he encountered numerous villagers escorting their children to registration, all of whom appeared to be of similar age to Naruto, albeit looking rather dazed. Humph, they merely have parents. What's the big deal? Naruto scoffed inwardly, especially upon noticing one child who cast him a disdainful glance before leaping into his mother's embrace. Very well, I shall remember you. Do not let me catch you off guard. Hey, which sloth is this? Calm down. Hashirama keenly sensed Naruto's agitation and quickly sought to soothe him, but it's nothing. I couldn't care less about him. Naruto pouted, continuing toward the school. Morning light bathed the earth, casting a golden hue across the world. Particularly, Naruto's golden locks danced gracefully in the breeze. Little Naruto's hair had grown long, typically tied back with a hairband gifted by Hinata, resembling Hashirama in some ways. Hey, which sloth is this? A familiar tsundere voice rang in Naruto's ears as Sasuke approached, clad in a blue t-shirt, accompanied by his brother, Itachi. Sasuke. What a coincidence. Naruto greeted, Good morning, Itachi. Given Itachi's presence, Naruto refrained from directly pulling Sasuke along, opting instead to feign politeness. The tear stains on Itachi's face were markedly deeper than they had been 2 years prior, a testament to the burdens he had shouldered concerning the Uchiha clan during that time. Good morning, little Naruto. Why not join us? Itachi, noticing that Yugao had not come out to send Naruto off, likely surmised she was occupied with a mission and thought it permissible to accompany Naruto, as it would provide Sasuke with some company as well. All right, let's go together. Thus, the trio set off, soon arriving at the gates of the Ninja Academy. Within the academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the gathering of new students with satisfaction, his gaze falling upon the faces of Naruto and his companions. Irika, have you understood my instructions clearly? He inquired of the scarred man before him. Yes, Hokage-sama, Irika replied, a hint of bitterness rising within him. The third Hokage had tasked him with keeping a close eye on Naruto Uzumaki. The child rumored to be the host of the Nine Tails to Irika's parents had perished during the Nine Tails incident 6 years ago, which fostered an initial aversion towards Naruto, whom he had yet to meet. Nonetheless, as a teacher, and with the third Hokage's directive, he resolved to pay more attention to this demon fox. Prejudices run deep, particularly among the lower echelons of society, where ignorance prevails, and many are unfamiliar with the concept of Jinchuriki. Those from prominent clans or possessing significant strength are aware of Naruto's true identity. Thus he receives preferential treatment at the barbecue shop owned by the Akimichi clan. After all, they recognize that he is not the Nine Tails, but rather its vessel. Furthermore, Naruto's gradually lengthening blonde hair and the Uzumaki surname allow most ninja clans to piece together the truth. One cannot help but marvel at the strength of the Uchiha genes, which had transformed Naruto's hair into a vibrant gold. Quite amusing to eye in the Ninja Academy's auditorium. Though designated as such, the technology in the world of ninjas is rather peculiar. While refrigerators exist, telephones and microphones do not. The scene unfolds with a group of children seated on the ground, listening to the third Hokage, adorned with his signature hat, deliver a speech on their enrollment. Children, as I have stated, where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire endures eternally. This is the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. In my perspective, each of you represents a fluttering leaf. however, have become a withered leaf, while you are the fresh buds. Our generation will transform into flames, illuminating the flight of your new Konoha. When you mature, you too will burn for the next generation, perpetuating the cycle, and the fire of Konoha will blaze ever brighter. Ah, Hashirama yawned within the ceiling space, finally unable to withstand the lengthy discourse, severing his connection with the outside world. One cannot blame him. The monkey had been speaking for a full hour, expounding on his understanding of the will of fire and his hopes for the children. Sarutobi, the will of fire in my eyes could occupy an entire day of discussion. Kurama looked at Hashirama with curiosity, wondering why he could not endure any longer. Wasn't it he who had proposed the will of fire? Hey, Hashirama, why don't you continue listening? Hashirama sat up straight, feigning seriousness. Humph, I certainly understand the will of fire I proposed, so there is no need to continue. Internally, he thought, what nonsense. How can the phrase where the leaves of Konoha flutter? The fire endures eternally be stretched so thin. It is well known that the origins of Konoha and the Hokage must be traced back to a fateful day shrouded in darkness and wind. Hashirama and Madara stood atop the future Hokage monument, surveying the nascent village below as they discussed its name. Madara, it's about time we named the village, Hashirama remarked, clad in light green attire, while Madara, draped in a dark robe, stood beside him. Do you have any suggestions? Hashirama asked, tilting his head toward Madara with a smile that radiated warmth, leaving a lasting impression on him. Madara blinked, turning his gaze to the leaf in his hand, peering through its holes to observe the village. Since you are proficient in wood release, how about Kanagakur? Hashirama's response elicited a laugh from Madara. How straightforward. Not at all unique. Far too obvious. Hashirama lowered his head, faint black lines seemingly manifesting around him, giving off a despondent aura. Hey, aren't you the one who chose the title of Hokage? Madara, initially intending to maintain his aloof demeanor, was quickly disarmed by Hashirama's earnestness. Sai, what can I do with you? Ultimately, the leader was named Hokage because of Madara's skill in fire release, while the village was called Konoha due to Hashirama's mastery of wood release. Thus, the true meaning behind where the leaves of Konoha flutter. The fire endures eternally is that wherever Hashirama resides, Madara shall be there too. At that time, Hashirama conveyed this to Tobirama, who subsequently chastised him for the implications. He deemed the sentiment too difficult to articulate and made slight adjustments. Hence, Konoha became the focal point, and the flames were viewed as its manifestations, stripping Hashirama and Madara's declarations of their more intimate connotations. Brother, you already have children, yet you still frolic with an old single man and even exchange sweet nothings? It's one thing to flirt, but with the inherently malevolent Uchiha? Tobirama was incensed, and while Hashirama remained in a state of gloom, he inscribed the true meaning of this phrase into the annals of history. Following extensive study by Sarutobi and others, it eventually morphed into its current form. Hashirama, I simply cannot comprehend. Well, I trust that my speech has planted the seeds of understanding regarding the will of fire within your hearts. I hope you will enhance your comprehension of the will of fire during your studies at the Ninja Academy, fostering both physical and mental development. The third Hokage cleared his throat and regarded the children below with kindness. Wait, why is Naruto asleep? Cough, cough. The sound of Sarutobi's voice roused many slumbering children. This is all my fault. I spoke too earnestly and neglected to consider the children's feelings. The third Hokage reflected on his oversight and decided to shorten his next speech by 5 minutes. After all, the will of fire must be instilled from a young age. Otherwise, it would be regrettable if they turned into rogue ninjas in the future. Hey, wake up. The speech has concluded. Kurama's voice jolted Naruto from his slumber. Huh, so soon. Naruto stirred, relieved to find that only Sasuke and Hinata were nearby. Sasuke shot Naruto a disgruntled glance. He too had wished to sleep, but had endured for the sake of making a good impression on the Hokage, which left him irked at Naruto's peaceful slumber. You can't blame me for your lack of sleep, can you? Naruto thought rebelliously. The other children maintained a respectful distance from Naruto, a reality that everyone understood. Not far away, a boy with pineapple-shaped hair rubbed his eyes, having momentarily allowed his mind to wander. Hey, Shikamu, is that the boy Ino mentioned? A chubby boy beside him asked quietly, curiosity evident in his tone. Yeah, that should be him. The partnership between Naruto and Sasuke is indeed quite striking. One with golden hair and azure eyes, the other boasting raven locks and a handsome visage, however, due to their respective backgrounds. The surrounding children are hesitant to approach them. Yet, in the distance, a group of girls is fixated on Sasuke, while very few pay attention to Naruto. The reason is likely the whisker marks adorning Naruto's cheeks. But he is accustomed to it, including the presence of the pink-haired girl. Yes, indeed, it is the Sakura who gazes at Sasuke. It is truly perplexing. She stares at Sasuke, then accidentally catches a glimpse of Naruto and recoils in fear, only to return her gaze to Sasuke. Fortunately, Naruto has fallen asleep. Otherwise, he would be utterly bewildered. However, this does serve as an effective method to endure the third Hokage's speech, a tactic his good friend Ino also employs. Sasuke remarks, "It is no sin to be captivated by the handsome visage of an Uchiha. However, provoking one is indeed a grave mistake, while being observed by girls may serve as a testament to one's attractiveness." Continuous scrutiny borders on harassment. "Irika, please escort the students to their respective classrooms," he instructs. Irika, who has been standing by during the lengthy speech, immediately straightens up and responds loudly, "Yes, classmates, I am Irika, serving as your guiding instructor for this cohort. I will now lead you to your respective classes. First, let us sort you into groups based on the names I call. Henceforth, I will be your teacher." Irika surveys the members of this class, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, just look at who is present. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Choji, all signs of prominent clans, not to mention the attention-grabbing Naruto Uzumaki, who has been explicitly favored by the Hokage. Teaching this group of children will not be an easy task. It was only after Sarutobi's earnest persuasion and a promise of support for Irika's career advancement that he agreed to take on this responsibility. Seating arrangements are left to the students themselves, emphasizing a democratic approach, as many already have established social circles. Naruto occupies the center of the fourth row, flanked by Hinata on his left and Sasuke on his right. Shikamaru and Choji settle in the middle of the fifth row, positioned behind Naruto. Sakura and Ino sit on the right side of the fourth row, leaning towards Sasuke. Notably, Hinata has tied her hair into a high ponytail, the reasons for which we shall discuss later. After a brief seating arrangement, Irika clears his throat and begins to speak. "Classmates, the next 6 years will be spent together, so let us commence with self-introductions. Please share your interests and aspirations for the future." A self-introduction sounds intriguing, Sasuke thinks to himself. First up is Akira Inuzuka. A child clad in simple attire steps onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I am Akira Inuzuka. I love animals. I adore fish, dogs, pigs, and cows alike." It appears he is quite the amiable little fellow, aspiring to become a gourmet chef, spending his days interacting with these animals. Akira pauses, then shyly reveals his future dream before dashing off the stage. Hey, is that how you express your affection? Are children today truly this terrifying?" Irika suppresses his inner commentary and calls the next student. Time passes, and finally, it is Hinata's turn. Hyuga Hinata, due to the peculiar dreams and interests shared by many of the children. Irika's enthusiasm has waned somewhat. Hinata rises from her seat to Naruto-kun. "I'll go now." After gently bidding farewell to Naruto, Hinata approaches the stage. "You can do it." Naruto offers an encouraging thumbs up. Hinata's ears flush a shade of pink. But after 2 years of growth and play with friends, her demeanor has improved considerably. Hinata thinks to herself, "I feel shy just thinking about what I'm going to say." As she steps onto the stage, sunlight streams through the window, illuminating her face, which bears a hint of redness. While her high ponytail radiates youthfulness, Irika's previously lackluster spirits are rekindled. Truly, she is the daughter of the Hyuga clan. Her presence commands respect. The words she speaks should be nothing short of profound. "Hello everyone. I am Hyuga Hinata. I cherish my friends, and my future aspiration is to become someone my father can be proud of and to witness Naruto become Hokage." "Ah, a strong bond with friends. Splendid. Aspiring to meet your father's expectations. How admirable, indeed. And wait, witnessing Naruto become Hokage. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, the very child sitting beside Hinata, the one recognized by the third Hokage." Irika muses, how intriguing that the third never mentioned the closeness between him and the daughter of the Hyuga clan. Coupled with Uchiha Sasuke's presence nearby, this relationship certainly warrants careful observation. Irika begins to ponder the third's intentions. Could it be that he desires me to take the fall for Naruto's potential mischief? Or perhaps to administer punishment? However, Hinata is too preoccupied to concern herself with Irika's thoughts. Her face is now thoroughly flushed. Despite her mental preparation, she still feels incredibly shy about a wonderful dream. I wish you the best in achieving it. Irika says stiffly, clapping his hands, and proceeds to call the next student. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke strides forward with an air of pride. He coolly states, Ahem, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. I admire my brother and my friends. My aspiration is to become a person like my brother and to be a big brother to Naruto. Irika feels a sense of numbness. He knew Sasuke's introduction would inevitably include Naruto. Excellent, I wish you success. After teaching for so many years, Irika has a fair understanding of the Uchiha clan children. They tend to be rather aloof and no significant issues there. Next up, Uzumaki Naruto. Alright, finally, it's my turn. Naruto exclaims, rising from his seat and making his way to the front. The classmates are intrigued, as they wonder who this Naruto, often mentioned by the Uchihas and Hyugas, truly is. Upon realizing it is the infamous Nine Tails. Many of the common children's expressions darken. Hey, Ino, that's the Nine Tails my parents warned me about, Sakura whispers to Ino. Naruto senses a wave of animosity, but more predominantly, fear. It's whatever. I'm used to it. They wouldn't dare provoke me, and I can't be bothered. He thinks it would be better to spend his time racing with the teacher and Kurama in the ceiling space. Listen up, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, currently Sasuke's big brother and Hinata's good friend. I love friends, foxes, and big trees, and my dream is to become Hokage, Naruto declares, his eyes narrowing as he feels the weight of this troublesome situation. This Naruto has cultivated strong relationships with both prominent clans. Oh well, I'm still young. Let my father worry about such matters. That's a marvelous dream. I genuinely believe you can achieve it. Irika responds, and there is a note of sincerity in his voice, especially given the impressive company Naruto keeps, with the third Hokage's backing and the camaraderie of both Uchiha and Hyuga heirs. Naruto seems to be in good stead. However, becoming Hokage requires the approval of the entire village. It remains to be seen how this spirited Naruto will navigate his path. How moving. Hashirama wipes his tears with the handkerchief he previously used. The notion of Naruto as a potential Hokage is not solely rooted in the third's teachings, but also springs from admiration for his teacher. Witnessing Naruto boldly declare his dream, without concern for others' opinions, brings tears to Hashirama's eyes. Is it really that emotional? Kurama gazes at Hashirama in disbelief. Let him have his moment. Thus, the class begins. The theoretical lessons for the new students are rather dull, particularly for Naruto and Hashirama. What defines a ninja? Does a ninja even need a definition? This is the reaction of Hashirama upon hearing Irika introduce what a ninja is. In Hashirama's eyes, as long as one possesses chakra and knows how to utilize it, they can indeed be considered a ninja. His assessment is quite astute and to the point. Without chakra, how can one claim to be a ninja? This conclusion was drawn by the second Hokage during his tenure as the principal of the Ninja Academy. After consulting the leaders of various clans, showcasing a remarkably comprehensive understanding. Among all the ninja world, our definition stands out as the most thorough. Irika holds a deep admiration for his idol, who happens to be the first principal of the Ninja Academy. It can be said that without him, the flourishing Ninja Academy of today would not exist, and commoners like himself would have no hope of becoming ninjas. This represents a rare opportunity for social mobility. Provided one possesses talent or a strong work ethic. Why didn't Tobirama consult me back then? Hashirama wonders if he has forgotten a segment of his memory. How could his dear little brother not seek his guidance on the definition of a ninja? Especially when he is renowned as the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Tobirama retorts, I spent so much time, even setting aside some research on jutsu, to focus on planning our future, while you were preoccupied with your own pursuits. I had no interest in asking you. At that time, Hashirama's relationship with Madara had soured, so those in the know would understand that in truth, Irika's abilities are quite commendable. After all, he is the current head of the teaching staff. Coming from humble beginnings, it is evident that he possesses considerable skill to have achieved such a position. Hey, Choji, could you spare me some chips? Naruto's voice was barely audible, yet it was sufficient for Choji, who was secretly indulging in snacks at the back. The teacher is still here. Choji was somewhat taken aback by Naruto's request, but given that these were his favorite chips, Naruto's desire was not unreasonable. No worries, just pass them to me under the table. Just be careful not to get caught. Choji discreetly handed the chips to Naruto. Thanks, I'll bring you something to eat tomorrow. With the successful acquisition of the chips, Naruto felt immense joy. Choji, hearing Naruto's words, felt an instant surge of goodwill towards him. He's bringing me food tomorrow. He certainly doesn't resemble the demon fox that Ino speaks of. How bad can someone be if they bring you food? Meanwhile, Shikamaru observed the two with a sigh as he glanced at Irika at the podium. "Oh, teacher, you've hit a snag teaching our class." He then casually took a piece of candy from Choji's drawer, popping it into his mouth while zoning out, fixated on the blackboard. After all, he had already learned this material long ago. It was far more comfortable to daydream that as Naruto began to stealthily munch on the chips. He thought, Irika-sensei has turned his back. Good timing. He swiftly swallowed a piece of chip and savored the rich aroma that burst forth. These were custom-made chips from the Akimichi clan, unavailable for purchase elsewhere. Sasuke, attentively listening to the lesson, caught the faint crunching sound and nonchalantly turned his head, directly spotting Naruto in the act of snacking. How outrageous! Eating during class, he thought, feeling a surge of anger. However, he had to maintain a good impression for the teacher. At the very least, he ought to perform well and not bring shame to his brother. Damn it, that smells so good. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, reaching Sasuke's nostrils. Similarly, Hinata, seated to Naruto's left, detected the enticing scent as well. Unlike Sasuke, who was oblivious until the last moment, she had been aware of Naruto's intentions from the start and had witnessed the entire process, as for why she knew without turning around. It was connected to the recent enhancement of her Byakugan. Now, even without activating it, Hinata enjoyed a 360-degree field of vision, which she could actively close off, although she still lacked the ability to see through objects. When she activated her Byakugan, she could exert a certain pressure on her surroundings, a capability that had only manifested a month prior. During that time, Hayashi had been rather intimidated by this newfound power, and Hinata's appetite had significantly increased. However, Hayashi took it in stride, knowing that his daughter was growing stronger and that eating more wouldn't be an issue, as she wouldn't gain weight. Nonetheless, Hinata was advised to refrain from using her pressure indiscriminately, especially in front of outsiders, as even ordinary clan members were not permitted to display such abilities. After all, if everyone else had a standard Byakugan, why should hers possess an additional power, especially one that had a bluish tint? Who knows how the old-fashioned members of the clan would react? Nevertheless, Hinata had now reached a level of strength approaching that of a genin, and there was hope that as she matured, she might surpass the stubborn elders. However, as she observed Naruto devouring the chips, her own stomach began to grumble with hunger. Naruto sensed a gaze upon him. As if many were watching, he turned to find Hinata sitting quietly in her seat, appearing earnest in her studies. Lunch is just around the corner, he thought, considering Hinata's appetite, which he had come to understand. She was likely hungry. Casually, he reached under the table to discreetly pass half of the chips to Hinata. Her face flushed slightly as she quickly devoured the chips, leaving Shikamaru astonished at her speed. Wait, that was fast. Choji recalled a recent rumor circulating in the clan about a girl from the Hyuga family who nearly broke the Akimichi clan's record for eating at the barbecue restaurant. However, after that incident, the girl was never seen again, and the clan's aunt had signed a confidentiality agreement with the Hyuga family. Hayashi mused, my precious daughter's appetite is a good thing, but it could attract the attention of some unsavory individuals. Here, he pointedly criticized certain rogue ninjas and the underground roots of the village. Naruto was unfazed. Having grown accustomed to Hinata's increasing appetite over the past 2 years, her physical condition was improving. Although still slightly inferior to his own, Sasuke lamented, I wish I could eat too. How can they snack during class without including me? Outrageous. Irika, aware of the children's little antics, decided not to overreact on the first day, opting to wait a few days before making an example of them. Moreover, it was indeed nearing lunchtime, and Irika himself felt a bit hungry, which made his understanding of the situation more relatable. However, while understanding was one thing, he planned to have a conversation with their families tonight to ensure they would not get away with such behavior tomorrow. Meanwhile, Shursui strolled through an abandoned park, his gaze vacantly fixed on the azure sky. The number of extremists within his clan was on the rise, and considering that these radicals generally possessed considerable strength, it was challenging to predict what they might do in the future. The clan leader now had to tread carefully, lest a single misstep be misconstrued, resulting in extremists kidnapping him to stage a rebellion. Reports from Itachi indicated that the Hokage had implemented various measures. Yet the clan members remained obstinate, which was quite troublesome. Shursui had begun to contemplate using his eyes to sway the clan leader's intentions. He was uncertain whether the current leader desired to overthrow Konoha or merely coexist in peace. Fugaku mused, if I truly intended to rebel, I would have long since taken a Gundam and kidnapped Naruto. Sasuke even provided me with such a splendid opportunity, yet I did not seize it. You wish to alter my will? Recently, another high-ranking official in Konoha had taken an interest in Shursui, namely the first Hokage, the shadow of Konoha, the second Hokage's disciple, and the current Hokage's chief advisor. Danzo Shimura. Danzo had inquired several times about the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan, offering Shursui numerous suggestions to ease tensions. For Shursui, this was akin to a timely gift, gradually elevating Danzo's status in his mind. Heh. I am the architect of these conflicts. Alleviating them is merely a matter of my word. Unbeknownst to him, Shursui resolved to inform the Hokage of his Manjikyu Sharingan's abilities that day. After all, the Hokage was the village's leader, while Danzo was merely an advisor. Sarutobi thought, Danzo, I am the Hokage. After making his decision and briefing his half-brother Itachi about his plans, he proceeded to the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. The gentle rapping at the door echoed, clear yet causing minimal disturbance. Come in. Yuanfei remarked. Jishui entered, half kneeling on the ground. It is Jisha. There's something you wish to discuss. Yuanfei rubbed his temples, invigorating himself. After all, the recent disturbances caused by the Uchiha clan have been exceedingly severe, and we must remain vigilant regarding any information related to them. Hokage-sama. The conflicts within the clan have escalated significantly. Yet, the clan leader remains indecisive. Even calling several meetings in the shrine, I am deeply concerned about the potential danger they pose to the village. Yuanfei nodded. The information this child reported was consistent with what Fugaku had conveyed to him. Thus, I intend to employ my Manjiki Sharingan's ocular techniques to alter the clan leader's thoughts. Wait, Manjiki, modify thoughts? Jishui suddenly raised his head, his eyes, adorned with intricate patterns unlike the usual three-tomo, directly meeting the third's gaze. This power, bestowed upon me after witnessing the sacrifice of my comrades during the Third Great Ninja War, is called Koten Zanshuan. It allows me to alter the will of others. Ishue's tone had taken on a fervent edge. Now, I wish to utilize it to foster greater unity within Konoha and protect our village. Yuanfei subtly shifted his gaze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Another one had lost his sanity. The records of the Uchiha's Manjiki were documented in the texts left by the second Hokage. The immense emotional turmoil that triggers the Manjiki can significantly affect an Uchiha's mental state, leading them to enact peculiar behaviors. Indeed, this was the current state of Jishui. The crux of the matter was that the power of the Manjiki was particularly formidable, which is why the second Hokage deemed the Uchiha a naturally malevolent clan. The immediate concern was to appease Jishui. After all, despite his slightly obsessive mindset, he still harbored love for the village. Yuanfei was primarily worried that any action taken might result in his own will being altered. Do not fret. Fugaku has already informed me of the current state of the Uchiha. He harbors no rebellious intentions. So you need not resort to using your eyes for now. Upon hearing this, Jishui's eyes gradually reverted to their original three-tomo state, and his head bowed in acknowledgement. I see, Hokage-sama. Fortunately, Jishui was still a good child, not completely lost to madness. How about this? Take a day off and relax at the hot springs. Yuanfei thoughtfully granted Jishui a holiday to ease his nerves and mitigate any potential for madness. But the village needs no buts. This is an order. Yuanfei interrupted Jishui, realizing that if he allowed the boy to continue working, he might unwittingly find himself under the influence of altered will. This was truly vexing. How could such a fine child awaken such a power? If only he were like Fugaku. Sighing inwardly, he pondered the situation. I recall that Danzo seemed quite invested in Jishui. Perhaps I should consult him for advice. Danzo, kekekek. I have awaited this moment. After learning about Jishui's abilities from Yuanfei, Danzo feigned concern. Yet another unstable factor. What a splendid child he is. How has it come to this? His voice dripped with sorrow and regret. Yuanfei's gaze remained unwavering. He was well aware of his old friend's true intentions. Most likely, he aimed to take Jishue back to the root and recruit him as a member. Danzo, I have come to discuss how to handle this. Not to listen to your grievances. Yuanfei slammed his hand on the table, which bore no marks of damage. Ahem, Yuanfei, why not let me handle him? Danzo inquired. Impossible. Jishue possesses the will of fire. How could I entrust him to your root? Yuanfei retorted angrily, seeking a resolution to the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, rather than merely addressing the Jishue predicament. Yuanfei, there is no need to be concerned with the inherently malevolent Uchiha. Enough, Danzo. Depart. Do not involve yourself in this matter. That Yuanfei's disappointment in his old friend led him to cut him off. How preposterous. Yuanfei, you shall regret this. Danzo rose abruptly, fixing Yuanfei with a piercing stare. Humph, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Return to your root at once. Yuanfei's authority was resolute. After all, the position of Hokage belonged to him, not to Shimura Danzo. Danzo stormed out of the Hokage's office, slamming the door behind him. Bang, the door seemed to lament. Is it easy for me? Daily, I am slammed by this old bandaged man. Yuanfei slumped in his Hokage chair, rubbing his temples once more, feeling the weight of countless burdens. The Uchiha. A resigned sigh echoed through the office. Meanwhile, Danzo, walking away, harbored a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. Humph, Yuanfei, you think you can keep me at bay? This opportunity shall not slip through my fingers again. That I did not anticipate this child possessing the Manjiki. Koten Zanshuan, you say? Kekekek, what a formidable ability. Soon, not only will your Hokage seat be mine, but so will your very person. Kekekek. The scene shifted back to the Ninja Academy. Finally, the time arrived. Irika-sensei announced the end of class and the time for lunch. Sasuke retrieved 2 large bento boxes from his bag, offering one to Hinata. Naruto also pulled out 2 large bento boxes, giving one to Hinata as well. Hinata, on the other hand, produced 3 large bento boxes for herself. Despite having witnessed this numerous times, both Naruto and Sasuke were still awestruck by Hinata's appetite. However, Hinata had gradually grown accustomed to eating in front of her friends. This time, an unfamiliar boy boldly approached them. Hey there! A boy holding a small dog greeted the trio. The little white dog's head peeked out from the boy's arms, sniffing the air before its eyes lit up. Woof woof da-da. What a natural scent. Although there was a hint of pressure emanating from a top predator, it was overshadowed by a soothing, green energy. It felt reassuring, like wanting to cling to someone for comfort. That's right. The dog. The moment Yagami introduced the dog. Its name was Akamaru. However, the oblivious Naruto failed to remember, only recalling that there was a dog. Thus, when he saw Akamaru panting and barking at him, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Hello, your name is. Naruto took a bite of his soy sauce mixed rice, responding. Hey, I'm Kiba, Inuzuka Kiba. This guy here is Akamaru. Kiba expressed his disappointment at Naruto and the others not remembering his introduction. However, he was drawn to the pleasant scent emanating from Naruto and Hinata, prompting him to want to get acquainted. Woof woof, I see that you want to join us for lunch. Naruto invited upon noticing Kiba's interest. Childhood friendships are often easily formed, especially when kindness is present and palpable. Is that all right? Kiba was surprised by Naruto's openness and friendliness. Naruto replied, if you carry the same malice as those dull villagers, you'll find out what terror truly means. School bullying, you know? Kiba set his bento on Naruto's table, and they began to eat together. I am Uzumaki Naruto. This is my good friend Hyuga Hinata, and he is my little bro Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto introduced Kiba to the members of Konoha's F4. Hinata gently greeted Kiba. Hello. Then, she resumed focusing on her meal. This seemingly simple greeting was significant, as it showcased her support for Naruto. It is worth noting that during meals at home, Hinata typically ignored everyone. But here she acknowledged Inuzuka Kiba, indicating Naruto's importance in her heart. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Kiba, yet, being Naruto's subordinate at the moment, he reluctantly nodded. One day, I'll pin Naruto to the ground. And so, the group began their meal. Kiba watched in shock as Hinata devoured bento after bento, finishing 5 in total. The behind-the-scenes Choji was equally taken aback by Hinata's appetite, muttering to himself, It must be her. It must be her. Shikamaru's lips twitched slightly, taken aback by Hinata's impressive appetite. However, it was not a significant issue. After all, she would have to get accustomed to it sooner or later, better to adapt early than late. Hinata exclaimed. I eat. I eat. I shall continue eating. One might say that while the template of the Hitachi clan is undeniably formidable, Hinata had quite a bit to consume throughout this process. Hisashi remarked. It's not a problem. I can afford it. As a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, how could I possibly be unable to pay for the meals of our young lady? What would the neighbors think if word got out? They would surely find it amusing. Once lunch had concluded and a period of relaxation commenced, the group gathered to engage in conversation. Choji, do you know Aunt Akimichi Aoi? Naruto inquired. Of course, Choji was familiar with her. Aoi was indeed his aunt and the head of the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Choji had often visited the barbecue establishment to spend time with Aunt Aoi, and certainly enjoyed a bit of the grilled meat along the way. Yes, his affection for Aunt Aoi was genuine, and the eating was merely a delightful bonus. It was certainly not the sole reason for his visits. Well, she is my aunt. So did you all meet her at the barbecue restaurant? Choji nodded in inquiry. Indeed, the three of us have frequented several barbecue places, and the flavors were exquisite. Upon hearing this, the children who had dined at the barbecue restaurant nodded in agreement. Let me tell you. There was a rumor in our clan about a little girl who almost shattered the Akimichi clan's record for the biggest eater. Choji mentioned while occasionally glancing at Hinata. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged looks. And then their gazes landed on Hinata simultaneously. It seemed that after that incident, Hinata had purposefully reduced her food intake when dining out. However, the bento she was currently enjoying was prepared for her to be 8/10 full. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and softly confessed, that should be me. The children, who had been speculating, displayed expressions of realization, but soon their concern arose, worried that they might hurt Hinata's feelings. After all, while it was not a significant issue for a girl to eat a lot, some might view it as a flaw. It's fine. I'm just a bit shy. Hinata's voice grew louder. After all, eating well was beneficial for her. The more she ate, the stronger she became, and her father was pleased about it. However, Niji had attempted to emulate Hinata's strength-gaining strategy, but ultimately declared failure after several bouts of nausea. Nevertheless, Hisashi, as an uncle, secretly provided Niji with numerous secret techniques that only the main family could learn, urging him to practice discreetly so that one day, when Hinata grew stronger, they could together overturn the branch family system. Hisashi then went off to have tea with Hayashi. Hisashi mused, I'm getting on in years. I shall leave future matters to the children at this rate. With Hinata's growth speed, she might be able to handle a few elders by the time she turns 13. For now, he would focus on nurturing his second child and enjoying tea with his brother. Do not underestimate Hinata. Her strength surpasses even Sasuke's. Naruto chimed in, simultaneously mocking Sasuke, who was pretending to study while attentively eavesdropping. I mustn't get angry. Anger won't help. Sasuke reassured himself, remembering how he had been taken down by Hinata's combination of strikes during their previous spar, lying on the ground for 5 minutes. If Naruto hadn't helped him up afterward, he might still be there. Is that true? Judging by Sasuke's expression, it seems likely. Kiba and Choji began discussing, while the tension on Sasuke's forehead was palpable. Among our Konoha F4, I'm the strongest. Hinata is second. And Sasuke comes last, Naruto declared, sharing the composition of his Konoha F4 with the group. Well, 3 members in Konoha F4 seems quite reasonable. At least we can't count someone in a vegetative state as a member. How amusing. So, tell us how you became Sasuke's older brother, Kiba asked without holding back, striking a nerve with Naruto. Let me tell you, back in the day, Sasuke and I hit it off instantly. It was a cold winter morning. The biting wind blowing, but it could not extinguish our fervor to bond as brothers. Snap? Choji took a bite of his chips, fully engrossed in the tale that I first went swish, 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 then bang, bang, bang. And finally, bounce, 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 and Sasuke willingly acknowledged me as his older brother. Naruto was in high spirits, reveling in the camaraderie of friends listening to his stories, a far cry from the dull villagers of his past. He placed one foot on the table, pointing dramatically at the ceiling. The sunlight streaming through the window highlighting his golden hair in a dazzling display. Hinata watched the scene in a daze, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The surrounding friends erupted into thunderous applause, except for Sasuke. Of course, hey, you tricked me. Sasuke attempted to argue but was silenced by Naruto's retort. Sasuke, remember, I'm the boss now. The lunch break came to an end, and the students returned to their seats, commencing a snoring competition. As long as one fell asleep before the rest, they wouldn't be disturbed by other snores. Naruto had truly grasped this philosophy, making his way early to the ceiling space to race against the teacher and the great fox. Meanwhile, Hinata tilted her head, stealing glances at Naruto's sleeping visage before drifting off herself. However, Sasuke felt the weight of numerous unseen eyes upon him. Utilizing the Uchiha clan's keen senses, he discovered a blonde and a pink-haired girl stealthily observing him. "Are you admiring my coolness? How dull," Sasuke thought, turning his attention back to the snoozing Naruto. Although he's a blonde, he's not too unpleasant to look at. Zzz. This is nap time. Classmates, wake up. Time to get up. Hinata fluttered her eyelashes, slowly opening her eyes. Nap time is over. Yet Naruto remained oblivious, still galloping through the ceiling space on a wooden version of the Susanoo fox. "Naruto-kun, wake up," Hinata gently nudged his back, trying to rouse her friend. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain. Having witnessed Naruto's sleep quality firsthand, Sasuke took matters into his own hands, forcefully shaking Naruto awake. Has the time passed so quickly? Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes, patting Sasuke, and greeted Hinata. "Hinata-chan. Good afternoon." "Yes, good afternoon." Hinata's response was still succinct, yet her smile radiated joy. "Little brother, you too, good afternoon." After receiving Hinata's reply, Naruto turned his attention to his tsundere little brother. You care, but you just won't say it. You're sulking, he thought. Following Naruto's greeting, Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smile, only to be quickly suppressed. "Good afternoon," he responded coolly, perfectly aligning with his persona before being dragged out by Naruto to use the restroom. "In the restroom, come, let me see. No, don't come any closer." "Oh, resisting are we? The more you resist, the more." That's rather lackluster." Disappointed, Naruto retracted his head, the image of the acorn Kappa lingering in his mind. However, since that humiliating encounter in the bathhouse, he hadn't seen Uncle Kappa again. Sasuke's face flushed with rage. "This is an affront. Hurry up, we need to get back for outdoor class," Naruto urged. I know. The two boys returned to the classroom, guided by Iruka to the training ground. Ugh, it's so hot. 1:30 in the afternoon. The sun blazed fiercely, its scorching rays cascading down upon the ground, causing the students to sweat profusely. Teacher Iruka had gone to fetch the training equipment, leaving the students to roam freely in the training grounds. I couldn't care less, was Sasuke's sentiment. As a ninja, one must learn to endure various extreme conditions to accomplish tasks such as assassination. With the cool and captivating Sasuke as a role model, many girls, enchanted by his looks, and timid boys, wary of the teacher, chose to stand with him in the sun's relentless glare. Meanwhile, Naruto quietly led Hinata in search of a shaded spot. On such a scorching day, frolicking over there is one thing, but just standing there. Are you at attention? This left Sasuke and the others awkwardly standing about. Teacher Iruka returned from the equipment room, arms laden with a dozen wooden kunai and shuriken. Though the exterior of these weapons was crafted from wood, the interior was composed of iron, ensuring that the students would not injure themselves while familiarizing themselves with these tools. Can you guess whose idea this was? The wooden exterior reveals it to be a product of wood release. These were requisitioned from Danzo by Hiruzen, now the masterpiece of Tenzo. Each kunai weighs 10 taels, and each shuriken 5 taels. This is uniquely crafted for the children of Konoha, Tenzo boasted. However, it would be entirely beyond Tenzo's intellect to conceive such a brilliant idea. Thus, to uncover the true originator of the wooden kunai, we must seek the previous user of wood release. By now, you might have guessed correctly. This idea originated from the progenitor of wood release, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju's brother, Tobirama Senju. Upon returning, Iruka observed a group of children drenched in sweat under the sun, and among them stood the Uchiha clan's second heir, proudly erect. It seems I forgot to allow them some freedom of movement, but then again, Naruto and Hinata are tucked away in the shade. Aren't they? Never mind. The thoughts of children are hard to decipher. Let's lead them to a cooler spot, lest they faint from the heat. Students, let us retreat to the shade beneath the trees. It is far too hot out here. Under the tree, Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba observed their classmates, drenched in sweat, and couldn't help but feel fortunate to have followed Naruto's lead. Shikamaru remarked, "I'm just lazy and don't want to be scorched by the sun." Kiba added, "Since Naruto is here, it doesn't matter if I join." Choji thought to himself, if everyone else is going, it would be uncouth not to join. I might as well finish my chips over there. Sasuke approached Naruto, a cloud of grievances and irritation surrounding him. Students, come and collect your ninja tools. Each of you will receive 1 kunai and 2 shuriken. With 15 students at a time, Iruka beckoned the students to receive their specially designed ninja equipment. In the ceiling space, Hashirama's eyes lit up at the sight of the wooden-wrapped kunai. How nostalgic. He stepped on Kurama's tail, disregarding the fox's protests as he drifted into thought. Back in the day when Tobirama established the academy. Due to the unique nature of the ninja profession, children during peacetime were quite unfamiliar with ninja tools. While it was fine for children to play with wooden replicas, when they transitioned to actual ninja tools at the academy, the commoners were utterly clueless, often injuring themselves with kunai. There was even a child who bore a striking resemblance to a snake who cut his tongue on a kunai after licking it. Thankfully, the school's kunai were regularly sterilized. Otherwise, that child might have contracted tetanus. However, Tobirama mentioned that this child had seemingly signed a summoning contract with the Dragon Cave, but what transpired afterward remained unknown to him. That said, this kunai was unlike the old ones. The former ones, even if they were products of my wood release, couldn't possibly have remained unchanged for decades. Thus, there can only be one true origin. And I have descendants still in Konoha. I wonder if it's Tsunade's descendant or perhaps that of SHT? Hashirama pondered, tapping his foot as fantasies took flight. Hey, Hashirama, though I hate to burst your bubble. Your grandson SHT has long since passed away. That he died during the Second Shinobi World War, killed by an explosive tag. Kurama paused before delivering the harsh reality. Yet, when Mito learned of this, she wept bitterly, and he found himself compelled to mourn alongside her. Hashirama paused, inhaling deeply, his demeanor shifting into melancholy. Explosive tag. After a period of self-soothing, Hashirama emerged from his sorrow. After all, he had faced death once before. So the fear of it no longer loomed large. Instead, he felt a profound sense of regret. SHT had died far too young. Had he been granted a few more years, an explosive tag could hardly have claimed his life. It's been 3 years, and I have yet to see Tsunade's child. I'm so looking forward to it. Danzo interjected. Teacher, might there be a possibility he is your son? He smiled awkwardly yet politely. Well then, let me demonstrate the proper use of a kunai, Iruka proclaimed, picking up a wooden kunai akin to those the students possessed, gripping the handle firmly and striking a combat pose. In an instant, a flash of deep brown light swept through, and the training dummy before Iruka had its head severed cleanly by the wooden kunai. The children were left in awe at this impressive display. Wow, Iruka-sensei is amazing, Kiba exclaimed, eyes sparkling with admiration. This was a wooden kunai. After all, although it bore the same weight as a regular kunai, to cleave through a training dummy's head was no trivial feat. At least, that was how Kiba perceived it. Choji nodded in agreement, casually tossing a few chips into his mouth. That was impressive. Iruka relished the admiration of the children, then collected the training dummy. Shikamaru squinted, contemplating the fallen head of the dummy, lost in thought. Ahem. All right, class. Next we'll proceed with a slow-motion demonstration using this intact dummy. Iruka began to demonstrate slowly, instructing them on how to grip the kunai correctly, adjust their stances, and accurately target the dummy's vital points, among other techniques. Naruto watched Iruka's teaching intently. Though he was not intimidated by Iruka's decapitation display, he understood that kunai skills were indispensable for becoming a ninja. I don't need a kunai. I could break that dummy's head with a single punch. In fact, even Hinata could manage it, despite her current strength being close to that of a genin. However, it was important to note that the dummy was quite aged. The Academy's funding was limited, especially given that only 5 years had passed since the Third Shinobi World War, and Konoha's economy was only just beginning to recover. Thus, the school faced challenges in expanding resources, leading to a focus on cost-cutting. For instance, the decapitation training dummies used to establish authority among new students were typically replaced every 3 years, and this year marked the last for this particular dummy. Its head had already been severed 3 times by Iruka. Iruka, 3 times. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 3 years? Other than gathering dust and storage, I've been brought out once a year for you to behead me before an audience. However, due to this, the head of the dummy had grown considerably weaker compared to a normal one. Even Hinata could break it with bare hands. This was precisely why Iruka decided to take it away. Rumor had it that a new wooden dummy was being developed by the research department, one that was cheaper and sturdier. expected to be available in a couple of years, after Irika concluded his lesson. The few commoner students eagerly seized the kunai, mimicking the motions with awkwardness that was difficult to assess. Meanwhile, Sasuke scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips, for how could a proud member of the Uchiha clan be unfamiliar with such ninja tools? To know that I have been learning the art of kunai from my Nissan for 2 years now, including the intricate techniques of throwing shuriken and embedding kunai into them. However, during my sparring sessions with Naruto, I was invariably overpowered, falling to the ground under his formidable strength, my weapons clattering beside me. Yet now, the opportunity for redemption has finally arrived. Hey, what's your deal? Sasuke remarked coolly. Shall we have a competition to see who can throw kunai and shuriken with greater precision? He endeavored to suppress his wicked thoughts, fearing Naruto might decline that. Oh, sure, let your older brother teach you how to use kunai. Naruto, seated beside Hinata and watching his classmates wield kunai, responded without a moment's hesitation. Sasuke exclaimed, "Yes, I did it." He accepted. "No, I mustn't," he laughed. "I must endure until the competition concludes and then revel in his humiliation." A certain individual, having restrained laughter for 30 seconds, gave you a thumbs up and inquired about your name. Naruto observed Sasuke, whose face bore no distinct expression, yet his surrounding aura radiated pride and elation, and he resignedly stood up. "Hinata, just wait and see how I'll make Sasuke dance." This was merely an exaggeration, as the contest would involve throwing kunai and shuriken, not using whips and chains. Kurama interjected, "Little Naruto, don't go astray. With your wood release, that's all you need. Chain play is so pass." Hinata nodded, gazing up at Naruto's face with a smile. "Good luck." Sasuke's previously commanding presence suddenly diminished at that moment though. "Sasuke-kun, you too, good luck." "Thank you," Sasuke replied, albeit somewhat perfunctorily, yet he accepted it. Naruto picked up a wooden kunai. Weighing it in his hand, it felt light, yet it evoked a sense of familiarity and closeness. "All right, it's your turn," Irika-sensei announced, ushering away the previous group of swaying classmates. Now it was Naruto and Sasuke's turn. However, for now, they were still engaged in close combat training, with their throwing competition set for later. First came the stance. Naruto steadied his posture, lowering his center of gravity, grasping the kunai firmly while fixing his gaze upon the training dummy before him. "Yes, that's the spirit, that gaze. Excellent. Very good." Hashirama, in the ceiling space, held the squirming little Kurama in his arms, both watching Naruto's inaugural kunai training. With a swift motion, Naruto's golden hair danced in the air as his figure zipped past. The kunai sliced through the air, a gust ensued, and in an instant, a layer of skin peeled off the dummy's head. It seems I missed. His intended target had been the neck, yet the blade struck the scalp instead. After all, Naruto had exerted all his strength, employing the techniques taught by his teacher, but he failed to control it properly, resulting in a misfire. Witnessing this, Hashirama buried his face in his hands, unable to watch. "Come on, don't embarrass your teacher," his voice echoed in Naruto's mind, accompanied by a chorus of Kurama's laughter. Meanwhile, Sasuke, with a single kunai throw, struck true, landing a cut about 8 centimeters deep into the dummy's neck. "Ah, close your eyes and relish this joy that belongs to the Uchiha," a voice within Sasuke urged. Yet, knowing Naruto well, he understood that matters would not be so simple. Ignoring Irika's praise and the admiration from a few girls in the distance, Sasuke kept his eyes fixed on Naruto, who had once again taken up the kunai and readied his stance. Naruto adjusted his angle, gathering strength before unleashing another throw. Sasuke's narrowed pupils reflected the image of that golden-haired figure. A sound of something hard shattering filled the air, and the training dummy's neck snapped cleanly, falling to the ground with a thud. A wave of force surged around them. Though not overwhelming, it allowed the onlookers to feel the magnitude of the blow. "Well done," Hashirama praised Naruto, proud of his disciple. "Look at this strength, truly magnificent." Kurama, pinned down by Hashirama, looked on in disbelief, yet he couldn't help but acknowledge Naruto's prowess. Earlier, while playing in the back mountains, Naruto had once knocked down a towering tree with a single punch. Though his fist had been scraped and bloodied, he recovered completely within 2 hours. In the background, Kiba, cradling the trembling Akamaru, exclaimed, "I can't believe this. Which road are you on?" "I admit, among all my classmates, your taijutsu is the strongest." Sasuke smirked slightly, already knowing Naruto was no longer the 6-year-old child he once was. During an earlier fishing expedition, a wild boar had attempted to sneak up on him, only to be dispatched with Naruto's bare fists. He even borrowed a kunai from a nearby bamboo to carve the meat, treating Sasuke to an outdoor barbecue feast. This had been a year ago when they spent more time together. As for now, Sasuke had no desire to comment further. Fully aware of Naruto's extraordinary strength, Sasuke opted for a competition involving the throwing of ninja tools, believing it to be the only way to secure victory. Naruto, you did well, but maybe next time ease up a bit, Iruka remarked, both astonished and exasperated at the sight of the dummy's decapitated head rolling beside him. But oh no, another one broken. If this continues, we'll exceed this year's quota. I wonder if I can get reimbursed from the third Hokage. Naruto scratched his head, the fallen hair strands giving him an unexpectedly delicate appearance. The dummy's head lay at his feet. And he exclaimed, "Come on, don't play innocent. I know. Next time, I'll hold back." Iruka nodded in satisfaction, pleased to see that Naruto was still communicative and obedient. Were he the type to disregard all discipline, Iruka would feel utterly powerless. Why doesn't Iruka resort to force to make Naruto comply? Setting aside Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, Iruka genuinely feared provoking him. He could easily retaliate. Well, that's settled. Both you and Sasuke performed admirably. How about I reward you with ramen tonight? Iruka considered the third Hokage's words, feeling a desire to bond with Naruto that wasn't solely motivated by the boy's formidable fists. Perhaps he could take him to Ichiraku Ramen, providing a perfect excuse to report to the third Hokage and inquire about reimbursement. Is it okay if Hinata joins too? Naruto asked, keen not to exclude any member of the Konoha F4. That depends on her performance, Iruka replied. Although taking a girl along posed no issue, he wondered how much little Hinata could eat. Naruto hurried back beneath the tree to whisper to Hinata. Iruka watched as her face flushed, followed by her uttering something, finally standing up with veins popping near her eyes. Wait a minute. Veins popping? No way. She has already awakened her Byakugan at such a young age. Iruka had taught numerous students from the Hyuga clan, but most only awakened their Byakugan close to graduation, with only a few talented main family members doing so in middle school. Thus, it was quite astonishing that little Hinata, at merely 6 years old, had already activated hers. Actually, I awakened it when I was 4. Neji also awakened his, originally around 12, but thanks to our esteemed elder sister's influence, he ended up awakening it at 7 instead. Neji remarked, though I can't quite compete with my elder sister, I can still contribute to her safety. Despite having awakened his Byakugan, he still couldn't surpass Hinata in combat. However, he had become more adept with his gentle fist technique, now capable of performing the 8 trigrams, 16 palms that Iruka-sensei. Can I start now? Hinata approached Iruka, her voice soft and delicate, unmistakably the tone of a gentle girl. Iruka, concerned about the pressure Hinata might feel, added reassuringly, "There's no need to compare yourself to Naruto. Just do your best." Although both hailed from prominent clans, Hinata, being a girl, had her limitations. Despite her Byakugan, it was unlikely she could surpass the Uchiha clan, renowned for their mastery of ninja tools. After all, they specialized in weaponry, while the Hyuga clan excelled in hand-to-hand combat. Okay, Hinata nodded enthusiastically and took the wooden kunai Naruto had just handed to Iruka. It radiated warmth, a remnant of Naruto's touch. Iruka observed Hinata standing still, contemplating whether he had inadvertently placed too much pressure on her. He regretted not simply acquiescing to Naruto's request, just as he turned to reassure Naruto that even if Hinata faltered, they could still work together. A sharp, jarring sound pierced the air. Turning back stiffly, he was greeted by the sight of Hinata shyly cradling the head of a dummy. Sasuke, witnessing Iruka's expression, thought it peculiar. He had long grown accustomed to the antics of these two peculiar individuals. After all, it was no small feat to have a proud Uchiha scion languishing at the bottom of the Konoha F4 for 2 consecutive years. It was not a matter of gender or friendship, but sheer strength. Quite the technique. Perhaps you need not employ such measures in the future. The Byakugan's ability to perceive weak points in the dummies, combined with Hinata's strength, had resulted in the decapitation of dummy number 2. Iruka lamented not advising Hinata to go easy, especially after encouraging her to give it her all. Now, it was certain this year's targets would be exceeded. And this was merely the first day of the session. He pondered whether he could seek reimbursement from the Hyuga clan. Though the thought was tempting, the prospect of being met with disdain from the clan members upon entering their territory deterred him. After all, not everyone possessed Naruto's audacity. The pressure from the great clans on commoners was substantial, but it seemed wiser to consult the third Hokage instead. Gathering his thoughts, Irika led the remaining students through their first close combat training session. He consistently reminded them to refrain from treating the dummies as targets for head surgeries, although the subsequent students lacked the capability for such feats. Ranged throwing, as a fundamental long-range offensive technique for ninjas, was an essential skill to learn from a young age. Irika grasped a shuriken in each hand and addressed his students. Not every ninja possessed the extraordinary chakra reserves of someone like the legendary Kushina. In fact, most ninjas had chakra levels that barely equated to half of the current Naruto's. Even the current captain of Konoha Zumbu, Kakashi, had limited chakra, often relying on a strategy that intertwined taijutsu with ninjutsu throughout a battle. Most of the students, likely to become genin, needed to conserve their chakra even for basic jutsu, making early training in throwing techniques immensely beneficial that would also serve to enhance their potential ceilings. Similar to the Shadow Shuriken technique employed by the third Hokage and the Flying Thunder God technique used by the fourth Hokage, even the legendary ninja, Hashirama, had wielded a great sword while battling Madara, who brandished a scythe and a fan. I was joking. In truth, I didn't use a sword that day. It was all wood dragons and giant Buddhas, Hashirama would jest. What delusion led you to believe that I had the chance to deflect Hashirama's wood dragons with a fan during our battle? Madara would retort. Sasuke, observing Irika's grip on the shuriken, shook his head in disdain. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had practiced throwing shuriken since childhood, with his older brother frequently teaching him the technique. Therefore, while Sasuke's overall strength might not rival Irika's, he certainly felt no need to regard the shuriken throwing as anything significant. All right, everyone, grasp it like this, and use your wrist and fingers together to exert force, ensuring your eyes are fixed on the enemy's position. With a swift motion, Sasuke released a shuriken, which sliced through the air and embedded itself in dummy number 3's head. His fundamentals were solid. Although his technique might not possess the flair of the Uchiha clan, it was undoubtedly sufficient for instructing the children. Kiba, observing Irika's stance, eagerly stepped forward to be the first to attempt, with Akamaru barking encouragement. He loaded 6 shuriken into his hands and, before Irika could react, hurled them with abandon. Here we go. Irika was taken aback by Kiba's reckless enthusiasm. Did he think himself a few years younger? Like Uchiha Itachi, as expected, only 3 of the 6 shuriken flew toward the dummy, while the remaining 3 veered off toward the students beneath the trees, specifically to Ino and Sakura, who sat unsuspecting on the ground. Unable to react in time. TCH, how dull. Sasuke leapt over the heads of the 2 girls, swatting down the incoming shuriken. However, one managed to strike him in the waist. Weak and ineffective, even with the standard shuriken's weight. It pales in comparison to Naruto, or even Hinata's punches. Are you alright, Sasuke-kun? Hey, be careful. Ino and Sakura, regaining their senses, rushed over, one to check on Sasuke's condition, the other to confront Kiba for his reckless throw. I'm fine. Sasuke waved off the 2 girls, tossing the kunai into the air and catching it deftly, securing it at his waist before returning to Naruto's side. Wow, how cool. Sakura gazed at Sasuke with starry eyes. Love blossoming in her gaze. He truly is impressive. Sakura-chan, you don't intend to compete with me, do you? Ino, recognizing her friend's sentiments, couldn't help but think the same. Oh, Ino, have you fallen for Sasuke-kun as well? What? Sakura, you've gone bad. How dare you compete with me? Hee, I shall. Ino teased, sticking her tongue out at Sakura. Ah, Ino pig, Sakura retaliated, angered by Ino's provocation, resorting to the nickname she had previously given her. Ino's forehead displayed a symbol resembling a well, and she shot back defiantly. Naruto observed the 2 girls bickering over Sasuke, and then glanced at Sasuke, who was eager for a challenge. He shrugged in resignation. Irika praised Sasuke and reclaimed Akamaru from Kiba's grasp, placing the pup nearby before launching into a stern reprimand of Kiba. Thank you, dog lover. Akamaru seemed to say that as the next students took their shuriken, Irika kept a vigilant eye, ensuring that no more reckless antics like Kiba's would occur. Hey, you laggards, step up. Sasuke pulled Naruto towards Irika to collect their shuriken. Even Sasuke, as an Uchiha, could only receive 2 shuriken, while the more powerful Naruto was limited to just 1. Irika thought, if Naruto were to miss, he wouldn't be in danger, but the other children just might be. Beneath the shade, Hinata watched the black and blonde figures standing in the training field, her eyes filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. After all, this marked Sasuke's 37th challenge to Naruto. Having just been scolded, Kiba returned with Akamaru to the shaded area, fully aware of the impending duel between Naruto and Sasuke. Hey, you laggards, do your best. Don't let the boss's reputation falter. Kiba had always worn a stern expression towards Sasuke, discontent with Sasuke's aloof demeanor. Despite Sasuke's evident superiority, he still couldn't surpass Naruto. Thus, Kiba was all too eager for the entertainment this match would bring. Hey, Shikamaru, do you think Sasuke will win? Choji munched on chips, directing his question towards Shikamaru, who was squinting in enjoyment beneath the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. This is troublesome. It depends on what they aim to achieve with their victory. If it's about accuracy and control, Sasuke will likely prevail. However, if it's merely about hitting the target, then it's anyone's game. Shikamaru gently pondered with his mind, and a vivid image materialized in his thoughts. Alas, as Hinata mentioned, this was the 37th attempt. Sasuke truly was tenacious. Sakura and Ino approached, initially casting a fierce glare at Ino, prompting her to scratch her head in apology before they finally shifted their gaze. Hey, CHG, what's going on? Why is Ino cheering for Naruto? Ino, alongside Sakura, settled next to Shikamaru and CHG, inquiring about the situation. Having known each other since childhood, the three shared a certain familiarity, though Sasuke and Naruto are competing in throwing. And that's why Ino is cheering for Naruto, CHG replied, munching on chips. Huh, why is no one cheering for Sasuke? Ino asked, directing her dissatisfaction towards a glutton seated on the ground eating chips and a lazybone sprawled out in the sun. Well, it's quite likely Sasuke won't have a chance to win, Shikamaru remarked nonchalantly. Sakura felt a wave of discontent at this, yet she maintained a calm facade, as they weren't that familiar yet. Why not? Isn't Sasuke incredibly strong? Upon hearing this, Shikamaru, CHG, and Ino silently turned their attention to the head of the dummy. Though they did not verbally respond to Sakura's question, their silence spoke volumes. This is Sasuke-kun's 37th attempt to challenge Naruto. Hinata gently broke the awkward silence, addressing the two girls who had fallen into silence. How could that be? Ino exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock as she gazed at the golden-haired figure. Although Naruto was indeed quite strong, it seemed implausible that Sasuke had failed to win even once in the previous 36 attempts. Sakura recalled her parents' warnings. Sakura, be cautious of the boy with yellow hair and blue eyes. He is the embodiment of the malevolent Nine Tails. Just then, Naruto turned to wave at Hinata, signaling his intent to cheer. The visage adorned with fox-like whiskers imprinted itself once more in Sakura's mind. Is it because he is the Nine? Before Sakura could finish her sentence, Ino swiftly covered her mouth at a Sasuke, Gambat. Ino, while covering Sakura's mouth, guided her back to their original position. What are you doing? Sakura glared at Ino, utterly oblivious to the fact that Ino was actually trying to help her. Were you about to say Naruto is the Nine Tails? Ino asked earnestly, her gaze fixed intently on Sakura's face. Sakura turned her head away. What else could it be? Ino rubbed her forehead, lamenting the foolishness of her friend. First of all, Naruto is not the Nine Tails, and no matter how you think about it, you must never utter such words. Otherwise, I will sever our friendship. Ino firmly turned Sakura's head back to face her, her tone serious. Sakura felt a wave of grievance. She merely wished to share the reason behind Naruto's immense strength. Yet now her friend was scolding her. A faint mist of tears began to form in her eyes. Oh dear, perhaps I was a bit harsh, but this is something you must absolutely remember. Ino, witnessing her dear friend's distress, felt exasperated but realized she had to accept her choice of friend. Consider this. Over there are all of Naruto's friends, and given that even you know the village rumors about Naruto being the Nine Tails, how could they be unaware? Furthermore, even if Naruto truly were the Nine Tails, he is still our classmate. The villagers already ostracize him for this. We must not tread on such sensitive ground. Ino's words gradually soothed Sakura, although her hurt feelings lingered. Nodding, Sakura suddenly shouted towards Sasuke's direction. Sasuke-kun, Gambat, you are the best. Ino smirked slightly and joined in the cheered at the center of the training ground. Sasuke listened to the cheers from Ino and the others, disdainfully grinding his teeth, while Naruto, feeling quite pleased, ruffled his own hair. Hey, Sasuke, Ino is cheering for me. Useless, meaningless cheers, Sasuke scoffed. turning away from Naruto's triumphant visage. However, when the cheers from Ino and Sakura reached his ears, a smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of his mouth, his hands slipping into his pockets. A proud Uchiha. Receiving accolades from others was a given, with these two girls leading the charge. Other girls who harbored thoughts about Sasuke also joined in. Come on, let us get started, Sasuke thought to himself. I can barely suppress my smile. As the two girls raised their shuriken and distanced themselves from the dummy. The surrounding classmates fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation of the scene unfolding before them. Naruto pinched the shuriken between his fingers, adjusting the angle and controlling his strength. A resounding bang echoed. And in the next moment, two wooden shuriken lodged themselves deeply into the dummy's nether regions, one on the left and one on the right. All the males present, including Hashirama in the ceiling space, felt a chill beneath them. Irika's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Naruto had followed instructions. The force was not enough to destroy the dummy. Yet, now, dummy number 4 bore a significant wound beneath its waist. If they continued using it, would it not be scandalous? Dummy number 4 thought. Thank goodness I have no gender. Sasuke's grin widened. What a pathetic throw. How could you possibly compare with me? He loosened his sleeves, allowing two wooden shuriken to fall from his grasp. Irika, initially pondering how to handle dummy number 4, was startled by Sasuke's additional shuriken. You didn't see this coming, did you? I didn't return those 2 shuriken. I was waiting for this moment. First, he gently tossed out 2 shuriken with his right hand, and the next moment, the subsequent 2 struck the first 2 mid-air. The 4 shuriken, propelled in pairs like rockets, pierced the dummy's eyes. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, completed before Irika could intervene. Afterward, Sasuke calmly returned his hands to his pockets and approached Naruto, softly stating, I won. Almost unable to suppress his laughter, he knew it wasn't the right moment. Too many people were around, and laughing now would be undignified. Naruto nodded, accepting the reality of his defeat with grace. After all, it was his first time throwing shuriken, and simply hitting the target was an achievement. Besides, Sasuke's skill was undeniably impressive. Wow, that's amazing, Sasuke. Sasuke covered his mouth, leading Naruto to return the shuriken, then took him toward a quieter corner. Irika looked at Sasuke, who was hoarding shuriken, and sighed helplessly. The troublesome Uchiha clan. Where is Sasuke taking Naruto? Sakura, filled with curiosity, hesitated to follow. Instead, she and Ino sought out Shikamaru for answers. Shikamaru, who had just closed his eyes, cracked them open slightly to glance at Sakura and then at Ino. Women are such a hassle that I don't know. Asked Hinata. Shikamaru genuinely had no idea where the two were headed. Hinata was likely the only one who might know. Hinata tilted her head in thought. Memories of the 28th competition when Sasuke believed he had won resurfaced. They might, perhaps, be going to the restroom. Hinata's gaze shifted upwards to the right, speaking somewhat sheepishly. Didn't they go to the restroom before the training session? Sage interjected. Well, they might have had too much to drink. Shikamaru offered Hinata a plausible excuse, then closed his eyes to continue basking in the sun. Oh, so boys also like to take their friends to the restroom. Sakura nodded. Then she and Ino resumed their practice. Meanwhile, in the distant grove, peculiar sounds echoed. Ha ha, kikikik, ahem, yaha. Sasuke clutched his abdomen, laughing with wild abandon, a frenzied joy radiating from him. I did it. I finally defeated you. Which path shall I take now? As he chuckled, he pointed at Naruto, tears glistening in his eyes. This child has had it tough. Hashirama wiped his tears with a handkerchief, celebrating Sasuke's victory. After all, over the past 3 years, Sasuke had persistently challenged himself time and again, facing failure after failure, which even Hashirama found heartbreaking. Today, he finally achieved a win. It was indeed a cause for celebration. A moment of great joy. Naruto wore a speechless expression, wondering if it was really necessary. Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, you finally bested me once. Well done, Kurama observed silently, his gaze fixed on Hashirama, who was moved by the human child's efforts. The Uchiha child, why must he be so stubborn? Look at those eyes, they are all red from crying. Wait, red from crying? In the small grove, Sasuke sensed a transformation in his eyes. An unparalleled sense of refreshment surged from his eyes to his cerebral cortex. He covered his eyes and lowered his head, Just as Naruto was about to inquire about it, Kurama's voice rang out. Hey, which path shall I take? Sasuke has awakened. Sasuke's trembling body gradually calmed. Yet another wave of laughter erupted from him. He suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixated on Naruto, a single black tomo spinning quietly in his pupils. Pava, I feel an incomparable power surging within me. Hey, which path shall I take? I am now strong enough to duong. Naruto delivered a light chop to the top of Sasuke's head. All right, you've awakened, but let us hurry back. We still have free training ahead. Naruto's strike was gentle, more of a befuddled nudge than a blow. Hiss, fine, Sasuke thought. That chop shattered my dreams of grandeur. After Sasuke had vented his exuberance, the duo made their way back to the training ground together. Ah, Sasuke-kun, you're back. Ino cheerfully approached, bombarding him with questions. Sakura, not to be outdone, joined in the inquiry. However, it was curious. Why did Sasuke-kun's aura change so dramatically after a simple trip to the restroom? He now seemed oddly aloof, yet somewhat dazed. Hey, Naruto, what were you and that guy Sasuke up to? Hinata said you two went to the restroom. Kiba chimed in, wrapping an arm around Naruto. Naruto glanced at Hinata, whose cheeks were flushed, and instantly pieced together the reason. Yes, that's right. He spoke without a hint of nervousness. After all, it was a harmless fib. If he were to tell them that Sasuke had laughed uncontrollably for 2 whole minutes, would Sasuke even survive in class afterward? Kurama was certain that given Sasuke's quintessential Uchiha character, once Naruto revealed the truth, that child would undoubtedly awaken the second tomo. That so? Next time, count me in. Kiba nodded, initiating a request for a group trip to the restroom. All right then, Naruto agreed. As it was hardly a significant matter as the group chatted and trained, the first day of the Ninja Academy came to a close. Outside the academy, the trio awaited Irika-sensei as he gathered his belongings, simultaneously updating their respective parents. Father, today, the teacher treated us 3 to dinner. Hinata, her voice soft and tinged with shyness, spoke to Hayashi, who had come specifically to pick up his precious daughter. Huh? The usually composed Hayashi was taken aback by Hinata's words. Considering her appetite, going to a fine dining restaurant might consume Irika's salary for half a month. Feeling her father's scrutinizing gaze, Hinata lowered her head in embarrassment, fully aware of her significant food intake. Yet this was an opportunity to dine with Naruto-kun. Hinata, I'll save some food for you at home, so please be mindful. All right. Also, where do you plan to dine? I'll have someone come and fetch you. Hayashi pondered, arriving at a solution. Though he spoke gently, the implication was clear. He wished for Hinata to eat sparingly and not to burden the teacher. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged knowing glances, both understanding the underlying message in Hayashi's words. We'll be eating at Ichiraku Ramen, Hinata replied, nodding, secretly deciding to only eat until she was 50% full. Greetings, Hyuga clan leader. Irika arrived, slightly late, having originally intended to converse with the trio, but suddenly noticed the stern-looking clan leader. Hayashi greeted Irika with a nod. Irika-sensei, I entrust my daughter to you this evening. I will send someone to pick her up later. I hope you will take good care of her in her studies. Irika smiled in response, though he couldn't shake the feeling that Hayashi's gaze held an unusual intensity. He felt as if he had seen that gaze before, yet the specifics eluded him, especially when all members of the Hyuga clan possessed white eyes, making it difficult for him to grasp the meaning behind Hayashi's expression. After Hayashi departed, Sasuke's brother hurriedly arrived, praising Sasuke when he learned that Irika was treating them to a meal, even ruffling his hair affectionately. Sasuke, flushed with pride, returned home, but Naruto sensed an odd tension emanating from Itachi. Though suppressed, a faint sense of urgency, anxiety, and concern lingered for Naruto. He had no need to inform his parents, as they were already well aware of his whereabouts. How amusing. All right, let us set off, Irika declared with a wave of his hand. Leading the cheerful Naruto, the blushing Hinata, and the proud Sasuke toward the hidden gathering point of Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen. Welcome, a girl with long brown hair greeted Irika and the others. It's Irika-sensei. Have you come to treat your brilliant students to ramen again? I am, recognized Irika, who had once taught her a class. Yes, I brought my students along. Irika chuckled, introducing the establishment to Naruto and the others. The handmade ramen here is truly exceptional. Since the first time I tasted it years ago, its flavor has remained unforgettable. Irika praised Ichiraku ramen's deliciousness, while Ayam felt a touch of embarrassment. Really? You always say that. It's too much. All right. Irika-sensei, what would you like to order? Ayam interrupted Irika, who was about to continue his enthusiastic praise of the ramen. As it was their first visit, the trio silently turned to Irika for guidance. Unsure of what to choose, let us see. I'll have 3 bowls of Ichiraku tonkatsu ramen and 1 bowl of spicy miso vegetable ramen, all in large sizes. Irika ordered 3 large bowls of Ichiraku's renowned tonkatsu ramen for the trio, while opting for a spicy miso vegetable ramen for himself. After all, he was uncertain of the children's tastes, and this was the safest choice. Before long, steaming bowls of tonkatsu ramen were served at their table. The ramen, adorned with bamboo shoots, rich pork bone broth, soft-boiled eggs, green peppers, seaweed, and tender slices of chashu, exuded an enticing aroma from bowls as large as Naruto's face. Hey, which path shall I take, teacher? I want to eat too. A somewhat bashful yet assertive voice echoed in Naruto's mind from the sealed space. Kurama cast a disinterested glance at the drooling Hashirama. Seriously, little Naruto, in this situation, how could you possibly bring him ramen? You glutton. I'm digging in now. The 3 little ones picked up their chopsticks and commenced the delightful process of dining. Irika watched with a smile as the trio savored their ramen. And some of his earlier thoughts gradually faded away. He even began to reflect on his role as an educator, pondering how he could ever blame a child out of hatred, skillfully wielding the chopsticks. He lifted the ramen to his lips, slurping it down with relish. The familiar taste, so delicious. Irika savored the spicy and flavorful ramen, becoming completely immersed in the experience until, "Big sister, could we trouble you for 2 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen?" Irika's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed that Naruto and Hinata had already devoured every last noodle, leaving only half of the broth. Irika-sensei, is that all right? Naruto asked, his expression playful as he wiggled like a snake and winked. Meanwhile, Hinata sat beside him, poking her fingers together, gazing up at Irika with wide eyes. Exceedingly adorable. Of course, it's on the teacher. Eat as much as you like. Sasuke, do you want any? Irika thought to himself that he couldn't let his students leave with empty stomachs after bringing them out for ramen. Although taken aback by their impressive appetites, he nodded enthusiastically, checking in on Sasuke as well. Sasuke, feeling a bit reluctant, rubbed his already somewhat full stomach and shook his head in resignation. Curse this insatiable stomach of mine. It's undoubtedly because of you 2 that I can't keep up. Niji would give you a thumbs up. I'm nearly full, but these 2 might need just a tad more time. Irika nodded, while Shoppu went to inform her father to prepare 2 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Indeed, children's stomachs are rather small, but eating too quickly isn't advisable for digestion. He decided he would tell them that once they finished their meal. Should I order another bowl as well? Irika mused, his thoughts swirling. 2 minutes later. Big sister, 2 more bowls, please. Naruto raised his right hand, calling for Shoppu once again. Shoppu was slightly astonished. Do children really eat this much nowadays? And these 2 aren't even from the Akimichi clan. Sasuke covered his face, wanting to tell Shoppu that they would get used to it, but he refrained out of pride. Just as Irika finished his last bite of noodles and was about to order another bowl, he heard Naruto request 2 more yet again. Rubbing his eyes, he was stunned to see that the little ones' bowls were indeed empty once more. Unbelievable, their stomachs showed no visible signs of expansion. Keep it coming. It's all on the teacher. Eat freely. Irika patted the pocket of his waist, feeling his wallet. With the school year just starting and his salary yet to be dispensed, he hoped his savings would suffice. Feeling reassured by the thickness of his wallet, Irika regained his confidence that it's just a few bowls of ramen. After all, eat. Eat without worry. The teacher will join you. Shoppu, I'll have another bowl too. Irika called out to Shoppu as she prepared to head to the kitchen. All right, got it. Looks like you're in good spirits today, Irika-sensei. Having once been Irika's student, Shoppu was well acquainted with him. Even if she hadn't become a ninja after graduation, it was evident that Irika was rather pleased at the moment. Dad, we're ordering more ramen. Shoppu returned to the kitchen and soon brought out 3 more bowls of ramen. By the time Naruto finished his 3rd bowl, he was already full and contemplating how to take a bowl back for his teacher. It seemed unlikely tonight, though, as Irika had already reached for his wallet several times. Hinata had also finished her 3rd bowl, having nearly drained her bowl of broth. Teacher, I'm full, Hinata said shyly, setting down her chopsticks. This was a fib. Hinata simply felt too bashful to eat more in front of Irika, especially since her father had saved some food for her at home. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged knowing glances. Everything was unspoken between them. Irika, however, did not grasp the secret exchange between Naruto and Sasuke. But hearing Hinata declare she was full, coupled with Naruto's lack of further requests, brought him a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's not a big problem. Shoppu, let us settle the bill. Irika waved to Shoppu, who was assisting in the kitchen. Okay, that will be 7 bowls of tonkatsu ramen and 2 bowls of spicy ramen, totaling 200 ryu. Irika had anticipated this, thus he displayed no signs of distress. He generously withdrew 230 ryu from his wallet, handing 200 ryu to Shoppu, and returning the remaining 30 ryu back into his pocket. As the 3 little ones and 1 big one exited the ramen shop. 2 individuals suddenly appeared. Well, one with red-eye disease and the other with cataracts. While humorous, it was none other than Itachi, picking up his younger brother, and Tetsu, escorting the young lady. After thanking Irika politely, Itachi and Tetsu took the 2 little ones away. See you, Naruto. Sasuke waved goodbye to Naruto. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. See you tomorrow. Hinata bid farewell under the orange glow of the sunset, her gentle smile charming. Che Blondie. This was Tetsu's inner monologue. Well then, Sasuke, Hinata. See you tomorrow. Naruto waved to the 2. Irika observed Naruto walking home alone and quickly caught up. Hey, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you home. You shouldn't be alone, little one. Irika's words trailed off. The first fake person emitted a mournful cry, while the 4th fake person covered his groin. A certain Irika, unfamiliar with the name, was left perplexed by this. Is this a child? Naruto turned his head to look at the frozen Irika, smiling. What do you mean? Of course I am. Then, Irika-sensei, would you kindly escort me home? With the opportunity presented, Irika nodded. All right, let us head home. By the way, where do you live? Irika-sensei, you baka. Hey, lead the way. Where are we going? Under the setting sun. The shadows of Naruto and Irika, one small and one large, stretched infinitely. Watching from the crystal ball, the 3rd Hokage nodded in satisfaction, waving to approve the Academy's reimbursement. Hooray! Irika exclaimed, while Sasuke followed Itachi on their way home. He pondered for a moment, inching closer to his elder brother and proudly declared, Nisan, I won against Naruto today. Yes, he found this achievement more significant than awakening his Sharingan. Impressive, Sasuke, you truly are my little genius. Itachi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. Despite being overwhelmed with clan and village matters recently, his love for his younger brother remained unwavering. Indeed, I am a proud genius of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke joyfully struck a pose. Feeling quite invincible. Oh, by the way, there is something else I almost forgot. Sasuke suddenly recalled that he had likely awakened his Sharingan. What is it? Itachi responded, his mind still occupied with Shursue's plans. I've awakened my Sharingan. Oh, truly impressive. You are indeed my little genius, Itachi praised as usual. Moments later, Itachi paused in his tracks. Wait, you've awakened it. Itachi drew closer to Sasuke, scrutinizing his dark pupils. In the next instant, Sasuke's whites transformed into crimson. With a singular tomo slowly rotating within his eye. Sasuke, let us keep this from father for now, alright? Itachi contemplated the current situation. If the news of Sasuke awakening his Sharingan at 6 years old spread, it could potentially incite a rebellion within the Uchiha clan tonight. This would jeopardize the plans he and Shursui had devised. Though Sasuke was somewhat puzzled by the request, he trusted his beloved elder brother. How could he wish him harm? As the scarlet faded, the original black and white was infused with vibrant colors. Sasuke nodded in response. All right, but why? Itachi gazed into the distant sunset, gently ruffling Sasuke's spiky hair. Because of the current situation. In any case, trust your brother. He will surely protect you. Sasuke's hair still felt as prickly as ever, yet comforting that he puffed out his cheeks, exclaiming, honestly, Nissen, you've been speaking in ways I can hardly understand lately. So, will you accompany me tomorrow to practice ninjutsu? I want to learn the Phoenix Fire Shuriken. Itachi pondered for a moment before nodding. After all, it had been quite some time since they trained together. He felt he had neglected his duty. All right, no problem at all. Really? It's a promise. A promise. The path enveloped in sunset echoed with Sasuke's laughter and Itachi's gentle chuckle. I could see the root of Konoha in Danzo's office. Lord Danzo, Shursui has arrived. kneeling respectfully, addressed Danzo, who sat upon the seat of the Hokage. Let him in. Danzo narrowed his eyes and gestured for A to bring Shursui inside. Within a minute, Shursui, clad in combat attire, entered the office. Lord Danzo. Observing Shursui bowing his head, Danzo's tone softened slightly. Rise quickly. We are all part of Konoha. No need for such formality. That a flicker of red glimmered in Shursui's eyes, only to vanish the next moment. Yes, Lord Danzo, regarding matters within my clan. As Shursui spoke, he stood, while a thoughtfully provided a chair. Well, I believe you could approach it this way, and that way, and then this way. Danzo earnestly addressed Shursui's concerns, offering his insights. After discussing for about 5 minutes, Danzo abruptly shifted the topic. Shursui, I've heard you've awakened the Manjikyu. Please don't take offense. This was brought to my attention by the Hokage, and it's merely to provide some perspective on the Uchiha situation. Shursui regarded Danzo, whose face was wrapped in bandages, and managed a faint smile. Lord Danzo, I apologize, but may I ask if the accusations against the Umbu were orchestrated by you? His tone remained gentle, yet the earlier reverence had dissipated. In the next moment, a black pattern manifested in his pupils, twisting into a spinning form. Kodo Amitsukami. Ridiculous. Do you think I lack intelligence? The Uchiha have faced numerous troubles, and during my investigations, I have often seen the shadows of the root. Do not underestimate the Uchiha's Genjutsu. If I can just alter the will of this Danzo, perhaps the Uchiha could lead a better life. No, I am not. Just as Danzo was about to speak, his eyes suddenly lost focus. In the following instant, a blade flashed, piercing Shursui's body. Due to the considerable strain of Kodo Amitsukami, Shursui was momentarily caught off guard, and A struck him directly. How could this happen? Shursui was astonished that Danzo had fallen so swiftly. It was inconceivable that he had merely altered Danzo's will. Clap, 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 accompanied by a round of applause. Dozens of elite root members surrounded the office. Danzo's voice emerged from an unseen corner. Shursui, what can I say about you? You're just as naive as that mirror fellow. Did you truly believe the clues you uncovered were of your own discovery? No, those were all bait I deliberately set, waiting for you to take the hook. As Konoha's darkness and the Uchiha's nemesis, how could I not understand the Uchiha's methods? It's laughable that this group of wicked Uchihas firmly believes their dojutsu and jinjutsu are unparalleled, without a hint of critical thought. What a pity. If only Shursui had feigned ignorance a bit longer, I might have been able to keep him around for a few more days, once I obtain his eyes. I'll wait for Sarutobi to fall asleep, then visit his home, pin him to the bed, and use Kodo Amitsukami on him. Once Sarutobi becomes my pawn, who else could possibly claim the position of Hokage but me? This is bad. Shursui kicked A away, then yanked the blade from his body. Using chakra to temporarily staunch the bleeding, he scanned his surroundings, contemplating how to escape. Don't struggle. Your dojutsu cannot be reused in the short term. Can it? Even if you could use it again, do you truly believe the next one is really me? Give up. Even if you manage to escape, Sarutobi will not believe you, and you will be branded with the crime of attempting to control Konoha's upper echelons. Leading to immediate capture, Danzo sought to undermine the heart of the renowned Uchiha Shursui, for the best offense lies in the heart. However, was the Uchiha's heart so easily swayed? Especially one who had awakened the Manjikyu. Deeply loving Konoha and his clan, Shursui's Manjikyu spun rapidly, and the next moment, a green skeletal frame coalesced around him. Dozens of shuriken hurtled toward Shursui, but in the next instant, the assembled skeletal frame blocked them all. A massive green skeletal hand swept forth, deflecting all the shuriken. Susanoo, initial form. Danzo immediately recalled this name from his subordinates' reports. This was a name that had once suppressed an era, transcending that of ninjas. Susanoo. Tobirama had once written about it. Each Manjikyu Sharingan of the nefarious Uchiha clan harbored a powerful ocular technique, and when two Manjikyu of the same origin converged, that third power, Susanoo, would manifest. That Danzo's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Shursui could activate Susanoo even after using Kodo Amitsukami once. However, this was my territory that I refuse to believe that a duck so close to my mouth can fly away. Surround him. He is already injured and cannot hold out for long. And indeed, Shursui felt a tremendous drain on his chakra. For an ordinary Manjikyu, chakra is a limited resource. Perhaps only the eternal Manjikyu can replenish it. Yet, I cannot afford to spare it now. I have a mission to fulfill. A smirk crossed Shirsue's lips as the skeletal frame began to proliferate, a green skull manifesting before all. Susanoo, first stage. The green skeleton's hands shattered the incoming ninjutsu, using parts of its body as a shield to carve a path for escape. Hurry, I must inform Lord Third. Shirsue did not trust Danzo's words. If the Third had wanted to harm him, he would have been captured long ago, without the need for a trip to the hot springs. However, if he could truly survive this. As he glanced at the approaching root members, Shirsue could only rely on Susanoo's defense and his own agility to evade. Yet, the wound on his body began to show signs of purple. With the sound of crumbling buildings, a colossal green Susanoo surged from the ground. However, Shirsue was not in good condition. The root had been Danzo's underground organization for nearly a decade, and the majority of its members completely obeyed his commands, capable of launching suicidal attacks. Tenzin, well, I'm glad I left early. A's blade was poisoned, further delaying Shirsue's neural reactions. This had rendered Shirsue's body increasingly feeble. The root's location was quite remote, making it nearly impossible to seek out the Hokage in the current situation. Right? I must escape. At this juncture, Itachi should still be over there. Shirsue adjusted his position, using his Susanoo to shield himself from the ninjutsu coming from behind, and then changed direction. The pursuers behind him were relentless. He had to eliminate them all before he could meet Itachi. With that in mind, Shirsue steeled his resolve. Izanagi, accompanied by the dimming of his left eye Sharingan, manifested as Shirsue's Susanoo transitioned into its third stage. Izanagi, the ability to transform damage inflicted upon the user into a mere dream within a very short span of time. While the actual damage manifests as reality at this moment, ocular power was no longer a limitation. The colossal Susanoo rose from the ground, wielding a spiral spear in its grasp. Yasukagu, dozens of massive green magatama flew towards the members of Root, and the spiraling spear lunged directly at them. Is this for real? One of the members, who had yet to be fully brainwashed, gazed at the impending attack. In that instant, he finally comprehended why Danzo desired Shirsue's eyes. Are we going to win? His voice trembled slightly. We will die, replied a companion nearby. In the next moment, the Yasukagu shattered through the earthen walls they had erected, and amidst a tremendous explosion, they were reduced to the most inconspicuous dust in the air. After all, Root never allowed anyone to have a name. 20 seconds left? Shirsue felt the dwindling time. The enormous Susanoo sprouted a pair of wings and swiftly took flight. The spiral spear in Susanoo's hand began to whirl once more, and in the following second, it was hurled towards the root base. This technique shall be known as the flying spiral super wheel flash gun of life. The Grim Reaper inside the belly of the beast gives you a thumbs up. Danzo. After throwing the spiral spear, Shirsue hurried towards the training ground where Itachi usually practiced. The massive Susanoo soaring through the air instantly caught the attention of the village's sensory department. The door to the Hokage's office was kicked open, and Kakashi rushed in, too preoccupied to regard the privacy of the third Hokage, directly reporting the issue. Startled, the third Hokage instinctively shielded the crystal ball and, upon witnessing the colossal chakra manifestation, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He swiftly removed his Hokage robe and donned the armor kept in the office, heading towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Meanwhile, Itachi had just returned home with Sasuke and, under the pretext of having urgent matters to attend to, made his way to the training ground he frequented with Shirsue. The sense of foreboding gnawed at him, especially regarding Shirsue's earlier words. 1 against 7. Today I intend to take a stand. If I succeed, perhaps I can save the village and the Uchiha clan. Shirsue's tone had not been particularly serious, rather half-jokingly. Yet, he had yet to return. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and a massive green Susanoo dove down from the back mountains of the clan territory, only to dissipate midway, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. Itachi discerned the figure at the center of the fading Susanoo. Shirsue. Itachi rushed forward, attempting to catch Shirsue. Fortunately, the descent was not too swift, allowing the trees to cushion the impact, and Itachi successfully acted as a human cushion for Shirsue. Itachi, I'm glad you're here. Shirsue looked at his dear friend, a smile finally gracing his face. Shirsue, what happened? Itachi inquired, sensing the weight of Shirsue pressing against him. I went to confront Danzo today. He is the one perpetually instigating conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. I attempted to use Kotoame Tsukumi to alter his will and prevent the Uchiha coup, but I failed. Shursui coughed, his voice weak. In the end, I escaped thanks to these eyes. The frailty in Shursui's voice was palpable. Itachi quickly lifted Shursui. Inspecting his injuries, Shursui's body was already beginning to grow numb. What poison could Danzo, the dark shadow of Konoha, possibly use? Without Izanagi, Shursui would have long since collapsed. Shursui coughed once more, managing a bitter smile before raising his hand. Gakushi, in Itachi's incredulous gaze, Shursui removed his right eye. 1 against 7. I can no longer continue to my left eye has lost its vision due to Izanagi. And now I entrust you with my right eye, which still possesses a fleeting ability for Kotoame Tsukumi, that I entrust Konoha to you, as well, my dear friend. Shursui, relying on the memories of his vision before losing it, rigidly handed his eye to Itachi before losing consciousness. Shursui. Itachi shook Shursui's body, but to no avail. Shursui was gone, perished on the path to achieving his dreams. Yet, he found solace in the thought that his dear friend could fulfill his aspirations. He believed that Shursui would indeed improve the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Tobarama, what are you mumbling about? There's no time to mourn for the deceased Uchiha Shursui. Next up is Senju Itachi. Itachi felt the last warmth of Shursui's body and quietly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the crimson of the Manjiki appeared by the time the third Hokage and Fugaku arrived. They found Itachi carrying Shursui's lifeless form, making his way towards the Uchiha shrine. Observing Shursui's fallen state, the third Hokage wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Third Hokage. This is a clan matter. I kindly ask you to leave for now, Fugaku said. Gazing mournfully at the body of his deceased junior, it was not lost on him how painful this was, especially for one as extraordinarily gifted as Shursui, who embodied the will of fire, was close to the Hokage, and did not harbor the extreme ideologies typical of the Uchiha clan. It remained uncertain if Itachi could recover from such a blow. Shursui was also one of my subordinates. I will surely uncover the truth behind his death. With Shursui gone, the Susanoo could only be activated by him. The location of its appearance was alarmingly close to Danzo's root base. Sigh. I should first interrogate Danzo, then seek out Itachi for any information. The Uchiha clan members had gathered, their eyes alight with fury. After all, he was their own outstanding kin, even if he often followed the Hokage. He was still one of them. The extremists among them had already turned their eyes crimson. The third Hokage had a rough idea of the truth, feeling a sense of guilt, and quietly departed from the Uchiha territory. Sasuke expressed great dissatisfaction regarding his brother's abrupt departure on a mission right after dinner. You promised to spend more time with me. How could you leave for a mission again? This is unacceptable. He resolved to act as if he did not recognize his brother next time, determined to make him apologize. Shortly thereafter, the third Hokage, donned in battle attire, arrived at Sasuke's home. Sasuke was taken aback. The third Hokage, who nearly dozed off that morning, had come to his house. Is he here to tell me a bedtime story to help me sleep better? Fugaku chuckled. If only it were that simple. Sarutobi knocked on the door of Fugaku's residence, accompanied by a white-haired Umbu and a brown-haired Umbu. Fugaku, what is the situation with that Susanoo? Given the urgency, Hisashi got straight to the point. Currently, the only ones likely to possess the Manjiki Sharingan in the Uchiha clan were Shursui and Fugaku. If even one or two extremists among them had awakened the Manjiki, they might already be launching an assault on the Hokage's tower. After all, the current Yamato pales in comparison to the original Hokage. Fugaku sat at home, enjoying a meal prepared by his devoted wife, chatting with his two sons, and contemplating how to handle the clan's affairs. What on earth is Susanoo? I thought there were hardly any Manjiki users in the clan besides me. Well, third Hokage, I am not aware of this matter. Fuyu was utterly innocent, diligently maintaining the relationships within his clan and village, simply hoping to enjoy the warmth of his family. Observing the innocent gaze of Fuyu, the third Hokage could sense his sincerity. Where has Susanoo appeared? Fuyu inquired. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment before responding that I am unsure of the exact location, but it has descended from the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. It is highly likely to be Shursui. Upon hearing Shursui's name, Fuyu's pupils abruptly constricted. Shursui, Itachi, the mission, Lord Third, let us proceed to the training grounds in the back mountain. After speaking, Fuyu led the third Hokage towards the training area within the Uchiha compound. Meanwhile, Sasuke was cradled in Mikoto's arms, her hand covering his ears. Sasuke, be good. Your father is discussing matters with Lord Hokage. Let us return to our room for a rest. Sasuke nodded, but given his years spent alongside Naruto, was he truly the type to easily set aside his curiosity? After being returned to the room by Mikoto, Sasuke swiftly leaped and tumbled out of the window. Yes, the plan succeeded due to the urgency of their arrival. Fewer Umbu were present, and with the surroundings filled with Uchiha, the Umbu would not act without orders from the Hokage. Consequently, the Umbu outside perceived Sasuke as merely an ordinary Uchiha child, unaware of the potential for any Uchiha to cause trouble. Thus, Sasuke stealthily followed his father and the eloquent orator, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. They moved swiftly, and despite his best efforts, Sasuke could only barely keep pace. Sasuke muttered, "How outrageous. If I weren't so young, there's no way I wouldn't be able to keep up." Naruto chimed in, "Come on, I've chased down Chunin before." Well, that was 3 years ago. During this time, a white-haired figure casually glanced back and spotted the stealthy Sasuke. Seriously, running and hiding like this. Why can't you just stay out of trouble? Kakashi sighed, feeling exasperated with the Uchiha child. Due to the distance and the fact that he hadn't paid particular attention to Sasuke's face, he merely regarded Sasuke as a young Uchiha who had fallen ill. Wasn't he Obito just like this back in the day? Kakashi shook his head and continued to follow in the footsteps of Sarutobi and Fu-Yu. It was not long before they encountered Itachi, who was slowly returning while carrying Shirsue's lifeless body. The sun had already set, and the faint moonlight illuminated the scene of the man and the corpse. Sasuke peeked out, and the sight before him startled him. "Nissen." Sasuke wanted to step forward but was momentarily at a loss for words. Then, he found himself ensnared by a Jinjutsu cast by Fuyu. "Lord Third, this is a matter concerning our clan. I must ask you to leave for now." Fuyu gazed wearily at the tragic scene before him, as well as at his 2 sons. Alas, what a troublesome season. Sasuke only remembered his father casting him a stern glance before everything faded from his memory. The following morning, Mikoto gently roused Sasuke from his slumber. "Sasuke, wake up. It's time to prepare for school." Yes, Sasuke, as consciousness gradually returned, he murmured, "Mother," rubbing his head. Fragmented memories resurfaced, and he abruptly turned to look at the window he had climbed through last night. Wasn't that a regular glass window yesterday? Why has it turned into a security window today? Well, you sneaked out last night, and your father found out. To prevent a recurrence, we installed security windows like the ones at school overnight. Surprise, right? Mikoto's mood seemed significantly lighter, and teasing her little son was quite enjoyable, especially seeing his bewildered expression. "Wait, last night, I saw Nissen carrying Shirfu's eye was missing an eye. It was sunken. Little Sasuke, do you have any manners?" About last night, Sasuke wanted to inquire about what exactly transpired, but Mikoto pressed a finger to his lips. "Little Sasuke, this is not something you should be asking about right now. Hurry and get dressed for school." A hint of sadness flickered in Mikoto's gentle eyes, while concealed from her son. "But there are no buts. Hurry to school. Itachi won't have time to take you today. You can manage on your own." "Continue." Fuyu entered the room, his paternal authority silencing Sasuke's protests. What kind of person was Uchiha Fuyu? In the world of Naruto, he was among the few capable of confronting 2 terrifying powerhouses. 1. The future destroyer of the Uchiha clan, a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, and a core member of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi. The other, a reincarnation of Indra, one of the future saviors. A being powerful enough to seal even Kageyatsuki, Uchiha Sasuke. What a farcical notion that they would fight like father and son. Sasuke obediently nodded, though internally he felt a twinge of disappointment. Shirfu's had certainly sustained severe injuries. He couldn't help but wonder how he was faring now. With Itachi absent, he decided to head to school first and check on Shirfu's later in the evening. After dressing, Sasuke slung a bag filled with 2 large bento boxes over his shoulder and made his way to school. "Naruto, wake up." The voice of Kurama echoed in Naruto's mind, rousing him from his slumber. Don't ask why it's not Hashirama. Hashirama, is he? The previous day, as Naruto successfully entered the Ninja Academy, Hashirama received a reward. On the blue screen before him were 3 options. 1. Chat with Tobirama for a minute. 2. Obtain a jutsu from the ceiling book. 3. Acquire a design for a recreational activity. Hashirama stroked his chin immediately dismissing the second option. Nonsense. The jutsus in the sealing book were mostly developed by Tobirama, and most were sealed by him. Tobirama. Big brother, I've developed a new jutsu. Hashirama. Oh, is it a water style? Tobirama. No, Hashirama. Oh, the sealing book is in that drawer over there. Go get it yourself. In those days, Tobirama had indeed researched many jutsus that were harmful to the body or posed threats to the village's well-being. For instance, the multiple shadow clone technique, where excessive use could potentially overwhelm a person's body. Or the Jinjutsu, dark walking technique, which specifically targeted the Uchiha and was highly effective against the Sharingan. Tobirama, what do you think motivated me to develop one forbidden technique after another? Thus, he chose the first option, to chat with Tobirama for a minute. Indeed, it had been a while since he last spoke with his younger brother. The last conversation had occurred when he was summoned by Tobirama during his experiments with the Edo Tensei. Hashirama was furious then, believing Tobirama's jutsu to be against the principles of humanity, and he had forcefully sealed it back into the sealing book. Tobirama, I can't find you, but Naruto can? Hashirama, ridiculous. Naruto is my prized pupil, and the screen says he is the child of prophecy, whom I must save. How could I refuse? Yet, upon seeing this option, Hashirama felt a pang of longing for his brother. Hence, he pressed the third option. Tobirama, winky face. Ah, I slipped. Recreational activities, you must understand, in Hashirama's era, meant gambling.it was laughable. In that tumultuous time, what sort of activities could provide entertainment? After establishing Konoha with Madara, only gambling had developed as a form of amusement. Ah, you wonder about adult literature? That had yet to be developed. After all, neither the first nor second Hokage were known for their indulgences. Have you not seen Hashirama sneaking out at night to meet with Uchiha Madara, leaving Mito alone with an empty bed? Have you not noticed Tobirama, who devoted his life to studying Uchiha techniques, remaining unmarried? Indeed, the Hokage were all men of virtuous character. Right, monkey? Sarutobi silently returned the crystal ball to the drawer, adjusted his appearance, and replied with righteous conviction, Indeed, that is correct. Danzo, baring his teeth, cast a dissatisfied glance at the two-faced Hokage. The moment Hashirama selected that option, 54 cards flew into his vast intellect. What in the world? My brother has such an enormous brain capacity. What on earth does he store in there? Tobirama leapt out. Hashirama has stealthily locked away his beautiful memories. Poker, dodiju, fast running. Hashirama stroked his chin, his eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. As a seasoned gambler, his intuition told him that these playing cards held immense potential for wealth. But how to proceed with those 54 sturdy, flexible cards? Why not consult the miraculous wood release? It is well known that the phloem of large trees is remarkably pliable, perfectly aligning with the nature of the cards that in that case. Why not use wood release to create wooden cards? Just the thought ignited excitement. Yash, let's do it. Hashirama clapped his hands, and a suitably sized tree burst forth from the soil of the sealed space, coming into view. We have the raw materials, but how to process them without a knife? That's a dilemma. Hashirama pondered for a moment. Suddenly, the slumbering Kurama sensed a wave of malevolence. This malice was so profound that it penetrated to his very claws. What are you doing, you fool? Stop this at once. The small Ninetails abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself cradled by Hashirama. That man is actually wielding his sharp claws to carve my tree? Is he mad, or has the world gone mad? This tree has long since developed PTSD. For heaven's sake, don't mess with me. Kurama struggled to break free from Hashirama's grasp, but alas, it was futile. Such a meager amount of chakra could not resist Hashirama's strength. Now, Kurama, don't squirm that I'm just borrowing your claws for a moment. Hashirama chuckled softly, exuding a somewhat sinister charm. No, don't you have your own nails? Stop, please stop. Yamit. 5 hours later, the contrast between the vacant-eyed Kurama, who seemed to have lost his fox-like ambition, and the exuberant Hashirama, who could not stop caressing the cards, was stark. What a beast! No, even less than a beast. It is well known that Hashirama's hands were not particularly steady, and coupled with Kurama's struggles, this resulted in 5 hours of torment. After the contributions of 6 large trees, a total of 54 playing cards were finally produced. Perfect. Hashirama gazed intently at the 54 unadorned cards. Hey, Kurama. Hashirama called out to Kurama. Don't mess with me. Kurama, not wanting to engage with the madman, thought to himself how he was merely trying to sleep, only to find himself lifted and having his claws used to carve trees. Let him carve. I won't struggle anymore. This endeavor has already produced nearly 100 errors. How absurd. When Naruto returns from school tomorrow evening, shall we decorate these cards together? Hashirama's voice reached the ears of the prone Kurama. The small Ninetail's ears perked up, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Can I really draw whatever I wish? Kurama asked with hidden intentions. Hashirama, not paying much mind, simply nodded that of course. How about we split it 3 ways? Hashirama suggested. That's fine. But how do we split 54 cards? Kurama, having learned some knowledge over the years, recalled how the Sage of 6 Paths once taught him some human concepts, such as Hashikaku. In a bid to challenge Kurama's status, even learned sealing techniques. Unfortunately, he was overwhelmed by Kurama's strength and no worries. We'll draw on the last card together. Hashirama, having worked tirelessly, spoke without much thought. That sounds good. The slumbering Naruto remained oblivious to the antics of Hashirama and Kurama the previous night. He woke up to find Kurama's voice calling him to rise, albeit sounding much more fatigued. After quickly dressing and tying his hair, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast and prepared a lunchbox for later. Naruto thought to himself, wow, I'm so impressive, far superior to that certain someone who only knows how to compare heights with his brother. On his way to school, Naruto inevitably encountered Sasuke. Sasuke doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Did something unpleasant happen last night? Perhaps he wet the bed and got a good spanking from his mother. No, I mean Itachi. Naruto thought mischievously. Feeling a chill from Naruto's peculiar gaze, Sasuke scoffed. Tisich, that Naruto must be thinking of something strange again. Sasuke shot a sharp glare at Naruto, who sheepishly withdrew his gaze. It seemed that Naruto's intuition was becoming increasingly accurate. It might be wise to keep an eye on him in the future. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Were you just thinking of something weird? Naruto scratched his head. Huh, not at all. I didn't think of anything. Don't slander a good person. Yes, indeed. Let us hurry, or we'll be late. Naruto shook his head, speaking earnestly. Hee. Sasuke tucked his hands into his pockets, activating his Sharingan as he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Let us go. Why did you activate your eyes? Sasuke replied. Because I look cool. What does that have to do with you? It was laughable. One could ask which Uchiha wouldn't want to show off their handsome Sharingan after activating it. However, after walking for a while, Sasuke felt his chakra was perhaps, maybe, running low. He quietly deactivated his Sharingan, using Nisan as an excuse to avoid revealing that he had activated his eyes to appease Naruto as they slowly made their way to the Ninja Academy. 10 minutes later, the Ninja Academy. What's this? How did you arrive late on the second day of school? Irika, who had taken the time to communicate with the parents of his students, especially those from the prominent clans, reverted to his usual demeanor. Late? Hashirama usually woke Naruto up, but today, Kurama, still feeling unaccustomed, suddenly remembered that Naruto should be getting up for school. Thus, he woke Naruto and promptly sat down on Hashirama's stomach. Hashirama felt an overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of the time he battled Madara. Kurama disdainfully scoffed. Damn Hashirama, you woke me up last night, and now you sleep so soundly. I'm a bit tired. Let me sleep a little longer. Hashirama thought. This pressure concentrated in my abdomen feels like Madara's kunai constantly stabbing my kidneys. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having slept late due to the previous night's adventure, was also delayed in getting ready. Humph, if Nisan had taken me, I wouldn't be late. He followed behind Naruto, his face slightly flushed. Goodness, as a proud Uchiha, I can't believe I'm late on the second day of school. His demeanor contrasted sharply with Naruto's cheerful antics. It could only be said that he had spent too little time attending school with Naruto. In a few days, he would likely catch Naruto's infectious spirit. Sasuke, come in. Stand at the back for 5 minutes. Then return to your seat. It was evident that the shy child would be treated kindly. Hinata poked her head out. Hey, don't just stand there grinning. Go stand with Sasuke at the back. Although Irika's voice was loud, it was not a severe reprimand. All right, Sasuke, did you hear that? Hurry up. Naruto pushed Sasuke to the back row, drawing the attention of the entire class. Well, primarily Sasuke, as the common children dared not meet Naruto's eyes due to his strength and status. Naruto exclaimed, Hey, look at me. Many girls discreetly cast glances at Sasuke, with the pink-haired girl and the blonde girl being particularly conspicuous. Ino, too, stole a few glances at Naruto. Truth be told, Naruto was rather handsome. with his golden hair complementing Ino well. Though the whisker marks on his face somewhat obscured his attractiveness, his fashion sense, too, left much to be desired. One could only wonder who had chosen his attire. Sarutobi remarked, I actually think it looks quite nice that my grandson Kinomaru is fond of this style. There exists an aesthetic known as the old-fashioned taste. Hashirama also believed Naruto's outfit was rather stylish, far superior to the monotonous light green robes of his youth. Bright and colorful, how delightful. Alas, Naruto was already with Hinata. Otherwise, he might have tried his luck. After a day of observation, Ino was convinced that the relationship between Hinata and Naruto was far from that of ordinary friends. Best friends were merely a facade. She pondered which side would confess first. This line of thought seemed rather amusing. No wonder the children of the Yamanaka clan possessed such expansive minds at a young age. Irika felt inferior in comparison. Ino, what are you doing? Ino, lost in her daydreams, jolted as if startled by a teacher passing by a sleeping student at I'm sorry, I was spacing out. This was a scenario her father had taught her. Even if caught, a direct admission of guilt, coupled with her being a girl, would surely lead the teacher to forgive her. Irika, observing Ino's contrite demeanor, nodded in satisfaction, since there was already a pair acting as the class's entertainment. He decided to let Ino off the hook this time. All right, this time it's forgiven. Next time, make sure to stand at the back like Naruto. Yay, the plan worked. However, she had just envisioned herself as a bridesmaid. She wondered what kind of wedding dress Sasuke preferred. Orange, do not disturb, in contrast to the other girls, who occasionally turned to glance at the back row where Naruto and Sasuke sat. Hinata showcased remarkable composure. With a 360 panoramic view, she could see everything, even Naruto's X-ray vision. Hinata, why aren't you looking at me? I'm a bit sad, Naruto lamented. Yet, Hinata refrained from revealing her ability to view everything without rolling her eyes due to shyness. Otherwise, with Naruto's perceptive nature, they would have locked eyes the next moment, leading to an awkward situation that as it stood. Hinata wished to keep this secret from Naruto to avoid future embarrassment. Approximately 5 minutes later, Naruto swaggered back to his seat, causing Irika's eyes to twitch. My student, cough, cough. Classmates, we shall now discuss how to extract chakra from your bodies. This lesson primarily targeted the children from commoner backgrounds, as some ninja children might not have the knowledge to teach their offspring about chakra extraction. After all, knowing how to do something and teaching it effectively are two different matters. Moreover, Irika had forgotten much of the theoretical knowledge he had learned as a child within just a few days after mastering chakra extraction. Did it not resemble a high school graduate's experience after exams? Amusing, indeed. Irika produced the essential textbook for new students, How to Extract Chakra, Ninja Student Edition, authored by his idol, Tobirama. Irika explained the concepts in detail, leading the common students to display looks of enlightenment, while some ninja offspring deepened their understanding. I am Irika, the esteemed grade director, a distinguished teacher of the elite class appointed by Lord Hokage. How could I lack ability? To think you would compare me to the likes of Mizuki is mistaken. Though we are both teachers, there are distinctions between us. Mizuki retorted, Oh, you're so confident, aren't you? Just wait until I practice my great wind shuriken technique. However, for Naruto, Irika's explanations remained rather convoluted. This matter was not akin to feeling the moment and exerting effort for a result. Hashirama mused that Naruto was indeed his pupil, grasping the essence quite well. Consequently, Naruto found himself yawning repeatedly during Irika's lecture, causing Hinata to worry greatly, fearing Naruto might be called upon to experience the intensity of Irika's infamous lion's roar technique. Yet, her sentiments mirrored Naruto's. Chakra extraction was not an exceptionally challenging task, as long as the quantity was adequate. What more was needed? If one were to liken a person to a container, with chakra as water, then extracting chakra represented the volume of water intake. Irika's teachings merely aimed to help students enlarge their existing intake. The overall capacity, however, depended on individual talent. As for Naruto and Hinata's talents, I will not accept this, Sasuke declared. Hinata fidgeted, her index fingers poking each other. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Unfortunately for Naruto, his golden hair shone brilliantly, especially in the eyes of their teacher, Irika. Thus, after concluding the lesson, he spoke loudly enough for even Mizuki in the adjacent class to hear. Stand up. Naruto was instantly jolted awake and sprang to his feet. Oh no, I accidentally fell asleep. He had been caught by Irika when it was lunchtime. A flurry of thoughts raced through Naruto's mind, ultimately returning to food. Irika squinted, a smile curling his lips as he regarded Naruto, a wave of malice emanating from him like a fearsome beast pouncing upon Naruto. Though it was merely Akamaru sneaking over, he realized, noticing Kiba signaling desperately to Hinata from a distance. "Quick, save me, you understand?" Hinata promptly seized Akamaru by the nape, lifting him onto her lap. Soft and pleasant to the touch. Akamaru thought, for some reason, that if he misbehaved, this seemingly harmless girl might tear him apart. Woof! A cute whine escaped Akamaru's throat, a sound so faint that only Hinata and Naruto could hear it. Even Kiba had not witnessed Akamaru acting so adorably. "Kiba, you mutt, you traitor," Akamaru retorted. "Do you think I want to?" Hinata's eyes sparkled, but Naruto was still being called upon by Irika to stand. Thus, her attention remained primarily on Naruto. "Oh no, I'm being overpraised that I'm not that brave," Naruto shyly replied, shaking his head. "That I'm not trying to compliment you." "Calm down, Irika. You can do this. Believe in yourself. You are destined to be the principal." "All right, surely Naruto understands chakra extraction well enough. Please come up and demonstrate for everyone," Irika instructed Naruto with a steady voice. I can't explain," Naruto admitted, acknowledging his skill in extraction but unsure how to articulate it. "Then how about you sit down and listen to the teacher's explanations?" "All right, Naruto-kun." "Wow, Irika-sensei is so sweet," he thought, blushing at the affectionate address. "By the way, the author of that book you mentioned, who is also your idol, is far less wise than you. I believe your explanation will surely be superior." With that, Naruto raised his hand once more and dashed past Sasuke to the front. Wow, Naruto is so bold. Without Naruto's protection, Choji hesitated to eat chips openly, resorting to quietly nibbling on them while talking. Indeed, Shikamaru lazily replied. Naruto really had no idea how to slack off properly. It is known that true masters of idling appear to be incredibly serious on the surface. Yet in reality, they have long since drifted away into the realms of daydreaming. Shikamaru imagined himself in Sunagakure, but he heard that the girls there shared the same temperament as his mother. Terrifying. Irika looked speechlessly at the approaching Naruto. Well, whatever, he thought. If he wanted to give it a try, let him. After all, the fundamentals had already been covered. Everyone could attempt it themselves. Students without a foundation typically manage to extract it in about a week. While Naruto prepared, Irika addressed the students. Ahem. First, sit cross-legged, then bring your hands together. Little Naruto promptly seated himself on the podium, his tiny hands pressed together. He envisioned a vague sensation of energy emanating from his body, existing within every part of him. At last, the chakra emerged. No sooner had Naruto spoken than a wave of chakra expanded outward from him, radiating 1/2 meter in every direction. Papers flew and obscured Irika's face. No way. Did that really work? Sakura, who had been furiously taking notes, was left utterly bewildered by Naruto's demonstration. What sensation of energy? I know it's hard to articulate. Otherwise, why would you need to explain it? How absurd. Though internally seething, she maintained a facade of calmness. She couldn't let Sasuke see her flustered. Irika removed the paper from his face, lifting Naruto, who was still extracting chakra, and placed him back in his seat. In the gleeful gaze of Sasuke, Naruto was unceremoniously tossed back into position. Cough, cough. This is a special case. I advise everyone not to follow this example, compared to the cheerful daily life within the school. The current situation of the route was utterly infuriating. Here's the deal. Yesterday, Danzo's fishing expedition, which had lasted several months, ended in failure. He had even managed to overturn Danzo's fishing platform on his way out. Such a massive Rasengan had crashed down into the route's base. The scene was nothing short of earth-shattering, as most of the critical areas of the base were underground, and the support columns could hardly withstand such a violent impact. At that moment, Danzo, who was still inside, exclaimed, "Maru." Fortunately, Danzo was situated in one of the safest spots in the base, reinforced by the remnants of wood left by Tobirama from years past, just barely withstanding the force of Shusui's Rasengan. Shursui declared, "This technique is called the Flying Spiral Super Rotating Flash Life Gun. Even in death, I shall shout its name with a hoarse voice from the underworld." Those ninjas in the route who had attempted to defend themselves with ninjutsu were all wiped out. Half of his trusted subordinates had perished, leaving only a few elite bodyguards alive. Truly, It was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Maru, my plans have completely fallen apart. Not to mention, Shui hadn't even lost his eyes. What was all my effort worth? I set up the trap step by step, waiting to draw Shui in and seize his eyes. But what was with that enormous Susanoo? According to Tobirama's book, the energy consumption for an ordinary Manjiki Sharingan to activate Susanoo is tremendous that it shouldn't be possible. At this moment, Danzo had yet to uncover any information regarding Izanagi. Thus he remained unaware that Shui had exchanged his coveted eternal Manjiki Sharingan for 60 seconds of invincibility. How absurd, climbing onto Sarutobi's bed in the dead of night to glare at him. Had I wasted my efforts, I would never become Hokage, and Sarutobi could never be mine. Thud. Danzo, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand onto the desk that his subordinates had salvaged from the ruins. This one was of far better quality than the last. The desk proclaimed, I am a survivor of the blows from a Susanoo with powers akin to Kami. Oh, you ask why the quality has improved. Well, during my free time, I took on side jobs and stumbled upon a custom desk akin to that of the Hokage. As a former elite ninja of the root, trained in the wood-release sword technique by Danzo, Tenzo certainly recognized the goods from his old employer that in his youth, he had observed Danzo return from the Hokage's office, his face a mask of fury, only to slam his hands onto the desk. How could ordinary desks withstand the wrath of Shimura Danzo? Naturally, they would simply splinter under his forceful strikes that in his childhood. Tenzo often felt pity for the desks that bore the brunt of Danzo's fury. After all, Danzo's rage had never fully dissipated, and during Tenzo's training, it would often redirect onto him. Thus, when he received this undoubtedly genuine order from his old employer, Tenzo poured all his strength into crafting the desk. Laughable, Tenzo could barely be considered a shadow-level fighter, and now he was exerting his full effort to create a desk that do not mock. Yamato merely plays in high-stakes matches. Its durability is beyond doubt. A powerful, resonating sound echoed through the ruins of the root. Danzo subtly massaged his palm. Hiss, that sensation was not quite right. Had the craftsmanship changed? Though he no longer needed to place orders, Danzo found no joy in this. How absurd. Now even the desk was mocking me. Danzo watched as his surviving subordinates painstakingly cleared away the debris of the root, striving to salvage documents, experimental materials, and other items, especially the items from the laboratory. They were crucial to his power. Members of the root capable of Earth release directly burrowed underground, doing their utmost to recover whatever they could. Sighing, Danzo watched the desolate scene, his mind racing on how to proceed. At that moment, an old man sat upon his throne, observing his remaining subordinates as they unearthed his belongings. This base could not remain. Ridiculous. After such a massive explosion, with a little effort, the Uchiha could easily trace it back. If only Ka had survived, my men wouldn't have perished from that green light. How could a few nefarious Uchiha pose a threat? But alas, there are no ifs. How should I explain this to Hisashi? Should I tell him that Shui intended to assassinate the high-ranking officials of Konoha, Hokage's assistant, Shimura Danzo? Danzo rubbed his chin, wrapped in bandages, shaking his head. Recently, although he had reduced his activities, the deeds he had committed were set in stone. Hisashi was unlikely to believe him outright. He also wondered how that rascal Shui was faring. How could he remain so formidable after being struck by the poison I procured from the Yamanaka clan? He had even managed to launch an attack on my base. Could this be the power of the Manjiki? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it were truly that powerful, I would have perished already. How could the Uchiha have endured all these years? There had been no sign of such from them on previous battlefields. Perhaps it was a temporary burst of forbidden technique. That it seems I must delve into the materials left by Tobirama-sensei and the records from the Uchiha. Tobirama, if I had known, after the battle at the Valley of the End, I would have directly used Flying Thunder God to pin Madara's corpse to the ground and mercilessly torment him until 3 days later, when I could confirm he was truly dead, before returning. Indeed, Tobirama could have simply guarded the corpse, making it his first task every morning to check if Madara's body had begun to rot. Unfortunately, back then, Hashirama insisted on placing Madara's corpse in a coffin and found a nice spot for burial. Hashirama originally intended to be buried alongside Madara, but ultimately failed. Why? The arrangements for Hashirama's funeral were made by Tobirama and Mito. Tobirama, the inherently evil Uchiha Madara. Even in death, he seeks to wreak havoc upon my elder brother. That is absolutely unacceptable. Mito, Kurama, Yamete. Thus, Hashirama and Madara, even in death, could not be together. What a joyous turn of events. Truly a cause for celebration. Hashirama. Hey, what are we celebrating? Damn you, Udu. I'm getting angry. However, back in the day, Madara had actually faked his death, leaving behind a shadow clone. Madara. I gamble that Hashirama's mother will protect my corpse. For that, I wager all my bonds with Hashirama. Fortunately, I won the bet. Tobirama. How absurd. My foolish elder brother. Duped and counting someone else's money. Hashirama. Huh. Is that so? Sarutobi Hisashi was leading a covert team to confront Danzo, seeking retribution. After all, Itachi had already disclosed part of the circumstances to him. The actions of his old friend had indeed crossed a line, especially in targeting Shisui. Wait, could it be that he intends to exploit Shisui's Kotoemitsukami? This is utterly unacceptable. He must not be allowed to continue his reckless behavior. However, as the Hokage of the village, there were many murky matters that were inconvenient for him to handle directly. And Danzo's presence served as a valuable aid. This was, after all, one of the fundamental reasons for the establishment of Root. Perhaps it was time to consider appointing someone else to lead Root. Who could it be? A figure with long, dark hair suddenly materialized in his mind. Wouldn't it be intriguing to see Itachi as the leader of Root? Now, let us return our focus to the Ninja Academy, where lunchtime had arrived. Today, Irika chose not to dine outside. The reason was that a female teacher had brought him a bento box. Indeed, Irika had received what could be described as a heartfelt lunch. Hey, Irika-sensei. Ino approached Irika, her mouth covered, her voice brimming with curiosity. Gossip. This is definitely gossip. This inquiry from Ino caused the students, who had been previously engrossed in their meals, to lift their heads in unison. Finally, a brave soul had taken the lead in this charge. Hey, why isn't Naruto leading the charge? You may wonder. His emotional intelligence was quite lacking in certain aspects. He genuinely believed Irika's bento was pink. However, for the more precocious ninja students, the teacher's gossip served as an irresistible spice, especially when it concerned their homeroom teacher Dada. This is a bento from the teacher next door, Irika replied softly, his face unusually devoid of anger. Naruto scratched his head, recalling that the teacher next door was Mizuki. Why would Mizuki-sensei give Irika a bento, especially a pink one? Could it be that Mizuki-sensei has feelings for Irika-sensei? Moreover, Irika-sensei accepted it. Smack. Inside the ceiling space, Hashirama and Kurama were both taken aback by Naruto's outrageous conclusion. Kurama exclaimed, Hashirama, you must clarify. Did you corrupt Naruto? If I ever meet the fourth Hokage again, I will definitely report you. Hashirama protested, don't be ridiculous. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm innocent. I have a wife and children. My relationship with Madara is purely platonic. Tobirama chimed in. Yes, a friendship so pure that even in death you wish to be buried together. Forsaking your wife and children just to be alongside Madara. How infuriating. To think that the Uchiha are inherently malevolent. Naruto leaned slightly toward Hinata. Hey, Hinata, I didn't expect Irika-sensei to have a fondness for Mizuki-sensei's style. Naruto whispered close to Hinata's ear, his breath brushing against her skin, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Hinata tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, securing her ponytail. Why does Naruto-kun have such peculiar thoughts about these matters? I believe the teacher was referring to the homeroom teacher, Shizen. Indeed, Irika's class was situated between Mizuki's class on the left and Shizen's class on the right. Oh, I see. I seem to have made a mistake. Hinata murmured, her lips pouting slightly. However, the next moment, a chilling realization struck her. Wait, Naruto-kun, do you know that our neighbor is Shizen-sensei? Naruto, puzzled by Hinata's question, replied, of course, I saw her during the meeting. Thus, Naruto immediately thought of Mizuki-sensei instead of Shizen-sensei. Does this imply that Naruto has feelings? Hinata's face paled at the implication. Well, I didn't know she was the homeroom teacher. It just didn't register, Naruto added hastily. Thank goodness, Hinata sighed in relief, patting her chest. Oh, it's not what I feared. I can continue to enjoy my meal. Wow, this is my third bento. Ino, upon receiving the juicy gossip, found herself unable to contain her excitement. Spill the tea. Ino leaned closer, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to hear the beginning of this epic romance. Why isn't Irika-sensei speaking? After 5 seconds of silence, Ino realized that not only had Iroquois ceased talking, but even the sounds of eating had vanished. The once lively chatter had dissipated, leaving her in an eerie void. Is time frozen? It must be. Ouch. Iroquois, having had enough of this overly inquisitive girl, smacked her head. Are the children nowadays so precociously nosy? I certainly wasn't like this at their age. Otherwise, I wouldn't be receiving bento from a female teacher now. Get back to your lunch. At your age, focus on your training. The unfortunate Ino, clutching her head, returned to Sakura's side, who greeted her with a thumbs up. You truly are something, stubborn pig that go to hell. Ino retorted, feeling defeated. She had merely sought to aid Iroquois-sensei in his love life, only to find herself in this humiliating position. Meanwhile, Sasuke's gaze lingered on Ino. After all, she was the only brave girl he had encountered thus far. This small detail did not go unnoticed by Ino, who was keenly aware of Sasuke's attention. Although he quickly turned away, their eyes had met for a brief moment. Wow, did Sasuke-kun just look at me? Ino beamed with pride. Hey, Sakura-chan, Sasuke-kun just glanced my way. Provocation, this is definitely provocation. Ino thought, her heart racing. However, it was a far more potent form of provocation than Sakura's teasing. No, hold on, he is my friend. Right, maybe Sasuke-kun just wants to see you make a fool of yourself, Sakura countered, although her argument felt weak. After all, Sasuke usually focused on only a few things. Studies, his brother, Naruto, and Hinata. To have made eye contact with Ino was a significant indicator. Sasuke mused. Woman, you have successfully piqued my interest. This was merely Ino's fantasy. Meanwhile, Sasuke was preoccupied with how he would recount the gossip about Iroquois-sensei to Itachi later that evening in the ruins of Root. Danzo intertwined his fingers, his lips pressed against his hands, an eye fixed on his hard-working subordinates. Suddenly, a voice he knew all too well echoed through the air. Danzo, what on earth have you done? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sarutobi, clad in battle attire, appeared with his top subordinate, the white-haired Kakashi, along with the second-in-command, Tenzo, and a host of Umbu members. Tenzo gazed at the desolation that once was his home. Feeling a twinge of sorrow, yet amidst his melancholy, he noticed the table that Danzo had managed to preserve intact. Itsu, sturdy table. No wonder I crafted it specifically for Lord Danzo. It remains unscathed. Upon closer inspection, however, he could discern a faint handprint. Tenzo quickly covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Kakashi, the Umbu captain, patted Tenzo's back, puzzled. What is this? Why is Tenzo suddenly laughing? Tenzo replied, I am an elite Umbu, trained rigorously by Root. Under normal circumstances, I would never lose my composure unless provoked. Ahem, it was nothing, I just choked. Kakashi, bewildered, pondered. Choked? Choked on what? He didn't even drink water. Could it be he choked on his saliva? Kakashi cast a peculiar glance at Tenzo. It was rather disconcerting that someone of his stature could still be choked by saliva. Truly, he was a source of endless worry. Tenzo remarked, You do not comprehend my delights, with a mischievous grin. He continued, Now that we have such a sturdy table, Lord Danzo's ire shall not spill over onto the other Root members. I am truly considering the welfare of my former comrades. Just moments ago, after Danzo had pounded the table in frustration, he had intensified the workload, leaving Ito, who was currently clearing the debris, feeling utterly exasperated. Danzo glared fiercely at this treacherous individual, who had forsaken loyalty for personal gain, and began to mentally rehearse his prepared statements before launching into his deceitful narrative. As you can see, Sarutobi, my base has been assaulted by the malevolent Uchiha, since Shursui has managed to escape. It is evident that this matter cannot be concealed any longer. Therefore, I shall turn the tables on them, as I have often done in the past. He continued, Uchiha Shursui sought to manipulate my will with his Mangeki Sharingan, harboring nefarious intentions to control the upper echelons of Konohagakure. Fortunately, I had an escape plan in place and successfully evaded his Kotoamatsukami. However, I was taken aback when he unleashed Susanoo and obliterated the Root's headquarters. As the leader of Root, I deeply regret this incident. Danzo spoke with a righteous fervor, as if proclaiming the tenets of justice. Behold, my words ring true. The wicked Uchiha seeks to alter the will of our esteemed leaders in Konoha. I, as the Fire Shadow's chief advisor, with unparalleled intellect, evaded the Uchiha's infiltration. He mused. I can already envision Hiruzen weeping for my valorous deeds. contemplating a resignation from the position of Hokage, allowing a courageous and strategic individual like myself to assume the mantle. Hiruzen interjected, "What a fanciful daydream. The mere thought of what I am about to say brings a smile to my face." Coughing slightly, he added, "Danzo, I did not come here to listen to your excuses. I am well aware of the situation with Shursui. Your actions have been utterly egregious." Hiruzen's expression darkened as he reflected on his repeated leniency towards Danzo, which had emboldened him to act against the children bearing the will of fire. Moreover, with half of Root now decimated, it could be deemed irreparably damaged. As such, there was no longer any necessity for Danzo to remain. Henceforth, I shall oversee the remaining members of Root. Your position as chief advisor to the Hokage shall remain intact, but you shall no longer meddle in the affairs of Root. This proclamation struck Danzo like a bolt from the blue, piercing his heart. "What sort of jest is this?" he exclaimed, his fury igniting as he fixed an intense gaze upon Hiruzen's resolute visage. "Sarutobi, you must carefully consider your words. I have shouldered the burden of Konoha's dark deeds, taking the blame for countless transgressions. How dare you dissolve my Root?" Hiruzen was resolute in his convictions. He recognized the boundless potential of the new generation in Konoha. All imbued with the will of fire, as a member of the older generation, he understood that it was time to refrain from interfering in the growth of the new. Furthermore, Danzo's actions had threatened the future of Konoha's youth. Perhaps this time it was merely Shursui, and only one faction of Root lay in ruins. But what of the next time? Both their strengths could be described as shadow level, but truthfully, they were no match even for the Nine Tails. As a disciple who had been guided by the first and second Hokage, Hiruzen was acutely aware of the true strength that a Hokage ought to possess. Perhaps he had once embodied it. But now he felt the weight of age upon him. "I shall undertake a complete restructuring of Root, and the leadership shall be changed." Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, refraining from divulging the name of his successor to Danzo, fearing that it would drive him to madness. In truth, even without Hiruzen's revelation, Danzo was already teetering on the brink of insanity. After dedicating over a decade to cultivating Root, now he was to simply relinquish it? First came the threats, then the attempts to seize control, and finally, his position was to be usurped. "Sarutobi, you have become quite the ambitious individual." Danzo scoffed, his disdain palpable. "Very well, I shall witness how you intend to wrest control of my Root. Know that Root, as the darkest corner of Konoha, comprises nearly all of my loyal subordinates. Through extensive indoctrination, they heed only my command as the shadowy figure of Konoha. Shimura Danzo, you believe you can take them from me? Sarutobi, you are unworthy." He waved his hand, summoning Ito, who promptly ascended from the underground, accompanied by dozens of Root ninjas. The members who had survived the recent upheaval were not lacking in strength. Hiruzen realized that even with the reinforcements he had brought today, it would not be an easy task to subdue them. "Did you not anticipate this, Sarutobi? Though I have sustained grievous wounds, I remain not so easily vanquished." Hiruzen felt a headache coming on as he observed the tense standoff between his allies and the Root members. "I shall grant you 2 days. If the next leader of Root you select can endure the profound darkness that lies within, I shall consent to relinquish my position. However, should the members of Root reject him, and should any unfortunate incidents occur, that shall not concern me." Being an old acquaintance, he felt it prudent to grant Hiruzen some leeway, confident in his own position and hoping to secure additional funding. Danzo brushed off the dust from his attire, exchanged a few words with Ito, and then made his way home. "How laughable. After managing Root for over a decade, you think you can just take it from me? Sarutobi, you have truly lost your way." Danzo's tone dripped with sarcasm, acknowledging that while Hiruzen had grown somewhat resolute, both externally and internally, his Root was not so easily claimed. The former headquarters of Root. Only Ito and Hiruzen remained to engage in verbal sparring, while the other members continued to execute Danzo's orders. Watching his old friend's triumphant departure, Hiruzen's aged face contorted into a grimace. "Danzo, I know you too well to be unaware of your intentions. Lord Hokage, you may dispatch the next temporary leader at your convenience," Ito stated earnestly. "The sooner they arrive, the sooner they shall meet their demise, and the sooner Lord Danzo can return." Hiruzen contemplated the prospect with a tinge of excitement. Would Danzo perhaps elevate him to a higher position due to his exemplary performance? "You cannot comprehend the anguish of watching my beloved depart," Danzo mused. "Very well, let us proceed with this now." Hiruzen squinted, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a calm tone. Now, Ito was taken aback by Hiruzen's sudden decision, as they had just discussed waiting until later to find someone. Clearly, Hiruzen had come prepared. Yet, it was unfortunate that even if he sent that traitor over, they would not last half a day. Clap, clap. Hiruzen clapped his hands, and a member of the Umbu stepped forward from the shadows. Wearing a fox mask and with long black hair tied behind, he bore a long blade on his back. You shall manage route from here on out. Is that acceptable? Time rewound to the night of Shirsue's demise. After burying Shirsue's body, Itachi was summoned to the Hokage's office by Hiruzen. The moon hung full in the sky as Itachi ambled down the path, his usual decisive demeanor replaced by contemplation. He pondered how to alter the current state of affairs and fulfill the dreams of his departed friend. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Should he eradicate the Uchiha clan? Am I the extremist? Or are you? The darker aspects of the Manjiki began to sway Itachi's thoughts towards radicalism. No, I cannot entertain such ideas. Images of his mother, father, and Sasuke flooded his mind. Yet, what of the village? In this tumultuous state of confusion, Itachi arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. Tap, tap, tap. The gentle knock roused Hiruzen from his reverie. Under the dim light, he rubbed his temples. Age has rendered me ineffective. Come in. Itachi gently pushed open the door and entered. Standing silently in the room, Itachi, could you enlighten me on what transpired? He implored. What exactly has Shisui endured? Sarutobi spoke with a tone so soft that it resembled that of a kindly neighbor. Shisui had uncovered Danzo's relentless persecution of the Uchiha clan and sought to confront him to resolve the matter. However, he failed. This was merely Danzo's trap, designed to see Shisui's eyes in a desperate act. Shisui sacrificed 2 of his Sharingan through a secret technique to gain power, allowing him to escape. Yet, he ultimately could not survive. That Itachi's voice bore a vacant tone, for the death of his dear friend had occurred merely hours ago. And a tempest of rage surged within him, urging him to eliminate all obstacles in his path, be it Danzo or the extremists within his clan. All the burdens of causality rest upon my shoulders. I shall bear the weight of all sins alone. Perhaps, by doing so, I could alter the fate of our clan and village. Itachi mused internally. Sarutobi sighed heavily. I see. You should return and rest for now. I am aware of the situation, and tomorrow, you shall accompany me to confront Danzo. Worry not. I swear by the name of Hokage that I will ensure your safety, and that Danzo will pay for his actions. Sarutobi too was filled with indignation that he had labored tirelessly, delivering numerous speeches and policies to ease the tensions between the Uchiha and the village, only for Danzo to exploit the very moment of his inattention to instigate chaos. If you were to seek out those radical extremists, it would be one thing, but to target the good-hearted Shisui, who had just shared his Manjiki abilities with you. Your intentions are all too clear to me. Thankfully, Shisui managed to escape, and his eyes were not taken by Danzo. In that case, I shall dispense with any semblance of leniency, if you do not wish to occupy a position within route. There are plenty willing to take your place. The scene shifted back to the present. Itachi slowly approached Izumi, with Tens following closely behind. Upon learning of Itachi's Manjiki, Sarutobi had conceived the idea of entrusting Root to him. Nevertheless, due to the internal issues within Root, having Tens accompany Itachi provided a greater sense of security. Tobirama sharply remarked, what a low-tier version of an elder brother combined with the malevolent Uchiha Madara. Thus, the members of Root were met by their formidable elders. Izumi had yet to comprehend the situation when, in the next moment, his gaze locked onto the pair of crimson and mysterious Manjiki Sharingan. Instantly, his consciousness was drawn into a scarlet realm. Here, everything shall be under my control. Now, relish the darkness. Izumi found himself bound to a wooden post, while multiple Itachis wielded whips. Training is, after all, a form of education. It would be unwise not to properly instruct my future subordinates. Being within a spiritual realm allowed the limitations of the cursed seal to be somewhat alleviated. Orochimaru, is it? Since he is already under control, why not eliminate them all? Itachi, infused with the overwhelming power of his Manjiki, thought to himself. However, he still needed to consult with the third Hokage. Perhaps he could request some assistance from the third. This idea seemed plausible. Utilizing the combination of the Manjiki and wood release, Itachi and Ten successfully subdued the remaining members of Root. The process unfolded as follows. First, Tens created a cage with wood release and opened its door. Next, Itachi's Mangeki flashed within the member's pupils. Finally, the door was shut, and the cage automatically extended wooden pillars to bind the root members. Point 1 member was thus mystically subdued. Tens remarked, "For my former colleagues, I opted for a rather comfortable binding method." A root member, upon awakening to find himself impaled by a wooden post, expressed immense anguish. Truly a cause for celebration. In less than half a day's time, with Izumi, a principal member, already under control, and several umbu remaining to assist, Danzo's remaining subordinates were entirely restrained. The umbu members quipped, "Our task is merely to open and close doors." The third Hokage had long departed, confident that the 2 new generations of Konoha could fulfill their mission. In truth, his presence here was of little consequence. In a real confrontation, he might prove less effective than Itachi and Tens. After all, it wouldn't be prudent to employ the Shiki F gene for something as trivial as root. Would it? That would surely send Danzo into fits of laughter. Kakashi observed his juniors deftly handling root, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Perhaps it was time for him to enhance his own abilities. However, Danzo, who had just departed with great enthusiasm, would never have anticipated such a scene. Where are my subordinates? Setting aside the plight of the usurped Danzo, the curriculum at the Ninja Academy had, in a blur, reached its conclusion. After bidding farewell to his companions, Naruto set off for home. Yet, upon taking his first step, he halted abruptly. "Hey, Sasuke, why are you still waiting here?" Usually, whether visiting Naruto's home or during school pickups, Itachi had been the one to handle it all. This morning, in his haste, he had not given it much thought. Could it be that elder brother Itachi had finally realized that coddling Sasuke was not beneficial, and was now encouraging him to be independent? If that were the case, could he? None of your concern. Sasuke turned his head away, internally fretting. Oh no, brother must still be on a mission. He wouldn't want me to return home. Would he? Naruto's face contorted into a comical expression. Shall we head back together then? In the ceiling space, Hashirama found the tone and sentiment remarkably familiar. It felt reminiscent of a time he had invited Madara over. Back then, he had learned an intricate dice-rolling technique at a gambling den, a skill he had spent a substantial sum of 1,000 ryo to master. During the learning process, he had been caught by Mito, who confiscated all his savings in a bid to earn some pocket money. Hashirama had approached the idle Madara, inviting him to his room. It was late at night, and Mito had already retired to bed. Hashirama and Madara began rolling dice in the guest room. Hashirama's technique was astoundingly refined. He rolled the dice with a flourish and then slammed his hand down. "Come now, Madara. Reveal your choice." "Hi." Hashirama froze momentarily, then opened the container to reveal a 4-5-6, but his head jerked upwards, locking eyes with Madara's crimson Mangeki for a full 5 seconds. "Hey now, don't look so gloomy," Madara observed Hashirama, who was crouched in the corner, murmuring to himself, and felt somewhat speechless. "You invited me over in the dead of night just to gamble. If you want to bet, I don't mind playing along, but why are you sulking on the very first roll?" At that moment, Hashirama's eyes had lost their luster. How foolish of me. Mangeki, huh? The thought of losing his entire 1,000 ryo along with his private stash, not to mention the considerable amount he owed Madara, plagued him. "Madara, if I can't repay you, would you permit me to sell myself instead?" This referred to Hashirama going to assist Madara with greening the Uchiha clan's territory, in a rather earnest manner. "All right, let us continue. I shall refrain from using the Mangeki." Madara sighed in resignation, moving behind Hashirama to gently pat his back. Without the use of the Mangeki, Hashirama discovered that his technique remained quite effective. In less than 10 rounds, he had won a staggering 25,000 ryo from Madara. His eyes sparkled with golden light. Riches mattered little now, but the thrill of victory was truly exhilarating. This made him feel that the loss of his private stash was worth it. Madara looked at Hashirama, who was beaming with joy, his expression devoid of emotion but tinged with a hint of exasperation and affection. He then pushed the stakes to the next option for Hashirama's victory. P.S. Surely, no one genuinely believes that even without the eternal Mangeki, Madara would be unable to discern Hashirama's clumsy technique, right? Indeed, how very, Madara murmured softly. For him, there existed no younger brother, no offspring, nor any kin worthy of heartfelt connection. Only his dear friend Hashirama. Throughout the day, a significant portion of the Uchiha wealth found its way into the hands of this clan leader. Madara mused, the money is truly immeasurable if this were the case. Why not spend a little to bring joy to Hashirama? A slight smile graced the corners of Madara's lips. Woohoo! Hashirama suddenly slammed the dice shaker onto the table, the sound ringing clear like a yellow aureole in February. The moment Madara heard it, his expression shifted dramatically. He caught the sound of the master bedroom door creaking open and a furious shout echoing. Hashirama, are you still playing with those dice at this late hour? You better not try to escape. Hashirama's earlier excitement plummeted instantly. The noise is too loud. You've woken Mito. If it were just him, perhaps he could endure a few light hits from her small fists, which weren't very painful. He could simply spit out a bit of blood. However, if she were to catch sight of the dice, unfortunately, it was too late. With hurried footsteps, the door burst open with a loud bang. In the next moment, Mito, with her flowing red hair and clad in pajamas, appeared before the two. Yet, upon spotting the dice, her demeanor changed in an instant. Madara, you came to play with Hashirama so late? Although her tone softened, her eyes narrowed, and the chains behind her remained unyielded. Madara's words were abruptly cut off by Mito. I apologize, but I need to have a word with Hashirama about family matters. Could you kindly step outside? Mito's narrowed eyes fixed menacingly on Hashirama, who had already retreated to a corner, his body trembling. Madara turned to Hashirama and noticed his desperate gaze, filled with unspoken pleas. Simplifying it, it was essentially, Madara, don't go, save me. As Hashirama's closest friend, Madara could certainly decipher his distress. However, sensing Mito's increasingly volatile aura, Madara discreetly took a step back. Good luck, my friend, he thought silently. No. Under Hashirama's desperate stare, Madara closed the door, leaving behind a flailing Mito and a trembling Hashirama in the corner. Hashirama lamented, Madara. This memory occurred before the Ninetales was sealed within Mito. Hence the Ninetales remained unaware that Hashirama had once experienced such a predicament. However, if it had known, it would likely have been quite pleased. The Ninetales snickered. At last, I am not the only fox to have faced torment. Wait, did I not endure the brunt of the beatings on behalf of Hashirama? Well, it's fortunate he is oblivious. Returning to the present, after some persuasion from Naruto, Sasuke reluctantly agreed to accompany him home, only to feel an unexpected weight on his back. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a blonde-haired troublemaker. Get off me, you jerk. Oh dear, little Sasuke is quite naughty, isn't he? Sasuke's face flushed, but in the next moment, Naruto hopped down, leaving his bag perched atop Sasuke's. Let's go, or it'll be dark soon. You jerk. The two young figures were cast long by the setting sun. Embodying the essence of youth, the passing green-skinned Kappa had initially intended to check on the former little Naruto, but decided against it upon witnessing such a vibrant scene. Naruto mused, I feel as if I just dodged a bullet. Later that evening at Naruto's home, he arrived at the sealed space with the paints and brushes required by his teacher. Sensei, are you planning to paint? Since Hashirama had not disclosed the poker game to Naruto, he merely assumed Hashirama was bored and wanted to engage in some art. Indeed, Hashirama was at leisure, but painting was not on his agenda. Rather, it was time for a gamble. While I may not have been highly skilled in the past, those games have been around for ages, and veterans have mastered them long ago. But poker is different. For now, I am the sole expert. Yes, I am the greatest in Konoha. No, in the entire shinobi world. Alright, Naruto, today we won't train. Instead, I shall teach you something truly entertaining. Hashirama mysteriously produced a stack of playing cards, which bore several claw marks, the origins of which were unknown. The Ninetales chuckled. Let's color while I explain. What a fine example of patient instruction and mentorship. As the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju demonstrated a game that would bring tears to Tsunade's eyes. Hashirama began to deal the cards. One for me, one for you, and one for the Ninetales. Where did the last card go? Hashirama and the Ninetales exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, if we divide 54 cards, shouldn't each person get 18? Naruto's voice shattered the silence. Indeed, perhaps that's correct. Hashirama pondered and recalled that the Ninetales had mentioned the extra card. Hashirama glared at the Ninetales, realizing that after all his efforts, it was entirely normal to be confused. Yet, how could the Ninetales be confused after merely borrowing its claws? The Ninetales averted its gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed. It's nothing. The Ninetales and I were just contemplating how to proceed. Right. Hashirama kindly provided an excuse for the Ninetales' oversight. The Ninetales grunted in response, then leaped off Naruto's head. Its 9 tails curled around various colored brushes as it carried its cards to paint. Observing the shy 9 tails, Hashirama couldn't help but chuckled. Boy, little Naruto, let us begin. All right, Ganbat, Naruto exclaimed as he picked up a brush and sat beside Hashirama, who began explaining the rules of the poker game. As is well known, 3 years prior, Hashirama had already introduced Naruto to a plethora of games such as rock, paper, scissors, horse racing, bungee jumping, and diving. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had awakened some peculiar traits, particularly an interest in competitive games. Pair of threes, Naruto declared, laying down his cards. The card depicted a little fox nestled against Naruto, while a chibi Hashirama, clad in red armor, patted Naruto's head, with a large tree in the background. The 9 tails, holding its cards with its tails, grinned mischievously. Excellent, very good. With my pair of 9s, if Hashirama plays a single card, I win. Despite previous miscalculations, this time his mind was crystal clear. And the 9 tails had already deduced that Hashirama held a bomb. Indeed, it was true. Bomb, Hashirama exclaimed, catching the gleam in the 9 tails' eyes and its wicked grin. The 9 tails wishes for me to feed it cards. Does it? Well then, I shall not hold back. Hashirama threw down his 4 jacks, depicting the scene of Madara and Hashirama discussing the name of Konoha during its foundation. However, as it was Hashirama's artwork, it appeared somewhat abstract. He felt victory beckoning him. It had been quite a challenge. He had never won a game since they began. Could it be that these cards are truly calling out to me? As he closed his eyes to savor the taste of victory, Hashirama felt a gust of wind sweep toward him. Is this the wind of triumph? Gently opening his eyes, in the next moment, 9 crimson tails struck his face with a soft thud. You scoundrel! When teamed with Hashirama, no matter how favorable his hand, he had never emerged victorious. It was no wonder that in those days, Mito had been so furious after Hashirama had visited the casino that if it were him, he too would feel indignant. Yet, she directed her wrath at me. What is going on? Were we not supposed to win? Hashirama, in exasperation, contemplated how he had detonated Naruto's 3 cards. If he made a move of 3, Kurama would surely be able to follow up. This individual truly had no memory for cards. Kurama silently gathered the cards that had fallen to the ground and took Naruto's cards from his hands, which were merely spectating. Take a look. It seems I miscalculated. Kurama's tails obscured his face. Sigh. If only he had played cards instead of resorting to force back when he faced Hashirama. Naruto stretched, feeling fatigued after such a lengthy game. I'm heading back to sleep. He patted Kurama's tail and rubbed his face against it before swiftly departing the ceiling space. Kurama felt speechless. Now, he could only move in such a diminutive form. Yet he was constantly bullied by these 2 rascals, especially Hashirama. It had started with him alone, and before long, little Naruto had unknowingly been led astray by him. How infuriating. Hey, Hashirama, after a moment of silence, Kurama inquired, when can we lift the seal? Upon hearing Kurama's words, Hashirama, who had been slumped on the ground in despair, stood up. He gently stroked his chin. Naruto's strength was nearly sufficient to handle it. As long as Kurama could maintain control, there shouldn't be significant issues. Memories of the past 3 years spent with Kurama flooded his mind. Perhaps tomorrow night, let Naruto initiate it, Hashirama mused, believing that such an event would hold greater meaning if Naruto were the one to do it. All right, Kurama nodded and then lay down, closing his eyes. After 6 years, an extra day hardly mattered. Yet, was this the feeling of being acknowledged? It felt rather pleasant. His thoughts gradually drifted afar. The words spoken by the old man during his farewell to the tailed beasts resurfaced in Kurama's mind, followed by a montage of memories. Sleeping, strolling, playing with Shikaku, sleeping, running to the desert to play with Shikaku, sleeping, being ambushed and countered by Shikaku, captured and released by Hashirama, controlled by Madara, sealed. Until the moment 3-year-old Naruto stroked his face. The little fox's lips curled up slightly. Is this it? Yes, precisely. Quickly, use your hands to gently peel it away, and then we can joyously play poker. Ahem. This was the night following the first Ninja World Do-Diju tournament. Little Naruto had a delightful day at school. For instance, he had recommended the fruits produced by Ino's teacher to Choji, and had also patted Akamaru's head. He had walked leisurely with Hinata, and even had a contest with Sasuke in the restroom to see who could urinate further. School life was indeed vibrant and colorful. Irika, which fool, don't engage in such antics during class. By the way, Irika had successfully obtained reimbursement for the dummy from the third Hokage. However, he had heard from the third that the recent output of wooden products might significantly decline, and the development of a new generation of dummies would also be delayed. Although it was unfortunate, now that the reimbursement was secured, life could still go on. Additionally, the school had recently received an extra grant to improve the training environment and living equipment. This funding primarily came from a pitiable Kage who had been raided and could not be named. He was likely still at home, waiting for Ino to inform him that the 2-day appointment had arrived. Welcoming Danzo back. Sorry, Danzo, but I have already been stained with another color. Itachi watched with satisfaction as this batch of root members gradually underwent secondary transformation. Feeling a sense of relief as if all his pent-up negative emotions had been released truly splendid. Tens quietly stepped back a few paces. This temporary superior of his might be a bit unwell. The scene shifted back to the ceiling space. Naruto stood atop the table provided by Hashirama, swaying as he grasped the talisman of the 8 trigram seal. With a forceful tug, Kurama, who had endured the torment of the seal for so long, could finally run freely upon the grassy expanse of the ceiling space. That was his lost youth. Hashirama watched this exhilarating scene with misty eyes. Indeed, little Naruto was the finest disciple. He had formed a bond of friendship and kinship with the tailed beasts. Truly worthy of being my student, Uzumaki Naruto. Hashirama had no intention of erasing Naruto's existence with the child of prophecy. Naruto was simply Naruto, whether he was the child of destiny or the child of prophecy. What mattered was never these labels, but rather Naruto himself, as his master, his kin, the Uzumaki lineage. Once the seal was lifted, he could begin to teach Naruto the wood release, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. Hashirama watched as Naruto began to exert his strength, preparing to unravel the talisman. Kurama lay down, feigning indifference. Moreover, Hashirama's instructions to Naruto on lifting the seal were rather loud. Naruto was certainly no fool, incapable of tearing off a talisman. Although Kurama feigned calmness, the 9 tails fluttering behind him revealed his current joyful mood. All right, one moment. Naruto gripped the talisman tightly, and at the very moment it loosened, a figure clad in ceremonial robes appeared beside him. Hey, 9 tails, behave yourself. A refreshing yet slightly irate voice resonated within the ceiling space. The golden-haired man grasped Naruto's wrist, a warm sensation flowing through their contact into Naruto's heart. In that moment, Hashirama, who had been observing from the sidelines and recording the crucial moment, immediately recognized him. The golden hair, the red and white ceremonial robes, coupled with the 5 large characters inscribed on his back. 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato. Hashirama softly murmured his name, yet his eyes gleamed with understanding. Earlier, upon entering the ceiling space, Hashirama had inspected the condition of the 8 trigrams sealed. He had discovered a cluster of chakra near the talisman. Initially, he had thought it was meant to continuously mend breaches in the seal. After all, the 8 trigram seal utilized the 9 tails chakra to maintain itself. However, as with any process, there were bound to be leaks, so practitioners would typically leave a certain amount of chakra to repair any damage to the sealing portion. Yet, Hashirama had not anticipated that the chakra left by Minato would carry his consciousness. Chakra could indeed store consciousness. The shadow clones developed by his unreliable student utilized chakra to form physical entities, imbued with consciousness. When the shadow clone dissipated, the consciousness would return to the original body. However, to leave behind this chakra incarnation in such a manner, Minato's sealing technique was undeniably impressive. Minato, unlike Hashirama's prior speculation and mild astonishment, Kurama was utterly incensed. After all, he had been split in 2 by Minato using the Reaper Death Seal. That was the moment he had been closest to the old man. Kurama had no doubt that if Minato had sealed him entirely in the belly of the Shinigami, he would have been forced to rely on the old man to rescue him. After the death of a tailed beast, their souls would return to the Pure Land, and after a brief slumber, they would reappear in the ninja world. The Shinigami essentially functioned as an external recycling station. If he were to be collected there, he could only hope the old man would come to pull him out. Therefore, Kurama harbored such animosity towards the detestable Minato Namakase. After all, that had been his closest encounter with death in a millennium. The Watergate paid no heed to the enraged Kurama, instead fixating his gaze upon his son. Something was amiss. Naruto did not appear to be afflicted by the tainted chakra of the 9 tails. Why did he seek to undo the seal? Could it be that the malevolent Kurama had deceived Naruto? Regardless, I have no time to ponder your identity. There is no time for mourning the deceased fourth Hokage. The one set to appear next is the strongest fox in the ninja world. Kurama. Although Naruto felt an uncanny familiarity with the man before him, donned in the ceremonial robes of the fourth Hokage, his intellect led him to suspect that this man was likely his father. However, this was not the time for such revelations. Couldn't he see that Kurama was already in a furious state? One was the proud fox who had accompanied him for 3 years, and the other was the fourth Hokage, whom he had only just met. After all, his teacher was the first Hokage. What was there to fear? How could he disregard the words of his esteemed mentor? The small yet formidable Tsunade, Kurama. What a display of paternal affection. Naruto's speed was astonishingly swift, and Watergate, perceiving Naruto as still a child, instinctively restrained his strength, fearing he might harm him. Consequently, in the midst of Watergate's astonishment and confusion, Naruto broke free from his grasp, swiftly tearing away Kurama's sealing talisman. All that remained was to undo the seal upon his own abdomen. Little Naruto leapt down from the tall table, startling Watergate. The concerned father. However, Naruto was unscathed. I've become quite adept at falling from trees, he quipped. What was happening? He recalled that the sealing space during the initial sealing of the Nine Tails had not looked like this. The current sealing space was filled with beams of sunlight, trees, tracks, and even a plant person. Why was that individual clad in red armor, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, present here? His visage seemed oddly familiar. After descending from the table, little Naruto scampered towards this man. Watergate's mind momentarily short-circuited for about 5 seconds before he recalled this man's identity. The first Hokage? His tone was laced with hesitation. For it was common knowledge in the ninja world that the first Hokage had long since passed. Otherwise, the other ninja villages would not have dared to instigate a ninja war, nor would the mysterious masked man have dared to invade Konoha. Ah, Naruto, is that you? Hashirama greeted warmly. You know me? Watergate responded, a kunai appearing in his hand, inscribed with the sealing rune of the Sword of Shinobi Love. Ha ha ha. Do not fret. It was Kurama who informed me. Hashirama chuckled, gesturing toward the still fuming Kurama within the cage. Hey, you traitorous fox, why would you divulge my name to this scoundrel? Kurama barked indignantly at Hashirama. Now, quiet down. After all, he is your father, Hashirama replied, patting his head as he called out to Kurama. TCH. Kurama turned away with a huff, then lay back down. Allow me to explain, Hashirama began, omitting information about the blue screen and instead substituting with the inadvertent revelations made by Kurama about the Sage of Six Paths. He also conveyed the news that Naruto was the prophesied child. Watergate listened, stunned. Such matters were truly surreal. He had never encountered them while alive, yet here they were now. So, are you planning to unseal Kurama? The Nine Tails in the cage shot Watergate a bewildered glance. Isn't that quite obvious? Naruto nodded in agreement beside Hashirama, lifting his shirt to indicate that Hashirama should assist in unraveling the seal. Please, hold on a moment. Watergate interjected, overwhelmed by the magnitude of information, yet he needed to confirm one thing. Was this Hashirama genuinely the first Hokage? After all, the matter concerned his son, his own flesh and blood. If anything were to go awry upon unsealing, Kushina would surely berate him to no end. May I spar with you? Watergate inquired, 5 flying thunder god kunai materializing in his grasp. Certainly. However, given your current state, Watergate realized Hashirama was referencing his chakra presence. Not to worry. I am but a manifestation of chakra. My true self may very well be in the belly of the Shinigami, peacefully slumbering alongside the other half of Kurama, Watergate replied with a gentle smile. His azure eyes glancing at the sulking fox in the cage. This demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Kushina. Perhaps he could coexist harmoniously with Kurama after all. What a pity! The vile visage of the mysterious masked man flickered through his mind. Nevertheless, it was time to ascertain the identity of this first Hokage. You, step aside for a moment, Watergate directed towards Naruto, who stood beside Hashirama. Naruto glanced at his teacher, receiving a nod in affirmation before he dashed to the nearby tree. Extending a hand towards Kurama, they locked eyes for 10 seconds, and Kurama ultimately relented. The expectant gaze of the offspring he had raised was simply irresistible, but a small Kurama squeezed through the gap, bouncing onto Naruto's head, lazily stretching. Yay! After plucking a few fruits from the tree, Naruto and Kurama settled into a comfortable viewing mode. The scene depicted little Naruto seated by the tree, with a small Kurama resting atop his head. His left hand holding a fruit for himself while his right hand offered another to Kurama. Not far off, Hashirama and Watergate prepared to engage in their sparring match. "Hey, who do you hope will win?" Kurama inquired, growing impatient with Naruto's slow feeding. "That I hope my teacher wins," little Naruto replied earnestly. Unaware of the disparity in strength between the two, he recognized one as his father and the other as his teacher. As previously stated, Hashirama had already become akin to family in Naruto's heart. If the first Hokage was considered family, then having the fourth Hokage as his father was hardly a cause for concern. The third Hokage was, after all, his grandfather. During the past 3 years, Sarutobi had occasionally taken Naruto to the bathhouse, treating him as a grandfather would a grandson, though their time together was limited. Hashirama, however, had accompanied Naruto through what should have been his darkest days, guiding him, helping him rescue friends, teaching him ninjutsu, and playing with him. And what of his estranged father? In conclusion, Naruto wished for his teacher to triumph. The corners of little Kurama's mouth curled slightly upward. "Tsk, foolish Naruto. Your son has already become my and Hashirama's pawn," he cackled. "Indeed, I too believe Hashirama stands a good chance of winning." Kurama took a bite of the fruit, adding, "After all, Hashirama is at the peak of his power, while Watergate exists merely as a manifestation of chakra. Even if we were to extract Watergate's true self from the Shinigami's belly and combine it with the other half, he would still not be Hashirama's match." Some might question, isn't the Shinigami still formidable? In Sage mode, would Hashirama be able to contend with Watergate, who had previously been captured effortlessly? To speak of such matters is to invite tears. All right, they're about to begin. Naruto gently patted little Kurama, nodding towards the two engaged in conversation in the distance. Watergate, with Hashirama granting the first move, hurled 5 flying thunder god kunai into the surroundings. "Esteemed first Hokage, I beg your pardon for any offense." In the presence of the former god of ninjas, even as a mere chakra manifestation, Watergate felt a rush of excitement. Hashirama chuckled, "How amusing. You remind me so much of my dear friend. And now, I shall commence." A fleeting golden radiance flashed by, and in an instant, the figure of Minato darted between 5 kunai. The next moment, a brilliant blue Rasengan descended upon Hashirama's head. Quite intriguing, indeed. Hashirama had faced ninjas skilled in space-time ninjutsu before. During his sparring sessions with Tobirama, the exchanges had been quite spirited. However, Tobirama's flying Raijin slash lacked the seamless fluidity of Minato's flying Raijin second stage. Indeed, times are changing, and the old must inevitably give way to the new. The thought of his foolish grandson, boasting about the title of the fastest ninja in the world, now rendered obsolete, brought a chuckle to Hashirama's lips. Every time he sparred with Tobirama, although he could not breach his defenses, the various forbidden techniques were rather vexing. For instance, during a well-fought match, in the next moment, a shadow clone, adorned with numerous explosive tags, would teleport right behind him. With a resounding pongo, his armor would sustain damage, and then there was that time when, mid-battle, he was struck by the Night Walker technique. Yet, on that occasion, Hashirama accidentally unleashed a wood clone dance while trying to control his strength, hitting Tobirama instead. Hashirama, truly, it was not intentional. I merely feared being ambushed by Tobirama. Lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages, Tobirama chuckled as the spiraling Rasengan descended towards him. Hashirama deftly leaped back, lowering his center of gravity, and stomped down decisively. With a powerful force, the resulting shockwave sent Minato's form soaring away. Regaining his composure mid-air, Minato reappeared at a distant kunai. Such force, truly fitting for the legendary god of shinobi. The first Hokage, Minato recalled Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade, the princess of Konoha in a Wonder Jiraiya Sensei, had suffered broken ribs in their encounter. Quite the speed, indeed. Hashirama laughed heartily, clapping his hands together. Several colossal trees erupted from the ground beside him, charging directly at Minato. Would release. Birth of the trees. Release version. The golden figure danced amidst the surging waves of foliage. Despite the speed of the flying Raijin, Minato was still grazed by the verdant tide. P.S. Here, as Minato was in a state of chakra, Hashirama refrained from using wood release to absorb his chakra. This is unendurable. Truly, the wood release of the first Hokage is formidable. A defensive maneuver? No, It's time to go all out. Minato vanished within the waves of trees that in the next moment. A massive Rasengan, significantly larger than before, materialized behind Hashirama. Do you remember the kunai that Minato wielded at the start? He had cleverly thrown it behind Hashirama during his initial assault. Super time-space Rasengan dance. Roar of the second style. Under the radiant brilliance of the Rasengan, Minato's figure appeared somewhat ethereal. The Rasengan struck Hashirama's back with tremendous force, producing a thunderous explosion. Sensei, young Naruto felt a pang of panic. His teacher had been hit by such a colossal attack. Surely it must hurt immensely. Don't fret. If Hashirama were so easily dealt with, I wouldn't have been captured back then. The nine tails within Naruto remarked nonchalantly, nibbling on a fruit with narrowed eyes. Heh, Hashirama is rather cunning in his play. Hashirama, steadied by the impact, regarded Minato with a look of admiration. Not bad. For his age, becoming the fourth Hokage is quite commendable. Well then, let the light-hearted sparring come to a close. Hashirama twisted his wrist. Would release. Wooden giant technique. The ground trembled as a massive wooden figure arose, swinging its fists towards Minato. Such a level of ninjutsu can hardly be deemed mere ninjutsu. Minato was taken aback by the sheer force capable of rivaling even the tailed beast in a direct confrontation. Few humans could match such colossal creatures. However, Hashirama could. What say you, Sensei? Am I impressive? Indeed, Sensei is truly remarkable. Young Naruto nodded vigorously at Hashirama's inquiry at in the past. Riding on the back of the diminutive Nine Tails was one thing, but witnessing such a gigantic wooden figure was exhilarating for Naruto. Why can I still hear Sensei's voice from so far away? From a distance, Hashirama stood atop the wooden giant, his center of gravity lowered, controlling the massive construct to strike down upon the glimmering golden light below in a whack-a-mole fashion. Following the source of the voice, Naruto looked up and discovered Hashirama lounging in a tree, also enjoying a fruit. Sensei, how did you end up here? Naruto was astonished. Had not his teacher been sent flying by his unfamiliar father's Rasengan? Clearly, that was not a shadow clone. Merely a rudimentary wood clone, easily sensed by normal-tailed beasts. The Nine Tails raised its head to observe Hashirama, munching on fruit in the tree. Yet, to endure this long under Hashirama's wooden clone is quite an achievement for Minato. As the heavy fists of the wooden giant descended, the speed of Minato became visibly sluggish. His chakra running low, the golden radiance ceased its flickering, and as he gazed upon the approaching fist, he turned to look at his son in his eyes. Naruto, resting with the Nine Tails, munched on fruit while watching the battlefield. Their two azure eyes so this is it. Then, I shall entrust you with the rest. First Hokage and Nine Tails in Naruto's vision, his father's form began to fade, the last glimmer of light dissipating. The moment the wooden giant's fist fell, Minato smiled at him. It was warm and comforting. Sensei, as Naruto's voice rang out, the colossal wooden fist halted its descent. Let us go. Hashirama lifted Naruto in his arms, swiftly bringing him before Minato. Minato's chakra was nearly depleted now. Naruto. Minato gazed at his son's face, yearning to touch it, but his body had become increasingly ethereal. Dad. Naruto reached out to touch Minato, only to pass through him. I'm sorry. I didn't expect I wouldn't even have time to wait for Kushina. Naruto, you see, your father is an inadequate parent. Fortunately, the first Hokage, no, Hashirama, and the Nine Tails are here with you. A tear rolled down from Minato's increasingly fading eyes. Sensei, can you save my dad? Naruto tugged at Hashirama's hand, imploring him to assist his father. It was futile. The situation was dire. Minato could no longer speak, yet his eyes conveyed a smile filled with both warmth and regret, expressing his awareness. Is this the end? Chakra can endure the mental imprint because it is a product of his own being. The chakra of others would continuously erode his mental imprint, unless Hashirama's hand touched the vanishing Hokage's robe. In the next moment, a surge of vibrant, gentle chakra flowed into Minato's dissipating form. Bathed in green light, Minato's figure solidified once more. What? Minato gazed at Hashirama in astonishment. This ability is utterly unprecedented. If one could survive in the ceiling space solely through mental imprints, then death would lose its meaning. Yet, Hashirama's methods shattered this limitation. No need to be surprised. Hashirama scratched his head. His chakra possesses remarkable inclusiveness, but it must be consciously controlled. Previously, Tobirama had been researching the feasibility of mental imprints before delving into the reanimation jutsu. Seeking Hashirama's assistance, they ultimately discovered that Hashirama's chakra had such an effect. However, since only Hashirama possessed this ability, and his original intent was to protect Konoha in the future. If only my brother were still here. I wouldn't need such mental imprints. Consequently, this research was abruptly interrupted by Tobirama, while the materials were left within the archives of Konoha. Later on, a certain individual, who fortuitously slipped away from Jiraiya's residence and happened upon the archives, stumbled across a particular document regarding a snake. Coupled with Orochimaru's own investigations, this eventually culminated in the creation of the Cursed Seal. However, despite Tobirama's research coming to a halt, Hashirama is very much present here. It would be a trivial matter to spare a little effort to bestow some chakra upon Minato. Hashirama, a little sprinkle of water. Naruto joyfully embraced Hashirama's waist, exclaiming, "Hee hee." As expected, Sensei is omnipotent. The Nine Tails. Kurama turned its head away in a huff. Although it still harbored some disdain for the Uchiha clan, it could not deny that this was Naruto's father, which left it slightly displeased, taking a moment to gauge his current state. Minato's face broke into a radiant smile that at the very least, he could spend the next 4 or 5 years alongside his son Dada, and Kushina as well. Well, the first Hokage, just call me Hashirama, he said, indicating that as Naruto's elder, he was not particularly concerned with such notions of hierarchy. If one were to consider lineage, Naruto would be his disciple, sharing a generation with the monkey, who in turn was Minato's mentor. What a convoluted mess that would be. Then, Uncle Hashirama, once the seal is lifted, after explaining Kushina's existence to Hashirama, he assured Minato that it would be a piece of cake, and soon enough, they would witness his performance. Now, I shall begin. Blue chakra leaped from Minato's 5 fingers, and in the next moment, he pressed it against Naruto's small abdomen. Crack, crack, the 8 trigram seal slowly began to unravel. Throughout this process, Kurama adeptly retracted its chakra, ensuring that the outside world would perceive no disturbance. However, the old man is finally about to emerge. Although previously only a fragment of his chakra, accompanied by his consciousness, had manifested, it was still not his true self. Moreover, when sealed, he could not establish a link with Naruto, which occasionally caused his chakra to influence Naruto's state. Yet, as Naruto increasingly resembled Hashirama, he was unperturbed by the potential effects that, once I emerge, should I indulge in some fruits first? Or gallop freely on the racetrack, or perhaps engage in a game of cards? Oh dear, such a difficult choice. Kurama, a resounding female voice echoed within the 8 trigram seal, and in the next instant, a woman with striking red hair appeared. Dozens of adamantine chains flew towards Kurama, who was lost in thoughts of what to do upon his release. That I can't believe it. Do you humans always have these contingency plans? First Minato, now Kushina. Am I really so significant? Kurama lamented, feeling quite uncomfortable with the impending chains. The familiar sensation surged within him. It was the feeling of being bound. Kushina, Minato's voice rang out, and upon his touch, the chains binding Kurama came to a halt. The vibrant red hair swayed in the wind, revealing a face that brought immense familiarity to Naruto. Minato. And who is this? Wait, is that Hashirama? It was evident that Kushina was quite taken aback. Why was Minato still outside? And it seemed he was the one who released the seal. Furthermore, why was Naruto so small at this moment? She had left her chakra and mental imprint to assist Naruto in seizing the Nine Tails chakra in the future. Hey, Kushina, could you please come down? However, in the next second, the chains bound Kurama tightly. Hey, what are you doing? Kurama's cries echoed. How dare the Nine Tails learn to use Jinjutsu? Kushina was certain that this was merely an illusion crafted by Kurama. Otherwise, how could Hashirama appear? She had only recognized him from photographs at Mito's place. What a ridiculous illusion Kurama had conjured. It was laughable. If it weren't for Hashirama, she might have believed it. Minato covered his face and then tossed a flying thunder god kunai. Teleporting to Kushina's side, Kushina looked at Minato, who had suddenly appeared beside her, astonished. Was Kurama's Jinjutsu truly that powerful? It's me, Minato said, a familiar smile gracing his features. Minato embraced Kushina, bringing her back to Naruto's side. However, the chains binding Kurama remained unbroken. Kurama, hey, isn't this an illusion? Kushina looked up at Minato's profile, asking, is it really you? Of course, Minato explained Hashirama's existence to Kushina. Precisely. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction that it seemed his status would significantly elevate from here on out. Kushina felt her head spin. It had been ages since she last saw him. Wait, why did you call Hashirama uncle? Kushina caught on to the nuance amidst her confusion. Minato sensed an ominous premonition. In the next moment, Kushina's fist struck his face. Yow! Minato emitted a cry akin to Kurama's. After Kushina stepped away from Minato's embrace, she greeted Hashirama and then dashed straight toward her son. Who are you? Kushina tightly embraced her son. She never expected to have another chance to watch Naruto grow. Come on, Mom. Don't be so sentimental. Naruto's eyes glistened slightly, but having lived for so long, he had become a man. Ahaha, Naruto, relish this moment. Hashirama ruffled Naruto's hair and then made way for Minato. Hey, I feel like I've forgotten something. Hashirama pondered, tapping his chin. Go. Kurama, how dare you forget me? Mom, isn't it time to let Kurama go? Naruto pointed towards the side where Kurama was struggling, futilely, then trying again without success. Kurama finally remembered me. Huh? Hashirama slapped his forehead, realizing he had indeed forgotten Kurama. Oh, right. Mom knows now. Kushina affectionately patted Naruto's head. The chains then retracted back into her body. Kurama, thank you for looking out for Naruto. Kurama cast a resentful glance at the seemingly heartless woman and turned its head away. Kurama, don't be angry. Naruto dashed to Kurama's side, stepping on its tail as he climbed onto its back. Let's go racing. Wait, although I used to be the steed, I am also a rider. You can't just sit on my true form. Is that fair? Absolutely not. Kurama raised its head, firmly rejecting Naruto's suggestion, even though it yearned to run freely under the setting sun. Come on, let's run. Kurama is the strongest tailed beast, so we must be the fastest in the entire ninja world. Just take me along. Humph, you know it. What does it matter if I'm the strongest tailed beast or the fastest in the ninja world? I simply long to run freely on the grass after being cooped up for so long. A few strands of chakra formed into a seat belt and chair, securing Naruto comfortably. Kurama then sprinted towards the racetrack that Hashirama had prepared earlier, a noticeable smirk adorning its lips. Throughout this spectacle, Minato and Kushina observed in utter astonishment. Was this truly the Ninetales, known for its unparalleled destructive power, that had devastated half of Konoha? Well, no need to dwell on it. Hashirama reassured them. After all, Naruto is our family. Zhu Jin chuckled softly. Then, with a sense of mystery, led the two individuals into a wooden chamber. Under their curious gazes, he produced a remarkable deck of playing cards. Come, let us engage in a game. Zhu Jin declared, confident that, although Zhu Lama and Naruto might struggle, he could certainly triumph over the inexperienced Kushina and Minato. He swiftly laid out the rules for them and eagerly began to deal the cards. Ahaha, tonight's victor shall undoubtedly be me. Zhu Jin, Minato, with a resigned smile, took a seat beside Kushina. Well, such a warm and delightful everyday moment is rather pleasant. A magical dividing line. Jia, has the next mission been clearly outlined? In the root office, Itachi sat with his hands crossed, poised in a chair, while Tenzo, beside him, diligently crafted wooden shuriken. Huh? Oh, it's done. With his return to root, Tenzo had reverted to his original name, Jia. The efficiency of ninjas is remarkably high, especially with the presence of Tenzo, a wood-release ninja, not to mention he is a local. Very well, moving forward. Itachi proceeded to remove his left eye. What are you doing? Tenzo expressed his confusion regarding Itachi's actions. Just wait a moment. Itachi, unusually silent for a brief moment, reinserted his left eye and then proceeded to remove his right eye. You shall replace it with mine. Hey, doesn't that hurt? Although Tenzo had undergone rigorous training as a member of Root, it did not mean he was impervious to pain, particularly when it involved gouging one's own eye. Next, we must eliminate all the extremists within our clan. As you are the main force, if your resistance to Genjutsu is too low, it could lead to complications if you are controlled. Itachi had resolved to eradicate the deeply afflicted members of his clan. The temporary operatives borrowed from the Umbu had all been arranged, and he had even informed his father. Itachi did not intend to involve his father in this darkness. He would bear it all himself. After all, he was now the leader of Root, the new shadow of Konoha. However, this meant he might have little time to spend with Sasuke. Having pondered many thoughts, Itachi directly handed his right eye to Tenzo. He then summoned 2 experimental vials, one containing a 3-tomo Sharingan. That was Shirsue's right eye. After placing Shirsue's eye into his own socket, Itachi felt the chakra swiftly enhance the connection of the optic nerves, and soon, Shirsue's eye successfully linked with him. Incredible, Tenzo remarked, acknowledging Itachi as the new generation leader of Root, demonstrating such ruthlessness even towards himself. All right, then, enduring the pain, Tenzo removed his own right eye and placed it into the other vial conjured by Itachi. He then inserted Itachi's eye into his own socket. It was baffling how Itachi managed to extract his eye without uttering a sound. Itachi replied, "Plug and play. You'll get used to it." As Tenzo experienced the enhancement brought by Itachi's right eye, an extraordinary sensation flooded his mind. If Itachi's right eye contained a chilling power, Tenzo's chakra was akin to a warm spring. During the continuous flow, it gradually infused warmth into the eye. Moreover, the perspective was strikingly unique. The left eye was normal, while the right seemed to open an entirely different realm. As the optic nerves connected, the newly installed right eye transitioned from black pupils to 1-tomo, 2-tomo, and finally to the kaleidoscope. That a surge of ability coursed through his mind. Amaterasu, Tenzo murmured. However, Amaterasu suited Tenzo quite well. Meanwhile, Itachi felt the essence of his dear friend's eye, since it belonged to his closest companion. It experienced almost no repulsion, akin to being one of his own. The ability contained within, a brief version of Kotoeme Tsukumi, also entered Itachi's consciousness. "Shirsue, I shall fulfill our shared dream," Itachi whispered in his heart. "Let us go and familiarize ourselves with our capabilities." Itachi patted Tenzo's shoulder, guiding him towards the chamber where former Root members were detained. And the others. "Stay away from us." Tenzo rubbed his eyes, still not quite accustomed to the situation. Nevertheless, he followed along. "Let us take a moment of silence for Danzo-sama's subordinates." 2.5 seconds. A night filled with screams passed by. As dawn approached, Itachi rubbed his eyes and departed from Root. "I must take my brother to school." This was his response when Tenzo inquired about his purpose. The doting older brother, Tenzo thought, watching Itachi's retreating figure. He found it challenging to reconcile the image of this warm older brother with the Konoha's new shadow from the previous night. However, after tonight, it would likely be difficult for him to meet his brother openly again. Tenzo sighed, contemplating. Wait, there might still be a way. As long as they act swiftly and decisively, before anyone notices, we could resolve this issue. Yet, such an outcome would surely be a deception of oneself, wouldn't it? "Get up, you'll be late," Minato's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. The previous night, Naruto and Gyulama had enjoyed themselves immensely. Naruto experienced the exhilarating rush of speed, while Gyulama reminisced about joyful times spent running under the setting sun. Indeed, both the boy and the fox had stayed up far too late. Meanwhile, Zhujian, Minato, and Kushina were engrossed in their card game. Initially, Zhujian leveraged his familiarity with the rules to triumph over the two. However, as understanding deepened, Minato's skills improved. Soon, it evolved into a collaborative effort between Kushina and Zhujian against Minato. Eventually, they played for so long that both Kushina and Zhujian fell asleep, leaving Minato to tend to the two. Minato, after a flurry of activities, dawn was fast approaching. Thus, the responsibility of waking everyone fell upon him. "Ayada, Gyulama, go." Naruto rolled over, mumbling words from his dreams. Minato sighed in exasperation. At that moment, Naruto jolted awake. Springing up from bed? "Time to go to school," Minato called out helplessly. "Alas, now I have become the adult in this family." Zhujian, Kushina, and Gyulama. Roar. Naruto shook his head and approached the mirror to begin his morning routine. Mimicking Sasuke's older brother, he tied his hair back with a scrunchie. After gathering his belongings and popping a piece of bread into his mouth, he set off. Sasuke, what a delightful coincidence," Sasuke sighed, rubbing his forehead, wondering how it was always Naruto he encountered. The truth was simple. Both had chosen the same time to venture out. Amusing. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve. "Though, even you are here, Nisan." It had been several days since he last saw Itachi come to escort him. "Well, little Naruto, it has been a while." "Not that long, just 3 or 4 days," Naruto replied, counting on his fingers. Itachi paused for a moment. "3 or 4 days, you say?" He smiled gently and beckoned Naruto to join him for school. Sasuke raised his chin, scoffing softly, only to be met with Itachi's affectionate head pat. "Hey, Nisan, You messed up my hair. Sasuke blushed, exclaiming. The effect was remarkable. This must be a child from the Uchiha clan. They've grown so much. With a sense of nostalgia, Minato reflected on the past. Once, Kushina and Mikoto were the best of friends, and he shared a close bond with Fugaku that it was not uncommon for Itachi to cross paths with him. And this Sasuke was indeed the second child of the Fugaku household. Previously, Kushina had mentioned to Mikoto that if their families had a boy and a girl, they might arrange a betrothal of sorts. But alas, the mysterious masked man had intervened. Sigh, what a poignant tale it is, filled with concealed sorrows. Regaining his composure, Minato observed as Naruto and Sasuke made their way to school together. Goodbye, Nizan. Farewell, Itachi. The two youngsters waved energetically, signaling their departure. Itachi reciprocated the gesture, but as he watched the boys enter the school, his smile faded. Suddenly, a man wearing a fox mask leaped down from a tree. Is that your little one? Quite adorable indeed, Tenzo teased. Yes, let us go, Itachi replied, a glimmer of affection in his eyes, before returning to the root base with Tenzo. Unlike Danzo, who only needed to contemplate how to continue benefiting from the third Hokage, Itachi had far more pressing matters to consider. After all, the information uncovered within Root was rather extensive. A brief flash of crimson flickered in his gaze. Weasel, move out, as the two youngsters entered their classroom. They placed their bags down and settled into their seats. Which class is this? Came a shout from behind, echoing the voice of a famished wolf. Here we come, Naruto exclaimed, producing 6 fruits from his bag. Distributing 3 to Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, while retaining the remaining 3 for his trio, the Konoha F4. Do not underestimate these fruits. They are the creation of Ashura's reincarnation, the founder of Konoha, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. According to Hashirama himself, even the once formidable shinobi world Ashura, Uchiha Madara, praised these fruits highly. Hashirama mused, since Madara is not here, I can freely express my sentiments, can I? Although Madara has never explicitly said so. As his close friend, I can tell from his astonished expression how much he admires my fruits, Madara remarked. The taste is indeed delightful, far superior to his culinary skills. I'll just pass the dish to that wicked white-haired fellow later. Tobirama chimed in. Hinata-chan, would you like a fruit? Yes, 1 fruit a day keeps the ailments away. This child, is she the daughter of Hayashi? Minato stroked his chin, pondering. Hinata accepted the fruit from Naruto and began to eat. Yay, I touched Naruto's hand. Sasuke, however, disdainfully reached over and snatched a fruit from Naruto. Hey, Sasuke, what has Itachi been up to lately? He seems a bit off, Naruto inquired of Sasuke. I don't know, Sasuke sighed, exasperated. Honestly, Nizan has been on missions a lot lately. I hardly see him. I see. Naruto scratched his head, thinking, well, if even Sasuke is unaware, what can I do? Look, Sakura, Sasuke-kun's hair looks so cool today. Ino noticed that Sasuke's hair was particularly smooth and refined compared to usual. Indeed, Sasuke's lips curled slightly, acknowledging his brother's impressive techniques. The bell rang, and Irika entered the classroom promptly. However, a faint blush adorned his cheeks, confirming his shyness. Outside the window, teacher Shizen hurried back to the adjacent classroom. Ah, here comes the iron-headed Ino. Ahem, everyone, please settle down. We have an activity today. The bashful Irika was flustered by Ino's teasing. Poor innocent boy. He rapped his desk to quell the excitement among the girls. Today, we will be going to the back mountain of the village for survival training. The little ones pointed to themselves, incredulous. Are we, 6-year-old children, really going to survive in the wilderness? Do you think we are all as capable as Naruto, Hinata, or Sasuke, especially Choji, whose face turned pale at the thought? Wilderness survival. Does that mean no snacks for us? Actually, it's called wilderness survival, but the teachers will accompany you, and we will bring some tools as well. Previous students have had a great time, Irika explained. However, I expect you all to behave. We will be with other classes today, and their teachers will be present. Those who understood Irika's intentions exchanged knowing glances. The back mountain, a mysterious place, birthplace of countless extraordinary jutsu and home to innumerable mishaps that in certain circles. It is even regarded as a source of incredible buffs. For Naruto, a mere survival training in the back mountain was but a trivial endeavor. After all, he had taken Sasuke and Hinata there to play 2 or 3 years prior. Their escapades included but were not limited to fishing, bear chasing, building secret bases, barbecuing, and setting forests ablaze. The third Hokage understood Naruto's playful spirit. Yet they were only 4 years old when they set the mountain on fire. That day, both Naruto and Sasuke faced the stern reprimand of the third Hokage, Itachi, and others, who warned them against using fire techniques in the forest in the future. It's your fault, Sasuke, for trying to show off with fire techniques. You were the one who insisted on roasting wild boar, and the obedient Hinata, who sat quietly enjoying the grilled meat, was taken home by Hayashi after the chaos. Hayashi mused, "What do a yellow-haired troublemaker and a red-eyed one have to do with my well-behaved daughter?" Hinata shyly lowered her head. Is it possible that Naruto and Sasuke set out to roast wild boar primarily to treat Hinata? Later, Hinata explained to her elders that her appetite was simply larger than usual. However, Naruto and Sasuke, as the primary culprits, could not escape the fate of being scolded. Returning to the topic, today's wilderness survival location held unexpected significance. Especially for Sasuke, who felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he gazed upon the familiar stream, memories flooding his mind. Yes, winter, sunlight, the stream, blue elephant underpants, and that fish Daiti was a super fish. Unmatched in its achievements, that he had battled fiercely, and ultimately, due to unfavorable terrain, being caught, it had perished in the northwest. Thus, upon seeing this familiar land and stream, a hint of reminiscence graced Sasuke's face. This was the very spot where he had first vanquished an adversary that threatened the dignity of the Uchiha clan. Though the opponent was merely a fish, it was still a life. "Wow, Sasuke-kun looks so cool when he's brooding," a girl in the class remarked amidst her peers. "Wow, such a captivating aura. Do you think if I give Sasuke-kun a bottle of milk, he will share his story with me?" A smitten girl shyly covered her face. "No, don't disturb Sasuke-kun's current mood," Ino shouted from behind Sakura, seizing the moment when others were distracted to sneak over to Sasuke with the milk she had brought. Ino, is there something you need?" Sasuke, who found Ino's hair somewhat reminiscent of Naruto's, had a decent impression of her. Moreover, her courageous demeanor during lunch had truly impressed him. Sasuke-kun, thank you for shielding Sakura and me from that flying kunai earlier. So, I thought I would give you this bottle of milk as a token of gratitude. Ino knew that if she approached him like those mindless girls, simply expressing a desire to hear his story or just offering milk, he would likely refuse. However, presenting it as a gesture of thanks increased the chance of acceptance. Once Sasuke accepted it, with her conversational skills, she could easily steer the conversation forward, couldn't she? Hee, foolish Sakura, I have already left you in the dust. I see. Sasuke contemplated for a moment before accepting the milk. After all, it was a gesture of gratitude from another, and he did not wish to complicate matters due to past favors. It would be more straightforward to accept it. And later he could share it with Naruto. Sasuke-kun seems quite familiar with this place. Have you been here before? Ino noted, seizing the opportunity as Sasuke accepted the milk she had offered. I've been here a few times with Naruto. And some things happened, Sasuke replied casually. I didn't realize you and Naruto had been here before. Ino exclaimed, her clever mind whirring, before bidding farewell to Sasuke and returning to Sakura's side. At that moment, Sakura, with a curious expression, mused, "Hey, that infuriating pig-headed guy, deceiving us and sneaking off." Ino stuck out her tongue, finding Sakura's flustered demeanor adorable. Why did she return so quickly? It was simple. Sasuke had inadvertently shared part of the story with Ino. If she pressed further, it could diminish Sasuke's fondness for her. What's the matter? Are you interested in a tutorial on battling fish? No, you're not worthy indeed. If Ino had insisted, Sasuke would have walked away without a second thought. After all, while it was an exhilarating battle, discussing the act of catching a fish was somewhat embarrassing, especially since he was now over 6 years old and had developed a sense of shame. At least he no longer wore those blue elephant-patterned underpants. Now he sported black elephant-patterned ones. Isn't black a mark of maturity? Nissan and Naruto both say I've grown up. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata were in front of Irika-sensei. You too. If food runs low, feel free to come to me for some, Irika said, looking at the two small figures with their heads bowed, feigning innocence. After all, he had taken the three of them to the ramen shop earlier. And these two had already lightened his wallet. Now, in a survival situation, he could not guarantee they would procure enough food. Despite their impressive physical abilities, that did not equate to survival skills in the wild. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances. Hey, I have an idea. How about we go catch a wild boar? Naruto suggested. Yes, Wild boars, delicious and plentiful. Just enough to fill us up, Hinata concurred. Irika looked at the two, exasperated, and gently urged them back to the group. Irika-sensei, still so caring for his students, remarked Shizune, walking over with a teasing tone. What can I say? These two have quite the appetite. Irika shrugged in resignation. How about we set up camp here? Shizune suggested, pointing to a flat area by the stream. Sounds good, but what about Mizuki's group? Irika nodded, but then considered Mizuki's classed, no worries. There's a flat area on the opposite bank as well. Shizune nudged Irika, leading him to set up their temporary residence. I will keep a sharp eye on you two love-struck miscreants from across the river. Mizuki called out. Naruto, may I ask you something? Ino approached Naruto and poked his back. Oh, what's up? Naruto replied curiously. When you and Sasuke-kun came here to play before, did anything particularly memorable happen? Memorable? Naruto scratched his chin and thought that if he were to mention something memorable, it would undoubtedly be the first time he and Sasuke came here together. I remember. We caught a big fish, yeah? We've only had picnics a few times, Naruto quickly added, deciding to keep that significant secret for Sasuke. Oh, I see. I thought when I saw Sasuke-kun's nostalgic expression that something extraordinary had occurred here, Ino said, disappointed as she shrugged her shoulders. Well, back to teasing Sakura, I suppose. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, narrowly avoiding revealing too much. Memorable. Let me think. In the ceiling space, Hashirama pondered, inviting Kurama to join him. Sasuke? Got it. It seems when they first became brothers, Naruto took Sasuke fishing, and they had quite the tussle with a fish. Hashirama slapped his palm suddenly, realizing, puffed. Minato covered his mouth, unable to suppress his laughter. Who would have thought this cool boy had such a history? Truly, he is the son of Fugaku. How presumptuous of you! Fugaku exclaimed. Ha! Kushina laughed heartily, wishing she could share this with Mikoto if they were outside. Puffed. Battling a fish, how hilarious! Minato chuckled, pouring a bowl of water for Kushina. In the ceiling space, items can be materialized with chakra, and Naruto can bring tangible objects from outside. Sorry, Sasuke, but now more than 3 people are aware of this. Just as Naruto felt guilty, Hinata poked his cheek. What on earth happened? Hinata's large, innocent eyes fixated on Naruto, her small head filled with questions. 3 minutes later, Naruto returned to Sasuke's side, slightly flushed alongside Hinata. Why does it feel like Hinata is looking at me strangely? Sasuke remarked. I don't know, Naruto replied, fidgeting. After all, Hinata was one of them, so he felt comfortable speaking freely, knowing she wouldn't share it outside. Let us gather materials for the shelter, Sasuke suggested, pointing towards the forest. Also, do you want the milk I received earlier? Sasuke casually handed the milk to Naruto. Oh, thanks. Naruto gratefully accepted it, gulping it down. Seriously, this guy has no reservations, Sasuke thought, a vein throbbing on his forehead in mild irritation. The three then began their quest for materials in the forest, led by Hinata, who was using her Byakugan. That tree looks just right. Hinata pointed at a tree. In the next moment, a golden figure zipped past, and a heavy sound echoed from the base of the tree. With a resounding crack, the tree slowly toppled. Naruto shook his hand, a few minor scratches appearing but healing within mere moments. He then hoisted the tree onto his shoulder, dashing away under Sasuke's incredulous gaze. In the process, he inevitably tripped over a few other trees. A minute later, Naruto returned. Half a minute later, he dashed off again. I feel like I'm invisible, Sasuke remarked. It's alright. I'm just navigating, Hinata responded cheerfully. After gathering sufficient materials, the next challenge for the trio was food. Naruto and Sasuke confidently stuffed their hands into their pockets, grinning. Haha, we've been praised by the third Hokage as wilderness survival masters. Hunting is a piece of cake for us. Over there, 2 wild boars. Hinata's navigation skills kicked in at that moment. In the forest, a pair of wild boar brothers were blissfully indulging in their leisurely lives, eating and sleeping, occasionally exercising, and looking for a stray flower to topple. Brother, today shall we feast on fish, or wait for some unsuspecting monkey? The elder boar inquired. Big brother, I had a prophetic dream last night. I sense today will be quite lively. Shall we lie in wait? The younger boar replied. The 2 boars communicated with wise expressions, snorting softly. Are these the 2? A distant and indifferent voice reached the ears of the wild boars, who were poised to pounce on their prey. You hairless monkeys, the elder boar, Pigda, turned around first and, in the next moment, beheld a small boy clad in a white t-shirt and blue shorts perched upon a tree, wielding a shuriken and fixating on the rear of his younger brother. Pig Air. Where did this child come from? Pig scoffed disdainfully, dismissing Sasuke's presence. Hey, Sasuke, you've been looked down upon. Naruto's figure appeared beside Sasuke, while Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, also gazed up at the tree. Tisich, how could these utterly brainless wild boars possibly comprehend the might of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke turned away, greatly displeased with Pig's behavior. Not necessarily. Naruto released his aura, causing both pigs to tremble instantly. Ow! Pigda immediately spun around and fled. This aura could only belong to a top-tier predator. Sasuke's lips twitched. How dare these two pigs disrespect him so? Quickly pursue them, or there will be no lunch for today. Naruto shrugged, astonished that Kurama's aura was so terrifying to these creatures. Nevertheless, it mattered not. One had escaped, but there was still one remaining. Pig Air's reaction was a beat slow, failing to keep pace with his elder brother. Observing this, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. The crimson light gleamed in his eyes as he charged toward Pig Air with his shuriken. Ow! Sasuke leapt onto Pig Air's back, driving the shuriken deep into him. Pig Air squealed in pain, attempting to shake off the human on his back. Sasuke disdainfully smirked, sidestepping the pig, while his shuriken effortlessly sliced through Pig Air's flesh. Foolish, the shuriken was withdrawn as Sasuke distanced himself from Pig Air. The chaotic scene of the agitated Pig Air contrasted sharply with Sasuke's relaxed demeanor. Sasuke. Refreshing. Hey, Hinata-chan, what's the matter? Any ideas? I have an idea. Since Sasuke is so cool, why not call him the Wild Boar Slayer? Puffed. Hinata covered her mouth, trembling as she nodded it that moment. Sasuke, toying with Pig Air, felt a chill and casually glanced at the strange-eyed blonde. Playing ball, observing Hinata's performance. That blonde must be mocking me again. Ow. Pig Air let out a final mournful cry under Sasuke's furious onslaught before departing this world. Pigda. Little brother, wait for me. I will avenge you. The author contemplated bringing Xianglin over, just for this event. The spices carried along eliminated the wild boar's gamey scent, and the sizzling fat danced over the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. It doesn't taste as good as Aunt Aoi's cooking, Naruto remarked, taking a bite of the meat. Several black lines appeared on Sasuke's forehead. Do you not realize the disparity in our circumstances? Their beef is top-notch, seasoned with spices cultivated by the Nara clan and prepared by a skilled chef. Ours is a wild boar that ran freely in the wild, seasoned with unknown spices you unearthed from who knows where. All crafted by the hands of a 6-year-old child. It's clear that a comparison is impossible. In truth, considering their age group, Naruto's team was undoubtedly a cut above the rest, the wooden shelter providing shade, the fire pit already ablaze, a pile of dry firewood, and the enormous wild boar were all present. Is this really the wild boar you dealt with? In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, staring at Pig Air's gradually warming body, his voice trembling. Naruto wiped the grease from his mouth with water and nodded. Sasuke took care of it. In the realm of wild boar hunting, Naruto, gladly refer to Sasuke as the woo-woo-woo. Sasuke covered Naruto's mouth and stuffed a piece of roasted meat in. If there's nothing else, you should find your own prey. Sasuke waved at you. Feel free to use our fire. After a moment's thought, Sasuke felt his previous words were somewhat cold, so he added. You glanced at Naruto, whose mouth was stuffed, and at Sasuke, who wore a peculiar smile, and quietly took a step back. All right, I'll go prepare the food now. Since we're near the stream, there should be plenty of fish this spring. Most groups opted to catch fish before venturing into the forest for a stroke of luck. Perhaps they might find some fruit, or with good fortune, stumble upon a rabbit or bird eggs. However, one group had a member attacked by a wild boar, and he was now resting at Mizuki's place. Mizuki, let me tell you, thank you for bringing the rear. Indeed, the wild boar that had fled was none other than Pigda, who, in the wake of his brother's demise, was engulfed in sorrow and vowed to avenge Pig As he continued to lie in wait. He spotted several children clad similarly to those who had slain his Odo-do. Most importantly, their auras were weak. They couldn't even leap from tree to tree. They bore no resemblance to monkeys at all, yet the weapons they wielded made Pigda wary. Thus he sought an opportune moment. One of the victims, experiencing a slight stomach issue, requested a moment to relieve himself. He then retreated to a more secluded corner, while his teammates stood guard nearby. The outcome was as expected. given the limited means available to detect surrounding information at that stage. Pigda stealthily approached the victim from behind. In a moment of vulnerability, he dealt a fatal blow. When the chrysanthemum wilts, the ground turns yellow. Your smile has faded. His homeroom teacher, Mizuki, dutifully took on the responsibility of caring for him. Mizuki. Ugh, how foul. Pigda. Continue your stealth. I cannot let Pig Air's vengeance go unpunished. The scene shifted back to the camp. Hinata elegantly and swiftly tossed meat in her mouth. It vanished, as if accelerated to double speed. A bit greasy, perhaps half full. After about 10 minutes, Hinata concluded her meal. Irika, who had been observing them, couldn't help but notice the corners of his mouth twitching. It seemed Hinata hadn't quite filled up during their ramen earlier. Seiko poked Irika's waist, holding a freshly grilled fish. The fish is ready. You can eat now. Irika snapped back to reality, eyeing the sizzling, oily fish, and swallowed hard. Seiko's culinary skills were exceptional, as evidenced when she had previously prepared a bento for him. All right. Thank you. His cheeks slightly flushed, Irika accepted the grilled fish and began to eat. The juices within the fish burst in his mouth, and the spices Seiko brought unexpectedly neutralized the fishy taste while amplifying its flavor. Delicious, isn't it? Seiko's eyes sparkled with joy as she watched Irika succumb to the allure of the grilled fish. Indeed, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Hashirama nodded in agreement, expressing his utmost approval. Meanwhile, Mizuki gazed at the unfortunate student reeking of foulness, his heart sinking. Nevertheless, he proceeded to remove the student's pants and fetched a bucket of water from the stream to cleanse him. In the process, Mizuki caught sight of Irika relishing the grilled fish. Why must I be so unfortunate? Why? He raged internally but still had to attend to the plight of this pitiful student. Pigda, feel the pain, contemplate the anguish, accept the suffering, comprehend the agony. Those who do not know suffering cannot fathom the grief of losing Odo-do. Wild boar charge. Sasuke-kun, may I borrow some fire? Sakura approached shyly, inquiring of Sasuke, who sat before the fire, diligently roasting meat. Sasuke nodded but did not turn to acknowledge her. Borrowing fire was hardly a monumental task. It was not as if she were the first to do so. A mere stick would suffice to retrieve a flame. After all, he still had meat to roast himself. Hinata and Naruto were already sated, but he had yet to eat, with a glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. Sakura returned to her designated tree, using the branch she had brought to carry the embers back. Taste. Useless Sakura, she squandered such a splendid opportunity. Ino, watching her friend, felt a pang of helplessness, despite offering her best friend a chance. She remained ineffectual in contrast to the girls harboring intentions to seize the lighter. Choji and the others arrived bearing delightful offerings. Clang, clang, clang. Choji brought over bowls of snake stew they had concocted. This serpent had been discovered in the forest by Mizuki-sensei, and with a single charge from Choji, it had been subdued. Using the fire borrowed from Naruto, they had transformed it into a savory stew. Orochimaru mused to himself, how curious. Why has one of my communication snakes vanished? Naruto gazed in astonishment at the 4 bowls of snake stew that Choji presented, praising him. It's not that remarkable. Choji scratched his head, fully aware that the Akimichi clan was indeed culinary experts. As for the reason there were 4 bowls, Hinata chimed in. Well, fruits that Naruto's bounty of fruits was as plentiful as his ideas, and they were all quite ingenious. All right then, Choji happily took a few fruits back with Shikamaru. Such a bother, but the taste is not bad and I suppose I will endure it, Shikamaru remarked, eyeing the mountains behind Konoha. A crimson head peeked from behind a tree. Grandma Mito, is this Konoha? The soft, melodious voice reached Mito's ears. Indeed, this is Konoha. Once you enter, you must rely on yourself. She replied that I have left you some contingencies. Should any unforeseen events arise, do not hesitate to utilize them. As Mito surveyed the grove, memories surged in her mind. It seemed this path was the one she had discovered when Hashirama stealthily ventured out to find Madara. Well, those are the dead. What matters now is Koho. This incident transpired 2 months prior. Mito, who had been peacefully slumbering in the Pure Land, inexplicably found herself soaring from that realm, entering the body of a child named Uzumaki Koharu in a most peculiar manner that time. Koharu's situation was dire. Her mother had tragically passed away while wandering, leaving them in the land of grass. Several ninjas from the grass village had set their sights on Koharu, for such strikingly red hair was a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. A blue screen materialized in her mind, assigning her the task of ensuring the child's safety and providing her with a secure environment. Thus, after employing the adamantine chains to decisively subdue the feeble grass ninjas, Mito guided Koharu toward Konoha. "Thank you," said a grateful grass ninja. Kurama nodded in approval. Yet, when Koharu successfully infiltrated Konoha, Mito received a notification indicating it was time for her return. However, issues regarding Koharu's residency and livelihood remained unresolved. Consequently, Mito left a portion of her chakra behind, instructing Koharu to seek assistance from the monkey when necessary to prevent any mischief from the monkey or Danzo. Mito took the precaution of instilling some defensive measures within Koharu. It should be noted that she was at the peak of her powers. Perhaps that era was dominated by the red-eye disease and the Great Wooden Man, but one must never underestimate the strength of the Uzumaki clan. The formidable Ninetales had been subdued under the Uzumaki's adamantine chains as easily as a mere fox. Additionally, having witnessed Tobarama's forbidden techniques, she had not been remiss in learning it was not unreasonable to seal away techniques capable of obliterating Hashirama's Hokage statue 6 times over. After all, she did not perceive it as excessive. When the land of whirlpools faced annihilation, did Konoha intervene? No, she was then too aged and occupied with the Ninetales within her, lacking the time to save the land of whirlpools. Sarutobi and Danzo, too, deemed it unnecessary to rescue them, opting instead to bring back Kushina. Anger was inevitable, yet she felt powerless. But now, the situation was different. If the monkey truly had lost his wits, she would not hesitate to let him become a genuine monkey. After bidding farewell to Koharu, Mito returned to the Pure Land. Grandma Mito. Koharu's eyes glistened with mist. During this time, Mito's care and meticulous guidance had rescued her from the abyss of losing her mother and wandering alone. Although Mito did not resemble a typical grandmother, she felt more like a straightforward older sister. Despite being prepared for their separation, the moment still weighed heavily on her heart. Within the sealed space she had created, remnants of Mito's chakra and an array of forbidden techniques remained, alongside a plethora of sealing knowledge. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Koharu's resolve solidified. She vowed not to disappoint Grandma Mito or her mother. "I will survive and thrive. Ideally, I will find a dashing boyfriend. Certainly, not one like the first Hokage." Mito had previously cautioned Koharu to be wary of those who had a close male friend without a partner. For life after marriage could be exceedingly arduous. As she navigated through the forest, she soon approached the vicinity where Naruto and the others were conducting their outdoor survival exercise. It is well known that forests are home to an array of peculiar creatures. As outsiders traverse the woods, they inevitably make some noise, which can attract the attention of the forest's powerful beasts. That moment, a formidable creature with a powerful frame had set its sights on the girl with the vibrant red hair. Another one has arrived. The boar's eyes twinkled with cunning, his small eyes housing great intelligence. "My dear brother, I have found my second target, though the first was not slain in a single blow. I am certain it left a lasting impression. As for this hairless red monkey cub, she lacked the protection of her kin. Kik, let me, Borda, use your blood to honor my brother." The boar began to accelerate, the ground trembling beneath it. Borda's body streaked through the air like a meteor, hurtling toward the unsuspecting Koharu. Thud. Oh dear, a miss. Perhaps due to overexcitement, Borda failed to control its trajectory, narrowly brushing past Koharu and crashing into a tree due to its momentum. Such a massive wild boar. The immense presence of the creature instilled a palpable sense of dread in Koharu. After all, her thigh had already been compromised, and now was not the time to employ those seals. The forest whispered, "Thank you, guardian of nature." Koharu seized the opportunity as Borda momentarily faltered, sprinting in a chosen direction. Meanwhile, at the camp, voices echoed through the sealed space. "I too wish to eat." Hashirama and Kushina's voices reached Naruto's ears. Minato covered his face, exchanging a bemused glance with the silent Kurama. Indeed, they are both quite normal. Once adversaries, this man and fox now found a strange camaraderie. Yet, there was not enough meat. Naruto scratched his head. Although Borda was indeed large and fiery, after discarding the more challenging portions, the remaining meat had mostly been consumed. Is it insufficient? I can go hunt another. Sasuke, having overheard Naruto, wiped his hands and stood up. Hinata, See if you can locate that pig that escaped earlier. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the surroundings until she spotted the silhouette of boar. Over there, it seems someone is being chased by it. Due to the distance, Hinata could not discern who the individual was. After all, that chakra seemed unfamiliar to me. However, it bore a slight resemblance to Naruto's chakra, particularly in its warm essence that I see. Please remain here and do not move. I shall return shortly. Sasuke set down the chef's handkerchief, grasped the kunai, and proceeded towards Hinata's indicated location. Let us also join in, Hinata mused, deciding to call Naruto along. After all, that person's chakra shared certain affinities with Naruto's. Perhaps they were of the same lineage to the heiress of the Hyuga clan. It was imperative to possess some knowledge of ninja clans. Moreover, that was Naruto-kun's surname. Uzumaki, have we arrived? A voice, cold yet composed, resonated through the chaotic forest. The sudden jolt struck Pig Da's heart. Something felt amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of foreboding. This voice invoked memories of his deceased brother. Yet, Shikurin's hurried footsteps showed no sign of abating. Although relieved by the appearance of another, he was currently in a state of flight. The world was vast, but his life was paramount. Red hair? Never mind, he must first deal with the pig. Otherwise, Naruto would remain hungry. A scarlet glow flashed in Sasuke's eyes to eye in the moment of locking gazes with Pig Da. A vision of his brother, Pig Heir, materialized before him. Pig Da seemed to recall the days spent crouching in the grass with his brother, waiting for a chance to strike. Those days were splendid, with him squatting here and Pig Heir there. The moment any creature appeared, the two brothers would swiftly seize it. How splendid indeed. Wait, what was that red object approaching? Was it that hairless red monkey? Quite audacious, indeed, but why did it evoke a peculiar sense of heat? Could this be what Pig Heir referred to as fire release? Great fireball technique. Sasuke, perched upon the tree, paid no heed to the foolish pig's delusions. His sole focus was to vanquish it. A fireball, roughly the size of Sasuke, hurtled towards Pig Da's face, laden with nostalgia. Pig Da was struck directly by the fireball, his body seared by the intense flames, and the ensuing explosion breached his fatty defenses, inflicting damage upon his innards. Quite impressive. Seizing the opportunity while Sasuke engaged the wild boar, Shikurin ascended a tree. In that moment, she took the chance to appraise the boy who had appeared. Quite handsome. I would give him a score of 9. However, witnessing Sasuke, who appeared to be of similar stature, easily subdue Pig Da, who had pursued her for 2 miles, left her astonished. Despite the chilly aura surrounding the boy, it seemed to enhance his appeal. Sasuke remained oblivious to Shikurin's gaze, his attention solely fixated on the wild boar. I heard you crushed a classmate into a pulp. Sasuke threw a kunai with his left hand, propelling himself forward, then caught the kunai with his right hand as he leaped towards Pig Da. Pig Da rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing him. However, due to the damage sustained to his innards, his suffering only intensified. Nishiniite Sasuke's figure flashed through the air, slicing past Pig Da. In the wake of his passage, Pig Da's blood gushed forth. As his eyes gradually dulled, he found himself in a haze, seemingly seeing his long-lost brother. Why did it feel as if his brother had an unusual fragrance? Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Sasuke flicked the blood from his kunai and turned to the starry-eyed Shikurin. Shikurin snapped back to reality. My name is Uzumaki Shikurin. My grandmother told me to come here. Is this the hidden leaf? She made no effort to disguise her identity, as her grandmother had assured her that she could carry the title of a second-generation heir here. If that uncle named Monkey did not comply, the seal left by her grandmother could be easily undone. Shikurin placed her hands on her hips, confident in her background and abilities, had it not been for her concern about making a poor first impression. That foolish wild boar would not have dared to pursue her. Pig Da. Uzumaki. Sasuke glanced over Shikurin's shoulder, spotting a deep blue-haired figure and a blonde one hastening towards them. I asked this your relative? Sasuke called out to Naruto. Naruto, having heard Sasuke's call from a distance, pondered, relative, his relative, mom. His loud exclamation startled Kushina, who was engrossed in a card game. What's going on, kiddo? Indeed, Sasuke asserted that the red-haired girl was his relative. Naruto quickly briefed Kushina on the situation. A relative, perhaps, right, Jay? Kushina shook her head, casually responding to Naruto before playing a pair of jacks. Come on, Minato, why aren't you playing? Minato stared stiffly at Kushina, signaling her to recall Naruto's previous question. Where? Kushina abruptly stood, organizing her cards under a small wooden piece, then peering through the seal space at Naruto's relative. Wait, Naruto, this is your relative, a purebred relative. Kushina's voice carried a mixture of astonishment, joy, and a hint of sadness. Really? Naruto leaped onto the tree where Shikurin stood, scrutinizing the red-haired girl who bore a striking resemblance to his mother. Hinata followed closely behind, also leaping onto the tree. Hello, I am Uzumaki Shikurin. Wow, are there so many handsome boys in the hidden leaf? This boy, I would rate him 8.5, yet the girl beside him is also quite beautiful, nearly matching my own allure. Hinata. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto jumped down from the tree with Hinata by his side. Approaching Sasuke, while Shikurin's eyes sparkled upon hearing the Uzumaki name, and she followed Naruto down. Naruto, quickly ask her about her situation, Kushina urged excitedly from within the sealed space, where conditions not so restrictive. She might have joyfully unleashed her inner fox, Kurama. Ah, this is Hinata, and this is Sasuke. Naruto began introducing himself and his companions to avoid any awkwardness. Sasuke sheathed his kunai and nodded. I see. Shikurin recalled her grandmother mentioning that there were members of the Uzumaki clan residing in the hidden leaf, though she couldn't quite remember their names. Aunt Kushina. Shikurin's gaze shifted from Sasuke to Naruto. Oh my, she knows you. Naruto exclaimed towards Kushina in the sealed space. What are you waiting for? Respond. Kushina gripped the wooden piece tightly, her voice tinged with excitement. If I am not mistaken, the Aunt Kushina you mentioned must be my mother. Sasuke and Hinata perked up their ears, eavesdropping. No, it seemed more like they were openly listening. The name Kushina sounded incredibly familiar to Sasuke as he stroked his chin, recalling something from the third Hokage's office. Sarutobi gazed at the small girl with her head bowed and the chakra figure behind her, his mouth twitching. Did you hear that, monkey? Take good care of little Shikurin, and do keep an eye on Kushina's son. 2. At such a young age, to be the Jinchuriki, you should all learn to cherish this responsibility. How is it that Hashirama and Tobirama never taught you the importance of selfless contribution? The figure of Mito gradually faded away, and only after the sound had completely vanished did Sarutobi dare to lift his head. That it was unavoidable. During his prime, the ancestral figure commanded such respect that even the likes of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha would have faced reprimand in her presence. It was only after Mito had aged that her temper had softened considerably. Well then, little Shikurin, you shall be residing in Kanahegakure from now on, Sarutobi said, his aged face breaking into a radiant smile as he addressed her. Shikurin nodded, her crimson hair appearing vibrant in the sunlight streaming through the window. Kushina. The image of Kushina resurfaced in Sarutobi's mind. How about you stay in the same apartment as Naruto? You'll receive a monthly allowance of 3,000 Ryo for living expenses. In recent years, the economy had improved, leading to inflation, and Naruto's allowance had risen to 3,000 Ryo. For Shikurin, this amount seemed quite reasonable. Shikurin tilted her head in contemplation. Naruto, you say? He seems to be of my generation. But why was his hair yellow? How peculiar. Both Grandma Mito and her mother had mentioned that the Uzumaki clan had red hair. But he is still family. So I suppose it's alright to stay there, she mused, wondering if Sasuke would visit often. Alright then. Sarutobi rubbed his temples and summoned a white-haired Umbu member. Wolf, please escort this child to Naruto's apartment and arrange for a room. Also, inform Yugao to keep an eye on her. The white-haired shinobi nodded, opened the door, and led Shikurin away. Meanwhile, Sarutobi gazed blankly at the ceiling of the Hokage's office, reflecting on the events of the day. Today had begun like any other. After rising and attending to his morning routine, he had arrived at the office, initially dealing with administrative duties before using a crystal ball to scan for any suspicious individuals in the village. Following that, he continued with paperwork and sought out Fugaku for a heart-to-heart discussion, providing some psychological support and constructive guidance. By the afternoon, things had quieted down, and he had planned to check on Danzo, wondering if he had grown impatient waiting for news regarding the mission. However, a series of knocks and a familiar voice abruptly shattered the tranquility of his day. Irika brought in a girl with red hair to the Hokage's office. Oh my, isn't she from the Uzumaki clan? I didn't expect there to be survivors. Arriving in Konoha, she was indeed in the right place. They asked for whether she could be a spy. Sarutobi chuckled to himself. Even a brute like the Raikage would not send his own bloodline offspring to act as a spy, let alone someone from the Uzumaki lineage. With a smile, Sarutobi inquired how Shikurin had come to be there. The shy little girl fell silent for a moment before a familiar voice echoed through the room. Can someone tell me why the ancestor Mito is here? The imposing presence of her elder immediately overwhelmed Sarutobi. And under Mito's stern admonitions, he came to a profound realization about his previous mistakes, vowing to treat Shikurin and Naruto with utmost care. But it was only after the lecture that Sarutobi felt brave enough to continue conversing with Shikurin. He truly had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Could it be that the Uzumaki clan had some sort of clandestine arrangement with the Shinigami? Sarutobi pondered, finding it plausible. After all, the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, the dead demon consuming seal, was capable of summoning the Shinigami, a technique of extraordinary caliber. This naturally led to thoughts of the ancestors' return. Now, Sarutobi felt his resilience had significantly increased. Perhaps even if the first Hokage stood before him, he might not falter. Walking through the streets of Konoha alongside the white-haired Umbu, Shikurin's eyes sparkled with wonder at the shops and delicacies surrounding her. She soon halted before a dessert shop. Kakashi, having walked for a while, suddenly realized that the little red-haired girl was no longer behind him, causing the Tomo in his Sharingan to spin with alarm. He then spotted her, entranced by the dango in front of the sweet shop. Underneath his mask, Kakashi's eyelid twitched. These children nowadays he retrieved 20 ryo from a pocket of his Umbu uniform, and, under Shikurin's adoring gaze, proudly purchased 5 sticks of dango. He handed her 2 sticks, while keeping 3 for himself. Shikurin gazed at the 2 sticks in her hand, then at the 3 in Kakashi's. Well, at least she had something to eat. Biting into one of the dango, she was immediately captivated by its sweet flavor. Delicious. After all, her previous days had been spent wandering without much to eat, so she had never been concerned about the quality of her food. Regrettably, she thought, she could not share this treat with her mother or Grandma Mito. Feeling a pang of sadness, Shikurin lowered her head. Kakashi observed her silently enjoying the dango, wondering if he had given her too little and if it had upset her. However, too much sugar was not good for children. It could lead to cavities that Kakashi's mind was conflicted. One side argued, Kakashi, you're about to become an Umbu captain. How can you skimp on a little girl's dango? The other side countered, Kakashi, you mustn't let her eat too many sweets. It's detrimental to her health. Ultimately, Kakashi gently patted Shikurin on the head and handed her another stick of dango. It's too sweet to eat too much. You can only have one more. His voice came from beneath the mask. Shikurin looked up to see a slightly flustered Kakashi, her earlier gloom dissipating. What's your name? She asked. As an Umbu, my identity is a secret. You may call me by my code name. Wolf. Wolf, you're a good person, Shikurin exclaimed, happily accepting the dango and beginning to eat. Kakashi, having received a card for being a good person, fell silent for a moment. Is that my lifelong rival over there? From the crowd in the distance came a voice that was uniquely Konoha-esque, calling out to him. Kakashi, without looking back, hurriedly took Shikurin by the hand and left. I'm wearing a mask now. I am an Umbu. Please refer to me as the aloof wolf. No wonder he couldn't join the Umbu. Kakashi suddenly realized why his eyelid had been twitching. We must leave quickly. And so, amidst Shikurin's curious gaze, Kakashi hurried away. Not long after, a kappa appeared in front of the dessert shop. I smell the scent of my dear friend. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. Also, today is the author's birthday. As the dark night enveloped the world, a crow perched atop a utility pole. Itachi, we can begin. Jay was adorned with the mask that had once accompanied him through battles at the roots. And his mouth moved beneath the mask as he spoke to Itachi beside him. I see. Itachi donned his mask, and through the eye holes, the crimson Sharingan spun rapidly. Now, let the operation commence, with Itachi's command. The new root members quietly surrounded their target location, the South Naga Shrine. Inside the South Naga Shrine, a gathering of middle-aged Uchiha was present, having participated in both the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. They had witnessed the former splendor of Konoha and experienced the death of dear friends on the battlefield. This inevitably led to a particular issue. Their spirits had suffered a minor disturbance. Under various provocations, this issue had given rise to a new idea among them, to overthrow Sarutobi's tyranny, claiming that Konoha belonged to the Uchiha. After all, Konoha had been founded jointly by the Uchiha and Senju. The first and second Hokage were from the Senju clan, which the Uchiha had accepted, since they were the stronger party, and their own ancestors had been cast aside on the day I left the village. Not a single clan member was willing to follow me, Madara lamented. But I followed you all the way, didn't I? Hashirama replied. However, by the time of the third Hokage, Sarutobi's rise to power also faced initial dissatisfaction from the Uchiha. However, there was little to be done in the past. On the battlefield, the illustrious feats of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been entrusted with the legacy by the second Hokage, and was revered as the ninja hero, could not be matched by them. Very well, let us continue to wait. As time progressed, the fourth Hokage emerged, a successor who perpetuated the infamous Flying Thunder God technique, which the second Hokage had once employed to slay his own ancestors. The third Hokage abdicated in favor of him, and Minato Namikaze displayed a relatively amicable demeanor towards the Uchiha clan. Thus, with the clan leader's endorsement, we begrudgingly acquiesced. Yet, the fourth Hokage fell during the Nine-Tails rampage. Those of us who sought to provide assistance were thwarted by a man swathed in bandages. Even more absurdly, the eyes of the Nine-Tails bore the shape of our own Sharingan, in the aftermath of Minato's demise. The villagers continued to hold this little son in high regard, for he had saved numerous Uchiha during the conflict. Consequently, speculation arose regarding the identity of the perpetrator behind such calamity. However, as time wore on, troubles incessantly beset the Uchiha, and their reputation within the village deteriorated further. The aging Sarutobi Hiruzen once again ascended to power. This situation was quite disheartening. Had we Uchiha truly possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, we could have confronted the Nine-Tails head-on, rather than engaging in such charades. Thus, a segment of the Uchiha began to adopt more radical ideologies. Why not locate the striking individual within our clan who possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan and have him lead us to seize the Nine-Tails? Eliminate the third Hokage and claim the title of Hokage for ourselves? Once this notion was proposed, it swiftly gained traction, particularly among the Uchiha afflicted by post-war trauma, resonating deeply with their sentiments. Consequently, Fugaku was summoned by a cadre of these idea-makers. Who among our clan was most likely to possess the Mangekyou? All eyes turned towards the esteemed clan leader. On a similarly dark and tempestuous night, the elder summoned Fugaku, who had just finished bathing and was preparing for some intimate time, and brought him to the south. He shrined. Do you not believe, esteemed clan leader, that the Uchiha have reached a critical juncture of survival? A Uchiha Nin knelt before Fugaku, speaking under the intense scrutiny of Fugaku's darting gaze. Fugaku replied, "No, I do not believe so. Earlier today, I conferred with the third Hokage regarding the Uchiha's future development plans, and I intend to appoint my eldest son to forge a direct line to the Hokage, perhaps even securing the position for the next generation." Coughing slightly, he mused, "Why do you think this way?" His expression remained unchanged as he refrained from fixating on the kneeling clansmen, instead surveying the surrounding Uchiha. The village's perception of the Uchiha had indeed worsened. Moreover, the number of Nin among us had dwindled, and the Umbu remained unwelcoming. Listening to the incessant chatter of his clansmen, Fugaku felt a headache brewing. The negative reputation had its roots. He and even members of the Umbu had uncovered many individuals deliberately spreading rumors, inciting public animosity. The third Hokage had promised to impose restrictions on a certain bandaged individual. The decline in Nin was unnatural. This was an era of peace, devoid of numerous promotion avenues. Did they truly believe we were still in wartime, when one could become a Nin at the age of 12? As for the Umbu, perhaps he could discuss with Sarutobi about securing a few slots for the upper echelons. Since the previous clan leader Uchiha Madara's departure, the Uchiha had vanished from the higher ranks of Konoha. Now, it was solely the Senju clan's direct descendants in power. Nevertheless, Fugaku held faith in his son's ability to alter this situation. The pressing issue was to placate this batch of clansmen. "Let me speak," he began. Here, a passionate speech of 2,000 words from Fugaku was omitted. Upon concluding his address, he took a deep breath. "My oratory skills remain as sharp as ever. So, clan leader, do you possess the Mangekyou?" The elder's voice abruptly pierced Fugaku's ears. What? How did they know? He thought. No, they did not know. They were still merely suspicious. Damn it, just as I had calmed these clansmen, you, elder, have to stir up trouble. Fugaku shot a glare at the elder and, amidst the renewed excitement of his clansmen, shook his head. No, I do not. It is quite late. and tomorrow everyone has work. Let us not linger here at the shrine." With that, Fugaku turned to leave, casting one last glance at the stone tablet. Alas, ancestors, he shook his head in resignation and returned home to AT that moment. Mikoto sat sleeping on the living room chair, gently lifting his wife back to bed. Fugaku managed a rare smile. Goodness, Sasuke has wet the bed again. The scene shifted back to the present, with Fugaku sitting cross-legged in his living room, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. Sasuke and Mikoto were already fast asleep. From Sasuke's room, soft murmurs could be heard, such as, "Wild boar, take him down. Fish, take him down. Yellow hair, whale." Sasuke's brow furrowed, as if he were witnessing something unsettling in his dreams. Fugaku chuckled softly, continuing to wait patiently for time to pass, while also worrying about his eldest son. "I believe that we Uchiha should seize victory through our own strength." The elder's words echoed, and applause erupted within the once quiet shrine. Now nearing 70, though not particularly powerful, his standing within the Uchiha clan remained formidable. After all, he was not the clan leader. Sufficient strength was necessary to command respect. Elders only needed adequate seniority, having once served in battles or made contributions. This elder had been in the Uchiha clan since the founding of Konoha, assisting the clan leader in managing affairs, and had even once held sole authority over Uchiha's governance until the next clan leader took over. He could no longer bear to witness the Uchiha's current state of subservience. In times past, when Madara was still present, the Uchiha were resplendently powerful and proud. How had they descended to such a plight? The clan leader had been corrupted by the foolishness of Konoha, and he was determined to rally those with the Uchiha spirit to rise once more and overthrow Sarutobi's tyranny. Ouch, my back. A nearby guard quickly rushed to support the esteemed leader of their thoughts. "I am fine. For the glory of the Uchiha, I willingly sacrifice." The elder patted his back and waved to the concerned clansmen nearby. "Once we successfully seize Konoha, we shall have our choice of homes and access to any jutsu. Everyone shall have the opportunity to ascend to greatness." Suddenly, a sharp round of applause resonated through the shrine as a man clad in Umbu attire, wearing a mask and carrying a sword, entered, accompanied by another Umbu with brown hair. 1 against 7. Despite the mask, the Uchiha's keen observational skills recognized this traitor, the younger clan leader who had allied with the Hokage. "He has been recognized." Itachi's voice reached the ears of the radicalized clansman present. He slowly removed his mask, revealing his blood-red, enigmatic Sharingan as he gazed at the elder on the podium. The pattern in his right eye began to spin rapidly. But alas, the elder wisely closed his eyes, while the guard beside him did not. "What are you doing?" The elder felt himself rising, his eyes involuntarily opening to behold a familiar figure. Whose body was this? Why was there no head? His thoughts slowed, and only then did he realize it was his own that he had been ensnared. It was Itachi's doing. The situation was dire. "Everyone, quickly, let us eliminate the traitor 1 against 7. The surrounding Uchiha lost their leader, yet their resolve remained clear. Itachi had brought a man in Umbu attire to this place, and had even targeted the elder. He surely intended to eliminate them all. They resolved to strike first. What did it matter if he possessed the Manjiki? A multitude surrounded us. Before his ocular prowess waned, he might not manage to eliminate us all. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A colossal fire dragon surged forth towards Itachi and Jay, while several great fireballs simultaneously rained down around them. With style, tree world wall. Jay deftly summoned a ninjutsu, and sturdy wooden vines erupted from the ground, intercepting the incoming jutsu. Meanwhile, Jay exclaimed, "Hey, Itachi, don't you think you're being a bit hasty? You didn't even wait for our team to join in. If I hadn't acted swiftly, we would have been charred to a crisp." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the Uchiha ranks. But that S-Wood style. How could this be? The Senju clan had been decimated, and Tsunade was absent from Konohagakure. "Beware, there are foes behind us." A chorus of anguished cries accompanied a fresh wave of Root members leaping from the surrounding walls, led by a former Root member subtly manipulated by Itachi before their departure. Kill. With this fearless contingent of assassins, coupled with some temporarily borrowed Umbu operatives, the Uchiha in the rear began to panic. "It's our turn now." Itachi leaped from the protective cover of the wood style, his form enveloped by a swirling amalgamation of red and green skeletal structures, deflecting several incoming fire techniques. "Wait, are you really Itachi Uchiha?" Jay remarked incredulously. But upon witnessing the Susanoo encircling Itachi as he charged forward, he too dispelled the wood style and followed suit. Amaterasu, Itachi's right eye, fueled by his friendship, began to spin. Flames imbued with a deathly aura ignited among the crowd. Wood style, cutting technique. Several wooden spikes shot towards the throng, detonating upon contact and causing considerable devastation. Dada, how I envy Itachi for his Susanoo. I can't even manifest a wooden golem. Approximately 30 minutes elapsed, and nearly 100 Uchiha had been annihilated. Itachi, you betray your kin. May you suffer a wretched fate, the last fallen clan member. In a trembling voice, cursed Itachi as he breathed his last. Jay patted Itachi's shoulder, attempting to offer solace. It's all right. Having chosen to bear the darkness, one need not heed such curses. That Itachi's tightly shut eyes opened. Gazing at the moon above, Sasuke must be asleep by now. He extended his hand towards Jay. What is up? Jay inquired, puzzled. Did Itachi wish to hold his hand? If that were the case, should he acquiesce or decline? What are you thinking? Return my eyes. Itachi observed Jay's bewildered expression, a slight smile gracing his lips. Oh, that was the matter. Jay disinfected his hand and promptly removed his right eye. The pain was still excruciating. After reattaching his own eye, Jay lingered on the sensations he had lost. Truth be told, the power of the Uchiha Sharingan was formidable. Just moments ago, aside from the occasional wood style, a single Amaterasu could have resolved a multitude of foes. Itachi placed Shirsue's eye back into its vial while affixing his own eye. Why does my right eye feel significantly more potent than my left? Jay pondered, sensing something amiss, just as he secured his eye. He caught Itachi's peculiar gaze. What's wrong? Feeling a tad anxious under the scrutiny, Jay scratched his head. Nothing. If you wish to borrow my eyes in the future, just ask. Itachi shook his head before continuing. The mission is complete. Now we must tend to the aftermath. Alas, the ground is littered with corpses. Fortunately, most had no family, remaining in a state of advanced singlehood. After all, the influence of the Uchiha Sharingan on the psyche is quite significant. Well then, I shall take my leave. Jay cracked his neck. He had numerous tasks awaiting completion. If he delayed, the factory would surely plead for his return. Finally, a rating system is in place. Hooray! Little Naruto, from now on, Cheyenne will reside next to you, so be sure to look after her. Waika gently patted Naruto's head, while the silver-haired Kakashi nudged Cheyenne, who was enjoying Dango, forward. Ahem, Naruto, I'm older than you. You should refer to me as sister. Cheyenne lifted her chin, surprised to learn from the third Hokage that this boy, taller than herself, was in fact 2.5 months younger. She marveled at the kind of nutrition that allowed Naruto to tower over her. Initially, Cheyenne had assumed Naruto was a couple of years her senior. Thus, she resolved to adopt the demeanor of an elder sister. Waika and Kakashi exchanged glances, a few black lines appearing above their heads. Waika mused. Wasn't she just wandering back from outside? Kakashi replied. I have no idea. Regardless, Naruto was thrilled. He had gained a relative. However, how could he accept the role of the younger sibling? He, the leader of Konoha's F4, excluding the comatose one, could not possibly be the younger brother. News of this would surely reach Hinata, who might not mock him, but Sasuke certainly would, with that condescending smirk and a dismissive attitude that could undermine even the most resilient of leaders. Hey, how do you know you're older than me? Naruto squinted at the red-haired girl before him. The third Hokage told me. I'm a full 2.5 months older than you. Cheyenne raised an eyebrow, sensing that this younger brother might be a bit feisty and potentially troublesome. Oh, really? If you're truly older, how come you're so short? She hit a nerve. You don't know that girls grow at a slower rate. Cheyenne retorted angrily, turning her head away. But Hinata is quite tall. She recalled the pale-eyed girl. Wait, perhaps she is indeed taller than me, but I'm still older than you. Cheyenne exclaimed, exasperated. Naruto had successfully agitated Cheyenne. Yet, Granny Mito had advised him to foster a good relationship with Kushina and her child. Hey, don't cry. If you want, I can just call you sister. Seeing that Cheyenne was on the verge of tears, Naruto panicked. After all, his mother was watching him in real time from the ceiling space. Calling you sister won't cost me anything. Kushina, upon Cheyenne's arrival, had laid down the law, passing the losing cards to the slumbering Kurama beside her, while simultaneously chaining Kurama to the chair. Thus, when Kurama awoke, he found himself being scrutinized by Hashirama and Minato. Bound by familiar chains, before him lay an utterly dreadful hand of cards. I need to ponder who the culprit is. Kushina. Haha. Kurama. Hurry up and play your cards, Hashirama urged eagerly, knowing this was a rare chance for him to win. Minato added, I'm sorry, Kurama, but I am powerless to assist you. How could this be? Meanwhile, Kushina, observing her son's behavior amidst the sibling squabble, thought her child was utterly inconsiderate. After all, their relative had traveled from afar to visit. And this was how her son treated her. All right, I understand. Mom. Naruto's voice echoed within the ceiling space as he affectionately ruffled Shine's hair. Really? Shine turned her head, her bright crimson eyes fixed on Naruto. Yes. Naruto nodded vigorously. Don't cry. Tomorrow, I'll ask Sasuke to perform acrobatics for you. Sasuke? Shine tilted her head, recalling the cool boy. Oh, he is my little brother, Naruto proclaimed proudly, reveling in his newfound status. Huh, Shine froze. What's wrong? Naruto inquired, why don't you take on the role of an elder brother and introduce Sasuke to me? It was not an unreasonable request. Nearby, Kakashi and Yugao simultaneously covered their masks. Children these days. They mused, in the ceiling space. Kushina expressed her understanding, yet felt exasperated. Child, why must you insist on being the younger sister? Wouldn't being the older sister allow you to compel Naruto to introduce you to Sasuke? Speaking of which, young Sasuke certainly possessed commendable genes, perfectly inheriting Mikoto's beauty and Fugaka's masculinity. Fugaka responded, are you being polite? I see no issue with it. I entrust the future of the Uzumaki clan to you. After selling Sasuke, Naruto successfully captured a younger sister. Tomorrow, Naruto, please take Karen to school. The arrangements have been made, and she will be in the same class as you. Kakashi had already departed, for he was now the captain of the Umbu. A position just below Hokage, with a multitude of tasks awaiting him. Kakashi declared, please refer to me as the Lone Wolf. Understood, I shall complete the mission. Naruto saluted the older sister, conveying his unwavering confidence in fulfilling the task. All right, make sure to sleep early tonight. After bidding farewell to the older sister and sending his newfound sister back to her home, Naruto returned to his bed. Tonight, he was determined to conquer that tree. After 3 years of rigorous training, the tree had witnessed Naruto's growth, evolving from a mere 17 to a formidable 23. He had transcended his fears. Now, he was frighteningly strong. Here I come, great tree. Meanwhile, as Karen lay down on her bed, her body and mind relaxed. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, accompanied by tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. It has been 2 months. She attempted to raise her hand, but her vision had blurred. From the moment she had been rescued by Granny Mito to the present, following Mito's departure and her arrival in this unfamiliar environment of Konoha. Mother, Granny, I met a really handsome boy. He saved me from the wild boar's minions. Forrest, he also saved me from your clutches. Additionally, I encountered Aunt Kushina's child, but it seems Aunt Kushina has passed away. Well, in order to have him introduce me to handsome boys, I begrudgingly took on the role of the younger sister. But it is worth it. I hope so, at least. However, this brother of mine is quite tall, and from my observations, he seems to have a girlfriend. That girl with the Byakugan, Hinata. Tomorrow, I will be going to school. It feels so strange, but I believe I can manage. I'm doing well now. I hope you all are at ease in the Pure Land. Good night. I in the shadows of Konoha, the first Hokage. Danzo found himself in a foul mood. His subordinate had not contacted him for 2 days. According to his original plan, Hiruzen should have sent that unfortunate soul over the day before yesterday to attempt to take his place. The individual arrived at the root base in the morning. The poison was administered at noon, and the body was buried in the afternoon. After all, this was not Hiruzen's first time orchestrating such events. He had previously attempted to usurp the roots from Danzo. However, how could anyone sent by Hiruzen threaten his position? Gradually, Hiruzen had begun to let himself go. Little did he expect that a mere Uchiha Shursui could reignite Hiruzen's cautious ambitions. No matter. When the time comes, Hiruzen will be at my doorstep, begging for my return to lead the roots in clearing obstacles for Konoha once more. To that point, the Uchiha will be my first target. Yet yesterday, Danzo received no messages from his subordinate, nor did Hiruzen come knocking as anticipated. Nevertheless, Danzo remained composed, confident in his subordinates, and in the jutsu he had acquired from Orochimaru, along with his upgraded sealing techniques. However, Orochimaru had recently joined the Akatsuki, which posed a significant problem. After all, he had been involved in the extermination of the Akatsuki's founders alongside Hanzo. Then that red-haired man with the Rinnegan had gone berserk, wreaking havoc. Thankfully, he had been cautious, employing shadow clones for dangerous tasks, a technique that proved invaluable, just as it had for Tobirama. Fortunately, Orochimaru remained unaware of this matter, but it had become a hidden danger. He would seek an opportunity to infiltrate the Akatsuki and eliminate Orochimaru. The mere thought of those mysterious and powerful purple eyes caused a smile to creep onto Danzo's lips, his desire hard to suppress. With those eyes, I shall surely become Hokage. I will compel Hiruzen to submit to me, and he will willingly abdicate his position. Finally, it had come to today. Danzo felt a twinge of anxiety as he waited in his courtyard early this morning, anticipating the door to open, ready to kneel and declare, "Welcome back, Lord Danzo." Yet, from dawn until dusk, he awaited in vain, receiving no word whatsoever, although Hiruzen did pay him a visit. "Danzo, what are your thoughts on the governance of Konoha moving forward?" Hiruzen smiled cheerfully, his wrinkled face contorted in a way that was exceedingly irksome to Danzo. This shouldn't be. Why is Hiruzen smiling? He thought, bristling that I shall observe. Danzo's tone was oddly sharp, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. "I must inform you, I have appointed someone to manage the roots in your stead." The members of the roots listened to him. Hiruzen's heart swelled with joy as he regarded his old friend. Yet his attempt to console Danzo was marred by an undercurrent of schadenfreude. This only served to infuriate Danzo further. "What do you mean?" Danzo shot up, his gaze fixed intently on Hiruzen's narrowed eyes. I have appointed Uchiha Itachi to handle the roots." "What?" Hiruzen's mind raced. "You." Coughing, he calculated the time. They would soon commence their actions. Hiruzen glanced at the darkening sky, estimating that the new roots had likely begun their operations. "No worries. If any of your subordinates survive, I will send them to keep you company." Observing the completely deranged Danzo, Hiruzen patted his shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. "That I cannot act against him. At least not in my own home. Otherwise, my dream of becoming Hokage will truly shatter." "Hiruzen, you have a cruel heart. Have you forgotten what Master Tobirama taught us? Have you forgotten the Crimson Mangeki during the Nine-Tails incident?" Danzo shut his eyes, falling silent. Hiruzen settled onto a small stool beside Danzo. The two remained quiet. Aside from Danzo's flushed face, the sight of Hiruzen's smiling visage was quite pleasant. As the night deepened, a knock at the door shattered this disquieting serenity. "They have arrived." Sarutobi opened his eyes. He cast a glance towards Danzo. Danzo's body quivered momentarily before he rose to his feet and opened the gate to the courtyard. Approaching him were 7 members from the Root organization, with his second in command, Ei, leading the group. However, he had lost an arm. The remaining 6 were also gravely injured. Missing limbs. A deep furrow appeared on Danzo's forehead. Ei knelt down, unable to bear the sight of Danzo's fierce countenance. Having freed themselves from Itachi's control, they now looked back at their recent actions, a terrifying sensation of being both themselves and not themselves enveloping them. "Ei, come in." Danzo beckoned at Ei. In the past, he would have undoubtedly executed these individuals to assert his dominance. Yet now, they were among his few remaining subordinates. "Danzo, do not be disheartened. Come to my office tomorrow. Let us sip tea and discuss matters of state." Sarutobi stood up, intending to leave, having initially stayed to monitor Danzo and prevent any unforeseen incidents, while also seeking to comfort his dear friend. "Get out. Hurry, get as far away as you can," Danzo exclaimed, hurling a watering can at Sarutobi, though it missed as the latter had already departed. "You all, assemble the remaining members. I will not permit the nefarious Uchiha to take my route." Danzo addressed the 7 individuals standing in the courtyard. However, the remaining members likely consisted only of those from the rumor and surveillance divisions, along with a few on missions. "Lord Danzo, the malevolent Uchiha Itachi has obtained our members' distribution from the minds of the deceased members. It appears that our ranks may be entirely decimated." That night, a resounding roar echoed within the Uchiha clan of Konoha, loud enough for even the neighboring Sarutobi clan to hear. "Hey, Kaguya, wake up!" After being roused by Hashirama, Naruto stepped out of his room, only to discover that his younger sister's room was still shrouded in darkness. "Don't know. She can't still be asleep, can she?" In her room, Kaguya lay beneath a tangle of blankets, a small portion covering her belly, her pajamas in disarray, revealing her pale abdomen, a glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth. "Ugh, It's so noisy. As her consciousness gradually returned, she found it somewhat disconcerting to awaken without the usual calls from Granny Mito. What is it, that guy? My dear brother, what's his name again? Oh, Naruto. School. Kagaya's eyes flew open as her body sprang upright from the bed. The pink curtains obscured the dim morning light, casting the room into shadow. Save for a slightly flustered redhead. Oh no, I've overslept. In a flurry, Kagaya dressed without breakfast, quickly splashing water on her face before rushing out. Noticing her disheveled hair, Naruto couldn't help but smirk. You definitely overslept. Come on, let's hurry to school. Kagaya scratched her head, pushing Naruto ahead. Calculating the time, she believed they still had a chance. After all, Naruto was well versed in the art of arriving late, though today he had risen earlier than usual. This was due to Hashirama's triumph in a game the previous night, which had left him in an exuberant state. Woo, Kurama, keep it up, keep it up. Hashirama exclaimed. I refuse. I'm going to sleep. Kurama protested. Sleep? Not a chance. Get up and enjoy yourself. Kushina interjected. I think I'll go check on Naruto climbing trees. Sorry, Kurama. Despite Kurama's pleading eyes, Minato turned away to see his son scaling a tree. Eventually, Minato went to sleep. The two had been playing until dawn, and before sleeping, Hashirama had awakened a blissfully slumbering Naruto. Thus, there was still ample time for Kagaya to prepare and perhaps have a bite to eat. Why not comb your hair first, then grab some breakfast? Naruto suggested, gesturing towards her door. We can squeeze in enough time. Bang! The door slammed shut, and approximately 5 minutes later, Kagaya emerged with smooth red hair. A piece of toast clutched between her teeth, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Hee. Kagaya flashed a shy smile. Let us go. Naruto waved and headed toward the school. That I must tell you, there are quite a few clueless villagers in our class. Just be a bit fierce. They won't dare to provoke you. As they walked, Naruto began to regale Kagaya with tales about their classmates, including but not limited to Choji's snack stash, Ino's gossip corner, Shikamaru's dawdling zone, and Sasuke's tsundere persona. Tsundere? Kagaya's eyes sparkled with interest. That's right. Sasuke is indeed quite the tsundere. Though he appears cold on the outside, he genuinely cares for his friends. Naruto continued. And let me tell you. When Sasuke and I first became brothers, it was a frigid winter's day by a stream where we grilled fish together. I remember Sasuke wore a blue shirt, and Sasuke emerged from around the corner, covering Naruto's mouth with his hand. What the heck? Though Sasuke was all alone at home, with his mother the only company, he still felt invigorated. However, as he walked, he noticed his right eyelid twitching. Then he heard that familiar voice. Upon hearing the mention of grilled fish, a smile crept across Sasuke's face. Reflecting on the past, he realized that despite being pranked, it had been a rather pleasant experience. It was only when he heard Sasuke war that he realized Naruto was about to embarrass him again. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time to cover Naruto's mouth. Ugh, those lips are surprisingly resilient. Sasuke, what a coincidence. In truth, Naruto had long been aware of Sasuke stealthily following him. Just as I was talking about him. Perfect timing to tease this rebellious little brother. Kagaya was intently listening to Naruto's survival tips for school, which included a plethora of slacking techniques. Upon hearing Sasuke mentioned, her ears perked up, and she listened even more intently. Only to be startled when Sasuke jumped out. Allow me to introduce my sister, Kagaya Uzumaki. Sister? So you are relatives? Well then, let us walk together. Sasuke glanced at Kagaya and nodded. It was no surprise. He had sensed a connection when he observed Naruto and Kagaya conversing privately the day before. I truly am a genius of the Uchiha clan, able to discern relationships at a glance. By the way, you should perform a trick for Kagaya later. Why? Sasuke inquired, puzzled as to why he should perform for Kagaya. Ahem. Sasuke, you must understand, I am the leader here. Naruto cleared his throat, striking a pose reminiscent of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, covering half his face as he gazed at Sasuke. That was Naruto's idea. Kagaya did not quite comprehend the dynamic between Naruto and Sasuke, feeling a bit anxious that Naruto's antics might leave a poor impression on Sasuke. All right then, Sasuke shoved his hands into his pockets, acquiescing to Naruto's request. Really? You just agreed so easily? Kagaya looked at her strangely behaving brother with a puzzled expression. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a glint of pride in his eyes. Kagaya silently gave a thumbs up. All right, let us hurry along. Sasuke, with his head held high, made his way towards the school. Hey, wait for me, called out Sasu. Although he found Naruto's voice exceedingly annoying, Sasuke nonetheless slowed his pace considerably. Karen remarked, "This scene feels oddly familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before that it dawned on me. It mirrors precisely what Granny Mito once described about her late best friend. Karen, if you ever encounter a man like that, make sure to keep your distance. Otherwise, you might find yourself in the middle of the night witnessing two men next door playing dice." Yet, Sasuke-kun is truly handsome. Handsomeness is a sensation rooted in one's appearance, followed by the finesse of presentation. Clearly, despite his youth, Sasuke has already distinguished himself due to his illustrious family lineage, particularly his earlier valor in rescuing Karen from the grasp of the boar and effortlessly dispatching it was nothing short of Uchiha prowess. Oh, how conflicted I feel. Greetings, everyone. I am Uzumaki Karen, and I suppose I can be considered Naruto's cousin. My affections lie with family and handsome men, and my aspiration is to become a remarkable person like Granny Mito. The sunlight cascaded upon Karen's crimson hair, causing Minato, who was observing from the ceiling space, to feel a surge of nostalgia. She reminded him so much of Kushina from years past, however, with Naruto cheering her on. It was evident that Karen possessed greater courage though. You inquire why Kushina is not here to spectate. She is still asleep, clutching a few cards as she murmurs about explosions. Minato expressed his bewilderment, but accepted it. After all, she is his wife. It's just a pity for Kurama. The entire fox appeared rather haggard. Then you take my place. Why are you merely standing there? Coughing, the scene shifts back to the classroom. Iruka gazed sentimentally at the newly joined Karen, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Listen, she likes handsome boys. How bold and precocious her words are. It's evident she is just another promising young candidate, akin to several others in the class. However, Granny Mito, she should be the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito. After all, she belongs to the Uzumaki clan. But then I ponder, doesn't Naruto share the same surname? What of his parents? Have I stumbled upon a significant revelation? No wonder the third Hokage holds Naruto in such high regard. As Iruka contemplated the recent happenings in Konoha related to the Uzumaki surname. He felt a shiver run through him, his gaze towards Naruto shifting from that of a mere student to one filled with astonishment. Naruto exclaimed, You wish to hear my story? I, Uzumaki Naruto, am just an ordinary person. Although my teacher is the first Hokage, my grandfather the third Hokage, and my father the fourth Hokage, I am currently merely a commonplace child of the Uzumaki clan. Well, except for the massive fox residing within me. Coughing, he added, what a distinctive introduction. Little Karen mentioned Granny Mito, who is quite adept in sealing techniques. If you aspire to be like her, I suggest you visit the library to study the knowledge related to sealing arts. Iruka succinctly summarized Karen's self-introduction. However, it was evident that she was yet another connection, and a rather significant one at that. To refer to Mito as Granny places her in the same generation as Tsunade. TSK, possessing attributes similar to those of the previous children, yet it's no matter. I am destined to become the principal. How could I possibly falter? Very well, you may sit in the 5th row. There's an available seat there. Iruka kindly arranged for Karen to sit in the back row where Naruto was. The back row had 3 seats, 2 occupied by Shikamaru and Choji. The remaining seat was behind Sasuke, which many girls had eagerly contested for, but they were all intimidated by Sasuke's presence. Unable to endure any longer, they decided against sitting there today. As for the bold Ino, she wished to sit beside her best friend. Well, I'll be right next to Sasuke-kun. I want to lose out on that. Plus, I can catch glimpses of Sakura's adorable expressions when she gets flustered. Hee, quite delightful indeed. And so, Karen successfully claimed this coveted position. Ah, women are such a hassle, Shikamaru sighed as he observed Karen approaching. Oh well. After all, she is Naruto's cousin. I suppose I can tolerate it. However, from Karen's words and her gaze, Shikamaru deduced that she shared similar aspirations with most of the girls in the class. Things are about to get interesting. A rare glimmer of anticipation flickered in Shikamaru's typically lazy eyes. After all, who doesn't he enjoy a bit of amusement? Crunching on the chips he had taken from Choji's desk, Shikamaru began to look forward to the unfolding events. Moments later, Karen settled beside Shikamaru. Hello, you must be Shikamaru. I look forward to working with you. Karen greeted him openly, offering fruits that Naruto had given her to bridge the gap. After all, these two were the designated friends by her older brother, transcending petty interests, unlike some of the villagers around who cast hostile and disdainful glances. Some of these glares came from Sasuke's little fangirls, while others originated from those displeased with Karen's red hair and surname. In truth, the village's hair colors had diversified, with Sakura's pink hair, Kakashi's white hair, Hinata's deep blue hair, and Naruto's blonde locks, among others. Yet, the majority still sported more conventional hues, clearly betraying a sense of inferiority. Thank you. Shikamaru accepted the fruits from Karen, his eyes darting towards Naruto, who was playfully tussling with Hinata. Surprisingly, he was quite the good older brother. At that moment, Naruto was discussing plans to take Karen to a barbecue restaurant. The Akimichi barbecue place, where Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata had created countless cherished memories, including moments of grilling meat, sharing skewers, and the unforgettable first kiss between Naruto and Sasuke. Let us keep that memory to ourselves, shall we? However, this time, they intended to bring everyone along. Although funds might be tight, he could always ask the third Hokage for a little extra during their next bath. Hey, Sasuke, how about a gathering tonight? Let us hit the barbecue place. Naruto nudged Sasuke playfully. Barbecue? Sure. I've got money, Sasuke replied. Thanks to Naruto, who often acted as the leader and generously provided Sasuke with ample funds whenever they hung out. Hinata shared a similar sentiment, primarily concerned that her daughter might go hungry without money for food. My daughter cannot let that blonde pay for her. What a scandal that would be. Money must be given. During the break, they conferred with a few others, forming a 6-person group from rows 4 and 5. After Shikamaru inadvertently revealed this, a blonde and a pink-haired girl joined their ranks. Sakura, is everything all right at home? I am a bit worried your family won't let you eat out. Ino expressed concern. I'm fine. Ino, just stick with me, Sakura replied, her eyes ignited with determination. This Uzumaki Karen, her instincts told her that she definitely had feelings for Sasuke. After all, when the handsome boy in class was mentioned, everyone knew precisely who it referred to. All right then, let me take care of you, Ino said with a resigned smile, ruffling Sakura's hair. Don't act so grown-up. Meanwhile, Karen was struck by an epiphany that it appeared that her older brother might have someone special in his life. Although it seemed there wasn't much progress, she could sense the wide-eyed girl's affections towards him. Isn't that contrary to what Granny Mito mentioned? Plan in motion. Recruitment. The long-awaited Tobirama is about to make his appearance. Everyone ponder, should it be for Sasuke or Itachi? Unlike the warm atmosphere within the school, a catastrophic tragedy erupted within the Uchiha clan. One morning, a clan member discovered that his neighbor had not returned home. Although this neighbor frequently spent his nights socializing with older clan members, he always returned late at night and would turn on the lights in the morning. This unusual absence piqued the curiosity of the concerned neighbor. What could have caused his neighbor to remain out all night? Was it the allure of wolves or the seduction of serpents? Thus, he followed the usual path his neighbor took towards the Minami shrine. As he walked, he realized he was not alone. Numerous clan members, driven by curiosity, were also heading to the shrine. However, a horrific scene awaited them ahead. Blood. It was blood. Uchiha's body trembled, as the sight before him inflicted a heavy blow to his soul. The inside of the Minami shrine was drenched in blood, with severe burn marks surrounding the area, yet there were no bodies of clan members to be found. Entering the shrine, he spotted a man clad in a black robe seated on a stone chair. Upon hearing Ya's cries, the other clan members hurriedly followed, equally stunned by the gruesome sight. What had transpired? Where is the elder? How could such a thing happen within their clan? Amidst the ensuing controversy, the clan members activated their Sharingan, prepared for any unforeseen events. That man, it was Itachi. One clan member recognized Itachi sitting on the stone chair, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and astonishment. Confusion as to why the eldest son of their clan leader, Uchiha Itachi, was there, and astonishment that he would surely know the details of what had occurred. You've arrived, Itachi said, lifting his head that had hung low for so long. Last night, he had sought out his father at that time. His father did not reproach him. In fact, he seemed somewhat pleased to learn that Itachi had become the new leader of the root. However, Itachi's actions were indeed unforgivable. To atone for his inner shame, he resolved to impose a punishment upon himself. That is, I, Uchiha Itachi, shall no longer be an Uchiha. Last night, the elder convened a meeting with a faction of extremists within the clan to rebel against the village. And I, along with my subordinates, annihilated all Uchiha present at the scene. Itachi's voice was not loud, yet it carried a somber weight. However, This revelation was met with disbelief among the clan members, as if a cow had inexplicably climbed a tree. It was utterly impossible. Itachi, how could you commit such an atrocity? No way. Absolutely no way. A forced smile appeared on Ya's rigid face as he attempted to approach Itachi and grasp his shoulder. This was indeed the reality. The kaleidoscope in Itachi's eyes spun once, and in the next moment, Ya found himself in a world painted entirely in crimson. In this realm, he witnessed everything that transpired the previous night. From the elder's decapitation to the final moments, it was all true. What a joke. Ya's body trembled, the tomo in his eyes spinning wildly, forcefully breaking through Itachi's Tsukuyami. This was not entirely unrelated to Itachi's lack of intent to cause him distress. Hey, Ya, are you all right? The clan members behind him caught the collapsing Uchiha Ya, whose eyes now burned with fury. Itachi, he truly committed such an act. He extended a finger, pointing at the man seated on the stone chair. How could you? How could you do this to your own kin? Just as expected, Itachi felt little emotional turbulence. Perhaps, the moment he resolved to become the leader of the root, he had severed any chance of retreat. Such was the reality. What do you all plan to do now? Will you leave this place, or do you wish to kill me? Itachi spoke calmly, as a crimson skeletal figure materialized around him. A wave of pressure radiating from him outward. Is there no one? Then I shall take my leave. From this moment forth, Uchiha Itachi shall cease to exist. Itachi's long hair flowed in the wind as he rose from the stone chair and strode toward the crowd. As he approached, the form of Susanoo began to expand, ultimately piercing through the shrine's ceiling. That was the kaleidoscope. The Uchiha who recognized it immediately knew it was Itachi's blood-tearing eyes. This was the eye recorded in Uchiha history. Possessing unparalleled power, the Mangeki Sharingan. How could this be? By what right does he possess such eyes? One clan member shouted in anger after Itachi departed. Yet we lack the strength to stop him. Do we not? A silence spread among the Uchiha present. Indeed, aside from Fugaku, none possessed the power to rival Itachi in his current state. Moreover, they lacked the courage. The courageous Uchiha faced the weasel first. What shall we do? Will the elders simply die like this? We must find the clan leader. Yes, let us seek the clan leader, Fugaku. I suppose I should think of a dozen explanations, 20-some apologies, and 40-odd methods to make the straightforward boy disappear unexpectedly. After all, it was the choice of my own son. As a father, I must offer my support, having entrusted all his worries to his father. He now felt there was little reason to still call him that. The wind brushed through his flowing hair, and the first rays of the morning sun illuminated his face. The contrasting light and dark created a striking juxtaposition with his black robe. Sasuke. Now? Sasuke should have risen from his bed and obediently headed to school, perhaps even crossing paths with Naruto. A slight smile graced his lips, his eyes shimmering with affection and regret. He wondered how Sasuke would react upon learning of his departure tonight. Hey, leader, we're heading back to the root. The busy tens, who had spent the night crafting wooden items, approached at awe. I never expected Lord Third to assign me here again, under the pretense that Itachi has just taken on the role of leader and lacks sufficient subordinates. So I should assist him for a while. Although Tens found this rather absurd, he had not anticipated returning to the root 2 years after leaving. Nonetheless, he found this new leader surprisingly agreeable. All right, let us go. Itachi nodded at Tens as he walked towards the darkness of the root. As the echoes of their footsteps resonated, another spirit awakened from the Pure Land, slowly drifting toward Itachi's abdomen. Sealing marks began to form on Itachi's body without his awareness. Greetings, everyone. I am Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage. If one must categorize me, that I have an elder brother, Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. My brother passed away early. If you ask why, then I must mention that inherently evil clan. It is well known that if one were to inquire which clan is the most malevolent in the shinobi world, it would undoubtedly be the Uchiha clan. Their eyes, those possessing formidable power, are nourished by intense emotions. And which emotions are most easily inflamed? Certainly those stemming from the deaths of loved ones, the murder of friends, and the shattering of families. Thus, the Uchiha clan's power is, to a degree, intertwined with suffering. Hence, they are labeled as the wicked Uchiha clan. Yet, my elder brother, with his rather peculiar thinking, somehow developed a bond with the Uchiha clan's young leader. Uchiha Obito, one fateful night. No. Brother, how could you be so easily deceived by a few thrown stones? Together, they aspired to change the warring states and establish Konoha. And indeed, they succeeded. I attribute this entirely to the Senju clan's efforts, which compelled the wicked Uchiha to obediently join Konoha. Little did we know, the malevolent Uchiha Obito would soon reveal his true colors and betray Konoha. My brother even considered pursuing him. Pursue? With what would you chase after him? In the past few years, Uchiha Obito, bearing the name of Madara, launched an assault on Konoha, resulting in a fierce clash with my elder brother, which ended in mutual devastation. He perished, and my brother was gravely injured. Subsequently departing a few years later, I can't help but quietly chastise him. It seems to me that my brother did not succumb to his injuries, but rather sought out the nefarious Uchiha Madara. How could that be permissible? I deliberately interred his remains in the sacred grounds of the Senju clan, ensuring that no trace of the Uchiha would ever taint this place. Thus, I naturally ascended to the position of the second Hokage. During this time, I delved into the study of numerous jutsu, yet the majority remained sealed within the tome of seals that I also took on several disciples, but eventually felt fatigued and chose to entrust the future to the monkey, opting to accompany my elder brother instead. And so, I arrived here. Gazing at this warm, sweet-filled dango shop, Tobirama touched his own head, ensuring he had not succumbed to any mental affliction. Had he not already perished? A blue screen materialized before him. Task: assist Itachi in becoming the new leader of the route. Reward: permission to connect the area where Hashirama resides with your current location. Additional: you may communicate with Hashirama for 3 minutes each day. Warning: please refrain from formulating unrealistic research ideas. What is this intriguing phenomenon? Tobirama squinted at the fading blue screen. His current existence was indeed unique, akin to the Edo Tensei, yet distinctly different. His body was alive, imbued with vitality, and had solidified that it was reminiscent of the heroic spirits from Fate. No, I yearned to conduct research. Tobirama stroked his chin. Unrealistic research ideas? How could that be? As long as something exists, it can surely be studied. Hashirama, my dear Udu, did you not notice the reward and additional benefits? Oh, how disheartening. Yet, my elder brother appears on this screen for 3 minutes. A seal-like inscription emerged on the back of Tobirama's right hand, resembling a key that would allow for 3 minutes of interdimensional communication. Reflecting upon his elder brother's unreliable antics, especially the daily interactions with Madara, culminating in their tragic end, he felt a wave of sorrow. How reminiscent of those days, tears unspent, as my brother fell to the wicked Madara. Touching the key on his right hand, a slight smile crept across Tobirama's lips, although the true nature of that object remained unclear, and its origins unknown. It was indeed a key that could facilitate my awe-inspiring endeavors at that moment. Itachi remained oblivious to the enthusiastic presence of Senju Tobirama within him, as he diligently pondered the future direction of the route, striving to instill proper values in those children who had yet to be cursed or deeply brainwashed, including a boy named Sai, whose ink-wash paintings left a profound impression on Itachi. The day passed amidst toil and labor, and at last, weary Master Itachi was able to indulge in a hot bath and rest within his new home at the route. Disrobing, his robust physique was revealed as he closed his eyes. Relishing the warm water cascading over his skin, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, leading to hallucinations. Otherwise, how could a seal have appeared upon his abdomen in the mirror? Wait, a seal on my abdomen. Itachi's Sharingan awakened, his crimson gaze fixated on his reflection, disbelief etched across his features. He slowly lowered his gaze, ultimately landing upon his belly. What is happening? When did this occur, and who placed this seal upon me? Was it a member of my clan? No. If that were the case, I would already be incapacitated and unable to be here. The Hokage could not have done this, as I did not encounter him at all today. Tens? That seems unlikely. Itachi turned off the shower and settled into the bath, kneeling with his legs crossed, gradually immersing his spirit into the realm of the sealed dough. Has the time finally arrived? It is not too late yet. Puff. Tobirama toyed with a rudimentary device he had concocted from unknown origins, having spent the day researching his right hand. There are some results, albeit minimal. Before Itachi first entered the seal space, he was unable to perceive the outside world. Nevertheless, Tobirama was content in his leisure. After a spell of research, he reached out to his elder brother. Yes, he remains unchanged, but it seems he too has encountered this blue screen. However, there appear to be restrictions on his end, such as not being able to actively disclose his existence. Others can only passively become aware of it in no matter. It is not a significant issue. I shall continue my research and see if I can find a loophole. Then, as night fell, Tobirama sensed Itachi's presence, yet did not cease his scholarly pursuits, taking a moment to raise his head. Subsequently, he spat out a mouthful of water, losing all progress in his research. The reason for this lay in the fact that Itachi stood before him, completely unclad. Furthermore, he had activated his Sharingan. One must understand, the impact of this on Tobirama was akin to Uchiha Madara appearing at his home in the dead of night, completely nude, in a way, the inherently wicked Uchiha brat. Why are you without clothes? Although shocked, Tobirama was able to discern the greater priority. Thus, he first addressed the inherently wicked Uchiha brat. Itachi felt a breeze, a chill enveloping him, though his body was submerged in the bath. Under Tobirama's eyes, peeking through his hands, he inexplicably felt a coolness beneath him. Perhaps I should step outside for a moment and return to confront this white-haired individual who dares to call me a wicked brat. Itachi, not wishing to awkwardly stumble about in his current state, decisively departed. After Itachi left, Tobirama squinted at the spot where he had vanished. Sharingan. Is it? So, you are the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama? Once dressed, Itachi re-entered the seal space. Listening to Tobirama's self-introduction. Hey, what is your attitude, Uchiha brat? You ought to show respect to the Hokage. Tobirama glared into Itachi's eyes, displeasure evident in his tone. One must remember, in the Warring States era, an Uchiha who dared to address himself in such a manner would have already met the end of Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. Izuna attempted to hurl a rebuttal at Tobirama, but to no avail. Apologies, but I cannot ascertain your identity, Itachi replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Moreover, I no longer belong to the Uchiha clan. The slightly melancholic words fell upon Tobirama's ears. How so? Cough cough. What do you mean by that? I am indeed the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Tobirama's figure vanished, and Itachi felt a hand upon his shoulder. This is the Flying Thunder God technique I developed. It once granted me glorious victories, as he spoke. A smile crept across Tobirama's face, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. This was not a boast at the expense of some reckless Izuna, but rather a testament to all those who fell to the Flying Thunder God technique. The Sharingan in Itachi's eyes spun wildly, yet he could still discern no trace of the instantaneous movement. Indeed, it was the Flying Thunder God technique. However, why was there a mark here? Tobirama, the inherently wicked Uchiha brat. Of course, I must be cautious and leave a few Flying Thunder God marks in his path. Thus, Itachi inquired, so, second Hokage, do you know why this place resembles a dango shop? Trusting in Tobirama's identity, Itachi acknowledged the white hair and the Flying Thunder God technique as sufficient evidence, but he found the sweet ambience of the seal space rather peculiar. The formation of this place is indeed tied to your inner self. The specific reasons remain under my investigation. Tobirama glanced around, casually picking up a colorful dango and taking a bite. The first is taro-flavored. The second is red bean. The third is matcha. And the fourth is... Wait, why is there a wasabi flavor? You, lad, have a rather twisted mind, don't you? Tobirama busily took a sip of water and rinsed his mouth. What a blunder! Which family makes dumplings with a mustard flavor? Itachi, wide-eyed, said. I believe the more flavors a dumpling has, the tastier it becomes. Coughing, he decided to change the subject. Tell me, why do you no longer belong to the Uchiha clan? Tobirama squinted, patting Itachi's shoulder, his eyes filled with a complex blend of emotions that on one hand, he felt pleased to see the joy of the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, this was an Uchiha with a Sharingan. Did his departure signify a betrayal of the village? After all, Madara had also left Konoha in the past. The chuckle escaped him at the thought of not a single clan member willing to follow him. Tobirama struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth that were rising. Waiting for Itachi's response to it was a long story. Here, Itachi explains his journey from the death of Shursui to the coup within the root, ultimately leading to the implementation of the plan to exterminate the Uchiha and his subsequent expulsion from the clan. Itachi had come to terms with it. After all, if Tobirama wanted to take action against him, he would have already done so. Besides, he was the second Hokage. Although the Uchiha clan did not hold the best opinion of Tobirama, he listened intently as Itachi vividly recounted the events. An unusual light dawning in his eyes. Indeed, He never expected to regard a young Uchiha with such admiration to know. He was no longer a member of the Uchiha. Dou. 2. Think me extreme, Lord Second? Itachi lowered his head. Sighing internally, it seemed he could only bear the weight of darkness, with no one capable of understanding him. Suddenly, he felt a firm slap on his back. Cough. How could that be? Tobirama could no longer contain his smile. Thinking, what a clever boy. Even I do not possess such thoughts. It was indeed due to Danzo. There was no need for self-reproach. Tobirama kindly reassured Itachi, his admiration for the boy utterly unmasked. Really? Itachi, still only 13, was just a child. Although Fugaku and Mikoto's affection for him was genuine, he no longer belonged to the Uchiha. This led to a certain predicament. He felt as though he had lost both parents and a home. Thus, upon hearing Tobirama's words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Itachi's eyes. That is a certainty. You are not at fault. The blame lies with Danzo and that group of ill-intentioned Uchihas. Tobirama endeavored to mask his amusement, gently patting Itachi's back with trembling hands. Thank you, Itachi said, turning to bow deeply before Tobirama. Tobirama thought, no, I must hold back. I cannot allow myself to laugh in front of this good child. That would be improper. Coughing, he continued. In any case, now that you have made your choice, you must see it through to the end. I believe you, as the leader of the root, will be able to resolve the issues between the Uchiha and the village. In truth, Tobirama was somewhat displeased with the actions taken by his disciple Danzo in establishing the root. Really, Danzo failed to grasp my essence. Though the Uchiha clan may be inherently flawed, that does not mean they cannot serve Konoha. After all, Konoha was founded by both the Uchiha and the Senju. He was certainly not seeking to turn the Uchiha into slaves, cracking the whip over them. He merely wished to guide them toward a righteous path. To contribute more to Konoha, he gazed at Itachi. An audacious idea leapt into Tobirama's mind. If that is the case, why not become your adoptive father? Tobirama stroked his chin, gazing earnestly at Itachi, his eyes brimming with pure admiration, devoid of any ulterior motives. That Itachi's body trembled. Could someone like me truly become your son? His voice was low, and the Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly. Of course. Tobirama gently placed his hands on Itachi's shoulders, pulling him closer. You need not rush to respond. I will teach you how to be an exemplary leader of the root. Noticing Itachi struggling with his head bowed, Tobirama spoke softly, or perhaps we should first address each other as teacher and student. Itachi nodded. Yes, disciple. Itachi greets his teacher. Done. Done, Tobirama exclaimed. The teacher has addressed you. How far can the title of adoptive father be? The Uchiha Itachi had become a thing of the past. Now, the one before them was Senju Itachi. At the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Drink, another round. Naruto raised his juice in a toast to everyone present, as if holding a drink of alcohol. Hey, Grandpa Hashirama, you didn't teach Naruto how to drink, did you? Kushina looked at Naruto, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, as if she had seen this before. After some thought, she recalled her sister, Tsunade. Hashirama suddenly slammed his hand on the table, looking utterly innocent. How could I? I would never teach such a young Naruto to drink. Although his voice was loud, his gaze seemed to drift to the upper left. Kurama. Kushina turned to Kurama, her eyes filled with inquiry. What the? How did I get caught in this fire? Kurama had been enjoying the spectacle of Hashirama being scolded by Kushina, but now the amusement had turned on him. Cough. I can assure you, Hashirama did not teach Naruto to drink. Kurama watched Hashirama's eyes, which were blinking wildly. This was no subtle hint, but an obvious signal. With a raised brow, he made a silent request to Hashirama, who nodded in agreement. Kurama decided to reveal part of the truth. Well, Hashirama indeed never taught little Naruto to drink, but he did send Naruto to buy alcohol for him. After all, on those long nights without cards, Hashirama would always play with the dice he crafted with his own hands, seeking Kurama's company with his clumsy methods. Kurama thought, why should I, not Madara, spend my nights playing with you? Eventually, after persistent coaxing from Hashirama, he agreed to the request. Later, Hashirama felt unsatisfied, missing the thrill of the past, so he called little Naruto to fetch a few bottles of alcohol at that time. To procure the drinks, Naruto had cleverly used shadow clones and transformation techniques, enlisting Hinata and Sasuke to collaborate, successfully purchasing the alcohol without alerting the Umbu. Although Sasuke and Hinata couldn't comprehend why Naruto wanted the alcohol, Naruto was at a loss for words at the time. Naruto must have his reasons. If he doesn't want to speak, then let it be, Hinata said, surprisingly placing a finger over Naruto's lips, signaling him not to force it. Though her ears turned crimson, a hint of mist rose in the air. Boring, I couldn't care less, Sasuke remarked, turning his head away dismissively. Soon, the alcohol found its way into the ceiling space. That night, Kurama vividly remembered. Hashirama, striving to recapture that feeling, drank half of the dozen bottles Naruto had bought. Becoming pleasantly tipsy.it was an uncomfortable state, neither fully drunk nor completely sober, leaving Hashirama feeling ill at ease. Thus, he rummaged around and found a bottle of strong alcohol sent by the store. What the heck? Let's indulge. So, after finishing the bottle, Hashirama's face flushed, his gaze became hazy, and he looked towards Kurama. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Kurama felt an ominous premonition. Don't come any closer. Hashirama mumbled incoherently about bonds and other sentiments, lunging towards little Kurama, leaving a trail of snot and tears on him. Yamit! The noise was so loud that it startled Naruto awake, and soon he found himself in the ceiling space, confronted by a drunken teacher. Teacher, what has happened to you? Naruto rushed to the side of the slumped Hashirama, attempting to lift him away from Kurama. What a spectacle! Fear not, my dear pupil. I am perfectly fine, merely reminiscing about my youthful days. Drink, I must have another glass. Hashirama struggled to rise from Kurama, though the alcohol in his system was nearly expelled. Upon seeing young Naruto, he instinctively accelerated the alcohol's elimination with his chakra. Little Naruto. Quickly, go to sleep. We have training tomorrow. Hashirama affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair before hoisting the despondent Kurama off the ground. Apologies. Kurama. At Hashirama's words, a glimmer of light flickered in Kurama's eyes. It appeared that he still possessed some semblance of humanity. I seem to have forgotten to bring you a drink. After sending Naruto away, Hashirama began to indulge in alcohol alongside Kurama, due to the diminished chakra outside, and the peculiar taste bestowed upon the tailed beasts by the Sage of Six Paths. An odd scene unfolded. Hashirama wept while clutching Kurama's tail, calling out for Madara's name, while Kurama gripped Hashirama's leg, also crying out for the sage. They then both erupted into a frenzy, with Hashirama exclaiming, Konoha is here, Madara, do you see? It was as if he could hear Madara's response echoing in his ears. Oh, my dear Hashirama, I see it. Meanwhile, Kurama stood atop a rock, laughing heartily. Hee, foolish forever girls, silly Kushina. Foolish Hashirama, foolish Madara, foolish Mito, foolish. I, the great Kurama, am the mightiest. In Kurama's mind, he envisioned these individuals kneeling beneath his tail, massaging it in reverence. Other tailed beasts also submitted to him, eager to acknowledge him as the strongest. Particularly that raccoon. Then the sage approached, patting Kurama's head, declaring that the Nine Tails was his most cherished child. Naruto mused, I can't shake the feeling that something strange happened during my sleep tonight. Why do I keep hearing odd voices in my mind? The scene shifted back to the present, where beads of sweat adorned Hashirama's face, his eyes fixated on the air above. If only Kushina would turn around, she could deduce the truth that perhaps it was because little Naruto had seen others drinking at the barbecue shop earlier. Sensing that Kurama was not lying, Kushina nodded and decided to bypass the topic. After all, Naruto had not consumed any alcohol yet. Phew, Hashirama sighed in relief, wiping his sweat and giving Kurama a thumbs up. Kurama's tail formed into a gesture resembling a money pinch. Well, promises must be kept. Kurama planned to ride on Hashirama's back during the next horse race. Just the thought is exhilarating. As the banquet drew closer to its conclusion amidst clinking glasses, Naruto raised his cup and cleared his throat. Ahem, today, we gather here to warmly welcome my sister. Applause erupted as Hinata and Sasuke led the ovation, quickly followed by the others. Ino watched as Naruto secretly revealed a small cake adorned with candles, her eyes misting over. Come, make a wish. This cake was specially crafted by Naruto with the help of his elder sister, who had also participated in the making. Ino closed her eyes and silently made a wish before blowing out the candles. All right, it's Sasuke's turn to perform now. Once the candles were extinguished, Naruto nudged Sasuke, saying, Aside from Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru, the others were astonished, particularly Sasuke. Indeed, you, Naruto affirmed, nodding emphatically that it seemed he had promised Naruto earlier that morning. Well then, I suppose I shall demonstrate the Uchiha techniques. Ino exclaimed, Look, Sakura, I told you this trip would be worthwhile. Sakura nodded vigorously in agreement. Cough, cough. Now it's time for Sasuke's acrobatic dance. Aunt Akimichi Aoi had cleared a space for the children, allowing Sasuke to showcase his talents. Behold the resilience of the Uchiha. Following Itachi's teachings, Sasuke positioned a glass on the back of his hand and began to move his body that it felt as though something was missing. The silence of his performance did not quite suit his demeanor. Just then, music began to play. Aunt Aoi turned on her square dance music. The rhythmic beats resonated in Sasuke's ears, igniting a spark within him. Yes, this was the feeling he had been searching for. Sasuke's arms, waist, and hips began to sway, while the glass glided across his body. Wow. Amazing. So cool. Should they invite him to join the square dance? The three young girls turned their gazes towards Aunt Aoi, who had suggested the whimsical idea. Hee, I was just joking. Aunt Aoi waved her hand, signaling them to continue watching. As the music crescendoed, Sasuke kicked his leg, sending the glass soaring into the air, then inverted himself. His precise feet caught the glass each time it fell, sending it back up again. What in the world? Ino watched in astonishment as Sasuke inverted, swayed, and kicked the glass, her eyes nearly popping out. In her arms, Akamaru was equally thrilled, realizing that Sasuke was quite remarkable. She could learn acrobatics from him in the future. Truly, he was Uchiha Sasuke. Choji nodded in approval, casually grabbing another piece of grilled meat from the table and quickly wiping his hands with a napkin to erase any evidence. Shikamaru's eyes widened, surprised by the exceptional skill Sasuke displayed. Sasuke chuckled. If it weren't for kicking the glass, I could have added a spin. Where did he learn such impressive acrobatics? This tale traces back to when Sasuke visited Naruto's home. What could two young boys do? Mostly engage in ninja games, training, and boasting. During a heated argument with Naruto, Sasuke had inadvertently declared, I can do an inverted spiral spin. Consequently, Naruto halted his boasting, eyes fixated on young Sasuke. A comical grin spread across Naruto's face. Then show me. Sasuke turned away. I won T. I bet you can't. No way. Young Sasuke, flustered, sought to prove himself, stubbornly inverting but failing the spin and crashing into Naruto. The scene depicted Sasuke's socked feet lodged into Naruto's mouth, while Naruto's foot was stuck in his nose. They both panicked and began wrestling on the floor. Ultimately, Naruto overpowered Sasuke, leading to a rather pitiful cry for help. After that day, Sasuke sought out Itachi to learn how to perform inverted spins. Itachi, wishing to protect Sasuke's pride, did not divulge that the dance was from square dancing, leading Sasuke to believe it was a cool acrobatic feat. He often flaunted this in front of Naruto. Roar, the heavenly dancer is truly remarkable. Due to his extensive experience, Sasuke tucked his shirt into his trousers before performing a handstand, to prevent it from falling and exposing his small belly. The crowd was quite large. Had it merely been the blonde, Sasuke could have disregarded such concerns and begun his dance without hesitation. Xianglin watched, feeling both exhilarated and envious. Really, what I desire is for Sasuke-kun to perform solely for me. Bakken every gathering must come to an end. However, Naruto and Sasuke were headed in the same direction. Thus, Xianglin remarked, this older brother was not mistaken. Along the way, she clung to Sasuke, bombarding him with various inquiries. For instance, Sasuke-kun, do you prefer cats or dogs? Neither. Sasuke-kun, what hobbies do you indulge in? Challenging Naruto. Sasuke-kun, do you have someone you fancy? No. Xianglin realized that her questions failed to ignite even a flicker of interest in Sasuke. After pondering his responses, she mused, why does it feel like there's an abundance of references to my older brother in Sasuke's words? By the way, do you know any embarrassing tales from my brother's childhood? Naruto, who had initially relished in Xianglin's discomfort, suddenly halted. He slowly turned his head, locking eyes with Sasuke's dark, glistening orbs. Well, he coughed. Since you've asked, I might as well share a little something. Let me tell you. Naruto was quite the wild child back then, even wilder than he is now. Here, we omit the lengthy recounting of Naruto's notorious exploits. I remember once, we spotted a man clad in a green jumpsuit from a distance, and Naruto adamantly refused to let us approach. Eventually, we pressed him to reveal what had terrified him, so he didn't divulge it to Hinata, but whispered it to me instead. That was, Naruto covered Sasuke's mouth. Very slippery. We've arrived home. Sasuke, allow me to escort you the rest of the way. Xianglin, you may return first. Sasuke attempted to break free from Naruto's grasp, but his strength paled in comparison to that of the blonde. But Xianglin observed Sasuke's face reddening and Naruto's eyes narrowing with a hint of madness, and with a reluctant glance at Sasuke, she departed. How outrageous! Naruto continued to carry Sasuke for some distance, ensuring that he could not divulge any of his past misdeeds before finally releasing his grip. Casually wiping his hands on his clothing. What are you staring at? Aren't you the one who wanted to reveal that incident? Naruto shrugged. Indeed, it seemed he had perhaps shared too much. A tad too excited. He thought, next time, I'll find a more secluded location to discreetly tell Xianglin. All right, I'll head home now. Sasuke disdainfully regarded his clothes, dampened by Naruto's hand. Although it was merely his saliva, it felt exceedingly unclean. He hurried home to wash up. He wondered if his brother would return today. He was eager to inform him of Naruto's newfound sister. Beneath the setting sun, Naruto walked towards the horizon while Sasuke turned his back to it. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, Kushina struggled to maintain her composure, ensuring her laughter would not reach Naruto's ears. The cause was a video sponsored by Hashirama and Kurama, which, through the transformation of chakra, conveniently and comprehensively illustrated the misadventures of youthful miscreants encountering the green acorn kappa. Minato's lips trembled uncontrollably as he fought against being swept up by Hashirama and Kushina's mirth. Puffed. Sorry, which path did I stray from? Daddy is late. That moment, the screen displayed a frontal view. As the sun gradually descended, Sasuke arrived at his home. However, something felt amiss. The grass at the entrance was trampled, as if a multitude had gathered there. Furthermore, the potted plants tended by his mother lay shattered, soil and shards scattered across the ground. A wave of foreboding washed over him. He retrieved his key and unlocked the door, stepping inside. Something was definitely wrong. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Sasuke is back, Mikoto's voice called from the brightly lit room. Come inside. Her tone was heavy, lacking its usual cheerfulness. After all, earlier that day, a group of clan members had stormed into their home, reporting that Itachi had ruthlessly slaughtered the Uchiha. Then, her husband had attempted to placate them with words. Yet the clan remained unsatisfied. Their eldest son had even renounced his Uchiha ties. What more could they want? Mikoto thought, they've lost nothing but a name. My eldest son has lost his home. However, by principle, clan members were not easily swayed by Fugaku's words. Yet, what was that dark, swirling kaleidoscope in Fugaku's eyes? Wait, it seemed both father and son were involved. Ahem, given that, we are indeed very satisfied with the decision to expel Itachi from the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, Mikoto was furious. The two men conspired without informing her. Moreover, Fugaku, if anything were to happen to Itachi, could he bear the responsibility? The child was hers. Thus, today, Fugaku bore a rather sore waist, marked with deep impressions. Sasuke, Mikoto gazed at her son seated on the carpet, feeling reluctant to break the news, yet it was imperative. All right, you, go talk to our son. After stammering for a while, unable to voice her concerns, she called Fugaku, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. Ahem, Sasuke, let me tell you, you are to become the next clan leader of the Uchiha. Fugaku wiped his hands, forcing a smile as he addressed Sasuke. Huh? What about Nisan? Something was decidedly wrong. A profound sense of unease enveloped him. Why were his parents in such a state? Moreover, Nisan was originally meant to be the next clan leader. How had it fallen to him? Could it be Nisan? What had happened to him? In this situation, had Itachi died? Itachi, he has been disowned. Strictly speaking, you currently have no brother. He has been expelled from the Uchiha clan. A bolt of lightning struck Sasuke's mind. He was without Itachi. Why? In Fugaku's incredulous gaze, Sasuke's eyes turned crimson, two tomos swirling within his pupils.